Chapter 1. The Effort System Perseverance Yields Rewards. Fastnet Province, Nottingham City. The evening glow rises, as if a pair of deft hands weave a tapestry, blending vibrant hues in a dreamlike manner. In Dian Village, nestled against the grand Dian Mountain, generations have toiled for their livelihood. At dusk, wisps of smoke rise from every household, creating a picturesque scene. Xiaoming, are you off to help Uncle Bulin gather firewood again? Hee, with your delicate skin, the bears on the mountain surely favor you. Uncle Dashin, there are no bears on the mountain. With a light-hearted laugh, the boy turned back, his clear eyes devoid of any fear. The boy's skin was pale, with ordinary short hair atop his head. His large eyes and round, youthful face exuded innocence, yet a maturity beyond his years lingered between his brows. He carried a bamboo basket on his back, filled with dry twigs and pine needles for kindling. At merely 6 years old, the basket was nearly as tall as he was. As he walked, his swaying figure appeared amusing, prompting villagers to jest. With his labor in tow, Su Ming swayed his way back home. The 3 small wooden houses stood tidy, their courtyard swept clean, free from fallen leaves and weeds. At the entrance, a stone mill was placed, with a black donkey munching on its feed nearby. Grandfather, I'm home. Setting the basket down beside the firewood, Su Ming called out to the kitchen, and the curtain was drawn aside, revealing his grandfather's head. Clad in simple gray attire, he was thin and stooped, his wrinkled face not unpleasant, but rather kind and gentle. Go wash up first, dinner will be ready soon, with your favorite eggs. Okay. With a knowing smile, Su Ming obediently made his way to the small stream by the door. The water flowed clear and transparent, and he cupped his small hands to splash his face. The cool stream refreshed him as he rubbed his face and wiped down his clothes, completing his daily wash. By the time Su Ming returned, fragrant rice was already served in a wooden bowl. 2 small dishes and 2 fried eggs accompanied a few sweet potatoes. This was the evening meal for Su Ming and his grandfather. Yet, this modest feast surpassed that of half the villagers in Dian. Grandfather Bulin, the village's bamboo craftsman, was diligent and skilled, ensuring a steady supply of food through his craft. All right, you're at the age of growth, save some for yourself. But I have one left. He forcefully placed an egg into his grandfather's bowl, and under the elder's appreciative gaze, Su Ming took his bowl to the doorstep. He loved sitting on the steps of his home, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Perhaps only the sun and moon remained akin to the past. His clear eyes shimmered with the afterglow as Su Ming gazed at the sun, a hint of nostalgia gracing his youthful face. He was not from the Douluo world, but had unexpectedly traversed from Earth to this place. Fortunately, he was taken in by his grandfather, who, having no children of his own, doted on him with meticulous care. Su Ming held a deep respect for Bulin, this resilient and gentle grandfather. Xiaoming, I heard from the village chief that a soul master will visit our village soon. Grandfather wants to know if you wish to attend school. With a voice both magnetic and weighty, Bulin stepped out. Observing Su Ming's silhouette, his profound gaze held both reluctance and great anticipation. He did not wish for this adopted grandson to remain in this secluded valley. In his eyes, the vast and vibrant world outside was the true treasure. Yet, upon hearing this, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. He naturally knew who the so-called soul master was. However, becoming a soul master was no simple feat. Grandfather, do you hope for me to become a soul master? Noticing the calmness on his grandson's face, Bulin couldn't help but furrow his graying brows. He approached Su Ming and sat beside him, earnestly explaining, Child, a soul master is an exceedingly esteemed existence, a dream sought after by many. Once one becomes a soul master, destiny can be altered. Just look at our village. Bulin spoke passionately, and each time he mentioned the term soul master, his eyes sparkled with fervor. To pique Su Ming's interest, he even discussed the prospects of marriage and children, particularly emphasizing the phrase marry several. Su Ming nearly choked on his rice at that. Wiping his mouth, he wore a pained expression as he replied, Grandfather, becoming a soul master is not as simple as it seems. In the surrounding villages, despite the multitude, how many soul masters have we seen? Don't you find that strange? Could it be that there is something more to this? Bulin stared at Su Ming in astonishment, for indeed, soul masters were a rarity in nearby villages. Su Ming nodded. From my observations over the past couple of years, I believe the potential of a soul master is inherently predestined, and the offspring of soul masters have a greater likelihood of becoming soul masters themselves. For ordinary individuals, the path to becoming a soul master is akin to scaling a mountain. Boom! Bulin's expression shifted dramatically, his bright eyes dimming significantly. Is there such a notion? Bulin was taken aback, unable to believe it. The idyllic life of a soul master was merely hearsay to him, and he was unaware that martial souls stem from bloodlines. But seeing Su Ming nod, his heart sank to the depths. He recognized that his grandson was more mature than his peers and would not falsely deceive himself. Indeed, a commoner is inherently disadvantaged. He muttered self-deprecatingly as he trudged back to the wooden house, his figure lonely and desolate. Noticing this, Su Ming sighed helplessly. As a traveler, he too yearned to become a soul master. Yet, the original narrative had informed him that achieving this was exceedingly difficult, even more so than passing a rigorous examination. Take Tang San, who broke through to soul master at the age of 6 with a soul power of level 13 after 6 years. He had only reached level 29. Calculating, he had improved by 16 levels in 6 years, averaging 23 levels of soul power each year. As for Hu Laina from the Golden Generation, achieving level 50 by age 20, her progress was similarly gradual. And this was the result cultivated by the Spirit Hall, the sacred ground for soul masters. Su Ming was perceptive enough to understand that his own ordinary bloodline would render his innate soul power at most level 3. Given 6 years of self-training, the possibility of reaching level 10 was minimal, and even if he did, he lacked the funds to hire someone to hunt soul beasts. Striving hard under the shadow of innate advantages was merely a joke. Effort? With over 200 million people on Douluo continent, only about 100,000 were soul masters. Did the remaining 2 billion not put in effort? Detecting the host's skepticism regarding the greatness of effort, the effort system activated prematurely. Effort system successfully bound. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a novice gift pack. Boom. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. A wave of intense joy surged within him, and a bright smile lit up his face. Perhaps Dian Village will indeed produce a powerful soul master. Looking back at the wooden house, excitement flashed across Su Ming's face as he tightly clenched his fists. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 2. Strength 2. Defense 2. Mental power, 12. Martial soul, chopper quality white, 35100. Items owned, novice gift pack. Ding. Please confirm your direction of effort immediately. Chapter 2. Tang San. Is this guy made of iron? Effort system? As the name implies, with effort comes reward. Of course, the system will score based on the level of effort exerted. The higher the score, the more substantial the rewards. The direction of effort must align with the developmental path of soul masters in this world. Efforts in farming or lazing about will naturally yield no rewards. System, open the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the breathing technique, and congratulations, you have gained 10 martial soul enhancement points. The breathing technique can be utilized for cultivation, making it a valuable asset for Su Ming at this stage. As for the martial soul enhancement points, Su Ming glanced at his martial soul interface. Martial soul, chopper quality white, 35100. With a thought, he clicked the plus sign, and a 0-100 quantity bar appeared before him. Unexpectedly, I can enhance the quality of my martial soul. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. His martial soul, the chopper, was merely the lowest grade. With this evolution option, it might not be impossible to eventually attain a divine grade martial soul. Not to mention surpassing Tang San. Even outshining Qian Renxue could become a reality. Chomp, chomp. Su Ming hastily devoured his meal. Grandfather, I feel a bit tired. I want to take a nap. Please don't come into my room if nothing urgent arises. Clang. The empty bowl fell onto the table, spinning a few times. Su Ming dove headfirst into his bedroom. This child seems a bit restless today. Bulin shook his head, seemingly unable to shake off thoughts of the Soul Master, his face clouded with concern. System, designate effort direction to cultivate soul power. With the direction confirmed, the system began real-time data collection. Host, commence your efforts. With no further ado, Su Ming sat cross-legged on the quilt and began practicing the breathing technique acquired from the system. Breathing, exhaling the turbid air, and inhaling the pure, guiding external energy into the body to enhance one's cultivation. Inhale breath in, exhale breath out. After a while, Su Ming's previously erratic breathing rhythm began to settle into a steady cadence. Gentle energy permeates the air, flowing into the body like a warm current coursing through one's veins, evoking a sense of comfort. However, as time elapses, Su Ming furrows his brow and opens his eyes. Never mind, perhaps it's best to change locations. Feeling as though the energy within the room has been depleted, he stealthily departs the wooden cabin and makes his way to a spacious area halfway up the mountain. Ding! Host has cultivated soul power for 2 hours. Do you wish to conclude this session? I do not wish to conclude. Su Ming settles himself cross-legged upon a flat stone, resuming his cultivation. As time passes, a chill begins to permeate the cool air. Drip! Fine droplets of mist condense on the leaves, coalescing into beads of water that plink onto Su Ming's head, sending a shiver down his spine. The world shifts, and time races forward. The surrounding sounds of insects gradually fade away. The dark veil of night slowly recedes, and the familiar crowing of roosters echoes through the village. Oh no! Aware that his grandfather, Blin, rises unusually early each morning, Su Ming hastily concludes his training and rushes down the mountain. In his frantic haste, he barely has time to check the results of the system. Miner, where are you running off to? Come back quickly. Sure enough, from a distance, Su Ming hears his frantic voice, filled with worry. Grandfather! Su Ming shouts back, then hurriedly makes his way back. Following the sound, he spots the frail, pale figure of Blin, who lets out a heavy sigh of relief upon seeing him. You child, how can you just leave home so early in the morning without telling your grandfather? Blin scolds, his expression stern. Su Ming offers an awkward smile, rubbing his nose. Grandfather, I had something come up suddenly and didn't have time to inform you. What could possibly be so important? I told you not to go play on the mountain. What if you fell? Blin's expression remains grim as he glares at him. Understanding that his grandfather is concerned for his well-being, Su Ming smiles and refrains from arguing. However, to facilitate his cultivation, he concocts a fib, claiming he encountered a soul master instructor. Under Blin's probing, Su Ming spins an elaborate tale, convincing him of the existence of this reclusive soul master. Miner, you must study diligently from now on and aspire to become a soul master. It's far better than living in this remote village. With a serious expression, Blin hands Su Ming a bundle of provisions wrapped in gray cloth, which the latter quickly cradles in his arms. Remember, if the soul master doesn't summon you back, you must not return. Do you understand? Looking into Blin's earnest and hopeful eyes, Su Ming's body trembles slightly as he nods firmly. His grandfather, a humble man from the countryside, has little hope for himself, and after years of nurturing him, Su Ming is determined not to disappoint him. To strive, to cultivate. Host has cultivated soul power for 12 hours. Do you wish to conclude this session? I do not wish to conclude. Su Ming returns to the mountain. Just as he is about to prepare for more meditation, a thought crosses his mind, causing him to glance toward a nearby peak. Although the distance is not insignificant and the figure is not particularly large, it is undeniably real. Tang San, the protagonist of the future? No, that is from the original text. Su Ming's gaze takes on an unusual quality. To Yin Village is adjacent to Sheng Hun Village, and he never expected to encounter him here. According to the plot, this fellow should have already cultivated to level 10 soul power. Suppressing his disdain, Su Ming clenches his fists, unwilling to waste any time. He settles into a cross-legged position, focusing inward and casting aside all external distractions. Soon, Su Ming finds himself fully immersed in his practice. As the dawn breaks, he remains unperturbed. On the mountainside, the 6-year-old Tang Sin exhales a breath of stale air, gazing at the rising sun, his eyes flashing with a strange purple hue. The purple extreme magic eyes are nearing the realm of perception. Yet why can't the Xian Tiangong break through? He shakes his head, neither saddened nor elated, preparing to return. Suddenly, he senses something amiss. With a swift motion, Tang San activates his purple extreme magic eyes, directing his gaze towards Su Ming's location. The heightened vision allows Tang San to clearly see the young figure, which is of similar stature to his own. He too is cultivating? I never expected to find someone else so diligent besides myself. Tang San's eyes brighten. Encountering a kindred spirit during cultivation is indeed a delightful experience. After taking a deep look at Su Ming, he deduces that the boy is from Dayan village and silently commits this name to memory before turning to leave. Unaware that Tang San has departed, Su Ming remains engrossed in his training. Aside from a slight hunger that urges him to replenish his energy, the meditation consumes mental focus. Thus, he must periodically take breaks. Time passes, reaching the 5th day. On the nearby peak, Tang San, who arrived early, instinctively casts his gaze over again. Observing the still figure of Su Ming, he is taken aback. Is this fellow's body made of iron? For days, a full 4 days. Each time he arrives 20 minutes early, yet that silhouette is always present. It feels as if he has been waiting for him. This realization fills Tang San with a sense of frustration. Indeed, this world is not lacking in diligent individuals. I must strive to improve as well. Chapter 3. The Path of Cultivation, Precious in Companionship. Crack! A clear sound resonates from within his body. Like a refreshing stream on a scorching summer day, revitalizing water flows through him, washing away fatigue. Su Ming opens his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 3. Martial Soul, Chopper Quality White, 45100. Possession, Breathing Technique. Soul Power, Level 3. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement within, although he was aware that his soul power might be at Level 2. 9. An increase of a level at least signified the prospect of future hope. System, please proceed with the settlement, he murmured to himself. Ding. The host's cultivation of soul power lasted a total of 82 hours. Effort evaluation exceeded the cultivation standards of peers in a short time. Yet due to an undefined comparative range, resulted in a widespread failure in surpassing levels, especially as high-level soul masters have training durations far exceeding that of the host. Effort rating, 2 stars. 2 stars? How could it possibly be only 2 stars? Su Ming was quite displeased with this outcome. There were few individuals who began cultivating at the age of 6, and he had achieved an impressive 82 hours. With such dedication, it should surely merit a solid 5 stars. Pondering the system's remarks, Su Ming could not help but inquire, System, what do you mean by an undefined comparative range? Ding. Effort is relative. Comparing oneself to past efforts may yield modest accomplishments, but striving harder than geniuses represents grand ambitions. Since the host did not specify a comparative group, the system has defined this effort against all individuals with a time frame of 1 year. Damn, is this a joke? My efforts are clearly meant to be compared with my peers. Su Ming gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger, then stroked his chin in contemplation. If I narrowed down the scope, the rating level may increase, but the rewards would diminish, correct? Ding. The system confirmed his hypothesis with precision. In essence, Su Ming discerned 3 key points. Firstly, the greater the number of comparative targets, the higher the purity of their efforts, resulting in more substantial ratings and rewards. For instance, in this instance, Su Ming's comparative targets encompassed everyone. Ordinary individuals, who did not cultivate, led to an exceedingly low average cultivation time. Conversely, high-ranking soul masters spent extensive periods in seclusion, rendering the time insufficient. Consequently, the final rating was a mere 2 stars. Secondly, challenging opponents beyond one's level constituted a special circumstance that could augment rating rewards, potentially yielding a remarkable 6-star reward. Thirdly, rewards are selected based on the wishes of the comparative targets that align most closely. Ding. The reward for this soul power cultivation has been dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. The rewards were utterly absurd, clearly including ordinary individuals as well. It seems that from now on, it would be wiser to maintain a fixed comparison target. With his provisions entirely depleted, Su Ming rose, patting his backside. His once supple and youthful form had lost its elasticity, leaving him to ponder whether Soul Masters suffered from hemorrhoids. With this perplexity, Su Ming departed from the place. In the sky, the evening glow radiated with vibrant hues. At the entrance, Bryn was exceptionally pleased to see Su Ming, warmly inviting him inside for a meal. After a prolonged absence from rice, Su Ming relished the feast with great delight. Bryn smiled with satisfaction and turned to retrieve a package from the rice barrel. His aged visage glowed with pride as he gently patted the wrapped parcel. "Minger, do remember to take these provisions with you. Eating too many pancakes can lead to internal heat. I've prepared some fruits for you." Su Ming remained silent, fixated on the chicken resting on the table. His heart a tumult of emotions. The chicken was likely freshly slaughtered, and it seemed that his grandfather, Blin, had anticipated his return. Did he not fear that the Soul Master would bring him food, rendering the chicken as sacrifice in vain if he did not return? The elder's generosity was truly a profound gift. Su Ming weighed the prospect of extracting a gold coin, fearing that excess might bring peril upon Bruin. "Grandfather, this gold coin is given to me by my teacher, instructing you to procure some meat to nourish my health." The allure of the coin was undeniable. Yet Bruin recoiled at the sight of it. No, how could I allow a Soul Master to spend money?" He hastily replied, pushing it back. Su Ming hurriedly conveyed that it was the teacher's intention, and that the elder cherished a fondness for chicken soup. After a moment's hesitation, Bryn accepted the gold coins and promised to prepare chicken soup for the esteemed Soul Master. After a hasty dinner, Su Ming retired for the night to replenish his spirits. Before dawn broke the following day, his figure was already absent from the bed. The nocturnal forest exuded an eerie chill, particularly accentuated by the small mounds of earth scattered throughout. Su Ming felt a twinge of unease. Fortunately, this world was devoid of the supernatural. Otherwise, even the essence of youthful innocence would have been stifled. He devoted himself to the arduous cultivation of soul power. Comparing his progress to those within the three major sects who awakened their martial souls yet possessed soul power not exceeding level 10, he settled into a meditative position. Enveloped by the cold mountain's solitary shadow, quietly contemplating the serene moonlight. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Ding. The duration of this cultivation session amounted to a remarkable 110 hours. Evaluation of effort, surpassing the collective training time of individuals from the three major sects who awakened their martial souls yet lacked soul power beyond level 10. Effort rating, 5 stars. Reward, soul power elevation by 1 level. Splendid. I knew that those from the three major sects who awakened their martial souls, yet whose innate soul power fell short of level 10, must yearn to enhance their soul power. Tasting the sweetness of his achievements, Su Ming unabashedly entered a frenzied mode of training. Effort rating, 5 stars. Reward, soul power elevation by 1 level. Effort rating, 5 stars. Reward, soul power elevation by 1 level. Reward, soul power elevation by 1 level. In the blink of an eye, over a month had elapsed. As dawn broke, a radiant beam of sunlight cascaded from the horizon, piercing through the morning mist like a dream. Sensing the sun's emergence, Su Ming's cherubic face blossomed with a knowing smile. At last, he had reached level 10, without the aid of a system, relying solely on his own diligence. It was likely that he would have taken 2 years to achieve this breakthrough. Su Ming was aware that his reliance on the system bordered on cunning. Otherwise, what alternative could he pursue? Could he genuinely accumulate mastery through sheer perseverance? Despite his shrewdness, a month of arduous training had hardly improved his condition. His hair was disheveled, adorned with fragments of leaves and small twigs. Once clear and radiant eyes were now clouded with confusion, the surrounding skin red and swollen. While his face bore the marks of exhaustion and despair, resembling a wild beast in its final throes of madness. At that moment, Su Ming felt utterly drained. Devoid of strength, and even standing seemed a formidable challenge. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual power has reached level 10. You have received a level 1 recovery potion as a reward. Oh, is this an achievement reward? Su Ming smiled knowingly and quickly summoned the last of his strength to retrieve a medicinal pill, consuming it without hesitation. The elixir proved to be quite effective. As Su Ming felt his physical stamina rapidly rejuvenating, and his mental fortitude gradually becoming more robust, it was time to return. Casting a lingering glance at Tang San in the distance, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he departed with a sense of joy, seemingly sensing something. Tang San opened his eyes during his meditation and gazed solemnly at the retreating figure. What a formidable individual, he murmured to himself. For an entire month, he had been diligently cultivating in the mountains. Such unwavering determination evoked a sense of admiration in him as he recognized the strength of his peer. Moreover, inspired by Su Ming's relentless pursuit, Tang San had also devoted himself to rigorous practice, yielding greater results than ever before over the past month. Indeed, as the elder of the Tang sect had remarked, the journey of cultivation thrives on companionship. At this moment, Tang San, still feeling a kinship with Su Ming, remained blissfully unaware that his future would soon be shrouded in ominous clouds named Su Ming. Chapter 4. The Awakening of Martial Spirits, Chopper. The following morning, Su Ming rose early, foregoing his usual practice. Today marks the day of martial soul awakening in Dian Village. The man known as the God Guide, Su Yuntao, has arrived. His rough hand clasped Su Ming's delicate one, and with a slow, deliberate gait, he made his way towards the rear of the village. Perhaps lacking a cane, his hunched figure stood a bit straighter than usual, and his brand-new garments accentuated the resilient vigor of the ancient pines. Su Ming could perceive the exceptional roughness of his grandfather Brin's palm, as though it had been grazed by a blade. Perhaps due to anxiety, his grip was more forceful and warmer than usual. They arrived at a quaint wooden cabin situated in the heart of the village. Each village boasts a branch of the spirit hall, and after a brief wait, the emaciated village chief Geely, sporting a goat-like beard, approached with a few youngsters in tow. Geely, stroking his beard, greeted them jovially. "Brin, you've arrived quite early. Aren't you going to rest a bit longer?" TSK. Could it be that you fear one day you might not rise? Brin cast a sidelong glance at the cane and retorted sharply, "I am not like some individuals. While others walk on two legs, they rely on a crutch. Since an extra leg serves no purpose, I might as well have it severed." Upon their initial encounter, the two were like gunpowder, unable to tolerate one another. Su Ming had long since grown accustomed to the playful banter between the two. Though their words were sharp and spirited, both bore warm smiles upon their faces. It felt akin to the bond shared between true brothers. Su Ming understood that the two of them had grown up together, sharing a bond that transcended mere friendship. They were not brothers by blood, yet they were closer than brothers. "Grandpa Geely," Su Ming called out, drawing Geely's attention. A warm hand gently caressed his head. "Good boy. Make sure to give it your all later. Do not let your grandfather down." Grandfather's sparkling gaze also turned towards him, his face adorned with a smile that radiated confidence and anticipation. "I will." Su Ming nodded emphatically, then stepped aside to join the queue. Ahem. Ruin cleared his throat twice, and Geely cast a sidelong glance at him before striding over to pull Su Ming to the front of the line. "How commanding." Su Ming silently gave his grandfather, Brin, a thumbs up, which made the latter feel quite pleased as he stroked his beard. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in white attire approached, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He was strikingly handsome, exuding a faint air of arrogance. 3 long sword insignias were engraved on his left chest, signifying his status as a battle soul master. However, the man appeared somewhat discontented, his expression clouded, as if he had just endured a beating. Could it be that he was jilted by his girlfriend? It seemed that Su Yuntao also had a penchant for being a sycophant, which made Su Ming inwardly chuckle. It was not mere conjecture. There were indeed many sycophants in the Douluo continent. Upon noticing the newcomer, Geely quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing, and said, "Honorable Battle Soul Master, the children from Dian Village have gathered. We appreciate your effort in coming here." Su Yuntao cast a dispassionate glance, seemingly unwilling to engage in trivial conversation with Geely. He casually instructed Su Ming and the others to follow him before entering a small room alone. "Let us go." Geely did not dwell on it and waved to Su Ming, who promptly followed. "Su Ming, your grandfather believes you can become a soul master." A voice filled with hope suddenly resonated from behind. Su Ming's body trembled, and he stepped into the Hall of Martial Souls with purpose. Hee. Becoming a soul master is not as simple as it seems. Su Yuntao smirked wryly at the sound. After traversing 3 villages, he had yet to encounter a single qualified candidate. Dian Village would likely yield disappointment as well. Observing the children standing in line, Su Yuntao straightened himself and declared, "Children, I am Su Yuntao, a 26th level battle soul master. I will awaken your martial souls one by one shortly. Just remember one thing, no matter what happens, do not be afraid and follow my instructions." With that, he retrieved 6 black crystal stones and a blue crystal ball from his pack. The black crystal stones were for martial soul awakening, while the crystal ball was for testing innate soul power. Finally, the moment had arrived. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, his expression resolute as he strode into the black stone hexagonal formation. This child displayed remarkable composure, Su Yutao thought to himself with admiration. Yet, the martial soul and soul power are not determined by one's temperament. Whoosh! A brilliant azure light erupted from Su Yuntao's forehead, transforming his hair to a shade of gray. His muscles swelled, resembling the fur of a beast, with claws emerging from his fingertips, radiating a chilling gleam. His eyes gleamed a fierce blue, and a terrifying atmosphere swiftly engulfed the wooden cabin. A wolf! It's a wolf! Run! The children behind him could not contain their screams at the sight. Fear gripped their hearts, rendering their legs weak as they instinctively retreated. Su Ming, startled, cast a bemused glance at the 3 meters of empty space behind him. What is there to be afraid of? I am the first. If anyone should scream, it ought to be me. Don't you think? Su Ming turned around. Continuing to observe the changes in Su Yuntao, particularly the soul rings beneath his feet, one white and one yellow, strikingly brilliant. He had encountered numerous instances of 2 yellow soul rings, yet this combination of 1 white and 1 yellow was rather unusual. The intriguing little ghost gazed at Su Ming, who remained remarkably composed, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of Su Yuntao's mouth. This was the first time he had encountered a child unafraid of his martial soul manifestation. What is your name? Su Ming. Very well, maintain your calm. He hoped for Su Ming's good fortune. Without further ado, Su Yuntao clapped his hands, and a radiant golden light surged forth from the black crystal beneath his feet, enveloping Su Ming within its brilliance. So this is the awakening of the martial soul. Su Ming felt a warm current enveloping his entire being, his body in a state of utmost comfort, as he observed the golden light emanating from the crystal and merging into his form. He couldn't help but reflect on the past, recalling a time when he too had transformed into light. Now, raise your hand, he urged. Yet, sensing the meager quantity of golden light, Su Yuntao could not shake off a sense of disappointment, pondering whether it was merely an inferior martial spirit. Su Ming instinctively raised his hand. With a swift motion, a black chopping knife materialized in his grasp, measuring 40 centimeters. Its thick ebony back and gleaming silver blade indicated its true purpose as a woodcutter's tool. Observing this, Su Yuntao, with an expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, remarked, "Though it is merely a chopping knife, it is undoubtedly superior to a sickle, and it holds the promise of becoming a soul master. Come, let us assess your innate soul power and determine if you possess the potential to become a soul master." Su Ming placed his hand upon the blue crystal orb. Having already realized that he possessed innate full soul power, his expression remained surprisingly calm. As his palm made contact with the orb, it seemed as though the soul power within him was summoned forth, cascading towards the crystal. Suddenly, a brilliant and resplendent light erupted from the orb, illuminating the entire wooden cabin like a luminous pearl in the night. My heavens, he actually possesses innate, full soul power. The astonishment and delight in Su Yuntao's eyes were akin to those of a bewildered ox. He gazed at Su Ming in disbelief. The wooden cabin was abruptly enveloped in a profound silence. Chapter 5. Methods to Enhance Martial Soul Quality. A woodcutting knife? Innate full soul power. Such a bizarre scene utterly astonished Su Yuntao. In the next moment, a profound joy spread across his face. Although it was merely a woodcutting knife, it still qualified as a blade, capable of serving as a weapon, thus not entirely a worthless martial soul. With the enhancement of innate full soul power, it was destined that Su Ming would become a battle soul master in the future. Ah, I have finally discovered a promising talent. My efforts were not in vain. Regaining his composure, Su Yuntao immediately felt a desire to recruit him, yet he noticed that Su Ming's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Hey, innate full soul power. Could you perhaps exhibit a more typical reaction? Unable to contain himself, Su Yuntao quickly exclaimed, Su Ming, do you realize what innate full soul power signifies? His voice trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he were beholding a prodigy. Before Su Ming could respond, he anxiously began to elaborate. The potential of a soul master is determined not only by the quality of their martial soul, but also by the level of their innate soul power. Even with a commendable martial soul, one cannot cultivate without innate soul power. The level of innate soul power signifies the speed of future cultivation and ultimately dictates one's potential achievements. For instance, I possess level 2 innate soul power and have now progressed to the realm of a great soul master. Child, your future accomplishments are undoubtedly limitless. Need you even say it? Su Ming replied with an air of calm, bestowing him a knowing glance, his lips parting slightly as he uttered a nonchalant "Oh." Is that all? The fervent gleam in Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly froze, his lips twitching in disbelief. Do you even comprehend what this means? At least provide some semblance of a normal reaction. He instinctively glanced toward the back, where a row of envious and admiring gazes were fixed upon them. Now that is the appropriate reaction. It was evident that this young lad was out of place. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuntao suppressed the urge to express his frustration. In the next moment, his eyes ignited with fervor once more as he inquired, Su Ming, would you be willing to join the Martial Soul Hall? Suddenly, a look of surprise flickered in Su Ming's eyes, as though he had stumbled upon a windfall. Finally, he is intrigued. Su Yuntao rejoiced inwardly, for the allure of the Martial Soul Hall had proven irresistible. However, Su Ming's response caused his expression to solidify in shock. With a spark of intelligence in his eyes, Su Ming's lips moved as he spoke. I am still quite young and do not fully comprehend many matters. I prefer to wait until I am older, ideally after becoming a soul master, before considering such things. Thank you, Master Battle Soul, for awakening my martial soul. Rejected? Su Yuntao's mouth twitched, his expression tinged with disappointment. Then why were you so excited just now? Were you toying with me? Apologies for the misunderstanding. Su Ming chuckled awkwardly, stepping aside from the hexagonal formation, his intentions clear. Never did he expect that his hard-earned prospect would slip away, and Su Yuntao's expression darkened, though he could only place his hopes on the other children. Meanwhile, Su Ming hastily contacted the system, inquiring, System, what was that reward for the martial soul points just now? Su Ming's delicate face glowed with a rosy hue, still reflecting the remnants of surprise. The enhancement points for his martial soul held the potential to elevate its very essence. In Su Ming's heart, their significance even surpassed that of increasing soul power. Thus, he had earlier displayed a countenance of exhilaration. Ding! A formidable soul master possesses not only strength but also a reputation that resonates far and wide. Each time the host gains prestige, it is automatically converted into enhancement points for the martial soul. Astonishingly, reputation can indeed elevate the quality of the martial soul. Within Su Ming's heart, tumultuous waves surged. System, are you certain there is no error? Ding! Effort should indeed command the attention of the masses and warrant the respect it deserves. The ability to obtain soul enhancement points is an inherent rule of the system. Immutable and unchangeable. Understood. Completely understood. Su Ming could not help but burst into laughter. Not only could he receive rewards, but he would also gain points to enhance his martial spirit. The effort was simply doubled in its benefits. Su Ming allocated his only point of enhancement to his martial soul, bringing his martial soul points to 46. With just 54 more points, he would elevate his martial soul to the yellow quality. The future appeared bright, under the scrutinizing gaze of Su Yuntao, whose expression was far from pleasant. The awakening of the martial soul finally came to a close, almost devoid of any suspense. The remaining children of Dian Village lacked soul power and were unable to become soul masters. With a clatter, the wooden door swung open, halting the conversation between the goblins and Geely outside. The children emerged, faces downcast and spirits low, while Geely seemed to have anticipated this outcome. After all these years, had there ever been a different result? With a dim gaze, Geely sighed inwardly, reverting to his usual words of encouragement. Children, do not be disheartened. You will always be the pride of Dian Village. Believe in your efforts, and you will surely have a bright future ahead. Upon hearing his words, the children's expression softened slightly. They called out, Grandpa Village Chief, before departing. However, as they left, they couldn't help but glance back. Their envious gazes were unmistakably captured by the sharp eyes of Bulin and his companion. Could it be? A shiver ran through Bulin and his companion, prompting them to quickly turn their attention to the entrance. There, Su Yutao was leading Su Ming out, seemingly engaged in a warm conversation. The esteemed soul master was displaying such cordiality towards Su Ming. Was it possible? Su Yutao looked up, his previously grim expression now radiant with excitement, exclaiming, Geely, your Dian Village is indeed fortunate this year. A genius with innate full soul power has emerged. As he spoke, he slightly bowed, seemingly apologizing for his earlier rudeness. Upon hearing this, Geely and Bulin were momentarily struck dumb. Innate full soul power? The mere utterance of those 5 words sent a shockwave through their taut nerves. They were so taken aback that even Su Yuntao's respectful gesture went unnoticed. Minger. The first to regain composure was Bulin, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his astonishment, gazing incredulously at Su Ming. Geely inhaled sharply, his grip on his cane trembling. Soul Master. Are you saying that Su Ming has innate full soul power? The two stared blankly at Su Yuntao, who nodded with a beaming smile. Instantly, Bulin and Geely were engulfed in ecstasy, their hearts surging with overwhelming joy. Thank the ancestors for their blessings. Our Dian village has truly birthed a talented individual. Innate full soul power. My grandson, he possesses innate full soul power. My grandson will surely become a soul master. The vacant expressions on their faces sparkled with newfound brilliance, as Bulin's rugged visage flushed with excitement. Ahem, Grandpa, it's time to regain your senses. Observing Bulin's silly grin, Su Ming scratched his head helplessly and nudged his arm. Bulin was momentarily stunned, his pupils gradually regaining their focus. As he gazed at the wooden house before him, Bulin exclaimed in surprise, Ming, what about that esteemed soulmaster? Why have you suddenly brought me home? Su Ming, feeling utterly disheartened, covered his face and gently reminded, Grandfather, it is already noon. Shall we have our meal first before continuing our conversation? Chapter 6. Swinging the blade 100,000 times, 230,000 meters. The news of Su Ming's innate full soul power swiftly spread throughout Dian village. The simple villagers felt a profound sense of pride at the emergence of a soul master from their midst, devoid of any malicious jealousy. The threshold of his home was nearly worn down, as Bryn had never seen such a multitude of visitors in a year, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The villagers expressed their admiration for Bryn's foresight and praised Su Ming's exceptional qualities, much to Bryn's delight. As for Su Ming, his pockets were already brimming with peanuts and sunflower seeds. He rolled up his shirt to reveal it stuffed with ripe corn, candies, apples, and more. Upon overhearing the villagers discussing potential childhood brides for him, Su Ming decisively withdrew, clutching his waistband. Such conversations made him feel as though his 9 years of compulsory education had been in vain. Nevertheless, he remained grateful for the villagers' generous offerings. Su Ming returned once more to the mountains and forests behind Dian village. To become a soul master, possessing only soul power is insufficient. Soul power does not equate to combat prowess. Su Ming extended his hand, and the soul weapon, a wooden cleaver, materialized within his grasp. He diligently focused on the application of his martial spirit, contrasting his efforts against the top 10 records of blade-wielding soul masters over the past week. Beep. Data collection in progress. Please commence your endeavors, host. System, provide me with a progress bar. I wish to observe the specifics of my advancement. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than a translucent circular frame manifested before Su Ming's eyes. It featured 3 indicator zones in white, blue, and red, each adorned with numerical values. Upon gazing at these figures, Su Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. 8100-410-0122. In a week, 100,000 strikes? Bang. After merely a moment of hesitation, Su Ming resolved without a second thought, delivering a decisive blow to the sturdy tree stump before him. Bang. Beep. Strike count 1. Total, 1 bang. Beep. Strike count 1. Total, 2. Bang. Su Ming meticulously scrutinized the system's data. After a minute of examination, he concluded that in an ideal scenario, he could strike 51 times within a minute, which translates to nearly once per second. Over the course of an hour, there are 600 seconds, and across 24 hours, that amounts to 86 for 100 seconds. Realizing the feasibility of this theoretical capacity, Su Ming cast aside all reservations. One after another, he relentlessly struck the wooden post before him, showing no signs of laziness. The forest resonated with the dull thuds of timber being felled. Fortunately, having been nourished by soul energy, Su Ming's physique was no longer as fragile as it once had been. Suddenly, after a while, Su Ming felt his hand slip. The axe flew from his grip with a whoosh, propelled by inertia, striking the stump with a resounding thud. The black axe handle was adorned with a dazzling splash of crimson. Su Ming's gaze shifted subtly as he lowered his head to examine his arm. There, delicate yet frail, the veins stood out prominently, while blood oozed from the abrasions on his hand, dripping onto the ground. His entire arm trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, being a top-notch swordsman was not an easy feat. Su Ming gritted his teeth, attempting to raise his hand, only to realize that his arm had completely lost sensation. He forced a bitter smile and resorted to using his left hand to retrieve a recovery pill from his clothing. Once his right arm regained its strength, he wrapped it with cloth and resumed wielding the hatchet with determination. So this is how it is. With a decisive swing, Su Ming felt as though he had uncovered a profound secret, his eyes brightening with newfound clarity. Unlike other blades, the hatchet possessed a thicker edge. Its advantage lay in its substantial weight, capable of cleaving through hard materials. This also generated a shockwave, which Su Ming surmised was the reason for the tingling in his arm. If he could transfer this shockwave to an adversary, would it not incapacitate their arm as well? His eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, Su Ming began to test his hypothesis. An hour passed. Recovery pill -1. Another hour elapsed. Recovery pill -1. From the zenith of the sun to the descent of dusk, he had swung the hatchet over 20,000 times. Yet, a sense of despondency lingered on Su Ming's face, as he still had not grasped how to wield this newfound knowledge effectively. "Minger, why do you seem so downcast today?" observed Lin, her expression tinged with concern as she watched Su Ming return home with a forlorn demeanor. She gently placed her rough hand on his forehead, relieved to find no fever. Su Ming sat on the steps, gazing at the bamboo strips scattered on the ground, offering no resistance. For the old man, a lifetime spent weaving baskets was nearly synonymous with his very existence. Seizing this moment of leisure, Su Ming expressed his perplexities. However, as he spoke, Bryn revealed a smile, lifting the hatchet beside him. "Minger, take this iron rod," Bryn said, extending a metal bar towards him. Su Ming, bewildered, grasped the object in his hand. In the next moment, Bruin swung the axe downward. "Grandfather, hold it steady," he said. At the sound of this, Su Ming instinctively clenched his fists. Bang! Another sound echoed, but this time it was noticeably more muffled. Feeling his arm tremble, Su Ming's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on the back of the chopping knife. Before he could regain his composure, Bruin struck again with the back of the axe. The clear, resonant sound rang out as it struck the ground, causing the iron block in Su Ming's hand to slip from his grasp. Su Ming gazed at his grandfather, Bryn, in utter disbelief, feeling as though enlightenment had struck him. So this is how emotions are played with. Boom. Filled with gratitude and excitement, he embraced Bryn before dashing off, his calves spinning like the wheels of a train. Alas, this child, not even pausing to eat. 5 days later, within the bamboo grove, silver light flickered, resembling a hanging galaxy. With a crack, a stout bamboo snapped in response. Whoosh! With several swift strokes, the bamboo was instantly sliced into 4 or 5 segments. The boy, clad in simple garments, with tousled hair and clear, bottomless eyes, sported a plump, cherubic face that exuded charm. Yet, his expression bore a hint of sternness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for surpassing the record for the number of sword strikes executed by a blade-wielding soul master in a week, establishing a new benchmark. Effort level rating, 6 stars. Ding! Reward granted, Golden Crow Sword Technique. At last, it has been achieved. Su Ming felt a surge of joy within. In the next moment, the cultivation of the Golden Crow Sword Technique flooded into his mind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this period, Su Ming engaged in but 2 endeavors. Firstly, he committed himself to running as a means of physical conditioning. His objective was to surpass the weekly running record of the agility-type soul master disciples at the Spirit Hall of Spirit City, which stood at an impressive 240,000 meters. For reference, the students in the second season of Douluo were tasked with a 30,000 meter run. Upon observing this figure, Su Ming felt a twinge of astonishment. However, considering that he was undertaking a challenge well beyond his current rank, he resolved to press on. In one moment, he was panting, exhausted like a weary dog. In the next, he moved with the swiftness of a racing cheetah. This cycle continued unabated until he had consumed all of his recovery potions. Ultimately, within the span of a week, Su Ming triumphantly surpassed the formidable milestone of 240,000 meters. Su Ming was acutely aware of how he had accomplished the challenge beyond his level. Thus, he embarked on a standard training journey. On the first day, he ran 15,000 meters. The following day, he extended his distance to 16,000 meters. At present, Su Ming had achieved a remarkable feat of running 35,000 meters, a statistic that matched that of a commendable soul master. As for the second matter, it involved practicing the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Proficiency 1. Nearing minor achievement, 1/100. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Proficiency 1. Nearing minor achievement, 2/100. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Proficiency 1. Nearing minor achievement, 99/100. Chapter 7. A fortuitous encounter with Tang San. He entered the bamboo grove. The bamboo leaves rustled softly, swaying incessantly. Swish! The boy moved like a dragon through the air, wielding the machete as if it were a streak of black lightning. Crack! A series of sharp sounds echoed as the bamboo suddenly shattered and toppled over. Beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, Su Ming danced with his machete, wielding it with grace. The glint of the blade flashed as he alternated between slashing downwards and thrusting upwards, sweeping through the air and performing agile counterattacks. His stances were myriad and ineffable. With a sudden motion, Su Ming leapt into the air. Thud! The machete struck the ground with a resounding impact. The golden crow blade technique shone brilliantly across the land. Boom! The ground trembled as if a dragon stirred beneath it, and a nearby green bamboo exploded with a thunderous crack. Congratulations to the host for practicing the golden crow blade technique. Proficiency 1. The golden crow blade technique has reached minor achievement. Congratulations to the host for achieving minor mastery of the golden crow blade technique. A strand of golden power has been rewarded. With a sudden wave of fatigue, Su Ming found himself kneeling, his complexion as pale as parchment, resembling one who had just recovered from a severe illness. The golden crow blade technique was exceptionally challenging, comprising 73 moves, and each practice session drained his soul power completely. After an entire month, he had barely managed to reach minor achievement. Cross-legged, he adjusted his posture, feeling a slight improvement in his condition before he examined the system's rewards. The golden power, derived from concentrated golden elements, merged 100 strands into a single strand of ultimate golden power, which could integrate into the host's martial soul. Ultimate golden power? As Su Ming's pupils constricted, an overwhelming sense of joy enveloped him. This object signified a prestigious ranking in terms of terrifying offensive power. System, fuse the golden force into my martial soul. With a swift motion, a strand of golden, ethereal dragon spiraled into the dark, rustic blade. Although the golden dragon appeared innocuous, every pore on Su Ming's body trembled as if countless blades were slicing through him. It was not until the essence merged with his martial soul that he let out a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he sensed the blade's weight had significantly increased, its edge faintly shimmering with a hint of golden light, suggesting it had become even sharper. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, rustic blade, quality, yellow, 26. 500. Items owned. Breathing technique, golden crow blade technique, lightness skill. This martial soul has leveled up. Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply, however, instead of feeling overwhelming joy. He seemed to recall something and fell into a sudden silence. Shadows danced on the ground, while the sky was adorned with mottled hues of dawn. The sun was rapidly descending. In the early morning, breakfast appeared exceedingly sumptuous. Su Ming lowered his head, quietly sifting through his belongings. Inside the room, the atmosphere felt rather peculiar. Minger, do you truly not wish for your grandfather to escort you to Notting City? The kind words echoed in his ears as Su Ming lifted his gaze to meet his grandfather, Bruin. His eyes were sincere, reflecting a profound sense of reluctance mingled with a comforting acceptance. A warm current flowed through Su Ming's heart. After a moment's contemplation, he finally shook his head. Grandfather, I can manage these matters on my own. I will return to see you once school is out. Bruin replied with a strained smile, suddenly falling into silence. He gazed intently at Su Ming, his deep-set eyes seemingly etching the boy's figure into his memory. Their breakfast was unappetizing for both. Leaning on his cane, Bruin retrieved the neatly packed luggage that Su Ming had prepared. Looking at such a meager collection of belongings, Bruin sighed helplessly, wishing he could send along every pot and pan from their home. He feared that Su Ming might lack essentials or struggle to adjust. As he discreetly reached into his pocket, Bruin was about to act when a tender yet firm hand grasped his. Grandfather, I can take care of myself. It's time for me to leave. With the burden slung over his back, Su Ming wore a warm smile as he stepped forward and embraced him. Had it not been for Grandfather Bruin's nurturing, he might have fallen prey to the wolves long ago. These years in Dian Village had been truly joyful. As Su Ming held him, Bruin's pent-up emotion surged forth, tears streaming uncontrollably. Child, be cautious on your journey. Spend freely on what you desire. I have saved some money for you. And remember to dress warmly as winter approaches. His lips trembled as Bruin rubbed his aching eyes, wiping away the rebellious tears. His hand continually caressed Su Ming's head, embodying a deep paternal affection. After offering some solace to Grandfather Bruin, Su Ming set forth on his educational journey to Notting City under Bruin's watchful gaze. In his mind's eye, a hunched figure lingered beneath the willow tree at the village entrance, gazing longingly into the distance. Grandfather, I shall become the most formidable soul master on the continent. Bathed in the gentle glow of the rising sun, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned to look back at the village, clenching his fist tightly. As the red sun ascended, the small figure strode confidently along the uneven path, the world around him blurring past in a rapid retreat. A stark contrast to the previous month. Su Ming's physical prowess had surged exponentially. Even while shouldering a hefty pack, his demeanor remained remarkably relaxed as he sprinted. His once round and chubby face now bore subtle angles, his aura exuding a newfound composure and resilience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for uninterrupted pure physical running exceeding 10,000 meters, surpassing 98 peers in Notting City. Would you like to settle? No settlement. After yet another hour ding. Congratulations to the host for uninterrupted pure physical running exceeding 20,000 meters, surpassing 999 peers in Notting City. Would you like to settle? No settlement. Su Ming gritted his teeth, allowing sweat to pour profusely from his forehead, feeling as though he were submerged in a thick layer of perspiration. He understood the reason why the system had not issued a notification exceeding 100. It was due to the presence of peers, particularly Tang San, whom he had yet to surpass. Su Ming had not anticipated the astonishing stamina of his opponent. At long last, as he was nearing Notting City, the system's voice finally broke the silence. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing an uninterrupted pure stamina run of 30,000 meters, surpassing 100 contemporaries in Notting City. Would you like to settle? Settle. Su Ming exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the ground with a thud, wisps of pale smoke rising from above his head. Exhausted to the core, he lay there as limp as a rag doll. He gulped down a generous mouthful of water, relishing the comfort of a soft cotton blanket as he gasped for breath. There was no greater delight than this. Although he had managed to run over 30,000 meters, the burden of carrying 10 pounds of blankets and clothing had been no small feat. Evaluation of effort. The host's running ability surpasses that of all peers in Notting City. And this was accomplished while bearing weight, demonstrating an extraordinary level of exertion. Effort rating, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a pair of multifunctional boots. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Ming then grasped at a blade of grass, enhancing its transpiration. As for the system's ratings and rewards, he felt little surprise, as the comparison was merely against his contemporaries in Notting City. Su Ming did not overestimate his capabilities by comparing himself to the likes of the three great sects in the Spirit Hall. After all, some of their contemporaries had already become soul masters at the tender age of 6, possessing physical attributes that were simply beyond his reach. Although he was aware that the rewards were not particularly generous, he felt a sense of fulfillment at receiving a 6-star rating, which offered better rewards than before. The multifunctional shoes would indeed facilitate his training and speed in the future. Casting a fleeting glance at his inventory, Su Ming reclined on the grass, greedily inhaling the fresh aroma of the fragrant herbs. As for his burden, it had already been discarded to the side. You must be the one from Dian Village with innate full soul power? A youthful yet surprisingly sophisticated voice echoed in his ears. Irritated, Su Ming opened his eyes to find a child, around 6 or 7 years old, standing before him, upside down, with his chin pointed skyward and his head towards the ground, framed by the blue sky and white clouds. With a twist of his shoulders and a kick of his legs, Su Ming turned over. As his vision adjusted, he recognized the gray-robed child standing in front of him. Tang San? Su Ming stretched in feigned confusion, asking, "Do you know me?" "I saw you on the mountain," Tang San replied, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting admiration. "Xiao San, is this your friend?" A voice, aged and slightly hoarse, resonated nearby. Su Ming turned his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Old Jack, the creator god of Douluo continent, the one who scorned Tang Hao as the most ineffectual top-tier figure. Truly a sight to behold. As Su Ming surveyed his surroundings, Old Jack was also observing him intently. He was well aware that a prodigy of innate full soul power had emerged from Dian Village. Tang San shook his head. He did not consider Su Ming a friend, merely someone he had encountered a few times and recognized as hailing from Dian Village. Old Jack nodded, noticing that Su Ming was carrying a bundle alone, his brow furrowing slightly. "Child, are you also heading to the academy? Why didn't your village chief accompany you?" Old Jack thought to himself, feeling a certain satisfaction with his own diligence as a village chief. No one to accompany you, and yet I feel a sense of pride. Rising to his feet, Su Ming spoke with the tone of an adult. "I am old enough. Why would I need someone to escort me? My grandfather wanted to come, but I was worried about his age and potential risks, so I advised him against it. Besides, I can speak for myself. How could I possibly fail to find the academy?" Upon hearing this, Old Jack was somewhat taken aback, stroking his beard in approval. "You may be young, but you are quite sensible." Listening to their conversation, Tang San touched the side of his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, as he had indeed needed someone to bring him here. There is no such thing as youthful understanding. It is simply life as demands. "Why don't you both go register? I will rest here for a while. Su Ming then reclined once more, utterly exhausted. Old Jack chuckled amiably, pulling Tang San away. But Tang San stood rooted to the spot as if his feet had taken root. Little San, you. Casting a glance at Su Ming. Tang San's expression grew serious, and he resolutely declared, Grandpa Village Chief, we are almost at Nodding City. Allow me to register on my own. Old Jack paused, momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Su Ming. Being astute, he understood that Tang San was displaying a sense of stubbornness. With reluctance, he inquired, Are you certain you can manage on your own? Perhaps I should accompany you? No, I can handle it by myself. With unwavering determination, Tang San shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Su Ming. Sighing, Old Jack ceased his insistence, imparting some final instructions to Tang San before turning back along the path they had come. Listening to Old Jack's solitary footsteps fade away, Su Ming cast Tang San a bewildered glance, feeling that the boy might possess a few loose screws. After all, the elderly man had brought him this far. It would have been courteous to invite him into the city, even if just for a drink of water. It was one thing for a child to be thoughtless, but Tang San's spirit was that of an adult. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Tang San furrowed his brow, sensing an uncanny familiarity from the other. On the night of the bright moon at the 24 Bridges, Tang San suddenly uttered an unrelated phrase. His eyes locked onto Su Ming's, as if searching for something within. Su Ming was taken aback, lifting his head in astonishment. How do you know my nickname is Mingyi? My name is Su Ming. You are quite remarkable, little brother. Tang San's mouth twitched slightly as he lowered his arm, a sense of relief washing over him. Without further entanglement with Tang San, Su Ming rose and proceeded towards Nodding City. After a lengthy journey, Su Ming finally arrived at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. The iron gate bearing the academy's name was closed, with only a small door ajar. A tall, thin gatekeeper yawned as he leaned against a post, idly passing the time. Through the iron bars of the enclosure, Su Ming could see what resembled an opulent manor, replete with grandeur and luxury, complete with a constructed pond. Hello, I am here to enroll in the Soul Master Academy. Approaching the gatekeeper, Su Ming produced the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall, detailing his martial spirit and innate soul power, along with the information of the awakening officer, Su Tao, for verification. Innate full soul power? The gatekeeper looked up in astonishment, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. Once you acquire a soul ring, this young lad is destined to become a formidable soul master. Glancing at the martial spirit again, the gatekeeper respectfully handed back the certificate and said, Everything appears in order. You may enter. Do remember to report first. Su Ming nodded and stepped into the school. However, his pace was rather slow. Alas, the burden was too heavy. He found it somewhat difficult to carry. Su Ming had to pause his organization. At that moment, the doorman's astonished voice echoed once more. Another innate soul power? In the next instant, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The martial soul? Blue silvergrass? This is utterly ridiculous. Can such a worthless martial soul truly be considered a martial soul? Your face is as dark as water, and Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his eyes subtly ablaze with fury. The Tang clan does not actively provoke trouble, yet it does not dissuade its enemies from seeking their own demise. Chapter 8. Is there no such thing as a worthless martial soul, only worthless soul masters? With a silent count of 3, Su Ming turned to look again. Sure enough, as if destined by the heavens, a man in black approached. What transpired here? The man's figure was lean, clad in black with short hair, exuding a sense of gloom and despondency. Yet, his hands clasped behind his back lent him a unique aura of composure, as if he bore a heavy heart. Yu Xiaojiang, seemingly an exceptionally supportive teacher, was, in reality, somewhat superfluous. Whenever the name of Xiao Yin and the medicine elder was mentioned, it inevitably led to online harassment directed at Yu Xiaojiang. Indeed, he resembled the monkey from a May mountain in a past life. Su Ming gazed at Yu Xiaojiang with a face full of curiosity, his enigmatic eyes reflecting the awe one might reserve for a rare treasure. This was the individual he held in the highest regard in his previous life. To what extent did this reverence extend? Even after pondering for 3 days and nights, he could not fathom how this person attained such a prominent status in later years. It was not that Su Ming was a detractor in his past life. Rather, he felt that with Yu Xiaojiang's exceptional abilities, he could navigate the world without reliance on a martial spirit, engaging more deeply with statistics, turn-based strategy games, and delving into the resources of the Spirit Hall or the Royal Library seemed a more suitable path. Su Ming is confident that he can articulate theoretical knowledge of soul masters that surpasses his own. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, filling his heart with unexpected delight. System. The theory of soul masters. Does this not also fall within the realm of a soul master's endeavors? Ding. As long as one can distinctly delineate the boundary between ordinary individuals and soul masters, it fundamentally aligns with the aspirations of soul masters. Indeed, the theory of soul masters is inherently a facet of their pursuit. How splendid! Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as his tongue instinctively flicked across his lips. With such a flaw in the system, accumulating prestige points would be a breeze. However, in the next moment, Su Ming furrowed his brow and shook his head. This notion was rather audacious. If he were to be monitored and confined by the spirit hall and the royal family, he might as well consider ending it all. Are you also a naturally gifted spirit wielder? A hoarse voice echoed in his ear. Su Ming regained his composure and instinctively lifted his gaze towards the imposing shadow of a tall figure. He beheld Yu Xiaojiang, who had entered with Tang San. Standing resolutely before him, his profound and desolate eyes scrutinizing him intently. The system prompted him, urging him to strive for a deeper understanding of truth. Ding. Please, host. Commence your efforts. Su Ming coughed twice, feigning vigilance as he inquired, what prompts your question? Are you a teacher at the Soul Master Academy? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. I am not a teacher of the academy. I am merely a passerby. Temporarily residing here, one might consider me a guest lecturer. A guest lecturer? You certainly have made a mockery of the title, using it as an excuse for free meals and drinks. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what brings you here? If you wish to become a soul master, then follow me. Noticing Su Ming's vigilance, Yu Xiaojiang nonchalantly remarked, leading the two to a secluded corner. Now, may we discuss the matter at hand? Before Su Ming could utter a word, Tang San preemptively seized the opportunity to speak. His brow furrowed as he cast a curious glance at Yu Xiaojiang. Were it not for Yu Xiaojiang's timely intervention earlier, he would have certainly refrained from approaching. For this place was far from secure. A rather unpleasant smile appeared on Yu Xiaojiang's face as he confidently remarked, I never anticipated that I would encounter two twin spirits this time. Upon hearing those words, it felt as though a tumultuous wave had swept over Tang San. His heart trembled violently, and a chilling sensation coursed through his body, leaving him in a state of profound fear. What on earth are you saying? I cannot comprehend it at all. Tang San stepped back with his left leg, turning slightly as he slowly raised his right hand a few centimeters. The dark opening of his sleeve hinted at a readiness for combat. Truly, this was a scene worthy of its reputation, undeniably intense. Su Ming gently massaged his philtrum, a mischievous grin dancing on his lips, and with an air of chaos, he bellowed, Run quick, he intends to kill you. As he spoke, Su Ming brandished his axe, aiming it squarely at Tang San. Boom. The moment those words left his mouth, both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's expression shifted in unison. Who wants to kill me? Are you referring to him? Yu Xiaojiang, bewildered at the sight of Su Ming's unsheathed weapon, was at a loss. Tang San shot a fierce glare at Su Ming and, taking advantage of Yu Xiaojiang's momentary distraction, swiftly concealed his hidden darts. A concealed weapon that has been detected ceases to be covert. Are you suggesting he intends to kill me? Yu Xiaojiang, regaining his composure, pointed incredulously at Tang San. After all, how could a mere child, with no grievances or enmities, possibly harbor intentions of murder? Su Ming nodded with conviction. Indeed, he had concealed arrows within his sleeves. Just moments ago on the road, he had attempted to take action against me. Do not speak recklessly. When have I ever sought to harm you? You know the truth within your heart. Although Yu Xiaojiang was skeptical, he still instructed Tang San to raise his hand. Reluctantly, Tang San complied, especially upon noticing a figure peering from the rooftop, leaving him no choice but to obey. Boom. As Yu Xiaojiang observed the marks on Tang San's wrist, his pupils dilated in shock. It was evident that something had been bound here. Could it truly be as Su Ming had claimed? A chill gripped Yu Xiaojiang as he instinctively took a step back, realizing that this child, not yet 6 years old, harbored murderous intent towards him. Was it merely because of his mention of the twin martial spirits? A gust of wind swept through, rendering the atmosphere oddly tense. Tang San's face betrayed his discomfort, and he was at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Yu Xiaojiang who broke the silence, attempting to ease the tension. He addressed Tang San, stating, The existence of twin martial spirits is indeed astonishing. A degree of vigilance is warranted. However, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The secret of twin martial spirits may elude many, yet through years of experience, I have discerned this truth. In essence, innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial spirit. The quality of blue silver grass could never yield innate, full soul power. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yu Xiaojiang with a newfound reverence. As he sheathed his blade, Su Ming smirked and remarked, "Master, I cannot help but feel that you are akin to a charlatan. By your reasoning, does this not make me a twin martial spirit as well? Are you not?" Yu Xiaojing asked, his brow furrowing in astonishment, firmly believing in the validity of his theory. This question only deepened Tang San's confusion. "Certainly not." Su Ming scoffed, raising his voice, his eyes betraying disdain. "According to your assertion, if both strong and weak martial souls can be paired, wouldn't it imply that every couple of soul masters could potentially bear offspring with twin martial souls? If that were the case, how could twin martial souls be so rare? Therefore, your theory is nothing but nonsense. In my view, it is far more likely that they inherit a powerful martial soul. Only when the martial souls of both spouses are of similar quality can dual martial souls coexist." After speaking, Su Ming scrutinized Yu Xiaojing once more. His eyes flickered as if he had stumbled upon a revelation, and he turned to Tang San, murmuring, "When I arrived, I heard a teacher at the academy proclaiming that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Initially, I thought there was some truth to that. But it turned out the individual had a mutated worthless martial soul. Can you trust what he says?" Casting a sidelong glance at the ashen-faced Yu Xiaojing, Su Ming cautiously withdrew. Tang San's expression was tumultuous, yet he ultimately decided to leave, leaving Yu Xiaojing alone, trembling with rage. Double kill. Chapter 9. Defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu, the dormitory leader. Effort evaluation. The host corrects Yu Xiaojing's theory on soul masters, which benefits lower-ranked soul masters. However, as this theory has already taken root among titled Douluos, this action bears only referential significance. Effort rating, 2 stars. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Soul Beast Atlas, Volume 1. Well, a volume is better than none at all. Su Ming felt considerably uplifted after making a twofold strike against the two of them. After inquiring for directions from 2 beautiful women, he eventually located the academy's administrative office. The teacher in charge did not hinder him, as Su Ming possessed innate full soul power and a woodcutting martial soul, which marked him as a promising candidate. Subsequently, 2 brand new school uniforms were handed to Su Ming. The uniforms were a deep navy blue, feeling pleasant to the touch and emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. After many years of not wearing a school uniform, Su Ming found himself somewhat eager. With his luggage in one hand and the uniforms in the other, Su Ming made his way to the dormitory for work-study students, known as Building 7. The dormitory was spacious, covering several hundred square meters, with numerous beds arranged inside. Though most were unoccupied, only a dozen or so beds were adorned with bedding, indicating that the number of students residing there was quite limited. Having traversed through several years since his arrival, Su Ming understood the situation well. In recent years, no one from Dian Village had possessed innate soul power. It was likely the same for other villages, which meant that the number of individuals able to secure a spot was, in reality, quite scarce. As Su Ming stepped into the dormitory, a figure tumbled down from the bed. The boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with a stocky build. And as he stood before Su Ming, he emanated an aura of superiority. "Hey, are you the new work-study student?" Scrutinizing Su Ming's calm demeanor, Wang Sheng crossed his arms and feigned an air of maturity, speaking arrogantly. Behind him, numerous pairs of eyes turned their attention, filled with intrigue, encouragement, and curiosity. It seemed they were all aware of the impending encounter. Was he the leader of the dormitory? Su Ming, with a cold smile within, thought to himself that since not everyone had arrived yet, defeating this individual held no significance. If a fight were to ensue, he would gladly oblige once he had sufficiently rested. Casting a fleeting glance at Wang Sheng, Su Ming brushed past him, clutching his school uniform. Subsequently, he sought out an unoccupied bed to place his belongings. Under Su Ming's penetrating gaze, Wang Sheng felt as though he had been seen through, his mind momentarily adrift. However, with the other dormitory members observing, he could not show any sign of retreat. Thus, he boldly proclaimed, "You, young man, appear to be thoroughly soaked. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Once you have recuperated, I shall challenge you again. Do not dare to cower." With a resounding thud, Wang Sheng struck the iron bed frame with a mighty punch, the dull sound seemingly an attempt to instill fear in Su Ming, a warning of his prowess. "If you possess the ability, strike yourself." Su Ming, disinterested in the antics of the fool, tidied up his bedding before departing the dormitory. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he contemplated taking a shower. Along the way, he encountered Tang San, who appeared reluctant to acknowledge his presence, letting out a cold huff that expressed his displeasure and anger. How prideful! Does he not believe that one day I might craft a weapon and discreetly test it on him? Su Ming ignored him and went to the convenience store to purchase some toiletries, then headed straight to the bathhouse. The sound of rushing water filled the air as the cool stream cascaded over his skin, akin to the tender caress of a maiden's hand, soothing and intoxicating. The sticky sweat clinging to his body was washed away, every pore opened to greedily absorb the refreshing moisture. Moments later, clad in a pristine school uniform, Su Ming emerged from the bathhouse, feeling revitalized. However, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the dormitory. The boys were eagerly surrounding a girl, seemingly vying for her attention. Tang San stood quietly to the side, a hint of awkwardness etched on his brow. "Please, don't call me boss. It sounds utterly dreadful," the girl chimed in. "From now on, you can call me Xiao Wu." She had long braided hair cascading down to her slender waist, a round face adorned with bright, sparkling eyes, and skin as delicate as porcelain, tinged with a hint of pink. When she spoke, she often playfully stuck out her little tongue, exuding a charming and endearing demeanor. "Xiao Wu." Su Ming secretly nodded, realizing that his arrival had not significantly disrupted the original storyline. The system prompted him, urging him to strive to become the leader of the dormitory. Beep. Data collection in progress. Please commence your efforts, host. Noticing Su Ming's entrance, Xiao Wu gasped softly, her sparkling eyes fixating on him as she inquired, "Is he also one of us in the dormitory?" Wang Sheng, having observed Su Ming, quickly relayed the situation to Xiao Wu. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she pointed at Su Ming, exclaiming, "I must face him in a match to determine who is the true leader of the dormitory." Indeed, it was as she said. Wang Sheng smirked slightly, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Ming, silently wishing him good luck. These two formidable beings were far from ordinary. Tang San also glanced up with keen interest, seemingly eager to assess Su Ming's strength. Su Ming entered with his head held high. Although none of them were soul masters, every bit of prestige counted. And he sought it all. Su Ming had long since devised a strategy to earn a substantial sum. With a swift motion, a flash of dark light flickered as he grasped the axe firmly in his hand. His expression remained composed, the blade gleaming with a fierce golden light as he coldly remarked, "Even if I defeat one, the other will not yield. In that case, you might as well come at me one after the other." Su Ming raised his blade, pointing it directly at the two individuals, exuding an aura of dominance as he inquired, "Which of you shall go first?" A brilliant light radiated from the entrance, casting his figure in a towering silhouette. His stance, with the sword held aloft, was imposing and formidable, leaving all those within the dormitory utterly mesmerized. This fellow was undeniably audacious. Even Xiao Wu and Tang San momentarily found themselves entranced. In the next instant, Xiao Wu approached with a pouting expression, her displeasure evident. "With those spindly arms and legs, you probably couldn't even defeat Wang Xing. Do you really think you can take on both of us?" Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Su Ming, a hint of disdain flickering within them, completely oblivious to Wang Xing's awkward smile in the background. With a slight squint of his eyes, Su Ming thought to himself, "Let us give it a try and see what happens." Just as the words left his lips, a mischievous smile flitted across Xiao Wu's face as she launched her attack. Her right leg swept towards Su Ming's waist with astonishing speed, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the dormitory. But would her strike find its mark? In a flash, a shadow darted past. Su Ming was inverted in midair, gazing at Xiao Wu with a gentle smile. He had remarkably leveraged her leg to propel himself into the air. The swiftness of his movement startled Xiao Wu, causing her slender waist to instinctively twist backward. With a sudden maneuver, Xiao Wu transformed her frontal assault into an unusual counterattack, swiftly drawing her legs together and kicking upwards. It resembled a little rabbit kicking its legs in an attempt to evade an aerial threat. Aware of Xiao Wu's prowess and agile techniques and her unique soul skills, Su Ming was determined not to let her exploit any openings. In a swift motion, he extended his right hand, miraculously seizing Xiao Wu's approaching calf. Just before her foot could connect with his torso, he deftly redirected her kick. Xiao Wu quickly realized Su Ming's intentions. Her left leg, which had missed its target, hooked around his waist. Utilizing the momentum, she aimed to bring her right leg into play as well. Tang San set aside his hands, fully absorbed in the unfolding scene, recalling how he had previously fallen victim to this very tactic. "Do you think I am unprepared?" Su Ming's gaze turned frosty. He understood that Xiao Wu's leg was not merely an attack. She intended to clasp her legs together to control his body and then use the force to fling herself away. Yet, it was essential to note that while Su Ming was suspended in midair, he faced her directly, whereas Xiao Wu was oriented downward, needing to flip in order to execute her next strike. Boom. At the opportune moment, Su Ming raised his right arm, delivering a fierce strike to the knee joint of Xiao Wu. The human joints are inherently fragile, and with her leg already bent inwards, the impact was instantaneous. Xiaowu's left leg, entwined around Su Ming, buckled at the knee, causing her knee to collide with his abdomen. "I will not concede defeat," she declared, her leg throbbing with pain. With a defiant glare, she stubbornly ensnared Su Ming with just one leg. For an ordinary person, such a maneuver would be impossible. However, Xiao Wu's waist was supple, akin to a willow branch, and she skillfully leveraged her strength to elevate her body. Remarkably, she managed to grasp Su Ming's arm with both hands. Su Ming was taken aback by the fact that he could rise from such an angle with Xiao Wu. At that moment, his right hand, wielding the axe, was captured, while his left hand was occupied in fending off Xiao Wu's other leg. In order to free himself from her grasp, he could only resort to swinging the axe in his hand. A strike from him, given Xiao Wu's delicate frame, would undoubtedly inflict severe damage, perhaps even shatter her arms. Reluctantly, he decided to spare her. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ming ultimately refrained from delivering the blow. The two, entangled in a struggle, were suddenly flung apart. This force emanated from Xiao Wu's powerful waist. With a thunderous crash, they plummeted from the air, landing heavily on the ground. Su Ming felt no pain whatsoever. Meanwhile, the delicate little dance, caught beneath him, suffered intensely from the pressure. "You scoundrel, get off me," she exclaimed. Her warm breath laced with a hint of softness, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she glared at Su Ming in indignation. Despite her usual boldness, she found herself somewhat embarrassed. It was her first experience of such intimacy with a man. How insufferable! The eyes of Wang Sheng and the others widened in astonishment, filled with envy and a desire to take his place. Though Little Dance was spirited, her charm was undeniable. The thought of being in such a position was tantalizing. Su Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose and dismounted from Xiao Wu. In the realm of martial arts, such matters are trifles. Su Ming's expression regained its tranquility as he said, "You have lost. If I had wielded the axe earlier, you would be gravely injured by now." Xiao Wu let out a cold snort, refraining from retorting. Casting a resentful glance at Su Ming, her leader had barely begun to warm up before it was all over. "You won, is that enough?" Her delicate voice emerged as she sulked on the edge of the bed, rubbing her leg in frustration. She was fully aware that Su Ming had not utilized the axe during their earlier encounter. Had he done so, she would have been forced to retreat after her initial attack. Of all the spirit masters, she despised those wielding weapons spirits the most, and to her dismay, she had fallen short right after arriving at the academy. Lost? Xiao Wu actually lost? Wang Xing and the others, jolted from their reverie, stared in disbelief, especially Wang Xing, who, recalling his earlier provocation, felt fortunate he had not faced Su Ming directly. Noticing the shift in the gazes of those around her, Xiao Wu grew even more disheartened, puffing out her cheeks as she looked toward Tang San. "Hey, it's your turn now. Stop hiding. Your strength is surely more formidable than what you just displayed." The crowd turned to Tang San in surprise, wondering if he had been concealing his true power. Under their watchful eyes, Tang San approached Su Ming with an impassive demeanor, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. "Su Ming, let me witness just how formidable your strength truly is." Standing resolute, Tang San's gaze shimmered with a faint violet hue, his spirit soaring with anticipation, eager to engage Su Ming in battle. At that moment, he cast aside his earlier anger, solely focused on the fight ahead. For this opponent before him was the first he had to confront earnestly since arriving in this world. Defeating him was now Tang San's singular aim. "Come on." The spirit energy of the axe surged, and Su Ming's gaze turned icy, no longer daring to underestimate his foe. He resembled a ferocious tiger fixated on its prey. Merely the intensity of his stare was enough to instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. Su Ming's gaze was not ferocious, yet it bore a chilling aura akin to shadows flickering over a frigid pond. In an instant, with a flash of purple light in his eyes, Tang San exerted force with his rear leg, propelling himself forward at an astonishing speed. Within a mere heartbeat, he had arrived before Su Ming. Swish. Similar to Xiao Wu, Tang San executed a sweeping kick with his right leg, but his target was not Su Ming's waist. It was aimed lower. Such velocity rendered it impossible for Su Ming to counter with his short knife. The art of ghostly movement indeed proved swift. Su Ming's eyes brightened as he planted his foot firmly on the ground, launching himself into the air once more. However, this time, he did not ascend directly but rather arced gracefully. Swish. A glimmer of golden light flashed, and Tang San immediately sensed an impending danger. The purple aura swirling before his eyes. Witnessing the blade's arc approaching, he was taken aback and instinctively leaned back, adopting the stance of an iron bridge to evade Su Ming's strike. In the brief exchange, the distance between the two had already widened. Tang San turned, his expression grave as he regarded Su Ming. In terms of speed, even with the use of ghostly movement, he found himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, the knife in Su Ming's hand posed a formidable challenge. Yet, in the next moment, Tang San vanished once more, appearing spectrally at Su Ming's left side. His target was none other than Su Ming's unarmed left hand. Su Ming swiftly turned and executed a counterstrike. Just as the machete was about to strike Tang San, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. A powerful force emanated from the palm of Tang San, causing the machete aimed at his chest to adhere to his grasp. With a flick of his gaze, Tang San lifted his head, a glint of an icy smile barely surfacing in his eyes. This was the Tang sect's unique technique, the mystic jade palm. In a heartbeat, Tang San unleashed a ferocious right punch. The sound of two heavy impacts resonated simultaneously, sending both combatants reeling. The pain in Su Ming's chest felt akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, prompting him to cough involuntarily. Tang San's smile froze in place as he clutched his chest, agony contorting his features. A draw? Xiaowu covered her mouth, astonishment etched across her face. She had not anticipated that they had both landed a blow on each other. No, it was not a draw. Suddenly, Xiaowu seemed to notice something. Her gaze fixated on the crimson stain on Tang San's palm. Wang Xing and the others also observed the vivid red. Their eyes filled with a mix of reverence and admiration as they gazed at Su Ming. Truly, he was the man who had bested Xiaowu, as the one directly involved. Tang San's shock was even more profound than that of the others. He stared in disbelief at the bloodstain in his palm. How could this be possible? The seemingly unyielding mystic jade palm had been breached. Just then, Su Ming charged forward with his machete raised. Swift as the wind, he moved with the speed of lightning, swinging the machete with such rapidity that it left afterimages in its wake. This is not good. Tang San's pupils constricted as he felt the shockwaves from the violet extreme demon eyes. He activated the mystic jade palm once more. The clash of hand against machete erupted, igniting countless sparks. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had unleashed dozens of slashes. The relentless barrage left Xiaowu and Wang Xing, along with the others, utterly astonished. Su Ming is truly formidable. Is this knife technique truly his own creation? Tang San, increasingly astonished by the battle, found it particularly difficult to remain composed due to the pain radiating from his Xianyu hand. He attempted to create some distance, yet felt Su Ming closing in even tighter. With no other option, he resorted to the control technique of capturing the dragon with crane control to deflect the knife. True to his reputation, Tang San sought to maneuver the battlefield towards the confines of the bed, aiming to diminish Su Ming's speed in such constrained quarters. However, at that moment, the originally deflected axe unexpectedly arced back, propelled by Su Ming's forceful turn, launching directly at Tang San. The Golden Crow knife technique. Catching thieves at the door. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Tang San was struck by the tip of the axe. With a resounding crash, the bed shook violently. Tang San clutched his chest and gradually collapsed. Chapter 10. When she awakens, wash the bedding. Had he truly lost? The realization that he had actually been defeated struck him like a chilling current coursing through his body. He shivered uncontrollably, arriving at Notting City Academy. Within a mere half hour, he had inexplicably succumbed to two opponents. Sitting on the ground, Tang San felt utterly lost, struggling to accept this reality. Although Su Ming's previous strike hadn't inflicted significant harm, had the axe been sharper at the front, his survival might have been in jeopardy. He had indeed been bested. Closing his eyes, Tang San bitterly inhaled the acrid air, only to exhale it in resignation. Congratulations, you have triumphed. With a swift motion, he steadied himself against the bed and slowly rose. A strained smile appeared on his lips, yet the discontent and desolation in his eyes were unmistakable. Yet amidst this discontent, a brilliant spark of determination flickered. From the depths of Tang San's gaze, Su Ming sensed an even more intense fighting spirit. It was as if a blazing sun was rising, destined to scorch all adversaries in its path. With a gentle smile, Su Ming nodded. In that moment, he felt as if something within him had shattered, and in the ether, a great door seemed to materialize before him. He had vanquished Tang San. Though aided by the advantage of his weapon spirit, he had undeniably emerged victorious. A surge of belief in his own strength erupted within him, transforming into a soaring dragon. Confidence nesting in Su Ming's heart. Faintly, he seemed to hear the echo of a dragon's roar. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming fixed his piercing gaze upon Tang San and declared, "This time, I utilized my weapon spirit. Let us duel again once you become a soul master." Very well. With his right hand, marked by traces of blood, clenched tightly, Tang San's eyes shone with fierce determination, his spirit standing tall like a mountain. Tang San, a man not easily resigned to defeat. Excellent. It appears that becoming a soul master may yield some rewards. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then walked over to lie down on the bed. In truth, Tang San's strength was not beneath his own. Were it not for the presence of a hint of golden power within the Chai Dao, capable of breaking through his Xianyu hand, this battle would have become a protracted struggle, and the outcome would have been uncertain. Had Tang San heard these words, he would undoubtedly have been infuriated. Not beneath you? Are you being modest? When have I ever triumphed over you? With the conclusion of the battle between Su Ming and Tang San, all eyes turned to the reclining figure of Su Ming, their gazes filled with fascination. Undoubtedly, Su Ming would become their leader in the future. However, observing Su Ming at rest, none dared to disturb him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Child of Destiny, Tang San, at the age of 6. You are rewarded with 1 Xian Shui Dan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Wu at the age of 6. You are rewarded with 1,000-year-old ginseng. Curiously, the system remarkably did not mention the task of becoming the dormitory leader, but instead opted to settle rewards based on the 2 victories. Does this imply that each time he conquers an enemy, he may receive a reward? And that defeating a genius, a protagonist, might yield even greater rewards? A slight smile graced Su Ming's lips as he peacefully drifted into slumber. As time passed, the light through the window fluctuated, ultimately settling into a dim shadow. Oh. Stretching lazily, Su Ming awoke with a sense of tranquility. This slumber had been profoundly comfortable, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. His form as light as a white cloud. Su Ming attempted to rise, but suddenly his expression shifted slightly as he reached out to pinch his quilt. Within it, something seemed to stir. With a rustle, he lifted the cover, revealing a delicate and nimble little white socked foot facing him. Su Ming's face darkened as the blanket was slowly pulled aside, revealing a delicate visage reminiscent of a ripe peach. Her skin was flawless and tender, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently. The innocent, cherry-like lips of the young girl pursed slightly, sweetly drooling. Little dance. Su Ming's lips twitched involuntarily as he instinctively extricated himself from the covers. Ultimately, he possessed the mindset of an adult, harboring no inappropriate thoughts towards a 6-year-old girl. Furthermore, his soul belonged to a rabbit that had existed for 100,000 years. Alas, he currently had no need for a soul ring of such antiquity. Boss. Let me explain. Wang Xing approached stealthily, ready to recount the events that had transpired. Su Ming cast his gaze upon Tang San's bed across the way. The bed lay barren, devoid of any bedding, with only Tang San's tattered garments serving as a makeshift cushion, revealing the rough wooden planks beneath. Su Ming recalled that in the original work, it seemed that Tang San had not brought a traveling bag either. And it was ultimately Yu Xiaojiang who provided one for him. Now, it appeared that Yu Xiaojiang and Su Ming were not in a master-disciple relationship. How could an adult soul attend school without bedding? Carrying his luggage to school, Su Ming found it difficult to comprehend the actions of a certain individual. Wang Sheng seemed to have had a sudden thought, leaning in closer and lowering his voice to remind, Boss, just now, Teacher Imohen came by. He is the supervising teacher for our dormitory. As working students, we have the opportunity to earn while we learn. You, Sister Xiao Wu, and Tang San are in charge of the vacant area on the south side of the garden, where you will receive 10 copper soul coins each day. Although 10 copper soul coins is not a substantial amount, it is sufficient for a day's meals. Each person in our dormitory will receive this, which can be considered a benefit for working students. Su Ming nodded, feeling no shame in his circumstances. Being short on money and cleaning was nothing to be embarrassed about. The sound of snoring drew his attention, and he glanced at the drool spilling onto the blanket from Xiao Wu. With a frown, he remarked, when she wakes up, remind her to wash my blanket. Boss, Su Ming furrowed his brows, questioning if there was any dissent or if he was to engage in a duel with him. Wang Xing felt a shiver run down his spine. How could he dare to refuse? He could only nod vigorously in agreement. As Su Ming departed the dormitory, Wang Xing's expression transformed into one of despair. The thought of Xiao Wu's ferocity sent a chill through him, and he couldn't help but glance around in trepidation. Asking her to wash the blankets? Or perhaps it would be better for the boss to end my life instead. During the freshman orientation, there were no classes for the past couple of days. Whenever he arrived in a new place, Su Ming, as was his custom, would roam around to familiarize himself with the surroundings. After wandering about the Soul Master Academy for a while, he garnered a general understanding of the layout. The Junior Soul Master Academy was not particularly large. Reminiscent of a small primary school, the square, playground, cafeteria, and other facilities were scattered throughout the campus. To Su Ming's surprise, the academy lacked a battle arena, meaning there was no designated space for Soul Masters to engage in combat. This was likely due to the minimal number of Soul Master students enrolled. After all, the requirement for graduation from the Junior Soul Master Academy was to become a Soul Master before the age of 12, thus including the 6th graders. The number of students who were actually Soul Masters was quite limited. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Spirit. Chopper, Quality. Yellow, 26, 500. Remaining, 3. Possessions. Breathing Technique, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Lightness Skill, Mysterious Water Pill, Millennium Ginseng, Multifunctional Boots. Defeating Tang San and Xiaowen not only granted him the Mysterious Water Pill and Millennium Ginseng, Su Ming had also acquired 3 points of soul enhancement, presumably transformed from his prestige. His martial soul, Chopper, Quality, Yellow, 29,500. His soul power had already reached the 10th level. Should he continue his training or venture out to hunt soul beasts? As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the scene, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Su Ming's eyes, suggesting he was on the verge of a decision. Chapter 11. Physical Training, A Surprising Encounter with Tang Hao. Under the setting sun, the city of Notting was enveloped in a subtle golden hue. The blazing sun, resembling an elderly man in the twilight of life, had lost its earlier ferocity. The brilliance gradually cooled. Bang, bang, bang. In a certain street, the dull thuds of metal clashing resonated rhythmically amidst the chaos. It was a modest workshop, filled with a hazy atmosphere, where the fiery coals crackled and blazed. Several muscular men, bare-shouldered and donning fireproof aprons, wielded hammers, tirelessly forging the metal clamped within tongs. Each strike sent sparks flying. Above the workshop, a banner featuring a hammer signified their identity as blacksmiths. Noticing the arrival of a visitor, the proprietor, Shi San, vigorously wiped the beads of sweat from his neck with a rag and warmly welcomed him. His muscular frame resembled dark iron, and standing before the boy, he appeared as formidable as a small mountain. "Young brother, what is it that you wish to forge?" Shi San inquired, his gaze subtly glancing at Su Ming's school uniform, his mind as clear as a lens. Su Ming candidly expressed, "I wish to create a suit of armor. May I inquire about the cost?" "Armor?" Shi Sanduan's expression instantly faltered. "Young brother, you may not fully grasp the situation. The crafting of armor is not a task for ordinary blacksmiths. Within the city, only the city guard cavalry is permitted to don armor. Do you understand my meaning? Common folk are forbidden from forging armor." Su Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "In Notting City, there are numerous soul masters, whose destructive capabilities are far more terrifying than those of soldiers. Are we truly concerned about ordinary individuals possessing armor?" "Hush," Shi San crouched down, lowering his voice. "This is simply unavoidable. After all, the number of soul masters is limited. If every commoner were to possess a piece of armor, it would spell trouble. Aside from armor, are we not able to produce crossbows and other weaponry?" He continued. "While we cannot forge armor and cavalry gear, we are still capable of crafting other ordinary weapons." Su Ming's lips twitched slightly, realizing this was a quintessential case of overkill. Shi San, with his endearing simplicity, offered Su Ming a knowing glance, filled with mutual understanding. Su Ming did not press the matter further, considering he was not actually forging armor himself. Instead, he adjusted his request. "Boss, could you craft me a heavier garment? Not for defense, but one suitable for daily weight training. Had you mentioned this earlier, it would have sufficed." Shi San replied with a cheerful smile, nodding in agreement. "This is entirely feasible. Our blacksmith shop ranks among the finest in Notting City. The products we create are guaranteed to meet your satisfaction. May I inquire how much weight you intend to incorporate?" Su Ming stroked his chin, deep in thought. He recalled his morning run to Notting City, ultimately deciding on a weight of 10 pounds for his torso and 3 pounds for each limb, a total of 22 pounds. Upon hearing this weight, Shi San gazed at Su Ming with astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. After years of forging, he had never encountered such a rigorously disciplined student, especially one who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. The burden of over 20 pounds was, quite frankly, a manifestation of madness. Shi San felt compelled to ask again, and only when Su Ming nodded did he dare to believe what he had heard. Steadying himself, Shi San promptly replied, "Young brother, I shall take on this endeavor. You may come by tomorrow afternoon to collect your weights. Given that you are a student of the Soul Master Academy, I shall not charge you much. Just 15 copper soul coins will suffice." Su Ming's expression relaxed as he exchanged a grateful glance with his boss. To be frank, he currently possessed a mere 23 copper soul coins. As for the gold coins, they were securely tucked beneath his grandfather's mattress, reserved for emergencies. After settling the payment with his boss, Su Ming departed from the establishment. Today's students truly exert themselves to the utmost. As he watched Su Ming's silhouette vanish around the street corner, Shursen finally withdrew his gaze, his robust frame plunging into the blacksmith shop. Everyone, stay alert. Do not let the molten iron harm your flesh. Shanzi, forge a 10-pound torso and 3 pounds of limbs. The customer requires them by tomorrow. Understood. Once he attended to his matters, Su Ming returned to the academy. Indeed, his soul power had reached level 10, yet he did not hasten to hunt soul beasts. He understood that soul power could accumulate, waiting for the moment to unleash it upon acquiring a soul ring. From the situation with Qianrenshua, it was evident that the human body could endure soul power up to level 20 without absorbing a soul ring. At this juncture, Su Ming deemed it essential to enhance his physique while also balancing the development of soul power and practical combat skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique once. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique once. Proficiency 1. In the academy's rear mountains, the glimmer of blades danced amidst the moonlight, scattering broken branches and fallen leaves. The black machete, illuminated by the moon's glow, emanated a chilling aura that was difficult to behold. With each swing of Su Ming's blade, dust was stirred from the ground. The once firm surface was now softened beneath his steps. This time, Su Ming practiced the Golden Crow Blade technique 3 complete cycles before finally pausing. Having achieved a minor level of proficiency in the technique, he had gleaned some insights into conserving his soul energy, allowing for a more methodical application than before. However, he was still far from the 500 repetitions required to reach mastery, let alone the realm of perfection. Su Ming was not in a hurry. After all, achieving great success would take no more than 100 days, which was certainly preferable to practicing without any progress. With a sigh, Su Ming concluded his training and stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow with a cloth. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, a sudden crack echoed through the air, the sound of a breaking branch. In an instant, Su Ming was drenched in cold sweat. Who is it? Hiding in the shadows does not make one a true hero. If you have the courage, come forth. Su Ming instinctively stood with a knife in hand, positioning his legs one in front of the other, adopting a stance of readiness for combat. Thud, 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 the resounding sound of heavy footsteps approached. Su Ming's pupils constricted abruptly, and he could not help but glance aside. Listening to the footsteps, he felt his heartbeat completely stirred. The chilling and eerie illusion even led him to believe that if the footsteps came to a halt, his heart would cease to beat as well. Could it be that one's steps could influence the enemy's heartbeat? Damn it! This fellow's cultivation is likely above that of a soul king. Su Ming felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Although he understood that he was no match for the impending threat, he gripped the hatchet in his hand tightly, refusing to let his guard down. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, a voice imbued with a magnetic quality resonated, accompanied by the sound of a cloak rustling through the leaves as a towering figure gradually emerged from the depths of the forest. With the emergence of this voice, all sense of danger dissipated from Su Ming's mind. The figure remained motionless beneath the shadows of the trees, neither advancing nor retreating. Despite the dim light filtering through the forest, Su Ming could discern the outline of the newcomer, who appeared to be clad in a cloak, with hair and beard in disarray. What captured Su Ming's attention most were those eyes, akin to a wandering soul surviving on the brink of life and death. Imbued with a profound solitude and desolation, yet harboring an awe-inspiring power capable of upheaving the very seas. Tang Hao, indeed. Su Ming felt an inexplicable shock within. As he detected a whiff of alcohol in the air, Su Ming furrowed his brows even deeper. He had not mistreated Tang San in any way, after all. This was merely a fair competition. It would be unreasonable to claim that he was employing brute force against someone weaker, like Zhao Wuji's. Su Ming instantaneously made a judgment. Retracting his martial soul and bowing respectfully as he spoke, I believe we have never met, esteemed senior. May I inquire as to the purpose of your sudden appearance? Given Tang Hao's cultivation level, it was inconceivable for him to be detected without his consent. Thus, if he deliberately allowed Su Ming to hear him, remaining neither advancing nor retreating, Su Ming had reason to conclude that Tang Hao's intentions were not merely to defend Tang San. I seek no particular matter. I am simply intrigued by your blade technique. Tang Hao rasped, his voice imbued with a chilling undertone, seemingly intentional, yet almost casual. Were it not for his words, Su Ming might have failed to discern that his curiosity pertained to Su Ming's swordsmanship. Su Ming felt a slight relief within and candidly replied, "My swordsmanship is not inherited. Perhaps you are unaware that my grandfather is the village's wicker craftsman, adept with the woodcutting knife. This technique may have emerged from years of observation." A sudden flash of inspiration. The moment I awakened the next day, it resided indelibly in my mind. Tang Hao, beneath the shadow of the trees, sensed a subtle shift in his gaze, but ultimately chose to trust Su Ming's words. Firstly, his martial spirit, the woodcutting knife, undoubtedly lacked any formidable backing. Secondly, the hammer techniques of the Houghton sect also stemmed from blacksmithing, revealing a remarkable similarity between the two. Contemplating this, Tang Hao spoke, "While your practice of swordsmanship appears imposing, one must consider that formidable adversaries will not afford you such ease. True swordsmanship demands adaptability, a skill you have yet to attain at your current level." Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply. He was acutely aware of this layer, yet from Tang Hao's tone, it seemed he harbored further intentions. Su Ming tentatively inquired, "What does the senior mean by that?" Suddenly, a pebble shot forth, swiftly striking Su Ming's shoulder. Yet, he felt not a trace of pain, as if a formidable force had infused his body. The soul power. Tang Hao's soul power. Su Ming could hardly believe it as he raised his head. And at that moment, Tang Hao's commanding voice resonated. "Come, let me witness the true prowess of this swordsmanship." Swish. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he brandished the axe towards Tang Hao. To have a titled Douluo as a sparring partner was an opportunity he could scarcely hope for. Whoosh. The icy glint of the blade lashed through the forest with a ferocity unparalleled. Abandoning finesse, he pursued an extreme ferocity. Such was the essence of the Golden Crow blade technique, plum blossoms and summer snow, executed with a vigorous and rapid momentum, aiming to intimidate and repel his adversary. However, with the eighth strike unleashed, Su Ming's heart sank deeper into dread. Is this what it means to face a titled Douluo? As he watched Tang Hao nonchalantly evade his attacks, Su Ming, undeterred, gritted his teeth and charged once more. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Tang Hao continued to navigate effortlessly. With mere agility, he avoided every one of Su Ming's strikes. Even the powerful golden light illuminates the 9 provinces was effortlessly dismissed beneath his feet. The profound sense of helplessness plunged Su Ming's spirits into despair. Whoosh! Tang Hao lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick to Su Ming's abdomen, sending him soaring before landing gracefully a short distance away. Without intent to harm, Tang Hao continued to offer guidance. Your technique may catch lower-ranked soul masters off guard. Yet against truly formidable opponents, their mental acuity allows them to easily discern the trajectory of your strikes. What you must now strive for is to integrate this technique, achieving a seamless execution that leaves no room for error, enabling you to anticipate your foe's movements. If you could disrupt their mental perception, the results might be even more profound. Su Ming nodded noncommittally. The Golden Crow blade technique had not reached perfection, and thus, attacks could not be executed seamlessly. Severing the spirit? He would undoubtedly achieve this in the future. What he needed now was practical experience, the ability to make judgments on the fly. The blade technique would eventually attain completeness, but when it came to real-world experience, he still had a considerable distance to cover. Su Ming immediately expressed, "I am aware that I am no match for you, senior. However, your constant evasion has made my comprehension exceedingly sluggish. Therefore, I humbly request your genuine guidance." Su Ming gazed unwaveringly at Tang Hao, his eyes brimming with fervent determination, as if he had cast aside the recent setback. "Oh," Tang Hao remarked. His tone laced with a hint of surprise, yet a flicker of intrigue danced within his gaze. True guidance, however, would not be as straightforward as before. Should you sustain grievous injuries, you risk becoming incapacitated. Ponder this carefully. Though his teasing words bore no trace of soul power to Su Ming, they felt like a multitude of daggers grazing his skin, an icy torrent surging through him, instilling an unsettling chill. The aura of death was palpable. Was it truly so terrifying to merely exude a hint of lethal intent? Overwhelmed by the sensation that his very being was on the verge of freezing, Su Ming was astonished. If he could merge the domain of slaughter with his martial spirit, how formidable he would become. The city of slaughter, indeed. He must visit it in the future. Su Ming gritted his teeth, his voice emerging as if forced through clenched jaws. He responded with difficulty, "With your formidable strength. If I were to be gravely injured, it would imply that you indeed wish to harm me. Therefore, regardless of whether I practice or not, the outcome remains largely unchanged." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, he curiously posed a question. "Are you truly only 6 years old?" "Indeed," came the reply. "At just 6 years old, can one truly contemplate so much?" Su Ming let out a self-deprecating smile, feeling his body progressively freezing. Yet he resolutely charged forward with murderous intent. What audacity! Tang Hao was moved, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes, and he quickly retracted that fleeting murderous aura. At this moment, with Su Ming's spiritual strength, should he succumb to that killing intent, his sea of consciousness would undoubtedly shatter instantaneously. In a swift motion, Tang Hao extended his hand, revealing an ordinary wooden stick. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he too rushed forward like Su Ming. In a flash, the two engaged in a fierce contest within the woods. There were no ripples of soul force nor brilliant soul techniques on display. This was a pure clash of combat skills. The sound of their intense struggle resonated clearly through the tranquil forest, the wooden stick clashing against the machete. These natural adversaries seemed to be enacting a confrontation devoid of discernible strength disparities. To strike a stone with an egg? Or perhaps simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. This predicament invites contemplation. In the game of adults and children, it is ultimately the child who suffers. That petite figure was repeatedly toppled. Yet each time he fell to the ground, he would immediately rise again, unwaveringly launching a fresh assault. From the depths of night to the crowing of roosters, and into the early dawn, sunlight scattered through the lush tree canopies, enchanting shadows filtering through the foliage and quietly illuminating the forest. Flecks of bioluminescence reflected off his snow-kissed skin, shimmering like water. On the grass, a small figure lay quietly, seemingly asleep, breathing evenly. The man clad in a cloak sighed and departed without a backward glance, leaving behind a battered wooden stick resting on the ground. Half in the shade and half under the blazing sun. Chapter 12. The Body of Frenzied Combat. Tang San's horror effort evaluation, although he did not defeat his opponent and suffered a crushing defeat. The host challenged a titled Douluo with the cultivation of an ordinary person to hone his combat skills, a rare endeavor in this world. Time and again, he rose to fight despite repeated failures, embodying a spirit of perseverance that is profoundly inspiring. Effort level rating, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Body of Frenzied Combat. The sweet dream was abruptly interrupted by the clamor of the system. As Su Ming was about to open his eyes, the blinding midday sun instinctively prompted him to shield his face with his hand. Peering through the gaps between his fingers, he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared that Tang Hao had already departed. Su Ming rose slowly, his clothes torn and tattered, fluttering like flags in the tumultuous winds. His thighs and chest bore the marks of bloodshed. The fiery pain enveloped his body, yet the deeper anguish resided within his heart. The battle from the previous night had resulted in a complete and utter defeat. Tang Hao truly deserved the title of the foremost genius. His combat experience was more terrifying than that of a primordial beast. In his presence, Su Ming's seemingly exquisite blade techniques were rendered riddled with flaws. Despite the thoroughness of his loss, the opportunity to learn from such a formidable adversary proved invaluable to Su Ming. One day, I shall vanquish you in a direct confrontation. The leaves rustled softly, as if responding to the caress of the winds. Treading upon the soft, powdery sand, Su Ming's battered form gradually departed. His gaze was fierce, and the indomitable spirit within him shone brightly, surpassing even the dawn of a new sun. Ding! The host has received a reward for the battle against Tang Hao. Please check the rewards. Reward? At the Academy's back entrance, Su Ming halted, momentarily lost in thought. During the contest with Tang Hao, he had been wholly engrossed, wary of any distraction that might betray a hint of weakness. He was acutely aware of the flaws in his Jinwu blade technique and had not entertained any frivolous thoughts. Learning, acquiring practical combat skills. This was the entirety of his focus at that time. He had not even considered issuing a task for effort. Was it the system that automatically supplemented this? Su Ming did not inquire further, but instead directed his gaze towards the system's rewards. The Berserker Physique, a unique combat constitution, is born for battle, enabling one to attain enhancements during combat. When physical exhaustion reaches its zenith, it can even transcend limitations, culminating in a profound elevation of one's physical attributes. Currently, the physical attributes stand as follows: Strength, 12, Defense, 10, Spirit, 13, average for adult males, 10. The Berserker Physique? Su Ming rubbed his eyes, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the physique of a Super Saiyan. Could it be that a Super Saiyan had arrived on the Douluo continent? That would surely lead to chaos. Thus, the true efficacy of the Berserker's body must not be as formidable as that of a Super Saiyan. With a surge of excitement, he glanced up at the sun, estimating that it was around afternoon. Su Ming made his way through the academy and headed towards the blacksmith shop. Boss, are you hiring apprentices? I possess forging experience and am quite diligent. I assure you I can meet your requirements. Ah, young brother, blacksmithing is a laborious and dirty trade. With your slight frame, I doubt you can endure it. I suggest you seek a more suitable and less strenuous occupation. Boss, I genuinely believe this work suits me well. To be honest, my father was the village blacksmith. Oh, your father was a blacksmith? Before the imposing figure of Shur-san stood a small boy. The boy had short hair and a cherubic face that retained a hint of innocence, yet unlike other children, he emanated a subtle air of composure and maturity. The boy was none other than Tang-san. He needed to purchase bedding, and the meager earnings from cleaning were insufficient for his expenses. Therefore, Tang-san resolved to take on some temporary work to alleviate his immediate predicament. Moved by Tang-san's determination and the fact that he was the child of a blacksmith, Shur-san's heart softened. Just as he was about to acquiesce, a firm voice interrupted his thoughts. Boss, may I inquire if the items I requested are ready? With a start, Tang-san turned his attention, even quicker than Shur-san. Su-ming. What a character. But what brings him to the blacksmith shop? Tang-san's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. He certainly would not forget the defeat he suffered at Su-ming's hands yesterday. Upon noticing Su-ming nodding in greeting, Tang-san merely acknowledged him with a brief response, refraining from further conversation. Stone-san, deeply impressed by Su-ming, broke into a hearty and proud smile, exclaiming, Young brother, your timing is impeccable. The items have been completed, tailored precisely to your measurements. Stone-san turned his gaze towards the blacksmith's shop, his gentle smile vanishing in an instant as he barked, Deshawn, what on earth are you dawdling for? Bring over the weighted gear so the client can try it on. Coming. A robust figure, muscled like iron, emerged swiftly, cradling a suit of iron armor in his arms, his bronzed skin radiating a sense of heat. With a clang, the armor was placed upon the display table. Su-ming approached, scrutinizing the armor before him. The armor gleamed in silver, not forged from a single piece but rather composed of interconnected iron plates, reminiscent of the backrest of a folding bamboo chair. Young man, he said, though these iron plates are linked individually, rest assured, they are bound with cowhide ropes, ensuring exceptional durability. Should any quality issues arise, you may demand a rework at any time. You see, my blacksmith shop has been established in Notting City for generations, and our reputation is beyond reproach. We would never deceive you. Listening to Shur-san's sales pitch, Su-ming said little as he unfastened his outer garment. In an instant, the myriad of bloodstains on his back was exposed to the air, lines upon lines, some purplish, others crimson, as if he had endured a brutal whipping. With not a single inch of unscathed skin visible, Shur-san and Tang-san gasped, their pupils constricting as though a hand had clasped around their throats, rendering them breathless. They gazed at Su-ming in horror, pondering the calamity he had faced to bear such grievous wounds. No, this is certainly not the result of a battle with me. Tang-san furrowed his brow, recalling that Su-ming had not returned the previous night. A chilling thought surged through his mind, causing him to freeze momentarily. Could it be that he went off to cultivate again last night? He swallowed hard, the sight of those scars lingering in his mind, impossible to shake off. Su-ming disregarded the two individuals and donned the armor, seemingly aware of the discomfort caused by the iron plates. The blacksmith's workshop had thoughtfully lined the interior with breathable cotton fleece, rendering it relatively comfortable to wear. Thumping his feet in a light jump, Su-ming felt the weight of 10 pounds tugging heavily, yet it was entirely manageable for him. However, the friction against his wounds was somewhat painful. Su-ming once again secured the weights around his arms, fastening them with elastic bands to prevent them from slipping off. At that moment, Tang-san approached the table and picked up the remaining leg weights to assess their heft. 3 pounds. Tang-san's eyes widened in astonishment. Not merely at this piece of equipment, but at Su-ming's total burden. While 3 pounds may not seem overly heavy, with 4 pieces in total, it amounted to 12 pounds, and the armor was likely an additional 10. Over 20 pounds in total, 1/3 of his body weight. Such a substantial load would not be easily borne, even by an adult. Was this fellow indeed attempting to strengthen his physique in this manner? A chilling wave surged from his spine, spreading inch by inch until it reached the crown of his head. Boom. Tang-san's body stiffened, feeling as though his scalp might burst. Chapter 13. Little Bunny, are you quite spicy? The human body's strength has a temporal limitation regarding the absorption of spirit rings. To absorb higher-tier spirit rings, one must enhance their physical strength. The only method Su-ming could currently conceive of, albeit rather rudimentary, was weight training. Only by increasing his bodily fortitude could he further attempt to channel energy into his body and facilitate a deeper transformation. Boss, this armor fits adequately. I believe no alterations are necessary. Very well, as long as the young brother is satisfied. Su Ming nodded, casting a glance at the dazed Tang San. Although Tang Hao had tormented him quite severely, the rewards he reaped were undeniably substantial. In some measure, he had repaid Tang Hao's kindness. Su Ming pondered and said, "Boss, his physical prowess is on par with that of an adult. His father is also a renowned blacksmith in the surrounding villages. A tiger father begets no dog son. If you were to work as a blacksmith here, you would have struck gold." Oh, Shi Sing gazed at Tang San with growing intrigue. Were it anyone else, he might harbor doubts. However, with Su Ming's endorsement, he felt an unwavering conviction. Clad in weighted gear, Su Ming's innate determination and resilience suggested that he would not stoop to deceit. Carrying over 20 pounds at the age of 6 with effortless grace hinted at the possibility of Su Ming being a soul master. Together, these factors left no room for skepticism. Could this individual truly assist him? As he watched Su Ming depart, Tang San was engulfed in confusion. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the blacksmith, Shi San, consented to let him apprentice in the forge. Faced with this turn of events, Tang San could only conceal his bewilderment and follow Shi San into the blacksmith shop. Clang, clang, clang. Wearing over 20 pounds of armor while traversing the street, Su Ming initially felt no discomfort. However, as the friction became increasingly pronounced, waves of pain made his lips twitch. Reluctantly, he plucked a short root from a ginseng and held it in his mouth. The rich vitality surged from his mouth to his abdomen, then radiated throughout his body, sending a tingling sensation across his skin, leaving him unbearably itchy. Su Ming understood that the wounds were healing, no matter how much they itched. He could not reach out to scratch them. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he made his way to the school cafeteria. Having gone a day and a night without food, his stomach was already in turmoil, yearning for a hearty meal. Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrived at the college office. The lean figure clad in black, Yu Xiaojiang, wore a furrowed brow, his heart filled with vigilance and confusion. Before him stood a disheveled man draped in a cloak. Yu Xiaojiang quickly rose to his feet and respectfully inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The ability to arrive silently and to possess no detectable aura indicated that this person was not to be trifled with. Tang Hao did not respond verbally. Instead, he removed his hood, revealing a weathered and unkempt visage. Upon seeing this face, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in shock, as if he had encountered a ghost. Are you Tang Hao?" The turbulence of emotion surged within him. His previously despondent gaze now sparkled with astonishment, his arms trembling with tension. He could hardly believe he had come across such a figure here, his idol. Before Yu Xiaojiang could express his thoughts, Tang Hao's gaze interrupted him. "The past is behind us. There is no need to dwell on it. I am merely a blacksmith from the countryside now, and my former identity is of no concern to me. You need not address me by my previous titles." His desolate tone carried a hint of finality, piercing Yu Xiaojiang's heart with a twinge of pain. Indeed, who would dare believe that this disheveled middle-aged man was once the unparalleled Douluo, Yushin, the extraordinary genius who had overshadowed all others? Yu Xiaojiang steadied himself. Despite Tang Hao's apparent despondency, he sensed an oppressive aura beneath the surface, a feeling akin to a dormant volcano, seemingly calm, yet roiling with inner turmoil. "May I inquire if you have a matter to discuss with me, Your Excellency?" Yu Xiaojiang asked, his voice steady. Tang Hao's gaze lifted slightly, a flicker of electricity sparking within his eyes. "Do you recall the 2 children who embarrassed you at the academy gates yesterday?" Yu Xiaojiang paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face as he turned to Tang Hao in alarm. "The child also bears the surname Tang. Could it be?" A tumultuous wave of shock surged within Yu Xiaojiang. Blue silver grass. Yushin hammer. Could that Tang child be? Understanding that Yu Xiaojiang had reached a conclusion, Tang Hao offered no further explanation but instead cautioned, "Both of them are exceptional talents. I hope you can cultivate them. You have always sought to prove yourself, have you not?" Yu Xiaojiang's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao had entrusted him with such a responsibility. To be honest, he had long coveted the opportunity to mentor the two, yet, alas, Tang San is manageable, but Su Ming, his disdainful gaze still lingers in my mind like a thorn. Yu Xiaojiang's stern expression revealed his hesitance. "Your Excellency, Su Ming's arrogance makes him hard to persuade. He also has his own views on soul masters, and I fear." Tang Hao raised a hand, his expression serious. "Precisely because of that, I assert he is an unparalleled genius. To discern the compatibility of martial souls merely based on the awakening of surrounding soul masters is a feat of extraordinary observation and intellect. Do you not find such a person terrifying?" The cold glint in Tang Hao's eyes conveyed a fierce intensity, his imposing demeanor sending shivers down Yu Xiaojiang's spine. He had never encountered anyone so steadfast and resolute. Even the mere desire to grow stronger was enough to suggest that Su Ming's future was boundless. But even without articulating this, Tang Hao had already shattered all of Yu Xiaojiang's defenses. Is it true, Your Excellency? Are you saying he was correct? Yu Xiaojiang gasped. As if struck by lightning, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Outside, a cold wind swept through the window, rustling the pages of books and mirroring the tumultuous emotions within someone's heart. In contrast to the silence of the office, the cafeteria was eerily quiet. At noon, when it should have been bustling, it was instead filled with an uncanny stillness. Is no one here? No, quite the opposite. Almost 100 students filled the cafeteria. From first-year newcomers to sixth-year graduates. 60 of them had gathered on the first floor. The first-floor cafeteria, typically mundane and overlooked by the affluent, was now bustling with a crowd. Eyes, clear and wide, were fixated in one direction, astonishment painted across their faces as they swallowed nervously. With a clatter, a bowl slipped from someone's grasp, landing neatly atop another, creating a precarious stack. There stood Su Ming, spoon in hand, relentlessly shoveling food into his mouth. His small frame seemed to possess an insatiable appetite, as if it were a bottomless pit. To his right, bowls had already accumulated to a height of 5 or 6 layers. The onlookers gasped in horror, their eyes wide. Is he even human? His appetite rivals that of 7 or 8 people combined. Goodness, if it were me, I would have surely vomited by now. Hey. How many servings do you think this guy can consume? Facing Su Ming, Xiaowu and Wang Xing were equally dumbfounded. Xiaowu, being a 10,000-year soul beast, was somewhat accustomed to such situations. However, Wang Xing was trembling even as he inhaled and exhaled. It's just too much. 1 meal is equivalent to 2 days for me. The most astonishing part was that he continued to eat. The sounds of mocking laughter from those around them filled his ears. Annoyed, Xiaowu kicked Wang Xing lightly and exclaimed, "Why are these people staring at us? Do you have any way to make them leave?" With a frown, she glared at Su Ming, who was devouring his food with abandon. "If it weren't for your status as the dorm leader, we wouldn't bother with you at all. And don't even think about having me wash the blankets, it's a pipe dream." Wang Xing snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness. "If you're angry, take it out on the leader, not me." But as Xiaowu shot him a look, he quickly forced a smile, suppressing any dissatisfaction. "Sister Xiaowu, many of those around us are upperclassmen. We might not be able to match their strength." Noticing the imposing figures on the second floor, beads of cold sweat formed on Wang Xing's forehead. "Look at those folks on the second floor. Some have already cultivated to the level of Soul Masters. They'll probably be taking assessments for the Intermediate Soul Master Academy soon. With our current abilities, it's best not to provoke them." Xiaowu rolled her eyes at Wang Xing's fearful demeanor. "How do you know we can't win if we haven't even fought yet? It's embarrassing for you." Being a boy and all, Wang Xing was not angry. If he truly had the strength, he wouldn't be so easily bullied. He advised, "If we were to become Soul Masters, we wouldn't fear them. But you see the situation, even Su Ming doesn't have a soul ring. If we confront them, we will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage." We won't know until we try." With her cheeks puffed in frustration, Xiaowu turned her head away. Though she spoke bravely, deep down, she understood that defeating a soul master was exceedingly difficult. She resolved to reclaim her position as the leader once she cultivated her first soul ring. Watching Su Ming's unrefined eating, she clenched her fist in anger, pondering how she could lose to someone like him. Unbeknownst to Xiaowu, someone had already set their sights on her. "Ling Feng, look at that girl. I suspect her martial soul is a rabbit," a youthful voice chimed from the second floor. The speaker was an upperclassman wearing the school uniform, noticeably taller than Wang Xing. With an appearance hinting at nobility and a confident tone, beside him stood a slender boy. "That girl has a cute, chubby face and bright, sparkling eyes. How charming. What? Do you have plans for her?" Ling Feng's face broke into a mischievous grin, fully aware of his friend's intentions. Xiao Chenyu smiled knowingly in return. "Imagine having such a girl as a pet. I could have quite the fun every night." Likewise, Ling Feng replied with a chuckle, fixated on Xiaowu's alluring visage. Xiao Chenyu strode down confidently. Ling Feng shook his head in resignation, casting a glance at Xiaowu before following his friend. With an air of pretentious elegance, Xiao Chenyu approached Xiaowu, extending a gentlemanly invitation. "Junior, the food on the first floor is no comparison to that on the second. Would you accompany me upstairs for a meal?" "Get lost." Xiaowu spat the word out with disdain, though she was somewhat naive. The blatant greed and wickedness in Xiao Chenyu's eyes were far too evident for her to overlook. Oh, quite the fiery one. Xiao Qinyu's eyes sparkled with interest. He was drawn to this spirited girl. Xiao Qinyu, you see someone bothering us? Xiao Qinyu interrupted Wang Shang. This doesn't concern you. If you don't want to get hurt, you'd best step aside. Ignored and infuriated, Wang Xing's eyes nearly blazed with rage. However, recalling the opponent's strength and background, he could only clench his fists and swallow his anger. That's more like it. Xiao Qinyu nodded in satisfaction, his expression haughty, as if he regarded everyone with disdain. He then turned his attention back to Xiao Wu. Junior, I am the school's top dog. If you follow me, I guarantee you'll enjoy all the perks here. His previously amicable demeanor vanished, replaced by a raw desire that flickered in his eyes, leaving one to wonder whom he had learned such behavior from at such a young age. You're asking for trouble. Xiao Wu's eyes turned icy. Her fiery personality wouldn't allow her to tolerate further disrespect. Planting her hands on the table, she stood, launching a kick aimed at Xiao Qinyu's face. Boom. Both Xiao Qinyu and Ling Feng were taken aback by Xiao Wu's sudden aggression, especially Xiao Qinyu, the son of the city lord, who was used to being feared in the academy. He never expected a junior would be so audacious, even as a battle soul master. He was sent flying by her kick. Xiao Qinyu, Ling Feng exclaimed in shock, rushing to help his fallen friend. Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers were left dumbfounded. The school bully had just been struck down by a mere freshman. In an instant, Xiao Qinyu's followers surged from the crowd, a menacing force encircling the dining table. This is bad. We're in for a serious problem. Wang Xing trembled as he fled the cafeteria. He was running away. He intended to gather reinforcements from the dormitory. There was no way Su Ming and Xiao Wu could contend with this group of upperclassmen. He had to rally everyone together. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xiao Qinyu's expression darkened as he pushed Ling Feng away and stood up alone. No one had ever dared to strike him since he enrolled. This was unacceptable. Everyone, step aside. His roar pierced the air, demanding respect and vengeance for the humiliation he had suffered. That feisty little rabbit, he sneered, feeling a surge of confidence. Green light radiated from his being, and a sinister grin spread across his face. As the green glow intensified, his arm muscles bulged, sharp claws extending from his hands, gleaming with a menacing edge. At the same time, a white soul ring emerged beneath his feet, pulsating with a brilliant light that instilled a sense of dread among the onlookers. Xiao Qinyu was indeed a first-ring soul master. Chapter 14. First battle as a soul master. Can't win? Rabbit? Fiery? As if awakening to a profound truth, Su Ming, lost in his meal, suddenly looked up in surprise and exclaimed, Did the cafeteria serve braised rabbit today? Oh. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu's face froze, his mind racing. What did you just say? As for Xiao Wu, her eyes blazed with fierce intensity, her teeth clenched tightly as she formed a fist. At such a moment, how could one still be preoccupied with thoughts of rabbit meat? Braised, perhaps? Soon, I shall roast you instead. Out of nowhere, a fool emerged, with Xiao Qinyu's sharp claws pointed directly at Su Ming, threateningly declaring, Kid, this matter has nothing to do with you. Take your meal barrel and roll away. If you provoke me, I won't hesitate to include you in my wrath. Grandfather, include me in your wrath. Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. The body of the berserk warrior requires a substantial amount of sustenance. Having gone from last night until noon today without a morsel, he was exceedingly famished, entirely preoccupied with his hunger, which is why he devoured his food with such abandon. All he desired was a hearty meal. Being interrupted was one thing. However, you should not have spoken out of turn. With piercing eyes radiating intensity, black light emanated from Su Ming's form, and a pitch-black silver-edged machete materialized in his grasp. Whoosh! Su Ming slammed his hand onto the table with a resounding thud, leaping into the air before landing beside Xiao Wu. Bring me 3 more servings of food, he demanded. He nudged Xiao Wu aside, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Qinyu, a surge of anger evident as if he intended to confront Xiao Qinyu alone. Xiao Wu's lips twitched slightly as she irritably twisted Su Ming's arm, exclaiming in exasperation, What are you even thinking? Can you really take him on by yourself? Su Ming remained silent, casting a cold glance at Xiao Wu. His profound gaze carried a flicker of smoldering fire, though it was but a trace. It sent a chill of sweat down Xiao Wu's spine. She vaguely perceived a sea of crimson, reminiscent of the fiery wilderness, seemingly inexhaustible, as flames surged forth from the earth's core. Realizing that Su Ming was genuinely enraged, Xiao Wu dared not act recklessly, obediently making her way to the cafeteria window. Observing that Xiao Wu did not flee, Xiao Qinyu slowly approached Su Ming, a malevolent smile gracing his lips. Ah, so you intend to stand up for her. Do you? The sharp claws scraped across the wooden table, producing a piercing sound, leaving several claw marks that testified to the wolf's ferocity. Xiao Qinyu's eyes were cold and sinister, fueled not only by his anger from being struck, but also by the discontent of seeing his prized pet heed another man's command. The disdainful disregard Su Ming displayed towards him only intensified his irritation. Su Ming slowly raised the axe, her gaze coolly directed at Xiao Qinyu, and with a hint of impatience remarked, "I am not fond of those who speak too much. Since you are a soul master, you should understand that in the realm of soul masters, strength is the sole currency of power." A chilling aura enveloped the air, causing Xiao Qinyu's heart to constrict, and he inexplicably felt a shiver coursing through his body. How could he, a wielder of the wolf martial spirit, feel cold? There was no mistaking it. Though he dared not underestimate her, he maintained an audacious demeanor. "You are correct. A soul master ought to let their prowess speak for itself. If I win, not only will you become my pet, but you will also kneel and bow before me. What say you?" His eyes sparkled with a provocative glint as he regarded Su Ming, his expression brimming with arrogance. He was not conceited, rather, he had observed that Su Ming possessed no soul rings. Without soul rings, no matter how formidable one might be, it was impossible to best a one-ringed soul master. Victory was assuredly his. However, as his words fell, Su Ming merely shook her head in discontent. Just as Xiao Qinyu presumed she was intimidated and prepared to mock her further, she calmly spoke. "I have no authority over her matters. Nor do I need to speak for her. When I defeat you, you will understand that a dog does not bark at its master." Such audacity! Not only was Xiao Qinyu taken aback, but the onlookers were equally astonished. How dare you? Did she truly believe she could triumph over a one-ringed soul master? Very well. Very well. The azure current swirled around him as Xiao Qinyu, eyes shut tight, erupted into a furious laugh, grinding his teeth as he repeated the word thrice. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, fierce determination surging within them as he bellowed, "Clear the table. Today I shall teach this brat a lesson." Veins bulged on his forehead, his inner fury ablaze. As a senior, he had never been so openly challenged by a junior. If he did not bring Su Ming to her knees, he would have no place left in the academy. His underlings promptly obeyed, swiftly moving the tables aside, clearing a wide space around the two. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, charged with anticipation. "Hey, if you can't handle it, we can all go at him together. And I guarantee we'll make him submit," whispered Xiao Wu, having returned with her meal, perhaps encouraged by the cafeteria lady's enthusiasm, who had neglected to collect payment. "Hold on to your food." Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at her. Those simple 4 words ignited a seething anger within Xiao Wu, who felt an overwhelming urge to shatter the bowl in her hands. How could he be so ungrateful? It served him right to be beaten to a pulp. Humph. With her cheeks puffed in indignation, she shot him a disdainful look, too exasperated to engage further. The student cafeteria was connected to the faculty dining area, and the commotion attracted the attention of several teachers. Strangely, not a single one stepped forward to intervene. It was as if an unspoken understanding prevailed among them, each wearing an expression of eager anticipation as they observed the unfolding drama. The academy certainly forbade private duels, especially in the sanctity of the cafeteria. Yet, this particular incident was undeniably captivating. Su Ming also became aware of this and felt increasingly unrestrained. The system indicated that the task objective was to become the top student in the school. Beep. System data collection in progress. Host, please commence your efforts. Whoosh. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and unwilling to squander time, he dashed forward with remarkable speed. The air erupted with a thunderous crack as the machete in his hand transformed into a crescent moon, sweeping through the atmosphere. Excellent. Xiao Qinyu's eyes brightened as he charged headlong into the fray. The metallic claws in his grasp were raised high, poised to deliver a formidable blow, intent on slicing Su Ming into fragments. The sharp clang of metal reverberated throughout the cafeteria. The machete and the claws collided, sparks erupting at the point of contact as the two forces clashed. Was there any thought of retreat? No. In contrast to Su Ming's grave expression, Xiao Qinyu appeared considerably more relaxed. No wonder he was so arrogant. It seemed his strength was indeed considerable. Yet, he had forgotten that I am a soul master. A sinister smile flickered across Xiao Qinyu's face, brimming with confidence as his arm bulged with renewed vigor, unleashing a surge of power. Being a soul master meant possessing soul rings, and the amplified strength they bestowed was beyond that of an ordinary person. With a resounding thud, the explosive force sent Su Ming staggering back 5 or 6 meters, and even his right hand, clutching the machete, trembled with the impact. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Despite possessing an arm strength exceeding 100 pounds, he found himself unable to contend with Xiao Qinyu. Judging from their recent collision, If this fellow were to unleash his full power, the force he could wield would likely reach 300 pounds. Such immense strength is something Su Ming cannot possibly endure at present. Yet, what had just transpired was merely a test of force. The true spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 15. Defeating a Soul Master beyond 1S level, the Academy S leader. With a swift motion, Xiao Chenyu sent Su Ming reeling but chose not to pursue his advantage. Instead, he stood before the crowd, arms crossed, striking a proud pose, and declared arrogantly, "Boy, do you now comprehend the terrifying might of a Soul Master? I advise you to surrender gracefully to avoid unnecessary suffering. You speak too much. It could lead to your early demise." Su Ming coldly uttered a remark before launching another attack. "You are truly ungrateful." Xiao Chenyu snorted disdainfully, bracing himself with his outstretched claws, prepared to clash fiercely with Su Ming. "No matter how many times you attempt this, my strength shall always surpass yours." Seeing Su Ming's unwavering resolve to confront him head-on, Xiao Chenyu felt a sinister amusement within. He summoned additional force into his arms, his sharp claws aimed at rending Su Ming's chest. Yet, to his astonishment, the expected sound of impact did not resonate. Alarmed, Xiao Chenyu's heart raced as he watched Su Ming glide past beneath his arm, his expression darkening instantaneously. "Did you truly think I would be so foolish as to engage you in a direct confrontation?" Su Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he forcefully pressed the hatchet against his arm. Aware that engaging in a direct confrontation with Xiao Chenyu would only lead to his own disadvantage, Su Ming cleverly opted to avoid such a futile struggle. Thus, just before the hatchet and Xiao Chenyu's sharp claws collided, Su Ming deftly rotated the hatchet 180 degrees. Consequently, Xiao Chenyu's claws were destined to miss their mark. In that instant, the hatchet and his arm became one, creating the sensation as if a barbed thorn had sprouted from Su Ming's elbow, ruthlessly plunging towards Xiao Chenyu's abdomen. The impact of the hatchet struck, unleashing a flurry of sparks. Su Ming glided across the ground with an elegance reminiscent of a figure skater. Coming to a halt, the two stood back to back, and the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. All eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on Xiao Chenyu's abdomen. How could this be possible? Ling Feng's eyes bulged. Through the torn fabric of Xiao Chenyu's clothing, he discerned the vivid crimson of blood. Xiao Chenyu was injured. Could it be that this prodigy was unable to best him? Truly remarkable, defeating a soul master of rank 2 with a mere novice. If this young man possessed a soul ring, the outcome would have been virtually predetermined. What kind of martial spirit did he wield with that crude blade? It was astonishing. Xiao Chenyu had failed to defend himself. What was initially perceived as a one-sided domination now seemed to favor the young man. Spectators rubbed their eyes in disbelief, fearing they might be mistaken. Even Xiao Wu appeared unnerved, her instinct telling her that this individual was a stark contrast to the one she encountered the previous day. I am actually injured." Gazing at the crimson stains on his palm, Xiao Chenyu's pupils constricted, lost in a daze. Just moments ago, he had channeled his soul power to shield his chest. Yet, despite this, he had still been unable to thwart the assault. Little did he know that even Tang San's Xian hand had been cleaved by Su Ming. As a soul master, how could his abdomen withstand the force of iron? "You fool, you seek death." A surge of azure light erupted, and Xiao Chenyu's expression twisted into one of fury, his once clear gaze now tainted with blood. To be injured by an ordinary person was a profound humiliation. The scornful gazes from those around him, and the pain in his abdomen trampled upon his pride, igniting within him the wrath of a furious lion, ready to unleash chaos. With a flurry of movement, he charged forward, his dual blades slicing through the air like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. Gale-like speed. In that moment, Xiao Chenyu's velocity surpassed even that of before. Su Ming advanced rather than retreating, his body bending at an angle as he began to spin wildly. The hatchet in his hand merged with his form, transforming into the piercing tip of a spinning top. With a resounding clang, the force generated by his rapid rotation repelled even Xiao Chenyu's most formidable strike. At that moment, a figure suddenly shot forth from the whirlwind. The hatchet, once held behind him, morphed into a sleek black sword, thrusting directly towards Xiao Chenyu's abdomen. A glimmer of cold light heralded its arrival, followed by a swift and dragon-like strike. Having learned to adapt through his battle with Tang Hao, Su Ming mastered the art of unpredictability in his blade work, swift, fierce, and precise. Only in this manner could he swiftly exploit the vulnerabilities exposed by his adversary. Confronted by Su Ming's unexpected assault, Xiao Chenyu was taken aback, hastily crossing his arms defensively to parry the incoming strike with his claws. A roar of frustration erupted from him, echoing towards the heavens, as if to vent his inner turmoil and rage. With a powerful heave, he flung Su Ming backward, channeling all his strength into the maneuver. His deep-seated animosity towards Su Ming was palpable as he ground his teeth in fury, an icy murderous intent coursing through him. Boom! A brilliant white light erupted, illuminating the scene as his leg muscles bulged, then coiled tightly, the sinewy strength encasing his thighs. Even from a distance, one could sense the sheer explosive potential contained within those legs. Whoosh! Su Ming's pupils abruptly contracted, and he swiftly raised his machete before him. To his astonishment, Xiao Qinyu, who had initially been 5 meters away, now stood directly beside him. His first soul skill was not one that augmented strength, but rather enhanced speed. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed with a resounding explosion. Su Ming felt his arms suddenly grow heavy, and in an instant, he was thrust back by the terrifying force unleashed by Xiao Qinyu. Strangely, it seemed as though Su Ming had anticipated this moment. The blade of his weapon grazed the ground as his entire body glided at an angle. Boom! Su Mingfei executed a swift retreat. And as his right foot met the ground, an immense force erupted from his body, causing the cafeteria floor to crack under the strain. Yet, despite the ferocious attack, Su Ming stood tall and composed, seemingly unscathed. How can you possibly be unharmed? Xiao Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if trapped in a dream. The power behind his strike was sufficient to shatter mountains, far beyond what Su Ming could endure. From the very outset, he had gauged Su Ming's strength. But what unfolded before him was utterly perplexing. If your strength is merely this feeble, I'm afraid defeat is inevitable. With a swift motion, Su Ming flung the axe, which soared through the air, hurtling towards Xiao Qinyu. The weapon spirit master had inexplicably cast aside his own weapon. Was he truly prepared to engage in barehanded combat? Xiao Qinyu, perplexed, noted that the axe's velocity was rather unimpressive. With a casual flick of his wrist, he effortlessly sent the axe flying. As the weapon ascended, a shadow awaited below. With a powerful push from his calves, he leaped into the air, seizing the axe. Like a shooting star, Su Ming descended upon Xiao Qinyu with tremendous force. Huh, I knew you had a trick up your sleeve. But what can your strength do against me? In a fit of rage, Xiao Qinyu refrained from employing his first soul skill to evade the attack. He was fully confident that he could withstand Su Ming's onslaught. And the moment they were in close proximity would be his opportunity to retaliate. The clash resonated violently, rattling the very utensils upon the table. I told you. Your strength cannot harm me. A disdainful smile graced Xiao Qinyu's lips, as if he had already ensnared Su Ming within his grasp. Oh, is that so? A chilling, devilish laughter echoed in his ears, sending a shiver down Xiao Qinyu's spine. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with the mocking expression before him. Before Xiao Qinyu could utter a word, a terrifying force struck once more. Boom! The weight of the blow caused his countenance to shift dramatically, his arm trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, he finally felt the pangs of fear. Boom! Su Ming delivered yet another strike, the same magnitude of force, but to a different target. This time, however, the outcome was drastically different. Upon impact, Xiao Qinyu's arm buckled under the immense pressure, leaving his chest unprotected. He had lost. A singular thought surged through the minds of everyone in the cafeteria. Not even Su Ming was necessary. Even they, in his position, would easily triumph over the defenseless Xiao Qinyu. And indeed, it came to pass. With a thunderous crash, Su Ming's full-force kick sent Xiao Qinyu sprawling to the ground. Xiao Qinyu, despite the pain, attempted to rise and resist, but an axe descended from the sky, embedding itself into the earth with a resounding thud. A chill ran down Xiao Qinyu's spine as he fixed his gaze upon the razor-sharp blade, mere centimeters from his throat. Had he moved just a moment sooner, he would have met a grim fate. Had he nearly faced death? A wave of dread washed over him, and in a state of sheer terror, he fainted, collapsing to the ground. Su Ming, is that all it takes for you to urinate? How cowardly. Su Ming curled his lips, his piercing gaze sweeping across the surroundings, causing everyone to lower their heads in unison, their expressions a mixture of panic and fear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Qinyu, becoming the leader of the Junior Soul Master Academy. You have triumphed in a challenge beyond your rank and are rewarded with a piece of Millennium Snow Wolf meat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 points of soul power enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Strength 2, Defense 2, Mental Power 2. Such generous rewards indeed. Su Ming felt a surge of joy within and quickly examined the system. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality Yellow, 35500. Added, Special Physique, Berserker Body. Cultivation Techniques, Breath Technique, Lightness Skill, Golden Crow Blade Technique. Items in possession, Xian Shui Dan, Millennium Ginseng. Multifunctional boots, Millennium Snow Wolf meat. Appendix. Current physical attribute strength, 14. Defense, 12. Mental power, 15. Noticing the changes in his physical attributes, Su Ming clenched his fists. Although the sensation was faint, he could distinctly feel a slight increase in his strength. The berserker body seemed to be effective. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the excitement on Su Ming's face froze. Mere moments ago, he had felt comfortably full, yet now he sensed a twinge of hunger once more. This berserker body appears to be developing into something akin to a bottomless pit. Sigh, casting a glance at the fallen Xiao Qinyu, Su Ming retracted his chopper martial soul. He approached and took the bowl and chopsticks from Xiao Wu's hands, devouring a mouthful of noodles with fervor. His expression remained nonchalant, as if nothing of significance had transpired. Have you paid? No, I haven't, Xiao Wu replied, her voice tinged with hesitation, her colorful eyes trembling slightly. No money? Yes. I am out of money too. Xiao Wu's mouth twitched suddenly. What do you mean? You aren't suggesting to use me as collateral, are you? Su Ming remained silent, directing his gaze towards Ling Feng, who was closest to him. Did you bring the money? He inquired. Ling Feng, instantly jolted back to reality, felt a surge of fear as he looked at Su Ming, his legs trembling like cotton. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Are you deaf? I asked if you brought money. The words struck like a death knell, sending a chill of sweat cascading down Ling Feng's back. I brought it, he replied, feeling as if he had been dredged from the depths of water. Cold beads of sweat emerged on his forehead as he trembled, pulling out all the coins from his pocket. What are you all standing there for? Did you not hear that the boss needs money? Seeing his subordinate's lack of understanding, Ling Feng immediately scolded. If you want to get beaten, just say so. Don't drag me down with you. Oh, I have some too. Boss. This is a token of respect for you. The crowd formed a line, obediently emptying their pockets. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of coins piled up on the table. Xiao was already cold, and Su Ming stood firm. This world has changed. So much money. Gazing at the glimmering coins on the table, Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled. Having arrived in the human realm, she found not a single coin in her pocket. Earning money this way is astonishingly swift. Reluctantly pulling her gaze away, Xiao turned her eyes to the other onlookers, a dangerously gleeful smile illuminating her face. In the human world, strength was paramount. Surely, that was the truth. Boss, the food on the second floor is excellent. How about I treat you to a meal up there? What do you mean by treat? ISNT your money ultimately the boss's? Another chimed in, exactly. What's yours and mine? The boss hasn't said anything, and you dare to say you're treating. Su Ming cast a glance at the crowd, instantly silencing them, before proceeding to ascend to the second floor. What on earth transpired? Wang Sheng, who had summoned reinforcements, watched as Su Ming was surrounded by sycophants making his way upstairs, rendering him utterly bewildered. Someone tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve, directing his gaze towards the prone figure of Xiao Qinyu on the ground. And a spark of joy ignited within them. Could it be that the boss emerged victorious? Wang Sheng's heart stirred, prompting him to rush over to Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, what exactly happened? Seemingly unimpressed, Xiao Wu pouted in disappointment. I thought you had become a coward by the time you all arrived. He had already settled the battle without needing your assistance. Sighing, she continued, at this rate, I doubt I could ever rival him, even with my soul ring. He appears to possess innate full soul power. It's over. I am destined to play second fiddle for life. In stark contrast to Xiao Wu's despondency, Wang Xing radiated exuberance. The boss actually defeated Xiao Qinyu. My heavens, he is a soul master. Wang Xing clenched his fists tightly and strode confidently towards the second floor. As the boss's foremost sycophant, he felt it imperative to stand by his side at all times. The onlookers gradually dispersed, each lost in contemplation of the extraordinary battle they had witnessed. A mere ordinary individual vanquishing a soul master? Such an implausible event had indeed unfolded before their eyes. Yes, Xiao Qinyu was defeated. The academy had welcomed an even more formidable new leader. What terrifying power! On the second floor, the railing bore witness to the spectacle as Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mind racing with thoughts. No wonder he had garnered such attention. It must be said that Su Ming's combat prowess was truly fearsome. A dual martial soul prodigy combined with an exceptional talent, if they were to join forces. Indeed, his theories were on the verge of validation. If they faltered, it would merely indicate the fallacy of his hypotheses. The chance to gain renown across the continent lay before him. With this thought, Yu Xiaojiang's heart ignited with fervor. He gazed intently towards the second floor, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes. He needed to find an opportunity to converse with them. Behind him, he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 16. Xiaowu, I will avenge you. Boss, you have no idea how the upperclassmen look at us now, Wang Xing exclaimed, a mischievous grin on his face. There's a saying about keeping one's tail tucked between one's legs. Those who were once arrogant now find themselves humbled. It's simply delightful. If you ask me, our boss is incredible, effortlessly subduing Xiaoqinyu. You will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master in the future. Upon returning to the dormitory, the incessant chatter filled the air. Wang Xing and the others were so exhilarated that their faces flushed with excitement, oblivious to the fact that it was Su Ming who had defeated Xiaoqinyu. After changing out of his school uniform into his regular attire, an abrupt silence engulfed the room. The starry-eyed Wang Sheng and the others stared in awe. Even Xiao Wu, who had just returned, stood frozen in place. Just moments ago, what Su Ming had worn was that armor. It appeared quite weighty indeed. My heavens, was he clad in that when he battled Xiaoqinyu? Wang Xing's hair stood on end, shock evident in his voice. Boss, what exactly is that you're wearing? Su Ming offered no explanation, merely casting a cold glance. Wang Xing immediately swallowed the words that had been on his lips. After changing his clothes, as Su Ming exited the dormitory, he began to swing his arms and legs, seemingly engaging in warm-up exercises. Inside the dorm, the others were left to speculate incessantly, their hearts pounding with increasing trepidation. The system urged him to run and strengthen his physique. Compared to the historical training records of the core soul master disciples of the three major sects, the time frame was set at 1 month. Beep. The system collected data, prompting the host to commence his efforts. Heeding the system's notification, Su Ming began to jog at a leisurely pace. He was not concerned with speed. His expression was relaxed, as if he were acclimating to the weight he bore. The decision to extend the duration to 1 month, rather than the previous week, stemmed from the understanding that a longer time frame would yield more substantial rewards. Although he had previously acquired 6 stars, the outcome had merely been an ordinary lightness technique. Thus, Su Ming was now acutely aware of the meaning behind the system's admonition against a sporadic approach to effort, 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing. A week was merely the baseline for assessment. How could temporary workers expect the same treatment as seasoned employees? Since he had arrived at the academy, with ample time for study ahead, Su Ming was naturally inclined to pursue a long-term trajectory. At noon, the scorching sun blazed like a fiery orb, unabashedly unleashing its fervor. The playground was modest in size, measuring just over 400 meters. After completing 5 laps, Su Ming felt his body begin to heat up. This sensation was not due to his physical condition. Given his fitness level, he was far from that dire state. The specific heat capacity of iron is greater than that of the human body, enabling it to absorb and dissipate heat rapidly. With the midday sun serving as the most formidable heat source, he pondered whether temperature-regulating metals existed. With a flicker of thought, Su Ming chose not to dwell on it further. As he continued to run, he attentively sensed his body's changes, wary of overheating or physical exhaustion. Exercise was merely a transitional phase for enhancing his physical capabilities from 1.0 to 2.0, without restorative pills. Su Ming could not afford to push himself recklessly as he had in the past. The sun blazed fiercely, and heat waves rippled through the air. On the playground, the diminutive Su Ming, standing at a mere 120 centimeters, relentlessly ran beneath the searing sun. His small figure appeared fragile and insignificant in the vast, empty expanse of the field, evoking the impression that he could collapse at any moment. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, he continued to run. This cycle repeated endlessly, each subsequent moment contributing to a magnificent tapestry of perseverance. This solitary figure, embodying indomitable spirit and determination, resembled a general wielding his sword on the battlefield, vowing to return only after vanquishing the enemy. All who witnessed this scene were moved. Gradually, Su Ming transitioned from his once vigorous pace to a more labored gait. The youthful exuberance that characterized him waned, giving way to a wearied, faltering stride. Heavily labored breaths escaped his throat and nostrils as Su Ming greedily inhaled the oxygen-laden air. The weight of the over 20 pounds of armor felt like an unbearable burden. He longed to shed it immediately. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, the briny taste exploding in his mouth, while he incessantly swallowed, his legs trembling with fatigue. The intensity of his exertion led to oxygen deprivation, causing the lactic acid in his body to accumulate at an accelerated rate, beyond its capacity for breakdown. Su Ming understood that to allow his body to gradually acclimate to this condition, the pain would eventually subside. The so-called pain experienced by the body arises when the threshold of endurance is surpassed, compelling the nerves to transmit signals to the brain. However, if that threshold were to be infinitely elevated, Would it imply the ability to disregard pain altogether? Lost in such musings and with his mind scattered, Su Ming halted his steps. He bent over, sweat pouring down like rain, tears dripping onto the ground, only to be swiftly evaporated, leaving behind faint traces. 16 laps. Less than 7,000 meters. This was the limit Su Ming faced at present. This distance was even less than one-third of the previous journey from Dian Village to Noding City for training. It was not merely exhaustion. The more perilous issue was that his body could not dissipate heat. Unlike last time, when he had arrived in Noding City during the early morning, he was not yet weary enough to collapse. Dragging his legs, which felt as heavy as lead, Su Ming made his way to a nearby railing and sat down. Specks of light filtered through the leaves, mingling with the chirping of cicadas. Just then, a refreshing breeze swept by, providing him with a sense of relief. Hey, are you out of your mind? You've already achieved the top rank in the academy. Is it really necessary to push yourself so hard? A delicate voice chimed in as a footstep landed with a thud beside him. Without needing to look, Su Ming knew who had approached. Here, take this. It doesn't matter if you're about to die of thirst or exhaustion, but we certainly don't want to face retribution from the upperclassmen. Xiao handed him a cup of water, her brows furrowed and her beautiful eyes, tinged with a hint of confusion, gazing at him. As Su Ming began to run, she approached him. However, as time elapsed, her heart became increasingly perplexed. Su Ming is undeniably impressive, with underlings who are extraordinarily affluent, ensuring that he is never in want of food or drink, which evokes her envy. Indeed, given such circumstances, it would be delightful to lazily rest in the dormitory during the afternoon and stroll through the streets. Yet, he insists on exercising under the scorching sun on the playground. Truly, he is an enigma. Su Ming was not polite. He took the water and drank it in one go, leaving not a single drop behind. The icy stream flowed down his parched throat, causing him to involuntarily emit a groan of sheer delight. It was utterly refreshing. Yet, with a still dry throat, Su Ming yearned for more. Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes, asking, "Shall I fetch you a bucket of water?" "I would be most grateful," he replied. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he gestured for someone to hurry. Observing this, Xiao Wu, filled with indignation, clenched her fists, thinking, "Do you truly perceive me as a mere servant?" Seething with internal resentment, she did not depart. Instead, she cast a meaningful glance at a nearby companion. "If you wish to command me, do not even entertain the thought. Sooner or later, I shall have you addressing me as your leader." "Humph. Hey, do you happen to have any enemies?" Her large eyes suddenly brightened, and with a sense of righteousness, Xiao Wu pounded her chest, assuring, "Rest assured. Considering how you came to my aid in the cafeteria, I will undoubtedly help you seek vengeance when the time comes." "What do you say? Enemies? Revenge?" Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. "Even Oscar owes you a screenwriting award." Chapter 17, The Distinction Between Humans and Soul Beasts. "Hey, what was that look you just gave me? Am I wrong? If there were no deep-seated grievances, why would one toil so relentlessly in their cultivation, donning armor as if disregarding their life?" The supple calves swung incessantly as Xiao Wu propped her hands on the steps, pouting as she scrutinized Su Ming beside her. Having undergone transformation for quite some time, Su Ming was undoubtedly the most peculiar human she had encountered. From her observations, humans tend to bask in a little admiration, relishing in self-satisfaction, and are particularly fond of slacking off and boasting. Yet Su Ming, upon becoming the leader of the academy, displayed no signs of arrogance, let alone indulgence. On the contrary, he toiled under the scorching sun, seemingly seeking hardship. Not striving? Does he intend to remain an ordinary person for a lifetime? Su Ming's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Xiao Wu, having transformed from a soul beast after 100,000 years, cultivated in a manner entirely distinct from humans, the longer they lived, the greater their power. Yet, humans did not share this trait. Given the kindness of the water he had just received, Su Ming, now at leisure, was unperturbed by the notion of engaging in conversation with him. He asked with considerable depth, "Xiao Wu, do you comprehend the difference between a tidal Douluo and a 100,000-year soul beast?" Her delicate face momentarily shifted before reverting to its normal state. Feigning contemplation, Xiao Wu replied, "There is certainly a distinction between a 100,000-year soul beast and a tidal Douluo. One is a soul beast, and the other is a human. However, a 100,000-year soul beast is far more formidable. If it weren't for the scheming nature of humans, how could they possibly contend against a 100,000-year soul beast in a fair fight?" As she concluded her thought, a smile played on her rosy lips, and her eyes seemed to ignite with indignation, her fingers gripping the stone slab with palpable intensity. Clearing his throat, Su Ming coughed twice, and Xiao Wu, momentarily taken aback by her own emotions, quickly regained her composure. With a hint of coldness in her gaze, she retorted, "No wonder something was amiss with you. Why do you inquire about this?" "Just making conversation," he replied. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, then continued to express his perspective. "To speak candidly, soul beasts of 100,000 years and tidal Douluos are quite comparable, both occupying the pinnacle of their respective realms. Although the specifics of how soul beasts continue their cultivation after reaching 100,000 years remain elusive, it is undoubtedly an arduous endeavor. The same holds true for soul masters. The path to becoming a tidal Douluo is fraught with challenges. Yet, if a human fails to attain the rank of tidal Douluo within a century, they are destined to become mere dust. The disparity between 100,000 years and a mere century is monumental. Have you ever pondered the reason behind such a profound difference?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed in an instant, as if she had grasped a pivotal insight. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly raised her head and asserted, "It is undoubtedly because humans are more suited for cultivation. Since transforming into a human, she had felt her cultivation speed accelerate significantly, far surpassing that of soul beasts. However, upon hearing this, Su Ming shook his head, seemingly in disagreement. Xiao Wu's eyes gleamed with indignation, questioning, "What, do you think my assertion is incorrect?" Su Ming continued to shake his head, insisting that it was not the case. Indeed, humans are more suited for cultivation. However, soul beasts also possess high-level bloodline connections. I have heard that a high-level soul beast requires merely 10,000 years to rival a soul beast of 100,000 years. Yet even so, this particular soul beast still needs to cultivate for 10,000 years. Do you not find that peculiar?" Xiao Wu, exasperated, rolled her eyes and retorted mercilessly, "Are you not implying that humans are still more suited for cultivation?" Su Ming did not refute, for there was indeed an underlying implication. Yet what he truly wished to convey was far more profound. While it is true that humans are inherently suited for cultivation, have you ever contemplated the reasons behind this? With her delicate lips slightly parted, Xiao Wu found herself at a loss for words, her expression betraying no hint of playfulness as she gazed intently at Su Ming. In that moment, her eyes were focused, devoid of mischief, and her demeanor took on an air of solemnity. "I believe there are primarily two aspects to consider." Pausing momentarily, Su Ming continued, "Firstly, the human form is nearly perfect. Humans possess the six senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness, most notably the latter, which enables one to discern right from wrong and to engage in profound self-reflection. In contrast, soul beasts operate largely on instinct. Relying on their physical capabilities to hunt for sustenance, they can only utilize simple subconscious judgments to navigate their surroundings. The so-called cunning of humans, which you mentioned earlier, stems from the evident disparity in cognitive abilities between the two. Thus, are you implying that soul beasts are rather dim-witted?" Xiao Wu's voice was laced with tension as she gritted her teeth, her eyes gleaming with a fierce light, as if she might leap at Su Ming at any moment, ready to deliver a sound thrashing. Su Ming displayed no fear, locking eyes with her unwaveringly. "Dare you assert that the intellect of a 100,000-year-old soul beast surpasses that of a mere 20-year-old human?" Xiao Wu's anger flared instantly, her hand rose high. Yet it felt as though an invisible force restrained it, preventing it from descending. Ultimately, she lowered her head, her eyes dimmed and devoid of light, as a bittersweet emotion lingered in her heart. She recognized the truth in Su Ming's words, for her mother had been deceived by a human. Soul beasts are, by far more innocent than humans. Noticing the shift in Xiao Wu's emotions, Su Ming's gaze softened somewhat, and he continued, "As for the second point, this is the crux of my argument. Humans possess consciousness, allowing them to comprehend their direction and understand how to strive. In contrast, soul beasts attain consciousness only after 10,000 years, and even then, it is exceedingly rudimentary. We began our studies at the academy at the tender age of 6. A 100,000-year-old soul beast may only now be developing a mindset akin to ours. If soul beasts could begin their cultivation at the age of 6, I am certain they would be far more formidable than we humans." Su Ming's eyes shone brightly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence in his judgment. A thunderous sound echoed in the background. Gazing into Su Ming's luminous and clear eyes, Xiao Wu felt a tremor within her soul, as if it were swaying in response. From his gaze, she perceived an essence that was absent in soul beasts: enlightenment. Indeed, the wisdom of humanity has determined the heights they can reach. This is a trait that most soul beasts lack. In essence, humanity holds two key advantages: the awareness of their effort's direction and the determination to strive towards it. My martial soul, the woodcutter's axe, is merely an ordinary one. Therefore, to stand out in the world of humans, I must exert myself more diligently than anyone else. Su Ming leaned in slightly closer and whispered, having entered human society, one must abide by its rules. If you wish to shatter your shackles, do you truly intend to do so in this manner? Boom. Little Dance felt as if struck by lightning. Her entire body bristled with fear as she gazed in horror at the profile of Su Ming. Her identity as a soul beast for 100,000 years had been uncovered. Do not entertain the thought of making a move. You are no match for me now. Su Ming subdued the terrified Xiao Wu and kindly remarked, in truth, I believe you are doing quite well. After all, as one of the few humans you know at the academy, should you ever find yourself in peril, you could indeed offer me as a sacrifice. Rest assured, my soul ring shall remain eternally reserved for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming withdrew, leaving Xiao Wu in a daze, her mind buzzing. Had her true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast been exposed? How could that be possible? Moments later, her realization ignited a furious response. Sacrifice? Soul ring? How dare you? With a cry of anguish, Xiao Wu hurled a stone in the direction Su Ming had departed. You bastard, don't even think about it. Her eyes flared with anger, her chest heaving with indignation, resembling an irate rabbit. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that her previously swaying legs were now trembling slightly. One could easily imagine her state of turmoil as Su Ming, returning to the dormitory, wore a bemused smile. Though it appeared mischievous, paired with her adorable visage, it only served to enhance her quirky charm. Was he attempting to enlighten Xiao Wu? Perhaps, but Su Ming was primarily concerned with her soul ring and soul bone, which housed abilities rivaling divine techniques. His reason for prompting her was rooted in psychological dynamics. The thoughts of soul beasts are not dissimilar to those of humans. They can subtly deepen their perceptions over time. Particularly impactful experiences can ingrain themselves in one's consciousness, leading thoughts to gravitate toward predetermined fates. A simple analogy would be childhood jesting about future marriages, only to find oneself subconsciously attributing them to fate upon meeting again in adulthood. Hypnosis. Self-hypnosis. This was the effect Su Ming sought to achieve. 100,000-year soul bone and soul ring would never be relinquished to another. After resting for 2 hours in the dormitory and taking care of dinner, Su Ming set out once more, his destination still the academy's rear mountain. As for Xiao Wu, he did not encounter her upon waking in the afternoon, unsure if she was deliberately avoiding him. However, Su Ming was certain she would not flee. Rabbits are creatures of immense curiosity. Having traversed here, he had accompanied his grandfather, Blin, in catching rabbits on the mountain, a certainty he could not overlook. With a calm demeanor, Su Ming's diminutive yet sturdy figure traversed the campus with purpose, heading toward the rear mountain. Observing this, a boy behind him furrowed his brows. What was this fellow up to in the rear mountain? Though clad in a school uniform, the boy was grimy and disheveled, as if he had just emerged from a woodpile. Yet, his amber eyes shone with clarity, occasionally flickering with a haunting violet aura. Abandoning his plans to head to the cafeteria, the boy followed Su Ming's path, eager to uncover the unfolding mystery. As Su Ming walked along the uneven mountain path, he sensed something amiss and glanced back. Someone was tailing him. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Although the area behind him appeared utterly still, his instincts were infallible. Someone was indeed lurking there. However, they did not seem to possess any remarkable prowess. Remaining vigilant, Su Ming continued onward. After traversing a short distance, he entered a low-lying canyon. The terrain was level, and the temperature at night was quite pleasant. It was here that he had practiced the previous evening. With a sharp crack, he struck his arm, effortlessly snapping a withered branch. Subsequently, he grasped the piece of wood and began to practice the Jinwu blade technique amidst the forest. As Su Ming's condition improved, his speed of striking increased correspondingly, causing the stick to frantically rub against the air. Just as the sound of rustling began to fill the air, a gust of wind surged forth, battering the surrounding underbrush violently. Ah, so you were practicing your blade work here at night. A pair of eyes concealed within the thicket fixated intently on Su Ming, their gaze flickering as if contemplating something profound. The observer was none other than Tang San, who had followed him discreetly. He had not anticipated uncovering such a significant secret. No wonder someone had been absent the previous night. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Tang San's eyes, but his expression gradually turned grave. Given that Su Ming had only visited the blacksmith shop for his weighted armor at noon, it was highly probable that he had been training here all night. This scenario bore striking resemblance to Tang San's own past experiences of cultivating on the mountaintop. This is not good, he thought. The weight of the atmosphere pressing down upon him, Tang San finally sensed an unprecedented pressure. even more intense than the sense of crisis he had felt when Su Ming had defeated him the day before. Armed with the Tang Sect's techniques and the advantage of dual martial souls, he was confident that he would eventually overcome Su Ming. Yet, witnessing his relentless dedication to training, Tang Sen's confidence began to waver, leading him into uncertainty. He was endowed with innate full soul power and seemed to possess the acumen for cultivating soul energy. I have practiced the Xiantian treasure record, yet I lack superiority in speed and strength. Reflecting upon their previous training, he realized that their progress had been nearly equal. It had been over 2 years since he began cultivating the Xiantian technique. Tang San's brow furrowed deeper as anxiety began to seep into his heart. It took him 2 years to reach his current level, while Su Ming had only been training for a month. Could it be that he has only trained for a mere month? A chill crept upon him, and his grip on the branch turned pale as alabaster, snapping it with a gentle yet firm pressure. The sound of the break resonated through the still forest, akin to a flashlight piercing the darkness, illuminating and explosive. This is bad. Tang San snapped back to reality, extending his hand forward as he firmly grasped a piece of lightning-struck wood. I thought I was being followed by someone else. It turns out to be you. Su Ming chuckled softly, clapping his hands, seemingly quite amicable towards the inexperienced child before him. I happened to notice your arrival at the back mountain and, feeling a sense of unease, decided to follow and check on you. Aware of his exposure, Tang San ceased his concealment and stepped forward with grace. His countenance bore no trace of embarrassment. Rather, it was calm and composed. As for the thoughts swirling within his mind, only he could truly fathom them. Unease? Following? As long as your concealed arrows are not aimed at me, I shall count myself fortunate. Su Ming suppressed a chuckle, arching an eyebrow as he reminded, well, it seems you ought to address me as boss, don't you think? What is the matter? Are you unable to accept defeat? Just as Tang San was about to respond, Su Ming promptly retorted, a faint air of disdain evident in his expression. How could he possibly be unable to accept defeat? Having lost, he would naturally take responsibility. Is boss satisfactory now? The term boss was laden with emphasis, and Tang San's eyes widened, seemingly unwilling to concede, his fists clenched in a vow of vengeance. That's more like it. Being the protagonist boss seemed rather appealing. Su Ming smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand dismissively. If there is nothing else, you may as well return. There's no need to disturb my cultivation here. If you see Xiaowu, please inform her I'm here. Return? Tang San's expression was impassive, a hint of defiance glimmering in his gaze. This is the Academy's back mountain. Am I not allowed to cultivate here as a student of the Academy? Su Ming was instantly amused by Tang San's tsundere attitude. Do you still wish to cultivate here? Given your current physical condition, it would be a challenge even to stand, let alone practice. Humph. Tang San let out a cold snort but did not retort. His physical state was indeed quite poor at that moment. However, that did not imply he should retreat to bed. Finding a level spot, Tang San sat cross-legged and commenced his cultivation of the Xiantian skill. Su Ming, you have perhaps never experienced the harshness of society, unaware of the exquisite beauty of modern lethargy. Chapter 18, Xian Shui Dan, Purification of the Marrow. Su Ming was acutely aware of Tang San's current state. He was teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Continuing his cultivation in such a condition would yield only futile efforts. Considering Tang San's formidable attributes as the protagonist, Su Ming chose not to engage further and commenced his own training. The Jinwu blade technique allows one to harness the power of gold, transforming it into the ultimate essence of gold. Only soul masters with extreme attributes can attain true strength. And Su Ming would not let this opportunity slip by. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Jinwu blade technique. Proficiency 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Jinwu blade technique. Proficiency 1. After practicing the Jinwu blade technique 3 times, Su Ming's soul power was once again depleted, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Casting a glance at Tang San, Su Ming swiftly plunged into the forest. His petite figure seamlessly melded into the night, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Tang San opened his eyes in astonishment, but there was no sign of Su Ming before him. Has he already left? Using his purple extreme demon eye to survey the woods, Tang San found no trace of Su Ming, indicating that the latter had indeed ventured far away. This only deepened his confusion. Could it be that he was overthinking it? With his brow furrowed, Tang San realized that he had only been here for a brief moment, yet Su Ming had already departed. Fatigue began to wash over him, and he felt an overwhelming desire to close his eyes and rest. Rising to his feet, he shook off the anger that had momentarily clouded his judgment. Now, his mind was remarkably clear. Continuing to cultivate in such a state would only distance him further from Su Ming, so he resolved to return and take a nap. As Su Ming distanced himself from Tang San, he arrived at the edge of a small pond. Nestled between two mountains, the pond was formed by the accumulation of water. The water flowed crystal clear, and under the moonlight, the bottom of the pond appeared almost like a transparent mirror. Noticing the fish swimming at the pond's bottom, Su Ming promptly used a machete to fashion a simple spear from a nearby bamboo stalk. With a swift motion, he crafted a spear with a sharp tip, aimed carefully beneath the fish, and threw it with all his might. Like an arrow released from its bow, the sound of the spear slicing through the air reached his ears just as the bamboo struck the water. The pond instantly erupted in a murky swirl, the stirred silt obscuring his vision. Observing that the spear remained motionless in the water, Su Ming could not help but chuckle. Indeed, if this were in a later age, such a method of spearing fish would typically result in the bamboo floating askew, the submerged end struggling in the water, an indication of having caught a fish. Due to the water's resistance, it is generally quite challenging to spear a fish at the bottom. However, Su Ming's strike was far from feeble. The bamboo pole was thicker than just a mere finger's width. With a swift motion, he seized the tail end and forcefully yanked the bamboo pole upwards. As expected, a fish was caught upon it, thrashing violently in pain, its tail slapping against the bamboo with a rhythmic thud. The fish was not particularly large. Resembling a crucian carp weighing just over a pound, slender in form, with a yellow-brown underbelly and black fins, Su Ming recognized the fish as the Chinese perch. Known for its preference for tranquil waters or the muddy bottoms of slow-moving streams, particularly in lakes and the lower reaches of rivers. With a swift strike of his hatchet, he dealt a decisive blow to the fish's head, rendering it motionless. Employing the same method, he managed to catch two more. He then kindled a fire, embarking on the process of grilling. The sizzle of the fish as golden oil seeped from its flesh and dripped into the flames produced a delightful melody. The already yellow-hued perch, now glistening with oil and subjected to the heat, became even more resplendent in its golden allure. The air was filled with an intoxicating aroma that tantalized Su Ming's senses, causing his mouth to water in anticipation. The fish required minimal seasoning, merely some plants for flavoring. High-quality ingredients demand little more than simple preparation. Before long, the exterior of the fish had turned crispy, charred by the charcoal, while the interior remained a pristine white, preserving its essence and fragrance, exuding a succulent aroma that indicated perfect doneness. Having taken the initiative to provide for himself, Su Ming saw no reason for restraint and eagerly tore into the fish with his teeth. Alas, he lamented the absence of seasoning, for it would have undoubtedly enhanced the flavor. As he savored the fish, his eyes sparkled, tinged with a hint of regret. The flesh of the perch was exquisitely delicate, rich in protein, and contained few bones, making it undeniably delectable. Such a pity that it had not reached its utmost potential. After a while, Su Ming casually discarded the fish bones, which stood in a row, the tail poised upward, as if surveying the earth below. Su Ming grasped a leaf and rubbed it between his hands, his face adorned with satisfaction, resembling one who had feasted heartily. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes darted restlessly, surveying the surroundings with keen vigilance. Could it be that Tang Hao was still monitoring him? This thought crept into his mind, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze. In truth, he was not hungry. His actions were merely a means to ascertain Tang Hao's presence nearby. If he were close, the act of grilling fish might entice him to appear. Conversely, if he were absent, Su Ming would likely be left undisturbed after a brief observation. As he grilled 3 fish in succession without any reaction from Tang Hao, Su Ming grew increasingly convinced that the latter was indeed not nearby. Surely, a tidal Douluo could not spend his days fixated on him? After a few moments of contemplation, Su Ming swiftly retrieved the Xian Shui Dan from the system's rewards and consumed it in one fluid motion. The entire process unfolded as if rehearsed 1,000 times, executed seamlessly without a trace of hesitation, unless one were to employ spiritual energy for constant surveillance. Even a tidal Douluo's keen eyesight would be unable to discern what Su Ming had just done. Only Su Ming was aware that he had extracted a deep blue pill, adorned with white patterns. The fragrance of the pill was subtle, yet strikingly harmonious. The Xian Shui Dan was crafted from the essence of numerous water attribute soul beasts and aquatic plants. Its properties were gentle, capable not only of enhancing soul power, but also of purging impurities from the body, nourishing the meridians, and remarkably improving one's innate talent and physique. Su Ming swallowed with remarkable speed, feeling a wave of sweetness rise from his throat as the elixir slipped down his gullet. Without daring to delay, he promptly initiated his breathing technique, guiding the essence of the elixir to transform into soul power. A warm current radiated from his abdomen. And Su Ming sensed the parched soul power being replenished, akin to the soothing flow of spring water. Su Ming was utterly absorbed, immersed in the profound practice of cleansing his tendons and refining his marrow. The flames danced above the campfire, occasionally crackling with a sharp sound. The bright yellow flames illuminated Su Ming's alabaster visage, casting a soft golden hue upon his features, rendering the lines of his face increasingly gentle. Time slipped away in an instant. The campfire gradually waned, and wisps of smoke ascended from the valley, dissipating into the air with an aesthetic grace. Suddenly, a foul odor erupted, extinguishing all remnants of fragrance. Dark, viscous streams emerged from Su Ming, resembling oil or asphalt. His once white garments were now thoroughly saturated, cloaking him entirely in darkness. A stench pervaded the air. Atop the cliff, a man suddenly appeared, his figure tall and imposing. His black cloak concealing a pair of eyes as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any emotion. Cleansing tendons and refining marrow? Observing the movements of Su Ming, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, and his gaze rippled like a cold lake awakening to disturbances. This individual was indeed endowed with profound fortune. A subtle sigh escaped his lips, and Tang Hao's figure vanished once more, as if he had never been present at all. Chapter 19. A decade's time, life and death indifferent. As the sun rose, its rays cascaded from the horizon, gradually dispelling the mist that lingered in the forest. Wisps of white fog danced around the verdant pines. Hues of green flitted between the clouds, akin to a bashful fairy in a green robe, gracefully twirling amidst the mist. With a rhythmic patter, a blue figure darted through the woods, racing towards the foot of the mountain. Each footfall left a faint imprint upon the ground, imbued with strength. His clear, lively eyes sparkled with urgency, and the boy's speed intensified with every stride. The boy was none other than Su Ming, having descended from the back mountain. The previous night, he had consumed a mystical water pill and practiced diligently until dawn. The effects of the pill were remarkable, purging the impurities from within his body. At this moment, he felt light and invigorated, his soul power surging tumultuously, like crashing waves. Upon introspection, he noted that his meridians had expanded 3 to 4 times. With the unobstructed flow of soul power, his cultivation speed had remarkably accelerated severalfold. Awakened, he felt rejuvenated, indescribably elated, though the odor was rather overwhelming. In a hurried rush, he entered the academy through the back gate, racing towards the teaching building, for today marked the commencement of classes. Could he truly afford to be late on the very first day? Although Su Ming was reluctant, upon arriving at the classroom, the lesson had transitioned from cultural studies to the class on martial souls. At the front stood a female instructor, approximately 34 years of age. Dressed in a flowing green gown, her delicate features exuded a sense of comfort. Her jawline was gentle, devoid of any authoritarian demeanor typical of a teacher. Even when Su Ming arrived late, she refrained from reprimanding him, instead offering a warm smile and a subtle gesture for him to enter. The first-year students were electrified upon seeing their idol, their eyes ablaze with admiration. They had heard tales of the recent events at the academy, how the first-year students had challenged the sixth years, a seemingly reckless endeavor for a one-ring soul master to confront a six-ring soul master. It was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, astonishingly, Su Ming emerged victorious. As the hero of the lower grades, he was deserving of this adulation and respect. Indeed, the young man had trained fervently throughout the night. Noticing Su Ming's damp hair, Tang San narrowed his eyes, an intensified sense of urgency swelling within him. He vowed he would never concede defeat to the same individual twice, absolutely not. Tang San clenched his fists, casting a cold glare at Su Ming. Perhaps unbeknownst to himself, he had subconsciously begun to regard Su Ming as a target for his ambitions rather than an equal adversary. Su Ming also noticed Tang San's fervent, competitive gaze. However, what captivated his attention even more was Xiao Wu. She was enveloped in a tempest of dark clouds, her face marked by a lingering sorrow and a simmering anger. It was as if she had just emerged from a courtroom, surrounded by a chilling breeze. Her icy expression seemed to bear the unspoken warning, "Do not approach." The reason Su Ming first noticed her was primarily due to the empty seat beside her, as if everyone had deliberately chosen to avoid this spot. The rationale was quite simple. She was indeed the fierce woman who had kicked Xiao Qinyu. Given her current demeanor, it would be astonishing if anyone dared to approach her. As Su Ming entered, Xiao Wu's gaze was fixated upon him, her bright, sparkling eyes radiating a chilling light. If a glance could slay, Su Ming would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere fragments. Su Ming turned a blind eye and pulled out a chair to sit beside Xiao Wu. Noticing that someone dared to approach her, Xiao Wu's brow twitched violently, and she clenched her delicate fist tightly. Strangely, however, she made no further movements and simply turned her head away once more. In Su Ming's mind, a faint yet chilling sound echoed, akin to a cold snort. Tang San, noticing the peculiar shift in Xiao Wu's expression, sensed the unusualness but remained oblivious to the cause. Especially striking was Su Ming's calm demeanor, as if nothing were amiss, which shrouded the truth in a thick fog. All right, classmates, let us continue our discussion on martial souls. The more common types of martial souls can be categorized into weapon martial souls and beast martial souls, which can be further divided into several classes. I shall elucidate this for you once again. At the Junior Soul Master Academy, the first-year students had only 2 classes in the morning, cultural studies and martial soul lessons. The term junior naturally implies that the courses are rather elementary and not overly challenging. The class swiftly passed. As the teacher departed, those who had been gathered around Su Ming quickly withdrew, as if a great serpent were in pursuit of them. Damn, it's so cold. What on earth has transpired? Are you feeling cold too? I feel as if someone is squeezing my throat, and my legs are trembling. Hey, is there anyone among the work-study students who knows what exactly happened between Su Laoda and Xiao Wu? A crowd leaned against the corridor, peering through the windows. Their countless inquisitive eyes fixated within, their hearts agitated with curiosity akin to kitten scratching. Mature beyond their years, they were most intrigued by the interactions between boys and girls. The events of the previous day had already spread like wildfire throughout the academy, spawning various versions. The duel of the twin dragons. A secret not to be spoken of at 6, a young hero saves the fair maiden, those years, my child bride. Had it not been for the rumors of the two sharing a bed, the current situation would likely be exceedingly clear. Su Ming, I have something to discuss with you. Xiao's icy words slipped through her clenched teeth as she cast a glance outside. Let us speak here. Su Ming's eyes remained unmoving, resembling a wooden figure. Observing Su Ming's demeanor, Xiao gritted her silver teeth, wishing fervently to gnaw on him as if he were a carrot. It was merely a simple martial spirit booklet. Was it truly necessary to regard it with such rapt attention? Humph. Su Ming was not merely engrossed in the book before him. Rather, he was perusing the Compendium of Soul Beasts rewarded by the System Volume 1. Although the soul beasts contained within were predominantly of 1,000-year tier or lower. This knowledge was of paramount importance to Su Ming at this juncture. The concept of martial spirits had been extensively described in the original narrative, and he possessed his own direction in cultivation. Yet, the plethora of soul beast varieties was overwhelming. If he failed to grasp them adequately, he could mistakenly regard a 10,000-year soul beast as merely a 1,000-year one. Stealing his emotions, Xiao pressed her small hand forcefully upon Su Ming's shoulder, almost wishing to shatter his joints. Boss, I can't afford to delay you, even for a moment, can I? Her tone was rigid, each word articulated with precision, and the cold glint in her eyes resembled a sharpened blade. Su Ming, regaining his senses amidst the pain, was struck by the sight of Xiao Wu's demeanor. Let us go outside and talk, he remarked, rising to his feet. Xiao Wu followed closely behind, her countenance dark and brooding, betraying her unstable emotions. The two made their way to a secluded corner of the academy. If you have something to say, please make it quick, Su Ming urged. For he was indeed a busy man. This isn't the right place to discuss it. Let us head to the restroom. Noticing the curious glances around them, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and proceeded towards the boys' restroom. Is this really the right approach? Su Ming's lips curled in a wry smile. However, seeing Xiao Wu enter, he felt that as a male, it would be unwise not to follow, as it might imply his inadequacy. What the hell? How did a girl get in here? This is outrageous. For heaven's sake, my trousers. Inside the men's restroom, chaos erupted. Many men shuddered, their recently relieved bladders suddenly recoiling. They pressed against the walls, hastily adjusting their belts as they sought refuge in a panic. Upon emerging, their faces flushed as if they had been scorched by the air, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Faced with such a predicament, Su Ming's expression also turned awkward as he furrowed his brow and stepped inside. Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Every male present wore an expression of shock, their thoughts converging on a singular exclamation, brute. Within the confines of the men's restroom, Xiao maintained her indifferent demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. After a moment of calm, her icy demeanor slightly softened, and she regarded Su Ming with utmost seriousness. I ask you, how did you come to this discovery? Regarding the soul beasts, you are feigning ignorance. Xiao's eyes blazed with intensity. Su Ming smiled lightly. He certainly would not admit to having read the original work. I am not a fool. Your emotional fluctuations are far too evident when the topic of the 100,000-year soul beast arises. Moreover, your stance, which seemingly favors the soul beast, is hardly a response befitting a rational individual. Is that so? Xiaowu furrowed her brows deeply. Do you truly deduce my identity as a soul beast based solely on this? Of course not. Su Ming shook his head and continued, you once slept in my bed. Do you recall this incident? Although you presently inhabit a human form, there lingers an essence about you that is neither the sin of a soul beast nor purely human, but rather a primal, ancient aroma. In human society, even in the countryside, such an essence is non-existent. At that time, I surmised that you had emerged from the forest into the realm of humanity, and your fiery, untamed disposition bears a striking resemblance to that of a soul beast. Xiaowu grew increasingly alarmed, feeling a chill creep over her. She had believed her disguise was flawless, yet it had numerous flaws. She sniffed, her little nose twitching as she gazed with wide, innocent eyes, seemingly oblivious to any discrepancy in scent. I am merely speaking nonsense. It would be quite remarkable if you could discern it, Su Ming said, rubbing his nose and feigning assurance as he looked at Xiaowu, unaware of any unusual scent. Xiaowu attributed it to human habits and did not delve deeper into the matter. Speak plainly, what is it that you desire? If you intend to kill me, then do so, do not dally, she retorted. Her demeanor had shifted from icy to complex, a mix of indignation and sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As if she had resigned herself to the whims of fate. She had contemplated fleeing, but if news of 100,000-year soul beast taking form were to spread, even retreating to the Douluo forest would not guarantee her safety. Moreover, with Nodding City several hundred miles away from Douluo forest, a swift return was impossible. Now that she had assumed human shape, she could only cultivate within human society. The solitary comfort she found was that Su Ming had not publicized this matter. After a night spent in fear, she could no longer endure. Noticing Xiaowu's tone soften, Su Ming realized his success. Rest assured, I am not a titled Douluo. For now, I have no need to regard you as a soul ring. Xiaowu lifted her head slightly, her voice laced with melancholy. You should understand what 100,000-year soul beast signifies. Even if you do not slay me, capturing me would bring you considerable advantages, would it not? Indeed. The benefits are indeed substantial, Su Ming conceded. Su Ming nodded earnestly, while Xiaowu ground her teeth in frustration, realizing that humanity was indeed full of unsavory characters. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming unexpectedly shifted his tone. However, those trivial advantages certainly pale in comparison to you. What I desire are your soul rings and soul bones. The calmness of his voice struck like a needle piercing the marrow. Infuriated, Xiaowu shivered, regarding Su Ming as if he were a demon. Her heart felt cold and devoid of any remaining affection. I understand now, she said with a bitter smile, initially believing she could forge a friendship with Su Ming, only to discover the harsh reality. You choose not to kill me now, intending to keep me until you become a titled Douluo. Should I then express gratitude for your candidness? It seemed she had matured significantly. The cold hatred in her eyes was replaced by a sense of helplessness and sorrow, as if she had come to grasp the fate of soul beasts. Su Ming nodded graciously. No one can resist the allure of 100,000 years of soul beasts, and I am no exception. If I remain silent now, after several years as classmates, it is inevitable that I may act against you in the future. Rather than allowing this uncertainty to linger, I would prefer to clarify matters, so that both of us can live more transparently moving forward. After a prolonged silence, Xiaowu did not utter a word, yet suddenly, a strange thank you escaped her lips, accompanied by tears cascading down her cheeks. Unfortunately, her identity had been exposed, and humans sought her demise. Fortunately, unlike her mother, she would not be deceived to her death by a human. Sensing Xiaowu's emotions, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt within. You need not thank me. After 10 years, if I require a soul ring, I will not hesitate to pursue it. Therefore, during this decade, it would be wise for you to devote yourself to cultivation and enhancing your strength. Should you manage to escape back to the Douluo forest, I would also be prepared to follow, and at that point, fate will dictate our paths. Neither of us can hold the other accountable. All right, Xiaowu responded, her voice tinged with a slight rasp yet resolute. Wiping away her tears, she gazed up at him with wide, defiant eyes, unafraid to meet his gaze. The anger and hatred in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a serene gentleness. This softness, emanating from her heart, felt more unyielding than all the metals in the world. Seeing the resilience in Xiaowu's gaze, Su Ming felt a sense of relief. The hunting of soul beasts by soul masters is an unchanging truth. Rather than being ensnared by emotions and adopting a righteous facade to demand Xiaowu's sacrifice, it is far better to confront the situation with integrity. It is preferable to seek the direct route rather than a convoluted one. Ultimately, strength will speak for itself. Su Ming, I may not be defeated, With an air of pride, Xiaowu declared, lifting her chin and departing from the scene, her once soft pink eyes now reflecting a newfound determination. Su Ming stepped out. The words about a 3-minute dance that made someone cry echoing in his ears, nearly provoking him to draw his sword in anger. Just as he exited the restroom, a figure obstructed his path. Su Ming, someone is looking for you, Tang San said, his gaze peculiar, as if he were suppressing a mischievous grin. Who is seeking me? As Su Ming's icy words escaped his lips, Tang San's hairs instantly stood on end. He widened his eyes in terror, as if he had uncovered some dreadful truth. What was amiss? The glimmer of golden light in Su Ming's eyes vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. No, it's nothing. Tang San quickly regained his composure, a lingering fear preventing him from meeting Su Ming's gaze. He hastily clarified, it was that master from before who sought you. He also approached me, seemingly intending to win us over. Win us over? Su Ming scoffed disdainfully. It seemed he required a subject for experimentation. If that were the case, then let us make an acquaintance. Su Ming stepped forward, his petite frame exuding an air of regal authority that evoked a sense of wonder within. Behind him, Tang San furrowed his brow, gazing at Su Ming's silhouette. What could it be that even the purple extreme demon I dared not gaze upon? A flash of golden light flickered in his mind, reminiscent of a great blade cleaving towards him, its sharpness overwhelming and its cold gleam terrifying. Under the blazing sun of summer, Tang San felt an involuntary shiver run through his body. Chapter 20. Unable to become a powerful soul master? In the office, rows of neatly arranged bookshelves were filled with tomes. These books were not pristine. They bore the marks of countless readings, some even having their covers worn and peeling. Against the backdrop of the vast sea of literature, Yu Xiaojiang's presence exuded a profound and steady aura, embodying not a grandiose demeanor, but rather the wisdom of strategic contemplation. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, his brow furrowing into a line as his gaze turned contemplative, seemingly lost in thought. With a creak, the tightly shut wooden door slowly opened. Yu Xiaojiang's expression sharpened, all emotion retreating, his countenance becoming as rigid as iron. I hear you have matters to discuss with me? Su Ming entered without uttering a single superfluous word. His gaze, cold and piercing, fixed upon Yu Xiaojiang as he inquired. In response to Su Ming's blatant discourtesy, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, suppressing his indignation, and with an air of seasoned wisdom remarked, Su Ming, although your innate talent is remarkable, surpassing that of ordinary individuals, you still lack many essential qualities needed to become a formidable soul master. His tone was notably composed, for he held a firm belief that any genius would ultimately yield to his teachings. Su Ming remained noncommittal as he slowly took a seat, urging the conversation to continue. Yu Xiaojiang, undeterred by the indifferent tone and arrogant demeanor, remarked, Su Ming, your reasoning skills are commendable, a trait you can take pride in. However, your shortcomings are equally evident. You lack a substantial foundation in the knowledge of soul masters. This encompasses not only cultivation but also aspects such as soul beasts, soul rings, and soul bones. For instance, if any soul master were to absorb an incorrectly aligned soul ring, the repercussions could be dire. His gaze never strayed from Su Ming, eyes narrowing slightly as he quietly observed his reaction. To his disappointment, the latter remained unmoved, his indifferent eyes seemingly disinterested in such matters. Understanding that concealing one's true capabilities could not suppress a genius of logic, Yu Xiaojiang shifted his approach, stating, according to my research, the maximum age for a first soul ring is 423 years. Absorbing a soul ring older than this will certainly lead to one's demise. This is merely a fragment of my findings. No one on the continent comprehends the theory of soul masters better than I do. With your innate talent combined with my extensive theoretical knowledge, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Yu Xiaojiang, hands clasped behind his back, approached Su Ming with a newfound vigor in his eyes, exuding an extraordinary confidence that contrasted with his previous despondency. He proclaimed, you must realize that having an exceptional teacher can significantly shorten the path to success. I am confident I can nurture you into the most perfect soul master. If you adhere to my theories, not only will you achieve the rank of soul sage, but even the title of a titled Douluo is within your grasp. With an imposing presence, Yu Xiaojiang emanated an immense aura that left Su Ming momentarily stunned. It must be said, his words were indeed alluring. The pragmatic appeal of his argument could easily sway others. Soul sage? Titled Douluo? For someone from a small town, such prospects were immensely tempting, enough to drive anyone into a frenzy. At that moment, Tang San, though his expression remained composed, could not conceal the fiery glint in his eyes, clearly stirred by the proposition. Yet, Su Ming was not Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang's so-called theories held no value in the eyes of someone well-versed in the original narrative. Your theory? Su Ming's expression finally shifted, yet it transformed into a cold smirk. How much of your theory has been substantiated? And how much of it is truly of value to me? Su Ming slowly rose to his feet. His once tranquil gaze now stirred like the tumultuous waves of the ocean, captivating and profound. Across the vast continent, there exist myriad phenomena obscured from your sight. Your understanding is destined to confine you to mere theoretical realms. Yet, I am not so limited. In that moment, the notion of being ensnared in theoretical confines pierced Yu Xiaojiang's heart sharply, leaving his countenance as wretched as if he had ingested a fly. Confronted with Su Ming's obstinacy, Yu Xiaojiang, who had long endeavored to impart wisdom, could no longer restrain his emotions. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his fist clenched behind him like tightly wound sandbags. Su Ming, every soul master requires a robust theoretical foundation. Without the support of theory, one flits about aimlessly like a headless fly, destined for a disastrous fate. Without my guidance, your aspirations of becoming a genuinely formidable soul master are but a fanciful delusion. His fierce gaze was predatory, and Yu Xiaojiang, gritting his teeth, unleashed words that had long been suppressed in the depths of his soul, revealing a touch of madness. In the office, the temperature plummeted abruptly, instilling a sense of chill that permeated the air. Su Ming was also surprised to discover this aspect of Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, you hold yourself in too high regard. With a sense of resignation, Su Ming turned to leave, but paused just before stepping out of the office. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes flickered, perhaps believing that Su Ming might reconsider. Yet, Su Ming's words remained icy, his gaze sharp. You speak truthfully. Indeed, a soul master requires theory. For individuals like Tang San, such theories may hold merit. However, that is within your confines. My path is destined to lie beyond your imagination. With that, Su Ming slammed the door behind him, leaving no trace of hesitation. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes reddened, rage coursing through his body, trembling with indignation. Had it not been for Tang San's presence, he might have succumbed to a fit of madness. Yet, Su Ming, who should have departed, found himself halted once more at the doorway. The atmosphere suddenly shifted, feeling amiss. You too lack theory. It would do you some good. With that remark, Su Ming stepped away again. Originally standing at the threshold, Xiaowu, with a stoic expression, felt a surge of conflicting emotions upon hearing his words. She cast a complex glance at Su Ming's retreating figure, hesitating for a moment, as if resolving to act, before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The transformation of soul beasts. To grow stronger swiftly, one must circumvent unnecessary detours. She indeed required this theoretical knowledge. Su Ming departed. His retreating figure appeared profoundly solitary. Yet for him, it brought an overwhelming sense of liberation. He acknowledged that some of Yu Xiaojiang's theories indeed contributed to the growth of soul masters. But they were not what he sought. In the depths of his being, it felt as though a guiding force was urging him to break free from these shackles. Su Ming found it difficult to articulate the extraordinary sensation he experienced. Was it a moment of inspiration? A profound awakening? Or perhaps a manifestation of unwavering belief? Regardless of the nature of these feelings, there seemed to be an inherent force within him resisting the path of a soul master. After departing from Yu Xiaojiang's office, Su Ming returned to his own regimen of cultivation. He focused on honing his physique, refining his swordsmanship, and cultivating his soul power. These three pursuits had been the essence of his journey at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Meanwhile, Tang San, as in the original narrative, had taken Yu Xiaojiang as his mentor, the only distinction being the addition of Xiao Wu. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the academy's square, beneath the lush shade of trees, the boy reclined on the grass, legs dangling, seemingly evading the scorching sun. A gentle breeze rustled the pages of a book that lay across his face like a bridge. From a distance, he appeared relaxed and at ease, evoking envy in onlookers. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading for 3 hours. Mental Strength 1. Chapter 21. A Clash Once More. Is it truly only level 10? Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading for 3 hours. Mental Strength 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading for 4 hours. Mental Strength 1. With a flick of his hand, Su Ming tossed the tattered book aside. Through the dense foliage, dappled sunlight fell upon his weary visage, revealing a hint of displeasure. Previously, reading for 2 hours would yield a single point of mental strength. Now, it demanded 4 hours. If this continued, it would be utterly exhausting. Cultivating mental strength was a challenging endeavor. Any gain, however small, was to be cherished. Su Ming rubbed his head, which buzzed as if a powerful machine were operating at full capacity within. He had unexpectedly learned that reading could enhance one's mental strength while perusing the Soul Beast Compendium. The compendium, merely the first volume, was thicker than a dictionary. The book that had been covering Su Ming's face moments ago was not his actual reading material. It was the Soul Beast Compendium that he had been engaging with not through his eyes, but through his mental prowess. A refreshing breeze stirred his tousled hair, and a tickling sensation graced his forehead as the sun had passed its zenith and was beginning its descent in the west. Su Ming stretched lazily, reflecting on how swiftly time passes. System, access personal homepage. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, chopper, quality, yellow, 489,500. Special constitution, berserker's body. Skills, breathing technique. Lightness skill, golden crow sword technique, mastery. Possessions, golden feather armor, millennium ginseng, multifunctional boots, millennium snow wolf meat. Strength, 31. Defense, 28. Spirit, 42. After a month of diligent effort, the rewards were indeed substantial, and Su Ming felt quite satisfied. With the golden crow sword technique reaching mastery, he had acquired 3 strands of golden power. His martial soul, the chopper, was not far from reaching purple quality. As for the golden feather armor, it was a reward for physical training, serving as a defensive garment made from extremely light materials, capable of absorbing the full force of an attack from a great soul master. Of course, what delighted Su Ming the most was the enhancement of his mental strength. In the world of Douluo, spiritual attacks could be rather peculiar, and he certainly did not wish to suddenly become an imbecile. Even an ordinary soul master might not possess such formidable statistics. Su Ming clenched his fist, feeling an utterly different sense of power, and the joy within him was beyond words. If it were a month ago, with his current physical prowess, he could have faced Xiao Qinyu head-on without losing ground. Lacking a soul ring, he yet resembled a soul master who possessed one. The perfected golden crow blade technique requires 5,000 repetitions for mastery. Presently, his entire soul power allows for 7 repetitions, yet it takes several hours to recover. In a day, he could practice at most a little over 10 times. Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Over the course of more than a year, it was indeed possible to perfect the golden crow sword technique. However, this pursuit would leave him with little time for other endeavors, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. Thus, he relegated the training of the golden crow sword technique to a secondary priority, incorporating it into his daily regimen. In terms of physical conditioning, given the intensity of his current training, there was little room left for further advancement. Each individual possesses a fixed capacity for physical endurance. Excess can lead to detrimental effects. No matter how much a regular person trains, they cannot transform their physique into that of a superhuman without the intervention of external forces. Presently, Su Ming was also exploring this possibility. Looking around, it appeared that only the art of lightness had yet to be cultivated. If only he could unleash the power of spatial force through this lightness technique. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling that he had been overly fanciful. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a flute pierced the air. With a resounding thud, a nail was firmly embedded into the tree trunk beside Su Ming. It was evident, without a doubt, who possessed the skill to wield such a concealed weapon. Su Ming turned back to glance, catching a familiar silhouette disappearing around the corner. At sunset, in the familiar battleground of the back mountain, Tang San, are you so eager to be beaten? Su Ming smiled lightly at the corners of his mouth, seemingly anticipating the moment. Casting a glance at the sun, which was rapidly descending towards the horizon, he rose and made his way to the dining hall. In the rear mountains, downstream of the stream, the verdant grass swayed gently in the breeze, with no trees in sight. Just as the sun was setting, the enchanting hues of dusk bathed the flowers and grass in a dark golden glow, evoking the vast, majestic beauty of a great prairie. 2 small figures, one male and one female, stood silently in the midst of the grassy expanse, their shadows elongated by the sunset. The charming girl wore a serious expression, her beautiful eyes fixed on the ground as she absent-mindedly stirred the soil with the tip of her shoe, lost in thought. In contrast, the boy stood with his arms crossed, admiring the sunset, his calm demeanor occasionally ignited by a spark of fervor, radiating an air of confidence. Xiao, not glancing at Tang San, murmured to herself, that guy defeated Xiao Qinyu last month. Are you sure you can best him? We'll find out when we try. Tang San replied with a faint smile, appearing gentle and affable, though his eyes betrayed his true intentions. The fierce determination in his gaze clearly indicated that he was not merely testing the waters. Seemingly sensing Tang San's thoughts, Xiao opened her mouth several times, only to swallow her words in the end, though she wished for the seemingly invincible Su Ming to be defeated. She could not help but lean towards the belief that he might triumph. She understood that Tang Sen had gained a century-old spirit ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet, she still felt that Su Ming's prowess likely surpassed that of both of them combined. The two remained silent, the rustling of the grass in the wind creating a rhythmic backdrop. Time passed, and an abrupt chill pierced their skin, prompting them to instinctively turn their gazes toward a particular direction. In the distance, a figure was approaching them. His pace was unhurried, which, to Tang San, seemed almost slow. Yet, it was precisely this deliberate pace that tightened the strings of their hearts. Tang San lowered his arms, his earlier confidence evaporating. His half-squinted eyes now keenly aware of the impending danger. Despite the considerable distance, he could distinctly sense a powerful and concentrated soul force drawing near, even subtly suppressing the flow of his own soul power. It was truly terrifying. Had it not been for his training in the Tang Sect's techniques, he would have never stood a chance against this individual. However, the outcome of their encounter would ultimately reveal the truth. With muscles taut and a surge of strength coursing through him, Tang San shattered the pressure enveloping his body in an instant. "Su Ming," he declared, "you promised that once I became a soul master, I could challenge you again. Now that I am a one-ring soul master, you wouldn't renege on your word, would you?" As he approached Su Ming, a brilliant yellow soul ring emerged beneath Tang San's feet. With each rhythmic pulse of the soul ring, tendrils of vine emerged from the ground, swirling like a dragon across the earth. The blue sheen tinged with purple was unmistakably recognizable as blue silver grass, Tang San's martial spirit. With each step he took, 10 strands of blue silver grass coiled around him, advancing like venomous snakes, poised to strike. As he felt the formidable presence of the blue silver grass, a regal satisfaction spread across Tang San's face. The memory of his previous defeat at the hands of Su Ming, due to his inability to use his martial spirit, had lingered in his mind. Yet today, the circumstances were entirely different. "No wonder you dared to challenge me. It appears you have absorbed a century-old spirit ring. Let me guess, your first spirit ring must be over 300 years old, likely from a mandala snake?" With a serene smile, Su Ming exuded an air of confidence, as if he had seen through everything. "This is impossible." A gasp erupted within Yu Xiaojiang, whose eyes widened in disbelief, akin to those of a startled water buffalo. Could it truly be that someone could deduce the spirit beast from the soul ring? No, such talent could not possibly exist within the world of soul masters. Yu Xiaojiang's teeth chattered, and the desire to witness Su Ming's downfall was now overshadowed by an inexplicable sense of dread. Yet, the most unnerved of all was Tang San, whose hair stood on end. He had expected his century-old spirit ring to intimidate Su Ming, yet the latter had effortlessly discerned its source as a mandala snake. Were it not for the knowledge that Su Ming had remained within the academy and had never ventured into the soul-hunting forest, Tang San might have doubted his own certainty. What a formidable opponent! The momentary panic in his eyes dissipated, and with a reluctant nod, Tang San acknowledged, "Indeed, this is a mandala snake, nearly 400 years old. Since you can see through it, you must also understand the immense enhancement a 400-year spirit ring brings to a soul master. Had you not acquired the spirit ring, I would have been willing to wait and postpone this battle. A match between a one-ring and a no-ring? Even if you were victorious, Tang San would feel that it was an unfair win. He longed for a dignified and equitable confrontation." Boom. Su Ming shook his head, and a black luminescence surged from his body, followed by the appearance of a machete in his hand. The machete appeared unchanged at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, golden patterns subtly shimmered along its blade. Though exceedingly faint and difficult to detect with the naked eye, the sense of sharpness was undeniable. There were no spirit rings. Truly, there were none. Tang San's expression dimmed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, Xiao could no longer contain herself, her voice laced with indignation as she questioned, "Su Ming, aren't you supposed to possess innate full spirit power? Logically, you should have reached the 10th level of spirit power by now. Why have you not acquired a spirit ring?" Her eyes radiated fury, her frustration and annoyance palpable, as she inwardly cursed the scoundrel. She recalled someone mentioning that spirit ring positions would be reserved for her. Oh, how utterly infuriating. Xiao's words echoed the confusion in Tang San's heart. Without hesitation, he retracted his martial soul, blue silvergrass, and remarked, "Su Ming, the enhancement provided by a spirit ring is indeed substantial for spirit masters, especially a century-old spirit ring. I assure you, this is not a mere deception. Given your strength, hunting a century-old spirit beast should pose no challenge, and you will soon understand. Furthermore, becoming a spirit master comes with unique benefits, such as receiving a monthly gold coin subsidy from the Spirit Hall. Tang San's gaze was earnest, devoid of any intent to boast. He would not disclose such matters to others, but he acknowledged Su Ming as a worthy rival. Only by overcoming the strongest could he attain a complete state of mind. Yet, Tang San's words elicited a hearty laugh from Su Ming. Tang San, do you believe your current state allows you to secure a decisive victory over me? Tang San raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked, what? Do you wish to fight? Certainly not. It's not a mere fight, but rather to bring you to your knees. With a languid tone, a powerful wave of spirit energy suddenly enveloped Su Ming. The black glow flared, and the pressure surged toward Tang San like a tempest. In a flash, Xiaowu quickly distanced herself. The overwhelming sensation struck Tang San as though he had been hit by a wooden plank, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He furrowed his brow and asked in astonishment, Su Ming, with your spirit power, it must exceed level 15, right? Not quite, Su Ming replied, shaking his head. By level standards, my spirit power is merely at level 10. Impossible. You are undoubtedly above level 10. Tang San vehemently shook his head, his gaze piercing as he stared at Su Ming. My spirit power has reached level 13, and that sensation could not have been mistaken. Your spirit power is certainly above level 15. Otherwise, with my higher spirit power, you could not possibly suppress me. Who is lying here? Xiao's eyes brimmed with confusion. She too sensed the immense spirit power emanating from Su Ming. Yet why did he adamantly deny it? Despite her disdain for Su Ming, she couldn't help but acknowledge that she understood him better than anyone else, sensing there must be other factors at play, whether you believe it or not. I will not hold back when it comes to beating you. Su Ming offered little explanation, his axe slicing through the grass below with remarkable ease. In the momentum of his swing, it darted toward Tang San like an arrow. Effortlessly evading the assault, Tang San's fighting spirit ignited anew, unwilling to waste words. He immediately summoned his martial soul. If you desire a confrontation, I shall oblige. Should you falter, we shall engage again when you become a soul master. Although he held disdain for a victory obtained through underhanded means, he had awaited this battle for an entire month. Regardless of the outcome, they would face each other fairly in the future. With his eyes half closed, Tang San's form blurred, morphing into an afterimage as he lunged at Su Ming. Seemingly anticipating Tang San's intentions, Su Ming abruptly pivoted, his axe vanishing in an instant. A fist collided. Bang! The dull thud echoed as Tang San was propelled backward through the air, while Su Ming, too, staggered 3 steps from the force of Tang San's heavy strike. Although the distance they retreated was evenly matched, it was undeniable that Su Ming was slightly outclassed in strength, for he stood firm on the ground and could leverage it. Your power has remarkably increased. As he landed smoothly, Tang San regarded Su Ming with astonishment. The previous clash was merely a test of Su Ming's strength to determine whether the match should continue. The outcome, however, far exceeded his expectations. Had he not suddenly exerted himself, he would have undoubtedly been the one to lose. It is essential to note that he possessed the enhancement of a soul ring. Before Tang San could ponder further, Su Ming charged toward him. He resembled a ferocious tiger, and the axe in his hand was akin to the tiger's fangs. Poised to inflict a bite upon his adversary, utilizing the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San swiftly sidestepped. The razor-sharp blade nearly grazed his face, its swift descent causing beads of cold sweat to form on Tang San's brow. Noticing Su Ming's speed had surged once more, Tang San dared not display even the slightest carelessness. As he retreated, a flash of silver flickered in his hand. Clang, 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 sensing an imminent threat. Su Ming instinctively raised his axe in defense. As several fine needles embedded themselves in the grass, Su Ming propelled himself forward, closing the distance with even greater speed than before. With Su Ming advancing, Tang San pressed down with his right leg, transforming his retreat into a forward assault. His delicate palm shimmered white once more as he charged towards Su Ming. The intensity of the confrontation suggested that axe and fist were destined to clash again. Little Wu was momentarily taken aback. After all, Tang San had previously succumbed to Su Ming's axe. Was he about to repeat his former error? Chapter 22. Is the purple extreme demon eye failing? Does he still intend to withstand with the mystic jade hand? No. This fellow is certainly not the type to act so recklessly. Su Ming's gaze subtly shifted, secretly remaining cautious. Could it be that you believe I would fall for the same trick twice? Observing Su Ming's unwavering and relentless stance, Tang San's expression turned frigid. Just as the axe and the mysterious jade hand were about to clash, an unforeseen surge of formidable force erupted. Bang! The axe, originally aimed at Tang San, unexpectedly veered off course. Su Ming's pupils constricted as he swiftly maneuvered the machete in a horizontal slash, striving to compensate for the gap created. Whoosh! Tang San understood that he could not confront Su Ming head-on. He He thrust his left hand into the ground and leaned back to evade. As the machete brushed perilously close to his face, his right foot transformed into a weapon, launching a fierce strike towards Su Ming's left shoulder. The sheer force unleashed a gust of wind. Bang! The two forces collided once more with a resounding impact. Anticipating the blow, Su Ming used his left hand to deflect the attack, yet the immense pressure compelled him to stagger back several steps. Witnessing his advantage, Tang Sen felt a surge of elation within as he pressed forward with a relentless barrage of strikes. The power of the 400-year soul ring was indeed formidable. Su Ming's expression turned grave, and he dared not be careless any longer, swiftly tightening his grip on the hatchet with his little finger to his index finger. In the blink of an eye, the two collided once more. Su Ming, unreservedly, unleashed the techniques of the Golden Crow blade art, swift and fierce. His swordplay unfolded with the ferocity of a tempest, overwhelming Tang Sen in an instant. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Recognizing the formidable prowess of Su Ming's blade techniques, Tang Sen refrained from engaging him directly, opting instead to evade and seek opportunities, aiming to exhaust Su Ming using his superior speed and strength. However, Su Ming was least intimidated by the prospect of a drawn-out contest. As the distance between the two narrowed once more, Tang Sen felt a twinge of anxiety within. Su Ming's knife skills were extraordinarily ferocious, if one ventured too close. Even a moment's carelessness could lead to grievous injury. Such was the case the last time. Indeed, as the teacher had warned, one must not allow a powerful assault-type soul master to engage in close combat. Tang Sen gritted his teeth, still reluctant to employ his soul skills. Wishing to attempt once more, a flicker of purple energy coursed through his eyes, and a piercing light shot towards Su Ming like an arrow or a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, Su Ming's demeanor shifted. His movements became momentarily stilted, as if his previously fluid knife techniques had encountered an obstruction. In an instant, a ghostly figure erupted forth. Observing the dazed Su Ming, Tang Sen's heart surged with elation, his suppressed emotions now in turmoil. This time, I shall ultimately claim victory. With a swift motion, he aimed his Xuan Yu hand directly at Su Ming's throat, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. Just as Tang Sen believed he was on the verge of success, an icy sensation coursed through his arm. Lifting his gaze, he was struck dumb. There was nothing amiss with Su Ming. Instead, his eyes gleamed with clarity and a mocking smile. This is bad. Realizing it was a trap, Tang Sen hastily retreated, seeking to create distance. Now, can you still evade? Frustrated by Tang Sen's continual dodging, Su Ming was incensed. After finally luring him into a trap, he could not afford to squander this singular opportunity to unleash his knife techniques up close. The blade in his hand spun wildly like a top, akin to the blades of a fan. The razor-sharp edge, capable of severing hair, surged forth towards Tang Sen, advancing step by step. Tang Sen continued to retreat. Su Ming pressed forward relentlessly. The situation had reached a precarious tipping point. Damn it, there was no escape. The speed of retreat could hardly outpace Su Ming's onslaught, and Tang Sen felt a surge of desperation. Observing the crisis at hand, he disregarded everything else and unleashed the control crane seizing dragon technique, hoping to deflect Su Ming's blade. With a rip, the fabric tore, and droplets of blood splattered in the setting sun. The vivid hue of blood caused Xiao Wu's pupils to constrict, her delicate lips covering in horror. Simultaneously, a figure shot backward at an alarming speed. After sliding some 8 or 9 meters, Tang Sen barely managed to halt his momentum. His complexion paled, and he bent his leg, kneeling partially. His school uniform was slashed open, revealing a crimson line across his fair skin. Though the cut appeared shallow, blood still stained his garment, creating a striking sight. How could this happen? With his body wounded and pain coursing through him, Tang Sen clenched his teeth, unwilling to yield as he glared at Su Ming. Su Ming, stop this at once. The frantic roar of Yu Xiaojiang erupted as he rushed onto the scene. Upon seeing Tang Sen's injury, Yu Xiaojiang felt a wave of dread, as if he had one foot in the underworld. After all, Tang Sen was the son of that formidable figure, and his wrath was beyond anyone's endurance. Witnessing Tang Sen's defeat, Su Ming sheathed his martial spirit. Despite his victory, no trace of elation graced his face. He possessed speed and skill in his blade techniques. Yet his moves lacked cohesion. They were neither a mere strike nor a simple slash, but rather an interconnected flow. Currently, he could not achieve the synergy of 1 + 1 equaling 2, let alone anything greater. In simpler terms, while moving swiftly, he could not simultaneously employ the ferocity of the Golden Crow blade technique. The struggle of multitasking weighed heavily on his mind. Reflecting on the battle, Su Ming recognized the considerable gap in his abilities. had he been able to execute the Golden Crow Blade technique flawlessly upon catching up to Tang San, the fight would have been effortlessly won. After finally closing the distance, the execution of his technique had slowed his movement, allowing Tang San to create space between them. Being toyed with felt utterly frustrating. Su Ming, you were classmates, yet you resort to such cruelty. It is truly relentless. Just as Su Ming was lost in contemplation, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted. Su Ming's heart sank as his gaze shifted towards Yu Xiaojiang, who had directed his wrath at him. The latter was seething with rage, radiating an aura of terrifying menace. His face, contorted by extreme fury, had taken on a rigid and twisted appearance. Su Ming let out a cold snort, unceremoniously rebuking, Yu Xiaojiang, you ought to inquire of Tang San whether I truly held back. If I had genuinely intended to harm him, he would undoubtedly be suffering far more grievous injuries than these. Light injuries? Is this truly considered light? Yu Xiaojiang, filled with indignation, was about to express his discontent when a hand unexpectedly grasped him. Tang San rose to his feet, despite the crimson stain on his chest. He appeared to be relatively unscathed. Casting a complex glance at Su Ming, he candidly stated, Teacher, he indeed held back. This is not his fault. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated. His words caught in his throat. Tang San shook his head, a resigned smile gracing his lips. This injury was merely from a glancing blow. Had it been a full strike, I would be eviscerated by now. Though his tone was light-hearted, Tang San was still haunted by the recent brush with death. A chilling dread lingering in his heart. He had felt the stark terror of mortality. The blade had been so perilously close to his abdomen. It was evident that had Su Ming harbored any murderous intent, he could have easily taken his life. And yet, Su Ming had refrained from doing so. Yu Xiaojiang recognized the truth in Tang San's words, realizing that his anger had clouded his judgment, and he wisely chose not to press the matter further. Su Ming. As Su Ming turned to depart, Tang San quickly called out to him, Are you truly going to continue this? Su Ming's expression darkened with ire. He could not repeatedly hold back. Tang San gritted his teeth, a hint of reluctance in his tone. I wish to test my soul skill. If you can overcome it, I will willingly concede. Soul skill? Blue-silver bind? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with a subtle brilliance as he nodded slowly. After a moment, the two stood facing each other once more. The warm glow of the setting sun cascaded down as the blade gently traced a brilliant streak of golden light. Until it shone brightly, it harmonized with the sun, dazzling and resplendent. Chapter 23. Do not bully beasts so. On the rear mountain of the academy, the bright moon hung far in the sky, resembling a celestial maiden, cold, proud, and transcendent. Untainted by dust, she seemed to be entranced by her own beauty, casting the moonlight with a certain reluctance. The night was particularly heavy, so much so that the stars were barely discernible around him. Only the distant chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs remained. Su Ming, in the midst of his cultivation, appeared somewhat amiss. Streams of white energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, descended from the heavens. As if melding with the very essence of this realm, Su Ming's expression was serene, lost in the unity of self and surroundings. His breaths became a natural cycle, a testament to his existence. Tang Hao arrived, bearing a wine gourd, resting majestically beneath a tree. The commotion emanating from Su Ming seemed to fail to capture his attention. He merely glanced over occasionally, took a sip of his drink, and engaged in casual conversation to pass the time. Tang Hao wiped the alcohol from the corner of his mouth. His ears perked slightly as his gaze shifted in a particular direction. Through the veil of night, it appeared as though he discerned something. A faint bitter smile gracing his lips. A short while later, a girl approached with a pout, as if someone owed her money. Upon seeing Su Ming, Xiao was seized by an uncontainable anger. She opened her mouth to speak, yet found no sound would escape. What was happening? Had she lost her voice? Confused, she scratched her head and attempted to cough, but still heard nothing. He was currently engrossed in profound meditation, a beneficial endeavor for his cultivation, and it would be best not to disturb him. Just as she perceived a sound, an overwhelming force seemed to pull her towards it. Realizing the terrifying strength, Xiao's complexion turned ashen, a chill creeping down her spine. The scene before her shifted with dizzying speed. Gazing at the disheveled man, she felt as though struck by lightning. An intense sense of suffocation rendered her breathless. A tidal Douluo. There was no mistaking it, absolutely no mistake. Swallowing hard, her legs trembled. What do you want? The simple query drained her of all her strength. Boom. With only a frown cast in her direction, Tang Hao's mere glance caused Xiao to crumple helplessly to the ground. Her hands clutched the earth tightly, her face pale, her heart extinguished. Just escaped the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's maw. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? In the little city of Nodding, To encounter a tidal Douluo? An inner wail of despair echoed in her heart as she yearned to flee, yet her limbs trembled uncontrollably, as if her body were warning her against such futile efforts. As a 10,000-year spirit beast, her innate instincts told her that the man before her was immensely powerful. The sheer terror and strength radiated from him like an insurmountable mountain, leaving her gasping for breath. What frightened her further was the malice that emanated from the depths of his eyes. Within his gaze, she envisioned mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless droplets coalescing into rivers. The overwhelming crimson hue sent chills through her bones. Gulp. Tang Hao shook his head and spoke coldly. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you. Although he made no move, a gentle force enveloped Xiaowu, evidently a manifestation of his power. Instantly, warmth spread through her body, and her inner fear began to dissipate. Her delicate eyes brimmed with suspicion as she inquired, Are you truly serious? You genuinely want to kill me? Observing her trepidation, Tang Hao suddenly appeared pensive, his dark eyes shimmering with a trace of blue. It was only natural for soul masters to hunt spirit beasts. Ordinary spirit beasts were one thing, but did transformed spirit beasts not qualify as beings? Why did the spirit hall persistently press them? Boom. The warmth vanished in an instant, and Xiaowu curled into herself, feeling as if she were plunged into a frigid abyss. Be big brother. Startled by her voice, Tang Hao reined in his murderous intent, and Xiaowu felt as if a great weight had been lifted as she rubbed her arms, seeking warmth. Her hoarse voice trembled with emotion as she spoke. What you said is true. Strength is everything. If one does not wish to be hunted by humans, one must rely solely on their own power. Others are unreliable. Only unparalleled strength matters. With that, Tang Hao took a hearty swig of his drink, the liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. A melancholic aura enveloped him, his weathered features hinting at a plethora of profound experiences. Xiaowu regarded him with a complex gaze, curious about the events that had transpired in his life. Reluctant to delve into the past, Tang Hao gulped another mouthful of liquor, as if only alcohol could intoxicate him. Xiaowu had assumed he would elaborate, but Tang Hao abruptly shifted the topic. Do you know why Tang San lost this afternoon? Huh? Xiaowu's face registered shock, and before she could respond, Tang Hao continued. First, he was overly eager for victory. Perhaps his previous defeat spurred him to conquer Su Ming, leading him to focus solely on ending the fight. Second, he mistakenly believed that the disparity in levels was absolute, but for true geniuses, fighting beyond one's level is merely a matter of desire. Soul rings are merely tools, not the entirety of victory. If soul masters merely regarded the age and quantity of soul rings, there would be no need for combat at all. Third, he grossly underestimated a person. As Tang Hao spoke, Xiaowu, sitting with her knees hugged to her chest, nodded in agreement at the mention of Tang San. Indeed, his defeat had been somewhat hasty. Had he unleashed his soul skills from the outset, the outcome could have been drastically different. Although Su Ming could sever the blue-silver bind, there was no guarantee that Tang San would inevitably lose. You believe Tang San had a chance to win, don't you? Tang Hao glanced at Xiaowu, having discerned her thoughts. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could there truly be no possibility? Possibility? Tang Hao neither shook his head nor nodded. Reflecting, in this world, how many possibilities truly exist? Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. Often, the outcome is predetermined before the battle even commences. Just as he is now in deep meditation, without years of arduous training, one cannot reach this level. Rather than pursuing so-called possibilities, it is far more prudent to explore the underlying causes, would you not agree? Xiaowu awkwardly scratched her head, her gaze evasively shifting away. I'm not very bright. I seem to struggle to comprehend what you're saying. Tang Hao sighed, realizing not every spirit beast possessed the grace and intelligence of Ayin. He hoped she would relay his earlier words to Tang San. Xiaowu's face flushed with embarrassment as she offered a sheepish smile, adorably naive. Although she did not fully understand, she sensed Tang Hao's goodwill, her previously anxious heart settling at ease. The two fell into a comfortable silence as Tang Hao continued to sip his bitter drink. After a while, Su Ming emerged from his meditative state. However, he did not open his eyes but rather persisted in his cultivation. Through Tang Hao's sharp, profound gaze, one could faintly perceive threads of soul power spilling from his meridians, coiling like serpents towards his lower dantian. Strands of soul energy gathered there, forming miniature whirlwinds. Zizi. The whirlwinds clashed, erupting into fierce arcs of electricity, gradually drawing together. What a marvel! Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of liquor. Even he, a tidal Douluo, felt a sense of astonishment. In the blink of an eye, several hours had slipped by. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of darkness glinting in his bright gaze. The soul force within him had completely dispersed, returning to the various meridians throughout his body, though it now bore a slightly altered essence. Tang Hao had departed, leaving only Xiao Wu behind. She approached with a puffed-up expression, exclaiming with irritation, "Why did you call me here? Do you expect me to watch you train?" Having waited for several hours, her patience had long since worn thin. Humph, who would care to linger in the presence of this insufferable fool? Su Ming's eyes brightened. He had been waiting for Xiao Wu and had seized the opportunity to practice, unexpectedly becoming entranced. Her arrival was perfectly timed. Strictly speaking, you could be considered a sensitive attack-type soul master, couldn't you? Gazing at Su Ming's mischievous grin, Xiao Wu trembled slightly, a hint of fear creeping in. What do you intend to do?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely wish for your assistance in my training." "What?" Xiao Wu's eyes widened like brass bells as she pointed at herself, then at Su Ming. "You mean, you want me to help you train?" Her sharp voice pierced the air, and Xiao Wu was utterly flabbergasted. A person who covets my soul rings and soul bones actually dares to ask for my help in training. I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and asked, "What seems to be the problem? Please, go ahead and tell me how I can assist you." Xiao Wu was on the verge of angrily refusing, but upon noticing the perilous glint in Su Ming's gaze, she immediately relented, her face etched with sorrow and indignation. Su Ming appeared oblivious as he picked up a stick. The essence of the training was quite straightforward. I will launch an attack, and your sole task is to evade it, ensuring that I do not land a blow. Is it truly that simple? Xiao Wu furrowed her brows. Her face etched with disbelief. She had anticipated a more intricate challenge, only to discover it was merely a routine exercise. Simple? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, finding the practical application rather straightforward. Unbeknownst to him, their understanding had yet to align. Acknowledging the prowess of the swordsmanship and eager to uncover Su Ming's flaws, Xiao Wu nodded. "I understand you wish to refine your sword techniques. Very well, I shall oblige." "Thank you." Su Ming, with a demeanor of politeness, uttered a mere 2 words, which instantly provoked Xiao Wu to a state of irritation. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, refrain from coveting my soul rings and soul bones. Tread carefully." The chilling voice echoed, causing alarm bells to ring within Xiao Wu's mind, compelling her to summon every ounce of focus. In an instant, the confrontation commenced. Aware of Su Ming's formidable blade techniques, Xiao Wu unleashed her full speed. She deftly maneuvered, employing her remarkable agility and extraordinary flexibility to evade all incoming attacks. Su Ming's blade swung through the air, each strike seemingly falling short of its intended target, as if a subtle yet insurmountable distance separated him from Xiao Wu. This was not merely a matter of technique, but rather a disparity in their agility. Though their speeds were comparable, every time Su Ming attempted to employ his swordsmanship, Xiao Wu would deftly exploit the momentary deceleration to create distance between them. Thus, in this intricate dance of advance and retreat, he found it exceedingly difficult to close the gap with her. It is worth noting that Su Ming refrained from channeling his soul power into the wooden stick. Had he done so, the fierce energy would have inevitably affected Xiao Wu, even if his strikes had not found their mark. In his duel with Tang San, Su Ming also relied solely on his unadulterated sword technique. He was acutely aware that no matter how many enhancements were applied to the blade, the essence of the matter lay in the swordsmanship itself. It was the ability to deliver a decisive blow with precision that truly mattered. In a swift moment, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to grasp Su Ming's left hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as one of her legs rested upon his knee, like a monkey poised to ascend. Her supple waist suddenly coiled with the potential to unleash formidable strength. Su Ming adeptly executed a reverse grip, firmly seizing Xiao Wu's arm. He intended to employ a waist throw to cast his adversary aside, or even to unleash the devastating eight. The initial strike from Xiao Wu was of utmost significance. If she failed to be thrown off balance and remained unscathed by the first blow, she would find herself at a disadvantage. Her intentions had been discerned. Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes widened in surprise. As she observed the wooden staff approaching her, she swiftly redirected her attack to strike Su Ming's hand that wielded the stick. Bang! Bang! Successfully repelling him, Xiao Wu immediately launched an elbow strike towards Su Ming's grasp on her arm, aware of her desire to break free and escape. Su Ming realized that in such close proximity, he could easily secure his hold with the staff. Instead of forcefully shoving Xiao Wu away, he merely loosened his grip. Whoosh! As Xiao Wu and Su Ming brushed past each other, she landed gracefully, her legs splitting apart, only to reappear in midair, with a swift sideward rotation. Her lower leg whipped through the air like a steel whip, targeting Su Ming. Bang! Su Ming furrowed his brow, opting not to launch an offensive with the wooden stick, but instead to adopt a defensive stance. His calf collided with the stick, enveloped in a soft pink aura of soul power. A dull thud echoed as Su Ming staggered back a few steps. With a graceful landing, Xiao Wu lifted her small head, her eyes gleaming with delight as she looked at Su Ming, thinking to herself, how about that? I'm quite the adept sparring partner. She relished the sight of this fellow taking hits, especially when they were dealt by her own hand. Ah, what a thrill! Su Ming's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, if you wish to compete, I shall exchange my machete for a duel. I shall observe as you make your strike. Slightly teasing, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, delighting in the moment. I'm not foolish. Besides, I never begged you. It was you who wielded the wooden stick and insisted I act as your sparring partner. Humph. Am I to only evade and not counterattack? You wish to initiate an offense, do you? Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and the wooden stick in his hand was suddenly enveloped in a dark, ethereal glow. This was a cleaver formed entirely from condensed soul power. Its sharp, pointed edge was even more terrifying than the original cleaver. Xiao Wu's face immediately paled. She stammered, I was just joking earlier. Let us continue practicing as we were. Before her voice had fully faded, Su Ming's figure shot forth like an arrow. Boom! The black light descended before her, unleashing a thunderous explosion that sent countless particles of dust flying. In an instant, Xiao Wu was frozen in shock. Looking down, she found a pair of indifferent eyes fixated upon her. Boom! Memories of her past as a rabbit confronted by a wolf surged through her mind. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. The dangerous aura emanating from Su Ming sent shivers down Xiao Wu's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled for her life, having achieved his objective. Su Ming's cleaver reverted back to its wooden form as he pursued Xiao Wu. The valley echoed with the howling wind, punctuated by intermittent roars. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the air grew increasingly frigid. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, droplets of sweat forming and cascading down her blushing skin. She resembled a roast pig, gasping for breath. Upon closer inspection, her condition was dire. Her clothing bore numerous scratches, and she clenched her teeth tightly, veins bulging on her forehead, seemingly enduring immense pain. Suddenly, a shadow darted by, causing Xiao Wu's pupils to constrict in terror as she swiftly sidestepped to evade it. Out of nowhere, Su Ming swung the wooden stick upward with a sudden twist. Bang! The stick struck Xiao Wu's back, eliciting a piercing scream as she was sent flying. Seeing Su Ming charge toward her, the terrified Xiao Wu, sitting on the ground, frantically waved her hands, exclaiming, No more. No more. I've exhausted all my soul power. I can't evade your attacks any longer. Su Ming furrowed his brow, sensing Xiao Wu's dwindling speed. He promptly retrieved a fragment of ginseng root. This is ginseng. Consume it for restoration. We shall return in half an hour. Return? Again? The fragile psychological barrier crumbled with a resounding collapse. Xiao Wu bit her lips tightly, trembling as she gazed at Su Ming as if he were a devil. Her emotions were a tumult of sorrow, helplessness, and despair. Tears, as large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks, and she repeatedly wiped them away. A pitiful, muffled sobbing echoed through the valley. Chapter 24. You are just a madman. In the inky darkness, one could not see their own hand before their face. From the back gate of the academy, only the faint outline of the rear mountain was visible, resembling an inverted bowl. A creaking sound echoed, unsettling and jarring, and one could almost sense the rust that adorned it. The slightly ajar iron gate swung open, and a figure entered with familiarity. In his arms, he cradled a girl. The girl had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately in the breeze. With a cherubic face resting against Su Ming's chest, her lips emitted rhythmic breaths, a hint of drool at the corners, indicating a deep, peaceful slumber. Carrying the exhausted Xiao Wu, Su Ming deliberately slowed his pace, and they returned to the dormitory in unison. What has happened to her? As he gently laid Xiao Wu down on the bed, Su Ming prepared to rest when a familiar voice reached his ears. Uncertain whether he was awake or had been disturbed from slumber, Tang San approached, carrying an oil lamp. In the dim light, he assessed Xiao Wu, relieved to find her without serious injury, and directed a questioning gaze towards Su Ming. Su Ming sighed and remarked that she might just be too fatigued and would be fine after a brief rest. As she spoke, her gaze flickered to Tang San's chest, who merely shook his head, appearing to be in good condition. Noticing the similarity in their sense, Tang San raised an eyebrow and curiously inquired, Has she gone to the back mountain to cultivate as well? Let her accompany me for a while. A while? Is a mere moment sufficient to achieve such results? Reflecting on the last time he had seen Xiao Wu, Tang San's lips twitched in surprise. The oil lamp was gradually raised, and he scrutinized Su Ming intently. Her clothes were damp, as if soaked in water, and he could detect a faint odor of sweat, with several leaves clinging to her attire. Her fair complexion was smeared with mud, not in large clumps, but rather in scattered specks, as if she had been splashed. Her expressive eyes were now half closed, revealing visible bloodshot veins, a blend of exhaustion and a frenzied glint. Internally cursing, Tang Xin clenched his fists in silence for a considerable time, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Finally, in a fit of frustration, he extinguished the lamp. What a lunatic! The sound of his gritting teeth echoed in the now eerily silent dormitory. After a brief pause, the creaking of two beds swayed for a few seconds, followed by an unsettling stillness. As Su Ming closed her eyes and then reopened them, time seemed to pass unusually swiftly in her world. The once dim dormitory had transformed into a bright space in the blink of an eye. Radiant sunlight streamed in through the vent, illuminating the air with visible rays. It was bright, blindingly bright. Su Ming couldn't help but rub his eyes. Glancing around, he noticed that not a single person was standing in the dormitory. The sound of snoring still echoed in his ears. Considering the age of the first-year students, at merely 6 years old, they indeed required ample sleep. And the academy thoughtfully scheduled classes for 9 o'clock. Thus, at this hour, it was essentially the time for a leisurely slumber. Dressed in his shorts, Su Ming leapt down from the upper bunk. At a height of 1.5 meters, he landed gracefully without making a sound. Xiao was still deep in slumber, appearing genuinely exhausted from the previous day's activities, unable to practice any longer. As for Tang San, his bed was already vacant. Su Ming was well aware that this individual had once again retreated to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye. Had it not been for his diligent training and mental fortitude over the past month, he might have genuinely fallen victim to Tang San's formidable technique during yesterday's competition. It appeared that he still had a long way to go. Discarding his soiled garments into a nearby hamper, Su Ming adorned himself with a fresh outfit and departed the dormitory. As the president of the academy, he need not concern himself with such trivial matters regarding his attire. On numerous occasions, his clothing had been returned to him imbued with the fragrance of perfume, impeccably clean as if untouched by the rigors of daily life. Alas, the young women of today possess an unsettling maturity. He had received quite a number of audacious love letters. Guided by memory, Su Ming made his way to an office. A series of knocks echoed through the room. "Come in," a voice beckoned. Upon entering, he was greeted with a warm smile from the man in white. "Ah, it's you. Su Ming, what brings you here?" The man, possessing a refined appearance with a composed demeanor, appeared to be around 30 years of age. Unlike others, he exuded an aura of gentle elegance, making him easily approachable. His name was Su Lin, a teacher at the academy, whom Su Ming had encountered several times on the back mountain, where he had cultivated a plot of medicinal herbs, revealing a profound interest in alchemy. Gazing at Su Lin, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity. "Teacher Su Lin, you are a sensitive attack system soul master, are you not?" Su Lin chuckled in surprise. "Why do you ask such a thing, Su Ming?" "Indeed, I am a sensitive attack system grand soul master, with the martial spirit of the purple leopard." Su Lin furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar in Su Ming's gaze. Just as he had surmised, Su Ming felt a surge of joy within, hastily continuing. "The matter is this, Teacher Su Lin, I have encountered some difficulties in my training. If possible, I would be grateful if you could serve as my sparring partner." "Oh, I thought something significant had occurred. It turns out you merely seek me as a sparring partner," Su Lin replied, visibly relieved and chuckling. "You seem quite well informed, knowing that I am a sensitive attack system master. Well, since you have extended the invitation, how could I possibly offend so many others?" Su Ming retorted playfully. "Let us proceed then. I happen to have some free time, and I shall accompany you for some practice." Su Lin readily agreed, his face adorned with a cheerful expression. As a teacher, no one could resist the charm of a student like Su Ming, who embodied both talent and diligence. For a grand soul master, sparring with a student was hardly a burden. Upon receiving Su Lin's consent, Su Ming felt a wave of elation. There was but one sensitive attack system grand soul master at the academy, and he knew he must cherish this invaluable resource. As for Xiao, she was merely a soul master, young in age, and her physical capabilities paled in comparison to those of the grand soul master Su Lin. The two made their way to the grassy playground, a vast expanse separate from the construction area, ideal for combat. "If you wish to hone your physical coordination, simply attack me while I evade. I shall refrain from striking back to avoid injuring you," Su Lin said with an easygoing expression. He had already listened to Su Ming's account on the way and was well aware of what was required of him. However, given his prowess as a grand soul master, it was clear that should he choose to engage, Su Ming would not stand a chance. Su Ming shook his head stubbornly, insisting that it was unnecessary and that a normal battle would suffice, as it would serve to hone his reflexes. Of course, he excluded explosive soul techniques. for he had no desire to meet his demise. Observing the resolute glint in Su Ming's eyes, Su Lin nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation and refraining from reckless actions. Swish. Just as the two distanced themselves, Su Lin heard the sound of meteors streaking through the air, causing his heart to leap in alarm. Instinctively, Su Lin sidestepped to evade. Almost simultaneously, a violet light blossomed from his brow, and in an instant, his martial spirit manifested. Boom. The speed was indeed astonishing. Su Ming's axe missed its target and crashed heavily into the ground, producing a deafening roar. Su Lin lowered his gaze, and his previously calm demeanor abruptly shifted. Beneath his feet, the grass was uprooted, revealing a gaping hole the size of a barrel, with the axe embedded deep within the earth. Is this for real? Looking into the piercing, meticulous gaze of Su Ming, Su Lin felt a sudden jolt of unease. Chapter 25. The Nighttime Journey of the Carriage. On the grass, two figures flickered like phantoms. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying speed allowed only a fleeting glimpse of one figure clad in white and another in green, one large and one small. Swish. The green figure descended from above, poised to strike. Swish. The axe spun through the air like a boomerang. Slash. The sharp claws struck the axe, creating a jarring screech. The axe sliced through the air, and the leopard's claws stirred up the wind. The two combatants exchanged a flurry of blows, their silhouettes blurring as they engaged in a fierce contest. The rhythm of their attacks dizzying to behold. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The green figure was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily onto the grass. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to rise, but found his body weighed down as if by a mountain, rendering him immobile. As he managed to lift his head slightly, he realized he was utterly drained of strength and had no choice but to lie back down, having been knocked down countless times this time. Su Ming ultimately could not rise again. He flicked his fingers, yet they remained still, his voice hoarse. Su Lin, let's call it a day. All right. The white-clad figure, as if granted a reprieve, nodded heavily, managing to utter a single word. He propped himself up with trembling hands and struggled to stand. Beads of sweat dripped from his chin, and his once pristine attire was now soiled and tattered, his skin visible through numerous cracks. What was even more astonishing was his demeanor. His right leg trembled incessantly, as if caught in a spasm, while his left foot stood on tiptoe, with his big toe lightly touching the ground. His body swayed precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. Forcing himself to maintain his stance, Su Lin, with a battered visage and swollen eyes, cast a glance at Su Ming, his expression filled with sorrow and fear, though every step made the veins on his forehead throb. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Go. Quick. Leave. Take advantage of his inability to move and make your escape. An unwavering determination sustained his faltering body as he limped away into the distance until he vanished from sight. Had there been a remedy for regret? Su Lin vowed he would rather hunt a century-old soul beast than serve as Su Ming's sparring partner. Is this what they call a sparring partner? Su Lin's retreating figure was a pitiful sight, and Su Ming, having endured the brunt of the attacks, was in even worse shape. His face was bruised and battered, bearing no resemblance to his former handsome self. His clothing was marred by deep claw marks, and even the weighted armor beneath lay in tatters, pieces of metal dangling loosely. Although there was no blood, he felt an overwhelming ache coursing through his body, the extent of his beatings a mystery even to him. The might of a Grand Soul Master was indeed terrifying. Ding! The host engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Grand Soul Master. Though the opponent refrained from using soul techniques, the host's bravery was commendable, earning a strand of golden power as a reward. Ding! The body of the Berserker, stimulated by the encounter, gained 3 in strength, 4 in defense, and 3 in mental fortitude. With a snow lotus leaf obtained from defeating Tang Sen held in his mouth, Su Ming began to slowly savor it. A gentle breeze wafted by, evaporating his sweat and leaving him feeling refreshingly cool. The sky was a serene blue, tranquil and mysterious, with clouds drifting languidly towards the horizon. Feeling the passage of time in serene beauty, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Swish. After an undetermined span, Su Ming supported himself with his hands and gradually stood up. He then ambled towards the classroom. Bang! The classroom door swung open as Su Ming sauntered in. His tardiness had become a common occurrence, yet upon seeing his disheveled appearance, everyone gasped in shock. What a sight! How brutal! Did this fellow fall into a den of soul beasts? Su Ming, are you all right? The female instructor hurried over, her eyes taking in the sight of Su Ming. Battered and bruised, her voice trembling with concern. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Su Ming waved his hand and leisurely made his way to his seat. Feeling a bit fatigued? You call this merely a bit fatigued? The female teacher's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on that utterly disheveled figure, unable to fathom what had transpired. Su Ming, being the leader of the academy, how could anyone possibly harm him? Within the classroom, only two individuals were privy to the unfolding events. The force that could inflict such grave injury upon Su Ming could not possibly be a mere soul master. It must be a Grand Soul Master. This individual had undoubtedly been engaged in combat with a Grand Soul Master moments ago. The two were engulfed in a profound sense of dread. One of them, eyes wide with alarm, exhibited a hint of urgency. The other kept his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet the eyes of fate. Boom. Su Ming sat down heavily in the chair, causing the table to shift from its original position. His swollen thigh, exposed through the torn fabric of his trousers, displayed an array of bruises in shades of purple and blue. Xiao bit her lip, hastily repositioning the table without daring to meet his gaze. Her former boldness and wild spirit entirely diminished. Su Ming shifted his gaze, breathing heavily as he spoke. I still have some issues with my agility. Could you assist me this evening? A sudden shudder coursed through her delicate frame, and Xiao Wu revealed a smile more sorrowful than tears. And no, it's fine, she replied, her trembling voice tinged with an undertone of weeping. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. The sob-like sound from her throat grew more pronounced. In the early morning, as dawn broke, a small figure darted through the eastern side of the academy's teaching area, seemingly in search of something. Ultimately, with a heavy sigh and a sense of reluctance, he departed from this place. Although not the most favored individual at the Junior Soul Master Academy, such an outcome felt unjust. Could it truly be as Mr. Treeman suggested? I have always approached my estimations of the Chinese with the utmost skepticism. Yet I never anticipated such cruelty. With hopes pinned on teacher Wang Wenlong, Su Ming now confronted the harsh reality. Indeed, the agile attack-type Soul Master, teacher Wang Wenlong, was not in his office. Inquiring with the principal revealed that he had resigned from the academy, embarking on a journey to distant lands in search of spring's warmth. The carriage had been purchased the night before, and the man had departed that very evening, much like teacher Su Lin had done previously. After all this time, not a single word of farewell was uttered, leaving Su Ming with an undeniable sense of regret. The academy had once again lost another opponent in its midst. Su Ming departed in disappointment, retreating to the mountains to continue his training in lightness skills. The scene shifted back to the valley, now stripped bare of its once lush greenery, as if ravaged by a swarm of locusts. In the center, a water channel, 3 meters wide and 30 meters long, had been carved out, its murky waters resembling thick sludge. Floating within this channel were several buoyant barrels, each measuring 20 centimeters in diameter, covered in filth. Along the banks, a few rows of barrels of varying sizes rested, the smallest appearing no larger than a palm. Bang, bang, bang. A figure clad in green darted forth, rushing towards the water channel. He lightly tapped a wooden barrel with his toes, producing a resonant thud, which sent ripples across the water's surface. Following a series of 10 rhythmic thuds, a sudden splash echoed. The figure in green vanished in an instant. 2 seconds later, a mud-caked individual emerged, spitting out a mouthful of muddy water. Drip. Congratulations to the host for practicing lightness skills once, proficiency 1. Splash. Drip. Congratulations to the host for practicing lightness skills once. Proficiency 1. Splash. Drip. As spring turned to autumn, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the valley, birds sang and flowers blossomed, the vegetation thriving once more. The muddy water channel had been replenished, and grass grew anew beneath the sun. Yet, Su Ming's presence was no longer to be found. Deep within the valley, the waters surged tumultuously, the pond churning with frothy waves. A waterfall cascaded down the cliffside like a silver dragon, producing a thunderous roar. The previously uninterrupted flow of water now parted, revealing a narrow stream at its center where a figure sat cross-legged. He emanated an aura of dark soul power, remaining utterly still despite the violent clash of the rushing waters. As time passed, the boy began to clench his jaw tightly, the layer of black light surrounding him flickering in and out of visibility. Splash. Without the protection of his soul power, the boy ultimately plunged into the pond. Clambering ashore, Su Ming wiped the water from his face, a charming smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. With his left hand, he formed a sword stance, dark light spilling from his index and middle fingers, taking the shape of a longsword. The sword appeared far from illusory, resembling black crystal, gleaming and sharp as a knife. Swish. Su Ming swung fiercely, the black sword striking with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding thud, it plunged directly into the solid cliff face. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile, ready to celebrate this momentous occasion when the sound of footsteps reached his ears. It is truly perplexing where you derive such an abundance of peculiar ideas. Tang Hao gazed down at Su Ming from a lofty position, his cold eyes betraying a flicker of admiration. He seldom harbored such sentiments towards anyone and had never held many individuals in high regard. Not to mention, the person before him was merely a 7-year-old child. Yet, after a year, he found himself compelled to admire him, whether it be in terms of perseverance or innate talent. It seemed as though this young individual was born for cultivation. At times, he even pondered whether, had they been contemporaries, he could have surpassed him. Perhaps the two could have forged a legendary tale of rivals meeting on equal footing. Su Ming sprang to his feet, curiosity lighting his expression as he inquired. "Are you planning to depart, esteemed elder?" Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, an immense force bearing down upon him. It felt as if a mountain were pressing upon his shoulders, causing Su Ming's complexion to pale. He immediately summoned all his strength, his arm muscles bulged, revealing perfect contours through his damp attire. The sight of his robust physique exuded a striking aesthetic. Yet, as one who was not even a soul master, how could he possibly contend with the title Douluo? Su Ming's feet gradually sank into the soil, a look of anguish etched upon his face as veins surged prominently beneath his skin. Yet, he merely furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering despite the weight of the world upon him. Indeed, Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration as he slowly uttered those two words. In that instant, all the pressure dissipated, and Su Ming gasped for breath. Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction, remarking that with Su Ming's current physical prowess, he could already rival an ordinary great soul master. How unexpected it is, he mused, that I, Tang Hao, am witnessing the growth of a little prodigy. Su Ming, in the future, you shall undoubtedly become the first soul master on the entire continent to possess a Millennium Soul Ring as your first. As he spoke the last words, Tang Hao's normally cold voice surged with emotion, a hint of envy palpable even to Su Ming. It was the first time he had sensed such an emotion emanating from Tang Hao, and a smile crept onto Su Ming's lips, his heart stirred with excitement. Ahem. With my current physique, enduring a Millennium Soul Ring still carries some risk. I believe I should train a bit more and see if I can reach 2,000 years first. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, a flicker of impulse to strike Su Ming for the first time igniting within him. Sensing the shift in Tang Hao's demeanor, Su Ming's lips twitched involuntarily, and he refrained from speaking further. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao regarded Su Ming with a serious expression and coldly declared, "Su Ming, your method of cultivating soul power is beneficial to me. You may propose a condition, and if it is within my capability, I shall strive to fulfill it." Cultivating soul power? A jolt of surprise coursed through Su Ming. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao would take an interest in his cultivation method. Any condition could be proposed? Su Ming's smile bore an eccentric quality, as the other party had just introduced themselves, evidently with no intention of concealing their identity. I asserted that it was within my capabilities, and you, my friend, should refrain from making exorbitant demands. Should you push me to my limits, I am capable of anything. Tang Hao's expression darkened, and the wine gourd in his hand exploded with a thunderous crack. A resounding roar echoed as a towering column of water erupted from the pond, shaking the very earth beneath. Droplets cascaded down upon the two, magnificent and imposing. Does the heavenly Douluo dare to bully others? Su Ming was naturally skeptical and chuckled lightly, stating that he had yet to consider the terms, so he would simply owe a favor for now and would discuss it when the need arose. Tang Hao sighed, appearing somewhat resigned. In his view, it was the easiest time for Su Ming to propose conditions. Since you have deduced that I intend to depart, are you not concerned that I might leave without return, leaving you with nothing? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and responded, Senior, have you taken on the role of a gentleman, leaving me to assume that of a villain? Truly, you are naturally astute. Tang Hao nodded slightly, conceding, very well. I shall owe you this favor. Should you ever find yourself in need, you may request something from me. It was a pact made. With the opportunity to forge a transaction with Tang Hao, Su Ming found no reason to decline. Tang Hao did not inquire about specific cultivation methods. Once granted permission by Su Ming, he vanished. The title of Haotian Douluo certainly befits him, embodying a spirit of heroism. Watching the direction in which Tang Hao departed, Su Ming felt a surge of admiration. He realized that during his multiple training sessions, Tang Hao had always been present, with the perceptive abilities of a titled Douluo. How could he not discern how Su Ming honed his soul power? Had it been any other soul master, they would have likely seized the opportunity outright. And conditions? What conditions are necessary for soul masters to learn from one another? The deceased do not impose conditions. As for the method of refining soul power through the amalgamation and collision of spirals of energy, It was a result of Su Ming's attempts based on the early cultivation methods from several fantasy novels, achieved only after numerous failures. This was done to enhance the explosive power of his soul rings and soul skills, for Su Ming recalled that the more soul power infused into a soul ring, the stronger the soul skill would be. In terms of magnitude, he currently held no advantage, so he could only improve the quality to bridge the gap. Could a century-old soul skill contend with a millennium-old one? Su Ming considered it tolerable. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality Purple, 6, 215, 000. Special Physique, Berserker Body. Techniques and Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfection. Jinwu Blade Technique, Perfection. Hunyuan Blade Slash, Spirit Gathering Technique. Possessions, 9 Purple Ganoderma. Flight Soul Guidance Device, Millennium Snow Wolf Meat, Fire Python Essence Blood, Snow Lotus, 1000 Sync Silver. Strength, 58. Defense, 46. Spirit, 66. Gazing at the rising sun. Su Ming's usually cold visage rarely softened into a gentle smile. Chapter 26. This regulation is too targeted. Dear students, the academic year has reached a conclusion. During the upcoming month, I hope you will enjoy a pleasant holiday while also reflecting earnestly on the knowledge you have acquired at the Soul Master Academy. A holiday allows you to relax and alleviate stress, for even Soul Masters cannot practice year-round. A balance between work and rest is essential. Of course, it is best not to cast aside everything the teachers have imparted. Otherwise, this year at the Academy will have been in vain. Well then, I hope everyone returns safely. Ready to become honorable Soul Masters. The sun shone brightly, casting a vibrant glow in the plaza of the Junior Soul Master Academy. The slender-faced Carter solemnly announced the end of the academic year. Meanwhile, whispers erupted from the crowd behind him. Wonderful. We're finally on break, free to frolic at will. After a year in this dreadful place, I can finally leave. How tedious. Why does the principal ramble on more than ever? Just imagine if my parents knew I already possess level 7 soul power, what would their reaction be? Such youthful exuberance lit up the faces of the students as they could hardly contain their joy, eager to return home. Though the Academy's curriculum was rich and diverse, a year's worth of study had grown stale, like a once delicious meal turned greasy. Dismissed. After a while, Carter's emphatic voice resonated through the air like a celestial hymn. The crowd became restless, scattering like startled birds. Some dashed away swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, while others strolled arm in arm, beaming as they discussed their plans. It was evident that excitement and joy permeated the atmosphere. Even the principal and teachers wore relieved smiles, having survived yet another academic year. As they prepared to depart, an unexpected chill crept over them. A voice, sinister as maggots clinging to bone, suddenly echoed in their minds. All the teachers, including the principal Carter, felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, a cold sweat forming on their backs. After a brief silence, their bodies stiffened as they turned. Su Ming, do you have something to discuss? Carter inquired, his tone unusually cordial, his smile appearing forced. Actually, I would like to know which teachers will be staying at the Academy. Su cast a glance at the few teachers before him, his eyes subtly infused with excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged through the spines of the teachers as Su Ming's gaze swept past them, causing every pore in their bodies to erupt in trepidation. In an instant, all eyes turned with fierce intensity towards Principal Carter. Principal, I plan to visit my relatives in the Grohl province during the break, as you are aware, one teacher exclaimed. Principal, my family has been pressuring me to attend matchmaking events. I might need to escape for a while, as the demands of the Academy are truly overwhelming. Another added, Principal, I anticipate relocating soon, so I will be unavailable for the time being. With these declarations, the teachers hastily retreated, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was left desolate, with only Carter remaining. The atmosphere was stark and silent. One could even hear the cawing of crows flying overhead. Observing this, Carter could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Is this how one conducts business? Leaving the principal behind. If you must depart, at least take me with you. Coughing to mask his discomfort, Carter feigned composure and addressed the empty space. Su Ming, what is the purpose of your inquiry? He continued, I may be returning to the Academy during the break, hence my curiosity. Before Su Ming could finish his words, Carter had already retrieved a set of keys from his clothing. With a flurry of clinking, the keys proved difficult to manage. And with a determined grit of his teeth, Carter forcefully broke the keyhole. With a sharp sound, 2 dark keys were thrust into his hands. Carter, with a resolute expression, stated, You need not say anything further. I comprehend fully. These are the keys to the main entrance and the back door of the academy. Take them. Su Ming was utterly speechless, gazing at Carter with astonishment, questioning the purpose of the academy's keys. Indeed, that expression unmistakably indicated a shortage of keys. Without a moment's hesitation, Carter swiftly removed the key to the 7th dormitory, declaring, "This is your dormitory key. There is no need to seek out Professor M.O. Principal. This key." "Yes, it is indeed a key. Let us not discuss anything else." Like a hot potato, Carter hastily stuffed all the keys into Su Ming's arms. "Su Ming, this is all the keys I possess. You may as well take them. Let us just get through the start of the school year, and we can address it later." With a blend of laughter and tears, Carter wiped away his old sorrows, lamenting that the academy had so few teachers left. It truly could not afford to lose any more. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, dazzling Su Ming and prompting him to shield his eyes. As the sound of flapping wings echoed in his ears, in an instant, a figure soared into the sky, taking flight with great fervor. Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that the principal was also a formidable soul master of the sensitive attack department. The golden figure seemed to be struck by a bullet, descending swiftly before rapidly diminishing in size. The times have changed, and moral decay has set in. Each time, he professes to be a support type, leaving me, who has perused the original text, feeling quite insecure. Su Ming pouted and took the key to tidy up his dormitory, having practiced late into the night. He had left things in disarray. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found that most had already departed. Tang San had not left, perhaps due to their coinciding paths. As he leaned against the bed, as for Xiao Wu, being homeless, she likely would not return to the Stardew Forest. "Did you just go to see the principal?" Su Ming was preparing to pack his belongings when Xiao Wu leaned in with her head tilted, her delicate eyes brimming with curiosity. After a year of companionship, she seemed to have forgotten that Su Ming intended to use her as a spirit ring, appearing quite affectionate towards him. "Is there a problem?" Su Ming asked, his gaze somewhat sidelong, his expression impassive. "Hee, I can only imagine how peculiar the principal's reaction must be, right?" A playful glimmer passed through Xiao Wu's eyes, and even Tang San couldn't suppress a mischievous cough, as if he too found it difficult to contain his amusement. Su Ming, perplexed, observed as Xiao Wu stifled a giggle, then produced a piece of paper from behind her. With a mischievous grin, she read aloud, "New Regulations of the Academy. Article 1. Inquiries regarding a teacher's martial soul and cultivation are strictly prohibited. Article 2. Teachers are forbidden from engaging in martial soul battles within the academy. Violators will incur a fine of 5 silver coins. Article 3. All questions must be directed to the homeroom teacher. Do not disturb other instructors." Article 4. The more Su Ming listened, the darker his expression became, as the specificity of these rules was rather excessive. No wonder that group had fled so swiftly. Sensing the tension, Xiao Wu tactfully distanced herself and shared a suppressed laugh with Tang San. Su Ming shot them a fierce glare. But he was powerless to change the situation. It seemed he could no longer seek practical training from the teachers. As for them, they could simply refuse. He was not the type to impose upon others. And now, new regulations had emerged? How absurd. At that moment, Su Ming remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a mere reflection of someone from the primordial realm. "Teacher, are you a sensitive attack-type soul master?" "Teacher, are you a strong attack-type soul master?" These 2 simple inquiries had, unbeknownst to him, morphed into a nightmare for countless teachers. Chapter 27. The Peculiar Nature of Friendship. On the eastern outskirts of Notting City, tire tracks were imprinted on the sturdy path, forming standard parallel lines heading eastward. Along the road, 3 petite figures ambled leisurely. Each bore a burden, and from their silhouettes, it was evident there was 1 girl and 2 boys. The girl bounced playfully, full of life, while the 2 boys maintained an air of composed steadiness, their pace measured. As they journeyed, a medley of scents wafted around them, the fresh fragrance of grass, the rich aroma of soil, and traces left by livestock. As they drew nearer to Dian Village, Su Ming's excitement intensified, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It had been a year since he last returned to Dian Village, and he wondered how his grandfather, Blin, was faring. Recalling the events of a year prior felt like a dream. Back then, even becoming a soul master seemed an unattainable aspiration. Yet now, the lowest tier of soul masters posed no challenge to him. Even in the face of a great soul master, he had a fighting chance. A year. During this time, Su Ming had poured forth immense effort and undergone significant transformation. Whoosh! With a swift push of his toes, Su Ming seemed unwilling to continue on at such a leisurely pace, his heart racing like an arrow. In an instant, He surpassed Tang San and Xiao Wu. This fellow is truly like a beast. After a night of cultivation, his energy remains remarkably vigorous. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Tang San clenched his fists. Feeling both exasperated and amused, he turned to Xiao Wu and asked, "Can you catch up?" "Humph, even if I can't, I must still try." Xiao Wu puffed her cheeks. Gathering her strength, and like a flash of lightning, she shot forward. Her words echoed her true feelings, and Tang San couldn't help but smile broadly. Utilizing the ghost shadow misty steps to pursue, Su Ming did not exert himself fully, nor did he employ lightness of foot. It was as if he carried a sense of ritual upon his arrival in Nodding City. With a sudden burst of speed, Tang San and Xiao Wu swiftly caught up to him. Curiously, despite their ability to surpass Su Ming, they merely kept pace alongside him. Noticing their persistent attachment, Su Ming felt quite exasperated. In the academy, this might be acceptable, but I am merely taking a leisurely jog. Is this truly necessary? Tang San and Xiao Wu simultaneously cast him an incredulous glance. A leisurely jog? Tang San's lips twitched in disbelief. I find that hard to believe. If you were truly just jogging, then shed the heavy burdens weighing you down, and perhaps I shall consider your claim. Indeed, Xiao Wu chimed in, her eyes wide with suspicion. Who knows what devious thoughts you harbor? If we were to relax even a little, we might not catch a glimpse of you at all. Tang San, do not trust this fellow's deceptive words. He is undoubtedly engaged in training. Su Ming, in this day and age, how difficult it is to speak the truth. Before Su Ming could offer a rebuttal, Tang San, with a serious demeanor, began to speak. This fellow possesses an absurd level of strength, and now it has only intensified. Judging by the weight he bears, I estimate it to be around 30 kilograms, yet he runs with such ease, indicating his physical prowess far surpasses ours. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Tang San addressed Xiao Wu earnestly. Xiao Wu, among the three of us, your constitution is the weakest. If you cannot keep up, perhaps you should remove some of that iron weight. How dare you? When have I ever had iron weights on me? Are you trying to slander me? Xiao Wu immediately fumed, gritting her teeth as she swung her leg, aiming to make Tang San pay for his words. But he nimbly evaded her attack. Turning to glance behind him, Tang San chuckled heartily, calling out, "You think I wouldn't know? Remember, I used to work at the blacksmith's shop. 30 copper coins, 15 kilograms." As he spoke, Tang San cast a knowing glance at Su Ming, suggesting that his words were deliberately directed at him. Tang San, you're courting death. Xiao Wu, her secret exposed, felt a rush of embarrassment and fury, ready to charge at him. The two engaged in a flurry of movements, but Xiao Wu's every strike was skillfully dodged by Tang San. Humph, I'll let you off today. Noticing that Su Ming had not paused, Xiao Wu huffed, pouting her lips, and quickly caught up with him. Su Ming, don't listen to this guy. I don't have any burdens on me. Humph. Unlike him, who definitely has at least 20 kilograms on him. Perhaps due to the playful banter, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, her expression somewhat unnatural. What 20 kilograms? I only have 10 kilograms at most. Tang San promptly corrected her, a flicker of pride gleaming in his eyes. Still pretending, are we? From her position beside Su Ming, Xiao Wu spat a disdain towards Tang San, declaring, your intentions are truly vile. This sentiment was echoed by Su Ming, who cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, sneering. Is it too much to ask for a bit of sincerity and trust between people? Tang San's expression darkened, as if he had swallowed a fly. Particularly distressed by Su Ming's earnest demeanor, which he found hard to accept. You have the gall to accuse me of having dirty thoughts? Are you not aware of how many things you've done behind our backs? Xiao Wu, weren't we supposed to stand united against a common enemy? Realizing he was outmatched alone, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with disappointment, evidently oblivious to how unreliable she could be. Tang San, do not drag me into this. When have I allied with you? Su Ming, do not listen to Tang San. He just loves to spout nonsense. Xiao Wu provocatively stuck her tongue out at Tang San, causing the latter's lips to twitch in surprise at her betrayal. A good man does not quarrel with a woman, Tang San sighed, choosing not to continue the argument. Xiao Wu smiled triumphantly, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Su Ming. Before long, the two arrived at a fork in the road, having approached the vicinity of two villages. Knowing that the left path led to Shahan village, Su Ming slowed his pace and came to a halt. All right, let us cease this nonsense. You both should return to Shahan village. Wait a moment. As Su Ming was about to set off, Tang San suddenly called out to him. One could see that Tang San's eyes were filled with confusion, resembling that of an innocent youth. Su Ming furrowed his brow in confusion. What is it? Do you have something to say? Noticing that Xiao Wu had turned her back to them and observing Su Ming's oblivious expression, Tang San felt a pang of heartache. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, he sighed. Well, Xiaowu mentioned to me earlier that she intends to visit your village. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Xiaowu, who was pretending to look up at the sky with a haughty pout. His expression abruptly turned cold. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, he stated icily before swiftly employing his lightness skill, darting away through the foliage. Is he really leaving? That jerk. Xiaowu's inner anticipation plummeted, causing her to tremble with rage. She clenched her fists tightly, her youthful chest thrusting forward defiantly. Observing Su Ming's abrupt departure, Tang San scratched his head awkwardly. Xiaowu, why don't you accompany me to Holy Soul Village? With a sharp glance, Xiaowu retorted coldly, he is a jerk. And you're just as much of a jerk. Her countenance darkened like stormy waters as she gritted her teeth and pursued him. The breeze tousled her hair. And as the two departed, Tang San, who had initially appeared composed, gradually revealed a look of melancholy in his eyes. After lingering for a moment, he sighed and shook his head, departing in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, who had chased after Su Ming, suddenly came to a halt. Her long, scorpion braid danced in the wind as her alluring eyes scanned the surroundings, her brows furrowed in confusion. Strange, how could he possibly move so swiftly? Surrounding her was a desolate expanse, devoid of any signs of life, as if Su Ming had vanished into thin air. Despite exerting her utmost effort, she found it impossible to catch up to him, which was an unsettling reality. Just as doubts filled her mind, a subtle sound of air friction pierced the silence. Above, a jolt of alarm surged through her, prompting her to instinctively look up. A shooting star, trailing a long tail, hurtled towards her with astonishing speed. Its emerald silver shimmer barely discernible. Damn it, who could it be? The velocity suggested that the assailant possessed at least the strength of a soul king. What could they possibly want from her? Fear gripped her heart as she clenched her teeth, preparing to evade. Yet, inexplicably, that silver streak seemed to teleport, closing the distance that had once been several meters in an instant. Xiaowu's eyes widened in shock, and before she could react, she felt a searing pain in her throat. Boom. A terrifying force crashed down upon her, pinning her to the ground. The impact left her reeling. And had this encounter occurred before her rigorous training with Su Ming over the past year, she might have found herself at a complete loss against such a formidable foe. However, having faced numerous challenges, including battles with esteemed soul masters at the academy, her resolve had matured, enabling her to confront any unforeseen crisis with composure. Unbeknownst to her, she had already summoned her martial spirit, her eyes had turned crimson, and her long ears were adorned with soft white fur. The 100-year soul ring beneath her pulsed rhythmically as she attempted to ensnare her unknown adversary with her legs, clearly aiming to utilize her graceful techniques. She understood well that when facing a powerful enemy, her only recourse was to employ the 8 to buy herself some time to escape, as there were no alternatives. Yet, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her ears, rendering her momentarily speechless. Why are you still following me? Su Ming, Xiaowu exclaimed in disbelief. As the silver light faded, the wings behind retracted into the device, revealing Su Ming's figure. It was as if a steel needle had pierced her brain, his cold eyes rendering her gaze somewhat vacant. With a painful jolt in her neck, Xiaowu regained her senses and looked up at the person seated atop her, whose expression was as frigid as ice, igniting a flurry of embarrassment within her. Yet the suffocating pain in her neck overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to focus on anything else. You're squeezing me. Let go. Please release me. Su Ming slightly loosened his grip on Xiaowu's neck, allowing her to catch her breath. You continue to follow me. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Do you truly believe that I would refrain from killing you at this moment? Su Ming's cold visage betrayed no emotion, resembling an ancient, unmelting glacier, with a chilling glint emanating from his eyes. What has happened to this fellow? Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. As the murderous intent radiated from Su Ming, Xiaowu felt a shiver run down her spine, her heart filled with both fear and confusion. It had been a long time since she sensed such emotions from him. Over the course of more than a year, their relationship had significantly softened. Even if she knew he intended to kill her, the terror she once felt had dissipated. For Xiaowu understood that Su Ming merely sought to grow stronger, rather than being a ruthless individual driven by ulterior motives. In addition to training speed alongside Su Ming, her unwillingness to yield often drove her to practice on the back mountain, where they frequently crossed paths. In her heart, their relationship had transformed from adversaries to allies. Indeed, an unusual camaraderie. As for the events a decade hence, she heeded Tang Hao's teachings and had come to terms with it. Who said that an enemy in the form of a spirit beast could not become a friend? The future is uncertain. Who dares to proclaim otherwise? From Su Ming, Xiaowu sensed a glimmer of possibility. After all, no soul master would rear a spirit beast for 100,000 years while demanding a fair duel. Just as Su Ming had initially suggested, they both endeavored to live openly and honestly. Because of the improvement in their relationship, Xiaowu displayed a demeanor of familiarity and warmth in the academy and along the road, naturally engaging in conversation with Su Ming. Yet now, she felt the shift in his emotions once more. This fellow truly desires to end her life. What have I done wrong? Xiaowu bit her lip in frustration, her doe-like eyes shimmering with a multitude of grievances. I have nowhere to go. Is it so wrong to wish to come to your home? If you intend to kill me, then do so. After all, I cannot defeat you now. With a huff, Xiaowu turned her head away, adopting an expression of resignation, as if she were the fish on the chopping block. Have I perhaps overthought this? Su Ming furrowed his brows, cautiously scrutinizing Xiaowu for a moment. Not sensing anything amiss, he finally released his grip and stood up. My home is not suitable, if you prefer not to go to Tang San's residence. I can find you a place to stay in Nottingham. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu stubbornly refused to rise from the ground, her temper flaring as her eyes bulged with determination. I will not go. I insist on going to your house. Su Ming's expression darkened as he raised his leg to depart. Xiaowu, sensing the urgency of the moment, suddenly had a thought and quickly exclaimed, I truly mean no harm. I am an orphan and merely wish to visit your home, even if you choose not to take me along. Do you think I would be unable to find a Yin village on my own? Upon hearing this, Su Ming hesitated, his foot retracting from its course. His countenance shifted between uncertainty and contemplation, but ultimately he sighed and gestured towards the back. In response, Xiaowu joyfully sprang from the ground, her long scorpion tail braids swirling in the air as she gleefully followed him. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance, warning, listen closely. Should I detect even the slightest hint of wrongdoing on your part, I shall show no mercy. If something were to happen to you, do not blame me. His chilling words carried an undertone of menace, and although Xiaowu understood he was not jesting, her face remained adorned with a cheerful smile. Rest assured, if I had any intentions towards your family, it would be foolish of me to wait until now. I have long been aware of your origins as a resident of Dian Village. Su Ming's gaze shifted subtly, prompting him to halt abruptly. Ah, so you possess such an unexpected expression as well, Xiaowu said, clasping her hands behind her back as she leapt in front of him. What do you think? Are you surprised? Are you so moved that you might weep? If you graciously utter a thank you, I would wholeheartedly accept it. Of course, it's best to abandon that notion. There are plenty of soul beasts. Why do you keep staring at me? Are you out of your mind? After a prolonged silence, Su Ming finally spoke, exhaling a wordless response before channeling his energy into his legs and sprinting towards the nearby Dian village. Xiaowu, incensed, exclaimed, You're staring at me with a mind made up, yet you're the one with issues. What if you catch something from me? She stamped her foot in frustration and hurried after him, fearing that he might change his mind and abandon her midway. Chapter 28, The Affection of Two Grandfathers. In front of the Yin village, the fresh, crisp leaves glistened like dewdrops under the bright sun, resembling transparent emeralds, shimmering in abundance. The willow branches swayed gently in the wind, light and airy, reminiscent of a maiden's flowing hair, wafting sweet fragrances through the air. Why is this old fool so worked up? He has returned. So what? If he hasn't, will waiting here change anything? Geely approached with a teapot, pouring a cup for Bulin while sipping from the spout himself, his Adam's apple bobbing incessantly. Bulin snorted derisively, his aged cheeks swelling with pride. Ming has always been clever and sensible. He will return on his own. What do I need to wait for? I can simply sit here and enjoy the scenery, experiencing the life of a soul masteress family. Compared to a year ago, Bulin appeared considerably older. His hair had turned completely white at the temples, and age spots dotted his face. His once lean visage now bore the marks of time, with sharp features accentuated by the passage of years. Yet, despite his advancing age, he retained a youthful spirit, not in appearance, but in demeanor and mindset. Ah, having a good grandson makes one insufferable, doesn't he it? Always boasting here, Geely retorted, repulsed, spitting out the bitter tea. Internally, he was green with envy, yet after years of verbal sparring, neither would easily concede defeat. He shot a sidelong glance, scoffing. Your stubbornness rivals that of a dead duck. How can you claim to enjoy life? You're destined for toil. Like the old ox in the village, never a moment of leisure, bound to die in the fields. Keep spinning your tails. I'll be right here watching. When Su Ming returns to find you weaving baskets, let us see what kind of face he makes, Bulin thought, well aware of Ji Li's jealousy. But could envy turn into reality? Let us see if you can get your son to have another. Nonsense. Ming is nothing like your boy, Bulin retorted, pinching his nostrils, immune to Ji Li's provocations. Get lost. Don't mention that scoundrel. Ji Li's face flushed with anger, his frustration evident as he spewed words, seemingly ready to engage in a physical confrontation. Seeing Ji Li mock him while remaining leisurely focused on weaving, Bu Lin's temper flared. Yes, that Su could ISNT like that. But what if he brings home a wife? If she sees you weaving baskets, I assure you. She won't last a moment before running away. Bu Lin paused, his forehead throbbing as he retorted sharply, You old rascal, it's your wife who ran off. In a fit of rage, he tossed all the bamboo strips into the unfinished basket. Bah! Ji Li spat, as if to expel the bad luck that accompanied such foolish talk. The next moment, a cunning grin spread across his face. You coward! Go on, keep weaving. I dare you. Bu Lin, his teeth clenched in frustration, tightened his fists, wishing he could strike Ji Li. Ultimately, he relaxed his grip, staring silently at the horizon. Ji Li, reveling in his victory, grinned broadly, revealing his yellowed teeth, and continued sipping tea, savoring the flavor. Are you certain today is a holiday? He absent-mindedly took a sip from his teacup, casting a sidelong glance at the unreliable Ji Li. The two men, who had just moments ago been glaring at each other, now appeared solemn and composed. Ji Li waved dismissively, speaking in a low tone, Do you not trust me? I've already inquired. Ming will return today at the earliest. Or at the latest, by tomorrow or the day after. Bu Lin nodded in satisfaction, instinctively glancing westward, his aged eyes shimmering with hope. Ahem. Bu Lin cleared his throat twice, turning away with disdain. You only found out about the holiday? I doubt your connections are that impressive. Are you trying to extract information from me? Ji Li chuckled, stretching his leg and shaking it slightly. Bu Lin shot him a cold glance, uninterested. I'm an old man. Do you think I'll massage your legs for you? As Bu Lin prepared to leave, Ji Li's heart raced. Having finally discovered a weakness in his old friend, he couldn't allow him to escape without extracting some concessions. Unhurriedly, Ji Li crossed his legs and calmly stated, 1 jar of snake wine, and I'll tell you everything. Bu Lin halted immediately. 1 bowl, no room for negotiation. Half a jar. 1.5 bowls. You old fool, are you trying to humiliate me with that half bowl? Say what you want. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Hey. As Bu Lin truly attempted to leave, Ji Li panicked and hurriedly grabbed him. I can't let this miser escape. Bu Lin regarded him with disdain. And Ji Li, gritting his teeth, conceded, Fine, 1.5 bowls it is. Delighted internally, Bu Lin resumed his seat, his eyes sparkling with curiosity about Su Ming's experiences at the academy. Ahem, take it easy. Don't let what you hear upset you. Let it out if you need to. I'm not like you. Ji Li scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Seeing Bu Lin's impatient gaze, he finally relented and divulged. Well, I heard from an old friend that Ming has gotten a female classmate pregnant. Boom. Like a thunderclap, the news detonated in Bu Lin's mind. Coughing violently, he clutched his chest, struggling to breathe as if he were having an asthma attack. Ji Li, you're out of your mind. His thunderous roar echoed throughout De Yin village, prompting the villagers working in the fields to pause and glance towards the village entrance, shaking their heads in resignation at the antics of the two old men. Is that the voice of my grandfather? The familiar sound reached the ears of a boy hurrying back to the village, causing him to lift his head suddenly, a warm smile breaking across his stern face, his heart racing with excitement. The voice was robust and powerful, resonating with vitality. It seemed his grandfather was still in good health. Wonderful news indeed. What's going on? Xiaowu, nearly colliding with Su Ming, pushed him irritably. Su Ming did not respond but quickened his pace towards the village. As he arrived at the village entrance, the familiar figure came into view. Even the most resilient of hearts, like his, could not help but be overwhelmed with myriad emotions, and his eyes misted with tears. The once fervent voice now transformed into a gentle whisper. Indeed, his grandfather appeared even more stooped than before. Just then, the animated Brin, who was playfully flailing about, froze in place and instinctively turned to look. Minger, gazing at the little one he had longed for day and night, Su Ming's pent-up emotions erupted like a torrential flood, causing Brin's nose to tingle, and tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Su Ming's face broke into a smile as he hurried over. Just when he expected his grandfather to greet him, he noticed a slight change in the latter's expression. The old man gritted his teeth and glanced around as if searching for something. Then, he reached for the bamboo strips in the basket with a firm grip. Due to child protection concerns, 1,000 words have been omitted here. Chapter 29, Catching Eagles with Rabbits is quite reasonable. The wooden cabin remained as it always was, clean and tidy. Grandfather Blin was diligent in keeping it spotless. Even the dilapidated wooden cabinet shone brightly from the polish, as he couldn't bring himself to discard it. The only difference at home was the new layer of wood on the floor, which no longer felt like hard, unyielding dirt. It seemed that the gold coins left behind were still untouched by grandfather. Surveying the familiar surroundings, Su Ming sighed internally and continued to pick at his meal. The atmosphere at the dining table was unusually awkward due to a previous misunderstanding. Xiaowu's cheeks were flushed, and she pressed her delicate lips against her rice without chewing, shyly bowing her head to eat. Lin's old face also flushed with embarrassment, filled with regret. His grandson had brought a female classmate home for the first time, and he had mistakenly assumed an inappropriate relationship, even scolding him in front of her. Not only did it embarrass his grandson, but it also made the young girl feel humiliated, given her shyness. It was likely she would leave as soon as the meal was over. This thought deepened Lin's guilt. He cast an apologetic glance at Su Ming, his once murky eyes now sparkling with clarity, as if nothing had happened. He smiled warmly and enthusiastically offered Xiaowu some dishes. You are Xiaowu, right? I truly apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. I'm afraid I misled you. It's also that old Coot Jili's fault. He tends to overthink things in his old age. You two are classmates, so feel free to treat this place as your own home. When you come to visit, you should feel relaxed. Don't you think so? Although Dian Village is a remote and impoverished area, it boasts beautiful scenery, and Su Ming can take you around when the time comes. Lin's tone was exceedingly gentle, flowing like a warm spring stream that could dispel the fog of confusion for anyone lost in their thoughts. Such sentiments, untainted by the passage of time, would never evoke the same heartfelt resonance without life as trials. This unique charm inspired Xiaowu to muster the courage to lift her gaze. Looking at the kind old man before her, particularly the deep compassion in his eyes, her fluttering heart suddenly grew calm. When she saw Blin serving her, Xiaowu's cheeks flushed with urgency, and she politely covered her bowl with her hand. No, please, you sit there. I can manage on my own. Blin smiled knowingly. These are just home-cooked dishes. Feel free to eat. You're still young. I worry your arms might not reach far enough. Come, have some more meat. It's important for your growth. Grandpa, it's really not necessary. I can do it myself. Oh dear, it fell. Quick, catch it. Even though Xiaowu persistently declined, Blin expertly managed to place food into her bowl. Faced with his enthusiasm, Xiaowu felt quite embarrassed and eventually conceded. At the dinner table, Blin seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation, eagerly engaging Xiaowu. Although she was lively by nature, the vast difference in their life experiences left her overwhelmed, and she could only smile weakly while casting desperate glances at Su Ming for help. To her dismay, Su Ming was solely focused on his meal, completely ignoring her. Even at home, he is a glutton, Xiaowu thought, gritting her teeth in frustration. Fortunately, Blin noticed her discomfort and shifted the conversation to Su Ming's childhood stories. Ahem, Su Ming coughed, nearly choking, yet he could not interrupt Blin's animated storytelling. Hearing tales of Su Ming being pulled into the water by fish and pecked by chickens brought uncontainable joy to Xiaowu, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she burst into laughter. Clearly, she had not anticipated such amusing anecdotes about him, who appeared so stern and serious at the academy. After a long time without encountering such a vibrant young girl, Blin's face radiated with delight as he grew increasingly fond of her adorable and clumsy demeanor. By the way, Xiaowu, where are you from? Have you informed your family that you're here? They won't be worried, will they? Xiaowu glanced at Su Ming, her expression slightly awkward. My family is from another province. We face some difficulties, and I'm currently staying with a distant relative. An orphan, then? Blin's heart ached, and realization dawned upon him, deepening his sympathy. It was no wonder she and Su Ming got along so well and that she felt comfortable visiting. Perhaps her distant relatives were not kind people. This poor child had endured so much. With overflowing compassion, Blin gently patted her head. Child, don't worry. Grandpa has plenty to eat and drink. You can stay here as long as you like. It's just Su Ming and me at home. Your presence brings me joy. I would never send you away. Feel free to treat this as your home and just call me Grandpa, just like Su Ming does. Touched at the core, Xiaowu's delicate frame trembled slightly, her sparkling eyes gradually moistening, her vision blurred by a veil of tears. In her mind's eye, she vaguely saw her mother's silhouette, and tears streamed down her face. Blin felt a sharp pang in his heart, realizing how much this child had suffered. He quickly extended his wrinkled hand, tenderly wiping away her tears. Child, please don't cry. With Grandpa here, no one will bully you, I promise. Xiaowu nodded, quickly drying her tears and revealing a comical smile that was half crying, half laughing. Grandpa. Just when Blin thought that Xiaowu might be unwilling or too shy, her sweet call unexpectedly filled the room, instantly moistening his eyes. Good child. Blin said, overwhelmed with joy, affectionately ruffling Xiaowu's hair. Heaven truly had been kind to him, first bringing Su Ming and then Xiaowu into his life. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. With a cabbage clutched in the corner of his mouth, Su Ming stood frozen in astonishment, gazing at the scene before him. His expression fluctuated between shadows and light, his heart burdened with an intricate maze of emotions. Having traversed through time, he once shared a similar bond with his grandfather, Blin. Grandfather, what am I to do? He sighed inwardly, plagued by a throbbing headache. It was evident to him that Grandfather Blin was genuinely elated. Perhaps when he first encountered Su Ming, he too radiated such joy. Given Grandfather Blin's advancing years, it was a rare blessing for him to experience a few years of happiness. At least, until Su Ming discovered a means to prolong life, such joy was paramount. With a heavy heart, he quietly departed from that place. In the secluded woods of the back mountain, a spectral figure darted through the trees, seemingly in pursuit of something. Surrounding him were thickets of thorns, rising 2 to 3 meters high, rendering any path to this place non-existent. Swiftly, he moved on. Su Ming descended from the tree, his feet resting upon a thick carpet of moss, soft and yielding, as if untouched by human presence for an eternity. The remoteness of this place, nestled near the heart of the mountains, deterred the villagers from venturing this far, lending an air of pristine wilderness to the surroundings. Su Ming closed his eyes, attentively listening to the sounds around him. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. A surge of spiritual energy flowed beneath his feet, propelling him forward like a dragonfly. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's figure vanished into a lush expanse of green. Bang! A sudden sound erupted, reminiscent of a bullet striking stone. One could faintly hear the sound of someone hacking away, the commotion so intense that it might be mistaken for an explosion in the mountains. Swish! Out of nowhere, a figure leapt from the thicket of thorns, landing gracefully atop a massive boulder. Steadying himself on the stone, Su Ming rolled up his sleeves, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at his quarry, unable to suppress a longing swallow. Humph! Having evaded capture before, this time you shall not escape. In his grasp was a half-alive large bird, blood dripping steadily from its form. While it was termed a large bird, it resembled a chicken more closely. However, compared to the domesticated chickens at home, this one was smaller, adorned with more vibrant and varied plumage, its tail feathers slender and elegantly arched, exuding a spirited charm. In the rural wilderness, where rustic flavors abound, he had previously set traps, yet these wild chickens proved too cunning. The cycle of cause and effect dictates that after consuming so much of my grain, it is only fair that I be allowed a taste in return. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Su Ming swiftly placed the wild chicken into his basket and continued his search through the forest. Tang Hao would never have anticipated that Su Ming's newly devised sword technique was first employed not against an adversary, but rather aimed at a wild chicken. The enhancement of his mental acuity rendered the pursuit of prey remarkably convenient. Before long, his basket brimmed with the fruits of his labor, filled with not only wild chickens but also some hares and large birds soaring above. Unfamiliar with the species of the large birds, Su Ming cared not. As long as they were edible, that sufficed. If the two great empires of Douluo were capable, they would surely enact wildlife protection laws, leading to their swift demise. With a basket laden with game, Su Ming merrily made his way back, eagerly anticipating a sumptuous dinner. However, upon reaching the bamboo grove at the rear mountain, his spirits dampened at the sight of Xiaowu, whose little head was peering around. "Oh, you're back. Grandpa thought you were still in the bamboo forest." Her long ears perked up as she beamed at Su Ming and bounded over with joy. As she approached, her gaze fell upon the remnants of blood on Su Ming and the lingering scent of iron, causing her delighted expression to freeze in shock. What have you been doing?" Xiaowu stood frozen behind Su Ming. Upon opening the basket, the sight within sent shivers down her spine. Pouting in indignation, she glared at the source of her distress. "You could have spared a few. Why did you have to kill so many animals?" Already in a foul mood, Su Ming's irritation flared at her words, and he shot her a fierce look. "These are not spirit beasts. Why are you so anxious? Spirit beasts adhere to the law of the jungle. If you have the ability, go and slay the carnivorous spirit beast in the forest. I am merely procuring my sustenance from nature. If you disapprove, you are free to leave." Su Ming strode away, dismissing the insipid conversation. Xiaowu, indignant, huffed and quickened her pace to catch up. "I never said you shouldn't kill, but you've done so excessively." This girl had never been such a nuisance before. Frustrated, Su Ming halted and retorted, "The food at home is scarce. My grandfather is already impoverished and in poor health. Should I not procure some nourishment for him? Am I to rely on you to dig up carrots?" Coughing uncontrollably, Xiaowu was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze from Su Ming's basket of provisions. She couldn't possibly continue to partake in his generosity without contributing. Fidgeting with her skirt, she suggested, "Well, how about you invite me next time?" "Very well." Su Ming nodded in agreement. And Xiao's heart leaped with joy as she lifted her head, her large eyes glistening with tears. "Are you serious?" she asked, gazing intently at Su Ming, who solemnly nodded once more. Just as she was filled with excitement, believing she could achieve something significant, his sincere words shattered her enthusiasm. "If you go to catch rabbits, you should be faster than me." "Catching rabbits?" Boom. It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her chest, and Xiao's expression darkened to an inky black. Her eyes reddened as she spat out each word through gritted teeth, her gaze filled with a malevolence that suggested deep-seated enmity. Wishing she could vanquish her foe at that very moment. "If you don't catch rabbits, you could catch eagles instead." With a cold remark, Su Ming took flight and departed. Xiao could no longer contain herself, unleashing her fury upon the empty air with punches and kicks. Her face swelled, resembling a round pufferfish. Desperate to vent her pent-up rage. "Catching rabbits? Catching eagles? I'll catch you instead." With every ounce of her strength, she yelled angrily at Su Ming. As if transported back to a year ago, still as fierce and formidable as ever. Su Ming's expression darkened, and he ominously turned back. "What are you doing?" Gazing at Su Ming's demeanor, Xiao Wu felt a surge of fear. She had always been intimidated by him, particularly in moments like this. Su Ming offered no explanation, grasping her by the nape of her neck and lifting her effortlessly as one would a rabbit. With her vulnerable spot seized, Xiao Wu leaped about in a frenzy, her embarrassment and indignation reaching a boiling point. "Su Ming, release me at once, or I shall inform my grandfather of your bullying." Su Ming, unfazed, replied coldly. "Go ahead and report it. You might as well explain your little escapade of pilfering carrots from someone else's home." Xiao's body stiffened, and she retorted stubbornly, "You? How could you? I didn't steal anything. Just let me down already." "Didn't steal?" Su Ming let out a cold snort inwardly, while maintaining an expression of indifference. The carrots in the eastern field were indeed delectable. Yet it was utterly laughable that a rabbit would mistakenly steal the wrong ones. It seemed she had realized something. Xiao Wu, with a sly glimmer in her eyes, turned her head. "Hee, you think you can trick me, don't you? There aren't any carrots in the eastern field at all. Do you really believe I would fall for your ruse and venture to steal, only to be caught by you?" Su Ming was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that you were so remarkably clever all along. "So, did you venture westward?" "Indeed." Xiao proudly lifted her head, but in the next moment, she slapped her own cheek. Her limbs gradually fell limp, resembling a frog succumbing to the depths of water, her legs stiffening, utterly devoid of struggle. Upon returning to the village, Su Ming gently set down the despondent Xiao Wu. "You can go back by yourself. I have matters to attend to." "Oh," she replied weakly, taking a few steps before suddenly turning back. With a pitiful gaze directed at Su Ming, her lips trembling in fear, she implored, "Could you please not tell Grandpa? I promise I won't steal anymore." Su Ming's expression was stern, devoid of any trace of a smile. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Xiao shrank her neck, lowering her gaze while her toes incessantly scraped the ground. With a swift motion, a crisp sound resonated, emanating a holy light as a golden hue cascaded from the heavens, landing atop Xiao's head. "Coins? What could this signify?" Her small hand opened to reveal a gleaming golden soul coin, and she gazed at Su Ming, filled with confusion. "The carrots are from the neighbor's garden. You should purchase them," he coldly remarked before stepping into the home of a local grain farmer. To be frank, the meager resources in the village hardly constituted theft. However, after a month without being discovered, it would indeed be peculiar. The village was simple, and while one could argue it was frugal, it was merely a matter of balance. They feigned patience for a month, hoping that Grandpa Blin would remain steadfast. For his backbone could not be broken. "It's not as if I lack money. Why would I need yours?" she retorted, sticking out her tongue slightly at Su Ming's retreating figure before bouncing towards the neighbor's house. Her long braid danced gracefully behind her, refusing to settle. Chapter 30. You must also strive to become a soul master. Grandpa Blin had grown old, and since Su Ming could remember, they had not tilled the land. Relying on Grandpa's nimble craftsmanship, the two were never troubled for sustenance, although they cultivated some vegetables. All the grain in the house was purchased from others, as it was quite easy to acquire food within the village. Considering his own appetite, Su Ming bought several large bags of grain. From a distance, one could see large burlap sacks moving in the verdant rice fields, yet no figures were visible, creating an eerie scene. The sacks were substantial, resembling the size of an old yellow bull, sturdy and bulging, seemingly containing at least 200 to 300 pounds of grain. Lifting such weight would not be easy, even for two adult men. Yet, the sack stood upright, swaying in the fields, leading one to wonder if they had encountered a ghost. "Hey, wait for me!" A delicate voice called out, tinged with indignation, reminiscent of a petulant child, as the burlap sack behind rushed forward in a flurry. From the side, no figures were discernible. But from the end of the path, one could clearly see it was a boy and a girl, each gripping a large sack by its drawstring. For some unknown reason, they chose to hoist the bags overhead instead of lifting them, making the sacks appear taller than themselves. Noticing Xiaowu glaring at him with frustration, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, "It's not like we're 3 years old playing house. That's rather childish. If you can't lift it, just leave it here. And I'll come back for it later." "Childish? How is waiting for me childish?" Xiaowu retorted, her teeth clenched in irritation, the goodwill from buying carrots evaporating instantly. "Humph, you're the one who can't lift it." Even with another sack added, before she could finish her sentence. A sudden rustling noise erupted as the sack slithered from behind, darting towards Su Ming's feet. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Su Ming's right leg was bound with a rope, the long tether connecting to the 3-layered burlap sack beneath him. Su Ming remained silent, glancing at Xiaowu with a dismissive tilt of his head, as if to say, "Here comes the sack you desired." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense and suffocating. It was deliberate, undoubtedly intentional. Is this how one conducts oneself? Xiaowu, filled with indignation, glared at Su Ming, her body trembling with fury. He was well aware that this was her limit, yet he still chose to humiliate her. Humph. Gritting her teeth and biting her delicate lips, Xiaowu, refusing to acknowledge Su Ming, coldly lifted the sack and prepared to leave. Whether by coincidence or design, the sack she held collided forcefully with Su Ming's. Instantly, the impact reverberated back. Xiaowu felt as though she had crashed into a mighty tree. Her opponent remained steadfast, while she was propelled backward by the force. Her forward momentum abruptly reversed, and she stumbled, her balance faltering as she teetered uncontrollably toward the rice field, unable to suppress a scream. Truly, he must be deranged. Su Ming thought with a sidelong glance, reluctantly extending his left leg to hook her back with his foot. Boom. The world spun around her as the sack slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Xiaowu sat there, panting heavily and clutching her youthful chest, relieved to have narrowly escaped a fate akin to that of a mudloach. Su Ming chuckled and remarked, "They say curiosity killed the cat. But I have yet to hear of a proud heart bringing about the demise of a rabbit." Whoosh. Su Ming swiftly hooked his right leg, sending the fallen sack that Xiaowu had dropped soaring into the air, subsequently using his head to secure it in place. With his left hand, head, and right hand, he effectively anchored this fourth sack. Su Ming's arms were not held upright but extended horizontally at shoulder level, with his elbows forming right angles as he lifted them upward. Upon the third sack's placement, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent, determined to tread in the direction of home. Given the strength of his arms, capable of lifting 500 to 600 pounds, hoisting the sack was indeed a trivial task. However, raising it overhead posed a greater challenge to his arm strength, akin to the snatch and clean and jerk in weightlifting. Thus, even if the sack weighed merely 300 pounds, the self-imposed torment of lifting it in such a manner was far from easy. Nevertheless, Su Ming persevered, unfazed by any perceived difficulty. Even Xiaowu believed this to be the right approach, for only by exerting herself could she truly feel the strain. "Damn it. You better not give me any leverage against you." Frustrated by the relentless taunts and setbacks, Xiaowu gestured wildly at Su Ming's retreating figure, wishing she could tear apart his smug expression. Yet, upon noticing the sack he was dragging, her eyes sparkled with excitement as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure, prompting her to chase after him. With a sudden thud, the cherubic visage of Xiaowu displayed a mischievous glint as she stomped her foot onto the sack. Stealing glances at Su Ming with a sly smile, her eyes shone with eager anticipation. The rope binding the sack to Su Ming's right leg caused him to stumble as her foot landed, nearly toppling him. Fortunately, Su Ming's agility was impeccable. His mastery over balance allowed him to swiftly regain his footing. Is this nothing to worry about?" Disappointment flickered in Xiaowu's eyes as the anticipated chaos failed to manifest. Without needing to ponder, Su Ming instinctively understood the situation. His expression darkened as he glanced back, particularly noting Xiaowu's foot. A cold glint filled his gaze as he admonished her, "Food is grown to be eaten. If you do not comprehend the meaning of that, I can enlighten you. Even if I were to cast you into the fields now, my grandfather would not utter a word in protest. Do you believe that?" A chilling dread seeped through the air, startling Xiaowu, who quickly withdrew her leg. She recognized that Su Ming was genuinely irate. What terrified her even more was the thought of her usually kind grandfather, Bruin, also being angered. Treading carefully, Xiaowu gingerly extended her hand to dust off the sack. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to help you carry this sack. Avoiding Su Ming's gaze, her demeanor turned submissive as she obediently lifted the sack. Appearing exceedingly compliant, Su Ming's eyes lingered on Xiaowu, his heart a tumult of emotions. After a moment of silence, he resumed his stride toward home. Outside the wooden cabin, Bruin was chopping bamboo tubes with a machete. Upon noticing the heavy burden Su Ming and Xiaowu were carrying, he was taken aback, hastily abandoning his task to rush over. Such a weight was far beyond Bruin's capacity to bear. Su Ming naturally would not allow him to fetch them, promptly placing the 3 burlap sacks on the ground. Observing Su Ming's calm demeanor, Bruin was profoundly astonished, for these weighed several hundred pounds. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the strength was derived from cultivation, which put his mind at ease. The news that Xiaowu had already become a soul master invigorated Bruin, making him feel as if he had regained decades of youth. A soul master? Their family now had a soul master. Bruin was filled with excitement and enthusiasm, eager to immediately seize that scoundrel Jelena and arrange a grand celebration. After all, it had been decades since a soul master had emerged in the village. With Xiaowu in tow, Bruin prepared to stroll through the village. Minger, Xiaowu is of a similar age to you, and she has already become a soul master. You must strive to keep pace with her and not fall behind. Su Ming gazed at someone who was covering their mouth, stifling laughter, his face turning a shade of green, discomfort gnawing at him as he bit down on his teeth. All right, fine, Grandpa. Chapter 31. Little Wu, the girl who loves rabbits. As the sun broke through the clouds, the evening glow was enchanting. To share in the joy of the villagers, a bonfire rose into the sky, accompanying the celebration in Dian village. A black donkey was left to wander aimlessly in an empty field, circling around a post, tightening the rope around itself. By the stream, a large pile of pots and pans lay stacked, seemingly untouched for many years, covered in dust. Outside the courtyard, the fierce yellow flames licked hungrily at the air, with makeshift earthen stoves scattered about. As one ventured closer, the oppressive heat scorched the skin, instinctively urging one to retreat. The once tranquil cottage was now bustling with activity. Some were lifting tables, others were setting up grills. Some were washing vegetables, while others sharpened knives. Each person diligently attended to their tasks, creating a sense of order amidst the chaos. Occasionally, scandalous snippets of gossip would erupt, causing the subjects to blush and others to burst into laughter. Noticing the pot of water bubbling vigorously, Geely directed the crowd in slaughtering chickens and sheep. The village's young idlers felt embarrassed to arrive empty-handed, casually rummaging through their homes for anything they could bring. Since Su Ming had any memory, it was the first time the house was this lively. It resembled the rural banquets from his past life, though here, there were no professional catering services. Every household willingly contributed to the festivities. Having not seen a soul master in the village for decades, this occasion was worth celebrating. When Su Ming manifested his innate full soul power, the villagers were eager to celebrate. Grandpa Brin, being cautious and kind-hearted, initially suggested postponing the festivities until Su Ming truly became a soul master. However, that afternoon, as he strolled through the village with little Wu, Geely, who felt somewhat guilty, learned that Brin had taken a goddaughter, and she was a soul master. His spirits lifted instantly. What better way to celebrate than together? The village's elders quickly agreed to throw a proper celebration, hoping to curb the arrogance of nearby villages. Thus, the scene unfolded before them. Little Wu and Grandpa Brin sat at the main table in the courtyard, enthusiastically introducing her to the village's elders. A group of people chatted and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere. As for Su Ming, he seemed averse to the commotion, resting his chin on his hand atop the roof, quietly admiring the sunset, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Soon, a stout man with a confident stride approached. Spotting Su Ming from afar, he immediately adopted a tone befitting an elder, teasing him boisterously. Su Ming, you must catch up. Look at your sister. She's already a soul master. When will you become one? I'll introduce you to a city girl, not only beautiful, but with skin as delicate as water, guaranteed to win your heart. The moment the words left his mouth, the aunts and cousins erupted in outrage, their faces darkening, as if they wished to hurl the utensils in their hands at him. How dare you speak of such things to Su Ming? He is just a child. Don't corrupt him. I fear Uncle Brin will chop you up. Su Ming, dear, heed my warning. Never follow his example. Keep your distance. Better yet, pretend you don't know him. Got it? Bah. You call yourself an elder, but speak without thinking. Come here. I just boiled some water. If you want to pluck feathers, you can do it here. Grandpa Brin, and the others looked over, chuckling and shaking their heads. Little Wu, meanwhile, blushed deeply, her expression reflecting her astonishment at how wildly humans could behave. Seeing the ire he had drawn upon himself, the man, nicknamed Sa Ji, offered a few conciliatory words before swaggering over. Su Ming, don't listen to their nonsense. By blood relation, I am kin to Uncle Brin. We are family. Surely, I wouldn't harm you. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed an orange toward the roof, which Su Ming deftly caught. Freshly picked from Shahan village, quite sweet. Here. Take it. He waved his hand grandly, swaggering toward Grandpa Brin's table, seemingly eyeing the fruits there. The fruits were meant for the village elders with poor teeth. Yet he shamelessly grabbed some without waiting for an invitation. Knowing the man was unbothered by propriety, the elders said nothing, allowing him to eat before sending him off to help. As he gorged himself, reveling in his fortune, he cheerfully made his way toward the men cooking. Glancing at the unappealing, shriveled orange, Su Ming couldn't suppress a grimace, tossing it aside in disdain. As night fell, the bonfire was lit, illuminating the tables laden with delicacies. Dusty jars of wine, long sealed, were brought forth, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Unlike the refined rituals of the nobility, the laborers drank heartily from large bowls. After a long day of toil, feasting on game, basking in the gentle breeze, and sipping their homemade liquor, their spirits soared. The boisterous revelry and flushed faces hinted that even the mightiest of celestial beings would struggle to tame them, in stark contrast to the wildness of the younger crowd. The elders at the main table sipped their drinks slowly, savoring their meal and engaging in leisurely conversation, distinctly enjoying their own pleasures. As he served the hearty game stew to the main table, Su Ming poured a bowl for Grandpa Brin. Brin, look at our Ming boy, what good fortune he has. Minger, you needn't fuss over this, just focus on enjoying your meal. Ah, this stew tastes delightful. Minger, come, let everyone have a taste. Ha ha ha, if you insist. I must try it and see what our Ming boy has cooked. Seeing Grandpa Brin savor the stew, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. The stew contained numerous ingredients, including snow lotus, which could strengthen the body and nurture vitality. Aware that such rich nourishment could upset an elder's stomach, he had ensured it was mild before serving it to the main table. Not wishing to take up space at the dining table, Su Ming was mindful of his appetite. Having not eaten enough at noon, he knew one table would not suffice. Thus, he took a skewer and headed toward the barbecue. The adults reveled in their own uproar, while the children found joy in their own pursuits. A group of kids gathered around the barbecue, equally boisterous. They collaborated, some catching bullfrogs in the fields, others fishing for loaches and fish, while others tended to the grilling. Coughing lightly, Su Ming cleared his throat. Surprisingly, at the sound of his cough, the cacophony fell silent instantly. 3 children, frightened, squeezed away, creating a wide space for him, their innocent eyes reflecting their trepidation. Su Ming, with a sense of satisfaction, stepped forward and placed the marinated wild chickens down. De Zhuang, pay heed, the 3 of you. Should anyone char the chickens, I assure you, your behinds will face a similar fate today. All right, understood, boss. The 3 slightly older children shivered in the cold. Instinctively picking up a skewer each and positioning them over the fire, their eyes fixed intently upon the flames. Their devoted and focused demeanor would have brought tears to the eyes of any teacher witnessing it. Su Ming extracted the Millennium Snow wolf meat rewarded by the system, impaling it on 2 iron skewers for roasting. The meat had been stored in the system's space for nearly a year, and due to Tang Hao's presence, Su Ming found it difficult to explain its origin, hence he had left it untouched. At first glance, the large slabs of snow wolf meat appeared quite similar to beef. Yet only Su Ming, holding it, could sense the chilling aura emanating from it, indicating that the flesh of this Millennium Soul beast had undergone a significant transformation. After roasting for a while, Su Ming realized that the meat was challenging to cook thoroughly, compelling him to channel his soul power to intensify the flames. Hey, where did you acquire this meat? A sudden voice startled Su Ming, who was deeply engrossed in his task. He gritted his teeth, pretending not to hear, and continued to roast the meat. Aware that Xiaowu was a soul master, a figure of great stature to whom even parents looked up, the younger children quickly vacated the area. Only 3 older boys remained huddled together, hesitant to leave yet fearful of the situation. Noticing Su Ming's feigned ignorance, Xiaowu's expression darkened instantaneously as she grasped his shoulder, demanding, "Did you know this would happen all along? Did you intentionally leave me there?" Su Ming shrugged, dismissively waving his hand without glancing back. Aren't you rather fond of receiving praise and flattery? The opportunity is entirely yours. I have no desire for it. What opportunity? Nonsense. Xiaowu's teeth chattered in irritation, while Su Ming remained oblivious, continuing to roast the snow wolf meat. A hint of sarcasm laced his voice as he remarked. It felt quite pleasant at first, but after hearing it repeatedly, it becomes rather tiresome. Is the nature of humanity not fickle? Every morsel and sip has its predestined measure. In this world, is there truly a delightful affair that comes without any cost? Humph. Aware that banter was not her forte, Xiaowu puffed up her cheeks in indignation and retrieved 2 carrots to roast. Observing the bewildered expressions of the 3 before her, her gaze hardened, as though she had found an outlet for her frustration. What are you all so astonished about? Have you never seen roasted carrots? Do you require my instruction? With hands on her hips and a fierce glare, her voice crackled with indignation, sounding almost as if it emanated from her nostrils. Boom. Is it true that soul masters can be this intimidating? The 3 were so frightened that their legs trembled, casting frantic glances towards Su Ming for salvation. From a child's perspective, Xiaowu's outburst appeared both adorable and fierce, yet to them, it seemed downright venomous and fearsome, truly a sight that could instill fear in anyone. Not only was she vain, but also brazenly shameless. Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at her, contemplating for a few seconds before slowly articulating a summarizing remark. Xiaowu, undeterred, pressed on, for she was always better than you, perpetually wearing a frosty expression and possessing a particularly sharp tongue. One cannot help but wonder if the girls at the academy are blind to compose love letters for someone like you. The mere thought is infuriating. Su Ming was not angered. Rather, he found the situation rather amusing. Different strokes for different folks. The fact that someone would write a love letter at least indicates that there are those who appreciate someone like me with discerning taste. As for a certain individual, I have heard that throughout the entire academic year, the boys would go out of their way to avoid her, seemingly oblivious to the darkening expression on Xiaowu's face. Su Ming shook his head in lamentation and sighed, as one of the few soul master students in the academy. It is quite astonishing that she has not received a single love letter. What a pity it is for someone so lacking. Boys avoiding her? Not receiving love letters? How unfortunate. Boom. A torrential wave of emotion surged forth, and Xiaowu's composure shattered in an instant as she lunged at Su Ming, claws bared. Ah, Su Ming. You scoundrel. I shall have my vengeance. Swish. Su Ming calmly flipped the skewered meat, his foot firmly pressing against someone's abdomen, causing the latter to grimace and flail in the air like a dog paddling. Xiaowu attempted to change direction, yet Su Ming's leg seemed to possess a tracking device, effectively blocking her path. You bastard. Do you think this will end well for you? Xiaowu pressed down on Su Ming's leg, intending to leverage it for a leap into attack, but he swiftly retracted his limb. With a stomp, she nearly lost her balance, her anger intensifying, just as a voice rang out, freezing her in her tracks. You better be aware of how far you want this to escalate. There are so many eyes on you. Are you really seeking a beating? The cold tone acted like a potent remedy, momentarily quelling her inner fury. Instinctively, she turned to glance at her grandfather, Bryn. Sensing someone was watching, Bryn also looked over. Their gazes met, and he could not help but nod at Xiaowu, his deep-set eyes radiating warmth and gentleness. That sweet smile was akin to a clear spring, refreshing her heart, and in an instant, her anger dissipated like mist. She waved a carrot at Bryn, as if to convey that she was occupied with it, her large eyes sparkling with cuteness, entirely devoid of any ferocity. Bryn chuckled softly, choosing not to further observe the affectionate bond between the siblings. Once Bryn was distracted, Xiaowu's expression shifted dramatically, turning ominous and stormy. She leaned closer to Su Ming's ear, her teeth producing a sound reminiscent of gnawing on bones. Su Ming, just you wait. This is far from over. Wait until you can actually defeat me first, he retorted. You. Xiaowu shot him a frosty glare, simmering in frustration as she continued roasting her carrot. After nearly half an hour, the snow wolf meat finally transformed into a golden hue, glistening as if coated in a rich, succulent glaze. Its surface astonishingly free of any char, suggesting that the quality of the meat was indeed exceptional. As Su Ming's eyes brightened, he took a hearty bite. In an instant, the rich juices exploded within his mouth, the intoxicating aroma soaring to the heavens, eliciting an involuntary gasp from him. It was not merely the exquisite flavor that captivated him. Rather, he sensed an underlying energy embedded within the meat. The emptiness of his stomach was gradually replaced by a delightful anticipation, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Particularly remarkable was the fact that the energy contained within not only satiated his hunger but also had the potential to enhance his physical constitution. Though faint, Su Ming could distinctly perceive the changes occurring within his body. He transformed into a voracious gourmand, tearing into the meat with fervor, as if a tempest were sweeping through. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, feeling a twinge of frustration, set down her hands and resumed nibbling on a carrot, having initially desired to sample the meat herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that there was still some meat left in Su Ming's bowl. A sense of glee surged within her as she seized the opportunity to stealthily claim it while he devoured his portion with reckless abandon. Unfazed, she continued to grill the meat with an impassive expression, expertly and nonchalantly sprinkling seasoning, as if the meat had been brought by her own hand. Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at her, his brow furrowing slightly, as if caught in the throes of unspoken words. Observing Su Ming's discomfort, Xiao Wu felt a surge of satisfaction within her, lifting her head in a proud manner. What are you staring at? So what if I indulge? If you dare to take action, just remember, Grandpa is watching, she proclaimed. As long as it pleases you, Su Ming replied, and then took the roasted chicken from his younger brother's hands, taking a bite. The flavor of the roasted chicken, though not as exquisite as that of the snow wolf meat, served merely to satisfy his hunger. This meat is truly delightful, exclaimed Xiao Wu, who took a bite, her face lighting up with an expression of sheer bliss before slyly glancing at someone, seemingly taunting. Let us see if I can annoy you to death. Noticing Su Ming's indifference, Xiao Wu promptly pulled her 10-year-old companion over, continuing her provocation. Come, tell me, what kind of meat is this? Beef. Xiao Wu sighed regretfully. So this is beef? Indeed, it's delicious, but alas, it's gone. With a hint of sarcasm, and this one? This seems to be lamb. Xiao Wu raised her eyebrows and cast a sidelong glance at Su Ming. So this is lamb? Oh, how tasty, but too bad it's gone again. And this one? This is on a skewer. It should be the rabbit meat that the boss caught. Just as the words fell, Xiao Wu unhesitatingly tore off a bite, tilting her head with a strange voice. Oh dear, so this is the rabbit meat you caught? My apologies, but it's useless. I finished eating. Watching the smug expression on someone's face, Su Ming's lips twitched. As long as you enjoy it. After repeating this phrase, Su Ming covered his face, furrowing his brow as he swiftly departed from the scene, as if he were a ticking time bomb. Moments later, a chilling scream erupted in the courtyard. Little bunny. Rabbits. Xiao Wu flailed her arms and hopped in place, as if she had tasted the most exquisite delicacy, brimming with excitement. In an instant, all the villagers knew that this spirited young soul master named Xiao Wu had a penchant for rabbit meat. With the villagers' warm hospitality, Xiao Wu had a fruitful month. Chapter 32. Xiao Wu, it's quite a challenge to be you. Under the eaves, slender bamboo strips were deftly sliced from bamboo sheets, layered meticulously. Bulin held a strip no larger than a fingernail in one hand and a splint knife in the other, diligently crafting the necessary bamboo threads. The splint knife bore a striking resemblance to Su Ming's axe, yet even after a year of training, he still found himself unable to match his grandfather Bulin's lightning-fast precision. This was no longer mere labor, it resembled an art form. Each movement was deliberate. The bamboo strips were evenly divided into several portions, each thread precise and flawless. Bulin's gaze remained focused as he assessed the width, only feeling at ease once he confirmed there were no issues. Su Ming did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he was outside, just as he had been the previous day, wielding a rake to turn over the soil and compact it with a grinding stone. Although the banquet was indeed lively, only the host truly understood the myriad complexities involved. The surroundings were untidy, with a fire pit here and a puddle of greasy residue there. Stepping outside, one could catch a glimpse of dark red blood splattered about. The ground was slick beneath his feet, and upon glancing down, he was horrified to realize it was the entrails of a sheep, its intestines bursting in a grotesque display. Aware of his grandfather Blint's physical limitations, Su Ming had risen early to mask the lingering sin of smoke and char. Despite his efforts yesterday morning, the area remained in disarray, and he was soon enlisted by grandfather Geely as free labor. It was not a matter of great significance, rather. He was to serve as a good luck charm to inspire the village children. Of course, it was also due to the arrival of the neighboring village's headman, who came to offer symbolic congratulations for the banquet held the day before. The village needed to maintain appearances. In Geely's words, "We are well aware of the true state of Dian Village, but with outsiders present, no one is permitted to falter. Mingos, those things will be washed away by the rain. There's no need for such thorough cleaning. Other parts of the village are just as messy. We've grown accustomed to it, so why complain?" His profound gaze meticulously sliced through the bamboo strips, while Blint's Adam's apple bobbed as his gentle words floated in the air. After all, with nothing pressing to attend to, idleness was simply a state of being. Su Ming did not raise his head, continuing with his tasks, fully aware that even if he refrained from working, his grandfather would still attend to it. He had always been particular about cleanliness. He had risen before dawn the previous day to tidy up, only to be called back inside by his grandfather. The reason for his reluctant words was that he secretly wished to handle these menial chores himself. By the way, what type of soup did you prepare the day before yesterday? It is rather strange. My eyesight has improved over the past 2 days since encountering your grandfather, Douluo, who mentioned experiencing the same thing, and his legs have also become more agile. He urged me to inquire if you possess some kind of secret remedy. I have no such secret. It is merely ordinary wild chicken soup. If it proves to be that beneficial, I shall venture out tomorrow to procure some wild chickens. Never mind, never mind. The mountains are likely inhabited by all sorts of beasts. It is best if you refrain from entering, and instead, spend a month frolicking near the village, then proceed to the academy for your studies, lest you delay your progress. If there truly are ferocious beasts, even a tiger, I could fell it with a single strike now. Well, that is also true. With no exchange of glances, the two continued to be occupied with their own affairs while engaging in conversation from a distance of several dozen meters. To an outsider, it would appear as though they were conversing with the air. After several hours of diligent work, Su-Ming finally had the area in front of the house spotless and had transported some peach trees to embellish the surroundings. With a swish, the fabric curtain of the wooden cabin slowly parted. A frail figure leaned against the doorframe and stepped outside. It was Xiaowu, her complexion pale and appearing quite ill, covering her mouth with her hand as if she were about to vomit. Gone was her previous liveliness. She seemed to have just recovered from a severe illness. Her spirit diminished, and the sparkle in her eyes extinguished by suffering. It was perplexing. The doctor had visited, yet there had been no improvement. Ruin placed his hand on Xiaowu's forehead, noting the absence of fever, yet her frail appearance filled him with concern. Stooping slightly, Bruin turned to Su-Ming, who was washing his hands, his expression laden with worry. Minger, Xiaowu is still like this. Should we not go to the city to find a good doctor to examine her? Xiaowu hung her head, weakly shaking it in refusal, prompting Bruin to sigh in exasperation as he attempted to persuade her with kind words. Su-Ming leaned closer, wiping the sweat from his brow. Grandfather, her illness is quite serious. Even the divine physician may find it challenging to remedy. Blint's eyes widened in agitation, and he retorted, how can you speak so thoughtlessly? Can't you see how distressed Xiaowu is? How can you still make such flippant remarks? Su-Ming hastily clarified, that is not what I meant. I meant to say that she is not physically unwell, but rather troubled mentally. Mentally? Brin's gaze was filled with confusion. How could there be a psychological issue when everything seems fine? And how could it affect her physical health? What herbs should we go to the mountain to gather? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu also turned her gaze towards Su-Ming. Although her delicate eyes appeared weak, one could still discern her indignation as she widened her eyes in protest. Never mind, let me give it a try. Su-Ming shook his head and approached, gently wrapping one arm around Xiaowu's knee while the other supported her back, lifting her into a princess carry. Xiaowu's lips trembled with indignation, struggling momentarily before ultimately succumbing to the calming gaze of Su-Ming, resigning herself to lying still. Minger, do you truly believe you can manage this? She questioned. Let us treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Let us give it a try, he replied, cradling Xiaowu. Su-Ming made his way towards the bamboo forest on the back mountain. Gazing at the vexatious face so close to her, Xiaowu's frustration deepened, and her sense of injustice grew. With a small cry, she opened her cherry-like mouth and bit down on Su-Ming's shoulder, adding a bit more force as if to vent her humiliation. Yet, at that moment, how much strength did she truly possess? Su-Ming completely disregarded her, striding ahead with indifference. Humph. After a few moments, Xiaowu seemed to tire of her biting, slowly releasing her silver teeth, leaving a delicate thread on Su-Ming's attire. Eventually, the two arrived at a bamboo grove. The air that greeted them was refreshingly crisp, tinged with a hint of minty coolness as it flowed down their throats. Their footsteps crunched on the layer of fallen bamboo leaves, producing a series of delightful crackles. Only when they reached the depths of the grove did Su-Ming finally set Xiaowu down, leaning against a stone, while he himself settled beside her. The bamboo forest was enveloped in tranquility, with only the whispering of the wind through the leaves and the gentle swaying of the bamboo creating a serene symphony, devoid of any superfluous sounds. Xiaowu, half closing her eyes, stole glances at Su-Ming, just as she expected him to offer her some comfort. Suddenly, he broke the silence with an unexpected remark. In fact, rabbit meat is quite delectable. Rabbit meat is quite delectable? Xiaowu choked, her temper flaring. You scoundrel. I knew this rascal would never utter anything pleasant. Her eyes glinted with indignation, teeth grinding in anticipation, poised to pounce at any moment. Su-Ming gazed at the bamboo grove before him, his expression no longer one of cold detachment, but rather imbued with a sincere tranquility. In truth, I deeply regret agreeing to let you come to Dian village. Had I not, you would not have met my grandfather. and I would have encountered far fewer troubles. Hmm? Xiaowu's eyes narrowed, yet she listened as Su Ming continued, "Your identity is destined to be a double-edged sword." After a brief silence, Su Ming's demeanor grew serious. "Have you considered what would happen if your identity were to be exposed to the spirit hall?" Boom. Xiaowu's complexion turned even paler, a chill creeping down her spine. It felt as though she stood at the precipice of an abyss, her heart racing while all other sounds faded into silence. She lifted her gaze to meet Su Ming's. Her once fearful eyes devoid of any anger. Su Ming finally cast his gaze upon her. "Your existence will drive the soul masters of the entire continent into madness, subjecting you to relentless pursuits. Do not hastily label humanity as malevolent, for they possess an even darker side. In their quest to ensnare you, they will stop at nothing. Especially those closest to you will bear the burden of the influence you bring. Even I cannot guarantee your safety in the future. Do you comprehend this?" As she looked into Su Ming's sincere and radiant eyes, a pang of sorrow welled up within Xiaowu. It felt as though a veil of mist obscured her vision. She sensed that Su Ming was no longer the cold figure he once was. Instead, he emanated warmth, akin to that of a family member, candidly sharing the possibilities of the future. Su Ming let out a sigh and gently wiped away the tears from Xiaowu's eyes. "Indeed. Everyone holds dear to their own cherished matters. All I desire is for my grandfather to enjoy his twilight years in happiness. Hence I did not prevent you from calling him Grandpa. I can endure the trials and tribulations, but my grandfather, at his advanced age, should not be subjected to the tempests of life, nor should we speak of such disparaging remarks. Xiaowu, if you wish to remain inconspicuous, you must fully embrace your humanity and approach problems from a human perspective. Once you have surmounted this hurdle, I shall guide you on how to navigate other risks." Xiaowu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her small hands continuously brushing away the moisture, feeling an overwhelming warmth within. This was the first time she had ever heard someone express a desire to protect her. "Wait a moment," Xiaowu's doe-like eyes fixed intently on Su Ming, sparkling with a mixture of surprise and sweetness. Didn't you say you wanted my soul ring?" Su Ming nodded solemnly. "Of course I remember. I haven't said that I refuse. If you wish to offer a sacrifice, I will readily agree. However, if you desire to live, you had best hope that grandfather lives for a few more years. How long he can protect you depends entirely on your fate." Humph. I knew this scoundrel had a heart of stone. Only because of grandfather did Xiaowu turn her head away in anger, her voice brimming with indignation. "Don't even think about it. Even in death, I will never give you my soul ring or soul bone. Furthermore, grandfather will surely live to a ripe old age. Who knows, I might become even more powerful than you in the future. In this lifetime, do not expect to succeed." Su Ming found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation as he flicked his finger, playfully striking his own forehead. "You must be lacking in judgment. There's not a hint of error in my assessment. Is this never-ending?" she retorted, her indignation palpable. "What is wrong with my intellect? I am undeniably clever." Xiaowu, filled with a sense of bitterness, clenched her teeth, her lips curling in a sardonic smile. "Even if I were to have a mental lapse, it would surely be due to your incessant torment. You bully others so mercilessly that one can't help but be driven to madness." Noticing Xiaowu's mood beginning to brighten, her eyes sparkling once more, Su Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, satisfied with the completion of his task. Suddenly, an unusual sound erupted, cutting through the air. Even the gentle rustling of bamboo could not mask the hollow echo. Xiaowu's cheeks flushed crimson. She wished to vanish into the ground, hastily clutching her stomach and retreating to the side, utterly mortified. Yet, an undeniable hunger gnawed at her, desperately holding her abdomen. Xiaowu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her strength waning, yearning for nothing more than to fill her belly with mere air. The previous day's consumption of rabbit meat had resulted in a night of turmoil, and yesterday she had subsisted on little more than thin porridge. Today, not a drop had crossed her lips, leaving her stomach utterly empty. Suddenly, a flash of white descended from above, landing on the dry leaves with a crisp sound. As she gazed at the object that had fallen before her, a surge of joy swelled within her. However, upon closer inspection, her expression darkened instantly. It was not a steamed bun, but merely a cloth bag. Have I truly succumbed to hallucinations? She sighed in despair, only to catch a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting into her nostrils. Wait, this is a bun. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with delight as she hurriedly opened the cloth bag, and indeed, it contained several dumplings. Humph, whether they are poisoned or not, I shall find out, she exclaimed, taking a hearty bite. The rich, savory filling ignited her taste buds, a delightful sensation blooming within her, causing her spirits to soar. Though the dumplings were cold, it did nothing to deter her from ravenously devouring them. With her cheeks puffed out, Xiaowu's gluttonous demeanor appeared adorably naive. Well, it seems you have a sliver of conscience. bringing me these dumplings after all?" Su Ming shook his head, clarifying that the food was not intended for you, but rather to stave off his own hunger. He had previously remarked on the delectable nature of rabbit meat, and now, having tasted it anew, one ought to believe him. Xiaowu's movements suddenly froze, her frightened gaze gradually descending to the bun nestled between her teeth. In that instant, time seemed to come to a standstill, as if a pointer in her mind were turning ever so slowly. After a brief pause, Xiaowu bit down fiercely on the bun once more. She shot a resentful glare at Su Ming, then turned her head away, sulking as she ate, unwilling to engage with him. Su Ming smiled lightly, resting his hands behind his head, gradually leaning back against the stone. His expression was as buoyant as the wind, with the dappled shadows of bamboo dancing in his eyes, swaying gently, embodying a sense of leisure and contentment. "Once you finish eating, you should return. I shall remain here for a while." "Humph. I never said I wanted to go back. It's nearly noon. I need you to return and prepare lunch for Grandpa. And what about you? Once the meal is ready, do remember to call me home for dinner." "Xiaowu, is this truly a task for a person?" Xiaowu could hardly believe her ears, thinking she must have misheard, and couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. "So, are you suggesting that I, someone who cannot cook, should return home to prepare a meal while you sit here idly?" Su Dandan cast a fleeting glance at her, unabashedly asserting, "It is precisely because you lack the ability that you are being taught. I am going to help my grandfather cut bamboo and will return later." "Cutting bamboo, is it?" Xiaowu exclaimed as she stood up, eager to prevent anyone from snatching the task from her. "This trivial matter is best left to me. You should return and prepare the meal." With a swift motion, she flicked her long braid and delivered a powerful kick to the bamboo. In an explosive sound, several segments of the bamboo burst and collapsed, causing the entire stalk to lean precariously, yet it did not topple completely. With determination, Xiaowu poised to deliver another kick, only to be unexpectedly yanked backward, her legs finding nothing but empty air. "What now?" Noticing the grim expression on Su Ming's face, Xiaowu felt a sense of foreboding. Had she once again committed some foolish act? "I retract everything I previously stated. It must be difficult for you to endure." With a deep sigh of resignation, Su Ming swung his blade, severing the bamboo completely. The splintered remnants of the bamboo, having been shattered moments before, were carelessly discarded to the side. He then proceeded to puncture the sections of bamboo nestled within the earth. Once these tasks were accomplished, Su Ming meticulously crafted the necessary bamboo into elongated tubes. "Why do you need to puncture that bamboo tube?" "Hey, wait for me. I'm asking you a question." The silhouettes of the two figures grew increasingly indistinct, their voices fading into the ether. Only the soft, melodic sounds of the forest remained, a solitary serenade celebrating its own existence. Chapter 33. The tender musings of Xiaowu. With a swift motion, the bamboo stick was brandished, striking the underbrush with a resounding crack. Drop, drop, drop. As if the jujube tree had reached its peak ripeness, a mere shake could unleash a rain of jujubes, countless crystalline droplets cascading down. Her feet delicately traversed the terrain, the previous night's downpour rendering the ground a muddy quagmire. The forest's unique fragrance was extinguished, replaced by an acrid odor of decaying twigs and leaves, a scent that left a lingering bitterness in the air. "You are exceedingly dull. After finally getting a break, you haven't even had a chance to enjoy it properly. And here you are, traipsing back to this wretched place. I really don't understand. After a year here, what is there left to see? Honestly, we might as well venture into the city, where we could procure some delightful treasures to bring back." Along the forest path, Xiaowu wielded a bamboo stick aimlessly, her expression clouded with frustration, resembling a porcelain doll in a sulky mood. The thrill of surprise arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. Initially, she believed Su Ming had come to the city for shopping, and so she stealthily followed him. To her dismay, he had instead retreated to the academy for training. Training at the academy during a holiday, how very Su Ming of him. As the notion of exploring the city crossed her mind, a glimmer of excitement illuminated her face. She leaped in front of Su Ming and exclaimed, "What do you think? Shall we wander around Notting City? Wouldn't that be splendid?" Her sparkling, doe-like eyes shimmered like clear waters, gazing at Su Ming with an endearing innocence, appearing utterly charming. Crack! Su Ming pressed his palm gently against Xiaowu's face and, with a slight force, pushed her aside. Humph! With her brows furrowed and her countenance darkening, Xiaowu's spirits plummeted, enveloped by a wave of discontent. She had no intention of returning to the village, lest she be met with the incessant annoyance of villagers presenting her with rabbits, which was utterly exasperating. Clad in black, Su Ming traversed the forest with a deliberate slowness, pausing intermittently as if in search of something elusive. His feet treaded upon the muddy ground, leaving no trace behind, his shoes remaining pristine and unblemished. Having completed his obligations at home, Su Ming was far from idle. As for his decision to journey to the Academy for cultivation rather than seeking closer locales, he certainly had his reasons. Gazing at the verdant woods before him, Su Ming inhaled deeply. This was not merely a common breath, but a practice of vital energy cultivation. To the untrained eye, it appeared no different from ordinary respiration. For Su Ming had mastered the art of breathing to such a degree. There was no need for meditation or intense concentration with each simple inhalation and exhalation. He could summon energy into his being, akin to a sponge absorbing water. Crack! Su Ming's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization, as if he had uncovered something significant. Just as he was about to lift his gaze, a hand abruptly struck his shoulder with force. His heart raced, and he grit his teeth, turning his head away with evident disdain. If one were truly idle, they could seek a quiet place to cultivate their skills. Have you forgotten all that I imparted to you just days ago? I certainly have not forgotten. I am aware of the importance of diligent practice. Xiaowu's delicate lips formed a pout of grievance, her expression one of innocence. I have merely been observing you for some time, noticing your lack of a spirit ring. And I wish to inquire if you require assistance in acquiring one. Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, and the foot he had just raised fell back down as he cast a disdainful glance. Have you perhaps come to your senses and are now considering a sacrifice? Xiaowu, I am inclined to tear your mouth apart right now. Xiaowu's shoulders trembled violently, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Clearly infuriated by Su Ming's words, recognizing her own inadequacy in confrontation, Xiaowu ultimately restrained herself, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. You are indeed formidable. I was about to ask if you desire a century-old soul ring. If so, I would accompany you to hunt and procure one. After all, you wish to enhance your strength, and possessing a century-old soul ring should be highly beneficial for you. Su Ming gazed at Xiaowu in surprise, wondering how the soul beast could assist him in slaying other soul beasts without fear of retribution from its kin. Were it not for the fact that you are not a soul master, I would not extend my help. Xiaowu hastily averted her gaze. After a brief silence, Su Ming shook his head, his tone softening considerably. For the time being, I do not require a soul ring. I intend to attempt absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring as my first. The enhancement it provides to my strength is significantly greater. A 1,000-year soul ring? Xiaowu's face blanched instantly, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of anxiety and dread. Have you lost your mind? The maximum age for a first soul ring is merely 400 years. If you cannot withstand the energy of the soul ring, you may perish in the process. A 1,000-year soul ring could potentially lead to your demise several times over. Strength can be cultivated gradually, but if you lose your life, everything else becomes meaningless. Xiaowu's eyes widened in alarm, her cherubic face devoid of its usual liveliness, replaced by an unusual seriousness. Just because others cannot, does not mean I cannot. Su Ming asserted with confidence. Rest assured, I am certain of my ability to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. I value my life more than anyone else and will not allow myself to perish so easily. With a smile, he affectionately ruffled Xiaowu's hair and continued his search for the source of the energy fluctuations. With certainty, you are simply toying with your life. Observing Su Ming's obstinate silhouette, Xiaowu trembled. The pink aura of soul power surged, causing the surrounding flora to sway violently. In the forest, it felt as though a melancholic rain had begun to fall. Drip, drop, countless droplets cascaded from the leaves, shattering into crystalline streams that vanished into the air. A single glistening droplet slid down Xiaowu's cheek. Su Ming paused momentarily, seemingly obstructed by the scattered droplets of water. Whether you believe it or not, I shall pursue the hunt for the Millennium Soul Beast. Rather than advising me here, perhaps you should contemplate the path you ought to tread. His voice, imbued with a sense of coldness and stubbornness, resonated softly. As his words faded, Su Ming's figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind only 2 faint footprints. Damn it! Would he perish if he took my advice? Xiaowu clutched her skirt tightly, her eyes glistening with tears, feeling both touched and heartbroken. Although Su Ming did not articulate it, she understood that his fervent quest for strength was fundamentally to safeguard himself and his grandfather. Were it not for her, he would never have dared to choose the Millennium Soul Ring. No, I absolutely cannot allow him to select the Millennium Soul Ring. He would truly meet his demise. The shimmering light danced in her eyes as she hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and rushed forward in a frenzy. Unbeknownst to her, she was consumed by urgency as if her very soul had been lost. Although someone sought to kill her, frequently tormenting her and demanding her company and training, teasing her, and reveling in her misfortunes, his sharp tongue and disdainful demeanor did little to quell her feelings. Fine. If he must die, so be it. Yet I have yet to exact my vengeance. Had Su Ming been privy to Xiaowu's thoughts at that moment, he would have been both amused and bewildered, marveling at the rabbit's extraordinary capacity for imagination. Chapter 34. The Eerie Crystal Ball of the Martial Spirit Hall. You should refrain from hunting Millennium Soul Beasts and instead seek a suitable century-old Soul Beast. That would be quite commendable. The hunt for Soul Beasts is not merely about age, but also the compatibility with one's martial spirit. Given that your martial spirit is a chopping knife, I believe a century-old Diamond Tiger would be quite fitting. Hey, are you even listening to me? The persistent voice echoed through the woods. Xiaowu clung tightly to Su Ming's side, her earnest demeanor appearing somewhat endearingly naive as she attempted to persuade him to abandon his quest. As for Su Ming, he seemed oblivious to her words, his hands pressed against the ground as he attentively sensed the surrounding energy fluctuations, observing Su Ming's comical posture. The otherwise serious and tense Xiaowu couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, resembling a playful puppy. Her gaze slyly darted to Su Ming's raised posterior, pondering that a swift kick would settle a year's worth of grievances. Coughing softly, Su Ming concentrated on perceiving the subtle energy waves from various angles, gradually narrowing his search. Ultimately, he led Xiaowu to a withered tree. The trunk was robust, far too sturdy for 3 individuals to encircle. The gray-black wood lay exposed, decayed and home to fungi, appearing as if it had suffered years of erosion. The top of the tree had long since vanished, but judging by its girth, it was not particularly tall, resembling a short, stout figure. Perhaps only a little over 10 meters. Sensing the flow of soul power at the base of the tree, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. He had finally discovered something. The back mountain was close to the academy, and with so many students needing to cultivate, one would expect the surrounding energy to be rather sparse. Yet, the energy here was even more potent than that found behind Shahan Village, a phenomenon that defied logic. Had it not been for his increasingly refined breathing techniques, Su Ming would not have been able to discern the intricacies at play. His reason for visiting Principal Carter prior to the holiday was not solely to seek practical training, but also to assess the situation while Tang Hao was away. It now seemed evident that something significant lay beneath this tree. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he gently rested his palm against the ancient tree, using his mental energy to perceive the figure concealed beneath its massive trunk. After a brief moment, his lips twitched in distaste, and he recoiled his hand in disgust. With the spirit-gathering technique at his disposal, he found no need for such methods to refine his body. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming turned to Xiaowu and stated with undeniable authority, "From today onward, you shall come here to cultivate for 3 hours each day." How can someone who is still merely a spirit master have the audacity to urge me on? What are you muttering about? A sudden jolt ran through Xiaowu's mind as she forced a smile and waved her hands in denial. "In nothing. 3 hours it is, then. I trust that is acceptable?" She felt relieved that it was merely 3 hours, rather than an endless cycle of day and night, and thus silently rejoiced. Su Ming tossed her the key to the dormitory, remarking that the energy here was quite abundant, which would greatly benefit her cultivation. If she felt fatigued, she could rest in the dormitory. If she preferred to return to the village, it was entirely up to her, as it was merely a journey of several dozen miles, easily traversed in half an hour. Return? You make it sound so effortless, Xiaowu sighed helplessly, tucking the key into her pocket. The key? For me? Sensing something amiss, she quickly lifted her gaze. And what about you? In such an energy-rich environment, aren't you going to cultivate your soul power here? Xiaowu's expression was one of astonishment. She was aware that Su Ming's soul power was only at level 10, while she had already reached level 14. Logically, cultivating soul power should be Su Ming's foremost priority. Su Ming shook his head, stating that this place was not suitable for his continuous cultivation. Moreover, he had matters to attend to. Matters? He mused. Indeed, I require a secluded area to enter seclusion and refine my physique, which should take approximately half a month. It is truly you. After offering a few more words of advice regarding family affairs, Su Ming departed from the location. For Xiaowu, the most pressing need was to elevate her soul power level. Achieving the rank of Soul Saint signified safety, and safety heralded a promising future. The energy present here could significantly accelerate her cultivation speed. After leaving the academy's rear mountain, Su Ming navigated to the central district of Notting City, guided by memory. There stood a magnificent brown dome building, towering 20 meters high and consisting of 3 floors, with a longsword emblazoned upon its grand entrance. Notting City, the Spirit Hall. It was Su Ming's first visit to this esteemed place after spending a considerable time in Notting City. Su Ming strode forward with unwavering determination. Perhaps it was due to the serene expression on his face, coupled with an enigmatic air of haughty coldness, that lent him an imposing presence. The guard hesitated momentarily but ultimately refrained from questioning him, allowing Su Ming to enter. The Soul Hall in Notting City stands as the most rudimentary branch of the Soul Hall within the city. Above it are the sub-halls, the main hall, the Grand Hall, and the Sacred Hall, with the highest tier being the Pope's Hall, presided over by the Pope himself. Despite being merely a branch hall, it is still fortified by the presence of formidable soul masters. Su Ming initially believed that Master Matthew Nua would be the lord of the hall in the original work. But in truth, the various branches are presided over by the yellow-clad steward, spirit elder. As for the white-clad individuals like Su Yutao, they represent the ordinary stewards of the spirit hall. Upon entering the spirit hall, Su Ming was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of gravity. The dim, golden light refracted through the crystal windows, adorned with ethereal lines of beauty, interspersed with vibrant hues, creating a scene both magnificent and dreamlike. The dome above was etched with small squares, where various spirit patterns could be distinctly seen, seemingly animated under the dazzling lights. Being here felt akin to being transported back to the medieval West, praying within a resplendent cathedral, beseeching divine protection. "Is that you, Su Ming?" A voice of surprise echoed, as Su Ming heard footsteps approaching rapidly. Gazing at Su Ming, Su Yuntao's heart blossomed with joy, exclaiming, "You truly are Su Ming. It has been a year, and you've grown quite a bit. Are you here to join our spirit hall?" "Join the spirit hall?" Upon hearing this, the others nearby turned their gazes towards him. Seeing that Su Ming was merely a child, they felt a mix of astonishment and envy. To have a white-clad steward extend an invitation was a clear indication that he was destined to become a spirit master. Most notably, Su Yuntao's demeanor was exceedingly warm, clearly indicating that this child was extraordinary. Su Ming was somewhat surprised to encounter this man once more. He shook his head and replied, "Master Su Yutao, I did not come to join the spirit hall, but rather to apply for a hunt for spirit beasts." At these words, Su Yutao could not help but feel a pang of disappointment, sighing as he responded, "What a pity. With your talent, if you could receive the spirit hall's training, it would surely not be beyond your reach to become a spirit sect master in the future." "Spirit sect master?" Su Ming offered an awkward smile. "Indeed. It is rather unfortunate. Fortunately, I did not agree." "Unfortunate? Then why did you not consent?" Su Yuntao's lips twitched slightly, fully aware that he was declining. "You have come to apply for the soul hunting. After all, you possess innate full soul power and could have absorbed a soul ring last year. Alas, if you had joined the spirit hall, you might have become a soul master by now, and it wouldn't have dragged on until this moment." His words were laden with regret as Su Yutao shook his head, gazing at Su Ming, seemingly at a loss for words. Ordinary individuals without connections require an entire year to prepare for hunting soul beasts. What is the point? Su Ming did not engage with the topic. Master Su Yutao explained that according to the regulations of the spirit hall, once one's soul power reaches level 10, they may venture into the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. My purpose in coming here is to apply for permission to hunt soul beasts in the nearby forest. And it should not pose a problem even if I do not join the spirit hall, correct? Naturally, there is no issue. The spirit hall is the largest soul master organization on the continent, serving as a sanctuary for all soul masters. And it would never impose difficulties on young soul practitioners like yourselves. Su Yutao continued, "However, according to the rules, you must undergo another assessment of your soul power level. As long as you meet the requirements, you will be permitted to enter the soul hunting forest. Come, follow me. I will lead you to the testing area." Su Yutao guided Su Ming to the second floor, where Su Ming followed closely, his curious gaze exploring the interior layout of the spirit hall. Indeed, Su Ming was resolutely prepared to hunt soul beasts. Now, he possessed all the necessary conditions, and once his seclusion concluded, he intended to acquire his first soul ring. In the Douluo continent, soul beasts are not found in every desolate mountain or wilderness, aside from large congregations of soul beasts. Most forests harboring them are already under the Empire's control. Some forests may still contain 100-year soul beasts, yet 1,000-year soul beasts predominantly exist within the soul hunting forest. The soul hunting forest is not merely one forest, but a collective term for various forests abundant with soul beasts, all under the Empire's jurisdiction. To enter the soul hunting forest, one requires a permit issued by the Spirit Hall. Do not underestimate the simplicity of this permit. Without influence or status, individuals like Su Ming only have 2 opportunities to apply each year. Conversely, joining the Spirit Hall removes such constraints. This very aspect enables the Spirit Hall to attract numerous potential soul masters without affiliations. Knocking on a door, Su Yuntao brought Su Ming to an office area. "Come in." An elderly voice resonated from within. Upon entering, Su Ming's eyes quickly fixed on the figure of an aged man within. Clad in a white robe adorned with 3 embroidered longswords, he bore the same rank as Su Yuntao but was significantly older, easily old enough to be his father. Ah, it's you, Yutao. What brings you here today? Master Matthew smiled warmly, but midway through his sentence, he emitted a soft gasp. His gaze shifting to Su Ming standing behind Su Yutao. Yuntao, who is this child? Su Yuntao stepped forward with a smile. Master Matthew. Do you still recall the two innate full soul power youngsters I mentioned to you last year? Oh. Master Matthew's interest peaked. As his gaze fell back on Su Ming, a look of surprise and envy flickered across his face. If my memory serves me right, this must be the one with the spirit of the axe, correct? Indeed, Su Yutao nodded. Tang San had previously astonished them both, and Master Matthew could hardly have forgotten so soon. He then conveyed Su Ming's request to Master Matthew, who expressed regret upon hearing it. Child, such talent should not be squandered. You must understand that having the protection of a powerful force can save you from many detours. How about this? If you agree to join, I can have Yutao accompany you to hunt soul beasts. As a great soul master, he can undoubtedly assist you in capturing them. Master Matthew, you haven't even asked if I am willing, Su Ming interjected. Regardless, you are right. I am currently at leisure, so it would be better to find something to do. Understanding what Master Matthew implied, Su Yutao offered a bittersweet smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope as he gazed at Su Ming, seemingly not resistant to the idea. Both men's expectant gazes focused on Su Ming. In their view, someone in Su Ming's position was precisely the type in need of the Spirit Hall's protection. With such favorable conditions, Su Ming had no reason to decline. However, Su Ming remained resolute, politely refusing their offer. Though disappointed, Master Matthew and Su Yuntao did not press him, stating that opportunities would always remain open for Su Ming. After a brief conversation, Master Matthew retrieved a yellow crystal ball from the wall. Your innate full soul power cannot be feigned. This is merely a procedural matter. Once the test concludes, I will promptly issue your permit. Su Ming placed his hand upon the yellow crystal sphere, and as he infused it with his soul energy, it radiated a brilliant golden glow. Both Matthew and Nuo were overwhelmed with joy, their exclamations erupting from their throats, only to be abruptly silenced. Matthew stood there, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. As if confronted by a specter, his gaze fixated on the crystal sphere, while Su Yuntao wore a similarly perplexed expression. What on earth was happening? Before them, the yellow crystal sphere was only half filled. The upper portion gleamed with a resplendent gold, while the lower half was shrouded in an inky darkness. Such an eerie spectacle was something even Matthew had never witnessed before. Su Ming's gaze reflected a hint of astonishment, but soon he seemed to recall something, a resigned smile emerging within him. This peculiar object, I shall not bear the loss. Su Yutao, perplexed, scratched his head and exclaimed, Master Matthew, could it be that this crystal ball is defective? How could it possibly appear in such a manner? Matthew offered no reply. His brow furrowed as he endeavored to comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before him. In our Spirit Hall sub-branch, we possess only two types of spirit power crystal balls, distinguished by the intensity of their radiance. The blue crystal ball is employed for testing levels below 10, with a dazzling brilliance indicating innate full spirit power. Meanwhile, the yellow crystal ball caters to those below level 30. With Su Ming's spirit power at level 10 slightly overflowing, the crystal ball ought to have displayed a dull, grayish-yellow hue. Yet, before them, a vibrant yellow emerged. More curiously, the other half remained unlit. Such a vivid yellow would signify a spirit power of level 24. While the unlit portion suggested the absence of spirit power, could it possibly be truly defective? Perhaps the old man should give it a try. Ultimately, Matthew found himself befuddled as he grasped the crystal ball. However, what followed was even more peculiar. The lower half glowed with a brighter yellow, while the upper half, illuminated by Su Ming, remained completely dark. Shoulders trembling, Su Yuntao stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Master Matthew, it appears to be half of level 29 spirit power. Matthew squinted his eyes. Yutao, have you thought of something amusing that you might share with this old man? Su Yuntao's expression stiffened, and he shrugged his shoulders, seemingly feeling a chill. Matthew huffed in irritation, furrowing his brows in contemplation for a moment before addressing Su Ming. Child, the emergence of such a phenomenon in the crystal ball suggests that your spirit power is rather unique, leading to these alterations. If I am not mistaken, even if I were to use another crystal ball, the outcome would remain the same. Su Ming was taken aback, never expecting that Matthew Nuo would guess correctly. Fortunately, having endured numerous experiences in his past life, he revealed no signs of distress on the surface. Instead, he feigned impatience and inquired, Then does that mean I cannot venture into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts? Of course not, Matthew Nuo promptly clarified. Rest assured, although it cannot be measured, with your prior innate full soul power as proof, I can still provide you with a certificate. Su Ming. The collection of information regarding Soul Masters inevitably hinges upon your spirit hall. Chapter 35. Tempering the body, a surge in physical qualities. Drip, drip. Water flows gently, cascading from the stalactite's tip at the cave's apex. A melodious sound resonates as ripples spread across the pond's surface. Within the pitch-black cavern, an eerie chill permeates the air, and a serene stillness envelopes the surroundings. Gazing into the abyss, the endless darkness invokes a sense of trepidation. As my vision extends through the lengthy, shadowy passage, a grand semicircular chamber unfolds before me. An opening at the top allows radiant light to filter in, preventing the chamber from becoming an oppressive, damp void. Crackle, crackle. Large logs burn fiercely, producing a symphony of sounds as flames voraciously lick the enormous cauldron above. Rather than merely a cauldron, it resembles a round vat, measuring nearly a meter in diameter, appearing rather ordinary. Yet, within this vat lies a viscous, crimson liquid, its nature indiscernible, though a faint metallic scent of blood wafts through the air as crimson bubbles erupt on the surface. Beside it stands a petite figure, fair-skinned and delicate, akin to a porcelain doll. Su Ming took a deep breath, his palm gradually rising, a hue of violet brilliance capturing his gaze. It was a completely purple spirit mushroom, its stem at the base adorned with a distinct emerald hue, blossoming into 9 leaves. This was the 9-petal purple mushroom. Though not classified as a celestial treasure, it possessed the remarkable properties of solidifying one's foundation, enhancing vitality, and augmenting power. This precious item was not something Su Ming had plucked from the sunset forest, rather, it was a reward he obtained through the cultivation of his soul power. Achieving a breakthrough to over level 10 in soul power required nearly half a month of diligent practice, even if one devoted 15 hours each day to the endeavor. To earn a single level's reward in soul power, Su Ming had a multitude of aspects to cultivate and could not dedicate all his time solely to the enhancement of his soul power. Thus, he extended his goal for soul power training to a duration of 1 year. Over the course of this year, he committed to approximately 5 hours of soul power practice each day, with the system rewarding him with the precious 9-rank purple Ji. Plucking the purple Ji from its stem, Su Ming took a hearty bite. It was neither crisp nor reminiscent of chicken, but rather exuded a rich medicinal aroma. The final step. A glimmer of madness sparkled in his resolute gaze as Su Ming leapt into the air, his figure descending towards the round cauldron. Boom. The scalding crimson liquid instantly enveloped Su Ming. In an instant, Su Ming's veins bulged, his expression contorted in agony. The searing pain felt like his skin was being flayed, causing him to release a piercing scream that shattered the silence. During his battle with Su Lin, he had endured swelling and bruises without a single complaint. Even under the relentless cascade of the waterfall, which threatened to strip away his very flesh, Su Ming remained stoic. Yet this time, he could not contain himself. A torrent of ferocious energy surged within him, as if it sought to char his entire being. The fiery torment akin to a cataclysm. It was not merely superficial, the inner meridians suffered immense strain as well. One must remember that Su Ming's meridians had once been nourished by the profound Xianshui Dan and tempered by refined soul power, rendering them seemingly impervious to such frailty. However, at this moment, he felt as if a fire dragon was rampaging within him. With a thunderous roar, the searing heat erupted violently, threatening to incinerate every meridian in its path. The sensation of skin being peeled away and muscles contracting was unparalleled. Aware that his constitution could not withstand this onslaught, Su Ming hastily channeled his soul power, creating a layer of black energy around his meridians to alleviate the pressure. Nonetheless, despite his efforts, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Veins surged upon his face, contorting his features into a visage of despair and torment as he emitted a low, mournful groan. A faint mist of blood emanated from his body, mingling with the crimson liquid surrounding him. In a fleeting moment, the blood was scorched, seemingly too noble for the red liquid to absorb. Su Ming did not yield. He persevered with grit, acutely aware that such suffering would undoubtedly yield formidable results in the fortification of his body. All he needed to do was endure. Indeed, to persist. Under the aegis of an indomitable belief, fate smiled upon this fortunate soul, as if stirred by an unseen force. A gentle and miraculous current of energy suddenly radiated from Su Ming's abdomen. A purplish hue emanated from his being, coursing through his meridians, gradually subduing the rampant energy within. Enveloped in a faint lavender glow, Su Ming's once ferocious visage softened perceptibly, returning to its original warmth. The cave, momentarily, fell into a serene silence. After a period of frenzy, the firewood had lost its earlier bravado, surrendering with wisps of white smoke rising. A chill breeze swept through the tunnel, extinguishing the last flickers of flame. The cave, now not only lifeless but also imbued with an eerie tranquility, transitioned through the passage of time. Days and nights ebbed and flowed, the cave oscillating between light and darkness, a ceaseless cycle. Bright sunlight filtered in, and a black sparrow fluttered down from the cave's apex, circling warily before alighting on the circular altar, extending its neck to peck at the remnants of sanguine liquid within. The crimson fluid in the vessel had transformed into a murky clarity, with traces of blood floating atop. Suddenly, a splash erupted as two arms lifted into the air, shimmering with a lustrous rosy hue under the radiant sunlight. The black sparrow let out a sharp cry, darting away from the cave like an arrow. After days of silence, Su Ming finally opened his eyes. A waft of pale red energy escaped from his gaze, dispersing into wisps of mist. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 12. Martial soul, firewood blade, quality purple, 623-5000. Special physique, berserker body. Techniques and soul skills, breath control technique. Lightness skill, perfected, golden crow blade technique, perfected, primordial blade / spirit gathering technique. Possessions, flight soul guide, snow lotus, 1000 sinking silver. Strength, 88. Defense, 79. Spirit, 72. At last, success has been achieved. Su Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes gleaming with vitality, and an involuntary expression of joy graced his pale, delicate visage. With the infusion of 9-grade purple ginseng and the essence of fire python's blood, his physical prowess had reached a terrifying new height. His strength and defensive capabilities had increased by 30 points. Though seemingly a mere fluctuation in numerical values, only Su Ming understood the profound implications behind it. From rigorous weight training to the refinement of his soul power, he had honed his physique to its utmost potential. To progress further, he could either continue to enhance his soul power to augment its intensity, or he could draw upon external energies to refine his body. It is no exaggeration to assert that, with his current physical condition, Su Ming could stand toe-to-toe with a beast martial soul grandmaster. A soul master standing firm against a grandmaster? A dream that, after all, has come to fruition. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your physical strength has shattered the historical record for human soul masters in Douluo, granting you a drop of dragon essence blood. System, this can't be right. Is this merely a record for human soul masters? Ding. The physical strength of a 7-year-old offspring of a high bloodline dragon-type soul beast still surpasses that of the host. Please continue your efforts, host. Su Ming, who could compare to that group of individuals? I am referring to soul masters. Chapter 36, The Barbecue Master in the Soul Hunting Forest. Sighing within the cave, the soft echoes of his breath stirred a myriad of memories, seemingly ready to release the weight of a year's suppression. Gazing at the kaleidoscopic hues cascading from the cave ceiling, Su Ming's expression was intricate and enigmatic, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips. In his pursuit of physical fortitude, he has sacrificed in abundance. The soul power accumulated through a year of training at the academy, coupled with the rewards from a week of meditation for those below level 13, amounted to nearly 6 levels. All of this soul power has been distilled into his level 10 soul power. In other words, he has enhanced the efficacy of his soul techniques and refined his soul power through rigorous training. Su Ming had squandered an entire 6 levels of soul power. An entire 6 levels. For soul masters, advancing even a single level is a momentous occasion, let alone 6 levels of soul power. For lower-ranked soul masters, this is akin to the agony of losing a beloved. Yet, Su Ming chose to endure this willingly, embracing the challenge with a fervent heart. Whether it was honing his soul power or enduring the trials of body refinement, he faced relentless hardships, all in pursuit of enhancing both his physique and strength. Engaging in combat with true prodigies requires a profound sense of determination. His martial soul, a mere chopping knife, coupled with its subpar quality, constituted Su Ming's greatest shortcoming in the early stages of his journey. Su Ming's ability to sever the blue-silver vine stems from both his mastery of golden energy and the inherently low quality of the unawakened blue-silver grass. Furthermore, a distinction exists between weapon spirit soul masters and beast spirit soul masters. While weapon spirit soul masters indeed become formidable in the later stages, they tend to lag behind beast spirit soul masters below level 30. This is because the effects of soul rings acquired by weapon spirit soul masters are applied to their weapon spirits, resulting in less enhancement in physical strength during actual combat compared to their beast spirit counterparts. To bridge this disparity, weapon spirit soul masters must hone their physical bodies, which also allows them to absorb higher-level soul rings. This interdependent relationship is something Su Ming has long comprehended. Ultimately, after a year of diligent effort, He is poised to reap the rewards of a millennium soul ring. It is time to harvest the fruits of victory. With a thunderous roar, Su Ming burst forth from the cave like a bullet. His piercing gaze shimmered with a golden glow, and silver wings unfurled majestically behind him. Whoosh! A meteor, trailing a silver tail, streaked across the dense forest, speeding northward. Whenever his soul power waned, Su Ming would run, continuing to refine his physique. Previously, he found it challenging to persist in his training, but as his body was further developed, he felt invigorated, ready to continue his physical cultivation. Much like a bamboo shoot that, once its upper section is cleared, allows for further growth, Su Ming's rapidly improving physical condition necessitated time to acclimate to this newfound power. As time passed, a week slipped by. Before him lay an expanse of verdant forest, seemingly endless. Soldiers clad in gleaming silver armor patrolled the forest periphery, spears in hand. They were keenly aware. If a soul beast were to emerge, it would be no trifling matter. "Oh, Captain," Weevee reiterated this countless times. "The enforcement team is in the forest. Soul beast won't." Boom. Before he could finish, the leading captain, incensed by his lethargy, delivered a swift kick and bellowed. "If you wish to live longer, wake up. Otherwise, it will be your demise. Do you not realize how many soul beasts have been provoked to burst forth from the forest each year, and how many brothers have perished?" Upon hearing this, the previously drowsy soldiers felt a chill run down their spines, instantly straightening their posture. Even the other soldiers tightened their grips on their spears. They were not soul masters. Merely ordinary men. Should they encounter a formidable soul beast, they could only fight for their lives. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air. It seemed something was charging toward them. "Stand ready," the captain shouted, and the 10-man team swiftly gathered, forming a prickly defense with their spears. One soldier, unable to contain himself, remarked, "Captain, the sound doesn't seem to be coming from the hunting soul forest, but from outside." Upon hearing this, the 10 soldiers began to focus intently. "Damn, it truly is a sound from outside." The captain cursed, spitting out bitter words, and stepped out of formation. The others followed suit, for men turning to face the forest while the remaining 6 curiously gazed toward the billowing dust in the opposite direction. On the horizon, a small figure emerged. A child? The onlookers were taken aback. However, as they observed the dust swirling behind him, they were filled with confusion. What was happening? Was this child being pursued by cavalry? "Stay alert," the captain reminded, then strode forward. As he approached, the soldiers finally discerned the truth. What followed was sheer astonishment. Each man gaped in disbelief at the source of the dust cloud trailing the child. It was not a horse, but a tree, one thicker than a grown man's thigh. The tree was tethered by 2 ropes slung over the boy's shoulders. Gulping nervously, the soldiers swallowed hard. Although the tree was not tall, its size suggested it weighed at least 200 or 300 pounds. This child had dragged it here? This was no ordinary child. He resembled a young soul beast. Grasping the hilt of his sword, the captain cautiously approached. "Child, this is the hunting soul forest, a domain of powerful soul beasts. You must not trespass. Leave this place at once." Finally made it. The boy sighed heavily, his hands lifting from his knees as he slowly straightened up. His fair face glistened with sweat, hair clinging to his forehead in damp strands. Su Ming appeared as if he had just emerged from water, yet he radiated the joy of a child, his face beaming with delight. It had been long since he had experienced the satisfaction of such physical enhancement from his training, a feeling so exquisite it was intoxicating. Gazing at the hunting soul forest, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he leisurely untied the ropes from his shoulders. "I need to enter the hunting soul forest to hunt soul beasts. This is my proof." His confident voice resonated as he presented a black token. The token bore only the engraving of a sword, indicating it was of the lowest rank. Beneath the sword, a series of numbers indicated that it was not personally owned, but rather issued by the spirit hall and subject to retrieval. The captain examined the token closely, confirming its authenticity, but his expression grew even more perplexed. "Child, are you certain you wish to enter alone to hunt soul beasts? Is it prohibited to go alone?" Su Ming replied, "It's just that the strength of the soul beast inside." Su Ming waved his hand, interrupting the conversation. "Since there are no issues, you needn't say more. I shall enter myself." The captain's lips twitched. He did not anticipate that spirit masters could be so audacious. However, considering the circumstances surrounding Su Ming's arrival, he gestured for his subordinates to clear a path. Whoosh! With a powerful thrust of his foot, Su Ming plunged into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. "Captain, he is just a child. It's far too perilous for him to venture alone." One of his subordinates exclaimed with disdain. Without a soul master to guide him, even a decade-old soul beast could easily devour him. With his frail physique, He wouldn't even serve as a morsel for a tiger. Ignoring the scoffing remarks of his men, the man cast a glance at the stark, scarred tree before him, then gazed into the distance at the lengthy trail left behind. Not a single leaf remained. How far had this individual dragged himself? The soul-hunting forest was a verdant expanse, with ancient trees soaring toward the heavens, their intertwined vines forming a canopy that obscured the sun, evoking a sense of one's own insignificance. Exotic flowers and peculiar plants emitted a mesmerizing glow. Such breathtaking beauty would surely captivate any girl in a past life. However, in this treacherous realm, beauty often concealed horror. The more alluring something appeared, the more it was likely to harbor danger. Suddenly, a flash of dark steel sliced through the air as Su Ming pressed onward. Before him lay a diminutive snake, severed in two, its blood oozing from the wound as it writhed in a desperate struggle for life. The snake appeared peculiar, its body a striking shade of blue, reminiscent of a silken ribbon, adorned with a diamond-patterned design on its back. At first glance, it could be mistaken for a discarded sash. Any lustful man who dared to pick it up would be courting death. This serpent was known as the ribbon snake. The more vivid its colors, the more potent its venom, which was not merely paralyzing but corrosive as well. With a swift motion, Su Ming delivered a final blow to the snake's head. As the ribbon snake succumbed to its fate, a swirling mist of white energy ascended, settling above its lifeless form. Su Ming felt no curiosity, for this was not his first encounter with a soul beast. Since entering the soul-hunting forest, he had encountered no fewer than 5 soul beasts. How could he have taken a detour the first time he faced such a creature? Among them was a century-old flame wolf, which, regrettably, had to retreat in shame after succumbing to his ferocious blade. Aware of the law enforcement teams patrolling the soul-hunting forest, Su Ming refrained from recklessly soaring through the air with his soul-guiding apparatus, opting instead to traverse the woods swiftly with his lightness skills. Alas, the forest was vast, and despite wandering for an entire afternoon, he still had not located the soul beast he sought. As night fell, darkness obscured his vision, prompting him to halt his search and establish camp beneath a large tree. He chose not to rest on the ground, where perilous creatures lurked in abundance. Although dangers also resided in the trees, they were comparatively fewer. It was impossible to construct a bed, so Su Ming used his hatchet to carve out a hollow about 4 to 5 meters above the ground. For a child, the space he required was modest. He applied insect repellent powder around the entrance of the hollow, crossed his arms, and began to drift into a sweet slumber. After a long journey coupled with weighted training, both his soul power and physical strength had been greatly depleted, and at this moment, Su Ming was far from his optimal state. Even if he were to encounter a millennium-old soul beast, he would not act recklessly. Soul beasts inhabit fixed territories, and those that have lived for a millennium possess a strong territorial instinct. It was wise to conserve his energy before making a move. He slept soundly through the night, awakening the next day to the radiant morning light filtering through the hollow. Yawning and rubbing his bleary eyes, his fair face radiated satisfaction, indicating that he had enjoyed a restful night. The cheerful chirping of birds filled the air once more, and a mischievous smile spread across Su Ming's face as he leapt to the top of the tree. In the early morning, various birds had just awakened, seemingly oblivious to the lurking danger, merrily hopping about the branches. Suddenly, with a flash, a dark silhouette struck. A large bird that had been catching insects vanished in an instant. Another swoosh followed, as a soaring eagle plummeted from the sky. In no time, Su Ming had gathered quite a bounty of prey. A wisp of smoke rose in the still forest, and faintly, a song echoed in his ears: braised chicken wings. How I love to eat. If I don't indulge now, there may be no chance to feast again. Su Ming was not singing. Rather, he was overcome with emotion, unable to contain himself. Before him, a grill was adorned with several birds, each nearly twice the size of his head. The birds were perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, their tantalizing aroma awakening the appetite. They were generously seasoned with chili powder, cumin, honey, and a myriad of other spices. Since he had learned that the body of a berserker required substantial meat intake, these delicacies had become a staple for Su Ming. With a swift motion, he tore off 2 drumsticks, no, 2 substantial chicken legs, and as they rotated slightly in his grip, a freshly severed bone was cast aside. In terms of barbecue evaluation, while the flavor was commendable and the cooking was spot on, the handling of the various meats lacked precision and required further refinement. Barbecue effort rating: 3 stars. He did not dwell further on this, for Su Ming had begun to voraciously tear into the large bird, his expression resembling that of a famished wolf. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, as if drawn by the enticing aroma of meat. A shadow of a black wolf swiftly emerged from the thicket. Without sparing a glance, Su Ming's right hand pointed, his sword-like fingers poised with intent. Su Ming appeared to have made no move, yet blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in the chest of the black wolf. In agony, the creature leaped about, disoriented by its pain. Just as it intended to flee, its legs faltered, causing it to crash violently into a stone. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, blood splattered, and a white spirit ring ascended into the air. After dealing with the large bird, another wolf appeared on the barbecue grill, its head already severed. Su Ming feared that partaking in such a meal would tarnish his intellect. With a slurp, the meat was gnawed away, revealing a series of white ribs. Having satisfied his hunger, Su Ming stood up, cradling his round belly. The meat paled in comparison to that of the Millennium Snow Wolf, as it was rather sticky. Bah! The wooden skewer in his mouth was launched forth, piercing the ground without any resistance. Su Ming departed from this place, continuing his quest in the forest for soul beasts. Martial spirits can absorb soul rings from various species, provided that the attributes they confer are suitable. With his martial spirit being a chopping knife, Su Ming could only contemplate a few aspects. Firstly, enhancing the sharpness of the chopping knife, which would allow him to seek out soul beasts possessing claws or those with attack methods akin to blades. Su Ming's anticipation naturally centers around the dark, golden, fearsome claw bear. Whether it resides in the Soul Hunter Forest remains uncertain. Yet the peril of hunting a century-old dark, golden, fearsome claw bear is substantial. Furthermore, enhancing the power of the machete is crucial. It is not merely the blade that serves as a weapon, for the dull edge on the back can also deliver strikes. Moreover, Su Ming can channel the force of his successive attacks, unleashing a devastating power capable of obliterating anything in its path. Presently, creatures such as the mighty ape and the mighty gorilla are somewhat manageable, while the prospect of confronting a century-old Titan giant ape is merely a fantasy. Additionally, the aspect of toxicity is self-evident. As for the martial spirit doppelganger and the capabilities of violent repulsion and stunning effects, these are also considerations for Su Ming. Nonetheless, what holds the utmost importance for Su Ming is the first category, as it harmonizes seamlessly with his sword techniques, making it the most suitable for him at this juncture. Chapter 37, The Millennium Blade Arm Manus and the Kite Strategy. Time passed, and 2 more days slipped away. Su Ming had ventured deep into the inner regions of the soul-hunting forest, yet he dared not approach the core area, home to ancient soul beasts that had existed for millennia. Regrettably, at this moment, he had yet to encounter a soul beast that pleased him. Along the way, he had stumbled upon a 1,000-year-old wolf spider, but the first soul skill it possessed, which was laced with toxins, was not what he sought. After a week of searching and relinquishing several clawed, ferocious beasts, Su Ming's spirits had considerably waned. At last, the emergence of a formidable creature stirred the stagnant waters of his heart. There, perched 6 or 7 meters above the ground on a branch, was a shadowy figure. Its robust black exoskeleton enveloped its entire form, gleaming with a metallic sheen, reminiscent of a fully armed warrior. Measuring nearly 1.5 meters in length, its upper limbs appeared surprisingly gaunt, while its small 3-pronged head and a segmented neck supported a long, oval abdomen that constituted 70% of its weight. The 2 pairs of hind legs resembled bamboo poles, adorned with backward-facing hooks, with their segments folded and sharp tips piercing into the branch. The forelegs bore prominent spines on the femur and tibia, but what truly captivated the eye were the sides raised high on the tibiae, their menacing curves and barbed edges exuding an aura of dread. It stood regally on the branch, like a sovereign surveying its domain, utilizing its compound eyes to scrutinize the surroundings. Upon noticing Su Ming, it merely cast a fleeting glance at the human offspring before haughtily averting its gaze, seemingly disinterested in him. The mantis with blade-like arms. Su Ming instantly recalled the description from the Soul Beast Compendium, a carnivorous soul beast with ferocious attack power. Its forelimbs resembling massive blades capable of slicing through the robust exoskeletons of iron-armored beetles. Judging by its size, the mantis before him was undoubtedly a millennium-old soul beast. Su Ming hurriedly restrained his restless heart, refraining from immediate action. Instead, he waited until he was closer before launching his surprise attack. With a swift motion, a pitch-black crystal sword erupted from his fingertips, embodying his self-created sword technique. The suddenness of the assault caught the blade-arm mantis off guard, and the crystal sword struck true, piercing its abdomen. Startled, the mantis unfurled its wings and leapt from the branch in an instant. Utilizing the lift from its wings, it landed gracefully on the ground. A stream of green liquid oozed from its wound. Observing the injury inflicted upon the mantis, Su Ming felt no elation. Rather, he swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the creature. As the architect of this technique, Su Ming was acutely aware of its potency. Even a Grand Soul Master would suffer grievous harm if struck. Yet, the blow he had just delivered merely grazed the mantis's exoskeleton, drawing blood but inflicting no significant injury. A testament to the formidable defenses of the 1,000-year-old blade-armed mantis. With a series of eerie screeches, the agitated mantis emitted a sound akin to a roar. It scuttled forward with remarkable speed, brandishing its scythe-like limbs, intent on cleaving Su Ming in two. Su Ming gracefully maneuvered through the underbrush, creating distance between himself and the blade-armed mantis. The mantis, heedless of caution, charged forward with reckless abandon, fixated solely on the objective of ensnaring Su Ming. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed once more as the mantis raised its forelimb, shielding its enormous eye. It was Su Ming unleashing his crystalline sword once again, only to have it deflected by the mantis's formidable blade. I refuse to believe you can continue to block indefinitely. A cold smirk grazed Su Ming's lips as he continued to dart and weave, evading the mantis's relentless pursuit. Though the scene appeared foolish, Su Ming was acutely aware of the mantis's true intentions. In close quarters, few spirit beasts could match the reaction and attack speed of the blade-armed mantis. Even if Su Ming found himself within striking distance, an overwhelming 80% chance existed that he could not evade its fierce onslaught. Even if he were fortunate enough to parry with his machete, the concentrated assault from a millennium-old spirit beast would be sufficient to severely injure him within mere seconds. The blade-armed mantis was not merely charging about mindlessly. It sought to draw Su Ming into its optimal striking range, aiming for a swift and decisive kill. Su Ming was acutely aware of the menacing intentions of the blade-armed mantis, and he would not acquiesce to its desires. He continually increased the distance between them, employing a series of sword-point strikes aimed at the mantis's vulnerable areas. While the mantis's prowess in close combat was undeniably formidable, its glaring weakness lay in its sluggish crawling speed. The most effective strategy against such a spirit beast was to employ a kite-flying technique. Whoosh! Su Ming approached the rear of the blade-armed mantis, executing a swift and precise motion with his finger, leaving a gash in the creature's hind limb. Su Ming danced through the trees with an ethereal grace, akin to a wraith. The black crystal sword emitted a flurry of strikes, reminiscent of a machine gun's rapid fire. Clang, 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 the vulnerable joints of the mantis-like creature were relentlessly assaulted. If a mere sword thrust could not prevail against the blade-armed mantis, then the golden crow blade technique stood no chance whatsoever. In close combat, victory would undoubtedly belong to the blade-armed mantis. Soul beasts that had roamed for 4 or 5 centuries could obliterate Grand Soul Masters. How much more formidable was the millennium-old blade-armed mantis, renowned for its lethal precision? Su Ming was not always able to strike the vulnerable parts of the blade-armed mantis with precision, nor did he ever anticipate such a scenario. However, the more strikes he attempted, the higher the likelihood of success. Crack! The trembling right leg of the blade-armed mantis was struck once more, sending a segment of its limb flying in a cascade of darkness. The excruciating pain seemed to awaken the creature fully, as it realized that the human before it posed a lethal threat. It radiated an aura of violet energy, a hallmark of a millennium-old soul beast. Like a shell bursting forth, the concentrated energy erupted with cataclysmic force, sweeping through the surrounding jungle. The tempest of energy waves momentarily stilled Su Ming's own soul power, causing him to involuntarily descend from the air. Sizzle! The low shrubs were cleaved apart, and a flurry of leaves danced through the air like celestial blossoms. Bang! A figure collided violently with a great tree. Su Ming wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and before he could express his astonishment, a piercing white light suddenly emanated from his luminous pupils. It was a silver crescent blade, measuring 1 meter in length, exquisitely beautiful, akin to a gift bestowed upon the dying. Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, and he felt a sharp pain coursing through his skin as a chilling wave enveloped him. Swish! Su Ming swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. Before he could regain his footing, the piercing sound of something slicing through the air resonated once more. The same exquisite beauty, the same unparalleled sharpness. Su Ming's body was instantly covered in goosebumps, and without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength to execute a swift leap. The silvery blade grazed his back, a mere 20 centimeters away, before plunging into the massive tree. With a thunderous roar, the silver light re-emerged, and the boulder exploded violently. In just a single strike, the tree, as thick as a water barrel, was severed as easily as tofu, and even the 1-meter-thick boulder behind him was shattered. Perched atop the tree, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of fear coursing through him. Such a terrifying attack, even clad in armor, would surely be unable to offer protection. A single blow would be fatal. Su Ming took a deep breath and focused his gaze, only to behold the blade-armed mantis enveloped in a swirling violet aura. Its furious wrath caused the very energy around it to tremble. The pair of formidable blades on its forelimbs shimmered with a silvery radiance, the chilling light slicing through the air as if capable of severing gold and jade. The silver energy continued to accumulate, rendering the surrounding atmosphere restless. The innate ability of the blade-armed mantis served as its devastating countermeasure against its own ranged shortcomings, the crescent bite. Chapter 38. The Blade-Armed Mantis. A Millennium Soul Ring. With a resounding crash, a great tree collapsed in the forest, akin to the explosion of a cannonball, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Su Ming was constantly in motion, leaping from the ground one moment and soaring from the branches the next, deftly evading the scythe-like attacks of the mantis. The exchange between offense and defense transpired in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, he was the one launching an assault, but in an instant, he transformed into a figure hurriedly retreating. As he observed the mantis gathering strength for its strike, Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and he released the hatchet from his grasp. The hatchet spun through the air, morphing into a deadly projectile aimed at the mantis. The silver glow from its right arm vanished as the mantis halted its crescent slash, deflecting the hatchet with a swift motion. In that fleeting moment, an enigmatic dark light pierced through the gaps in its forelimbs, rubbing against its exoskeleton and igniting sparks. The mantis's compound eyes widened in horror. A splatter of green liquid erupted, and a crystalline form gradually vanished. An unexpected turn of events. Su Ming, taken aback by the failure of his strike, felt a surge of frustration within. He had intended to distract the mantis with the hatchet, allowing his subsequent attack to find its mark. The plan unfolded as he envisioned. The sword thrust slipped through the mantis's forelimb gap and struck its body. Yet, the blow landed not on the mantis's most vulnerable eye, but rather on the nape of its neck. Despite facing Su Ming, the mantis's head twisted unnaturally backward, a unique feature that allowed it to rotate its neck a full 180 degrees. This flexibility, however, did not grant it immunity against such a rapid assault. The mantis's eyes were extraordinary, not akin to human eyes, but resembling the compound eyes of a fly. These compound eyes, formed from numerous individual lenses, presented a grid-like pattern reminiscent of a beehive, found predominantly in insects and crustaceans. Compound eyes provide a broad field of vision and the ability to calculate the position and distance of observed objects, facilitating swift judgments and reactions. In their perspective, all movements appeared to slow down. Thus, the attack that should have hit was deftly countered, as the mantis managed to shift its brain to the rear, using its nape to absorb the potentially fatal blow. With a sudden flash, a silver crescent erupted from the mantis's left limb. As Su Ming prepared to evade, an unsettling sensation gripped him, prompting him to leap into the trees. The sound of thunder echoed as two crescent slashes followed in swift succession, blocking his retreat and causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Regardless of whether he advanced or retreated, he risked being struck. Remaining stationary seemed to be the only safe option. Yet, in the face of the mantis's innate abilities, even a soul master would hesitate to confront it head-on. Su Ming, relying on his keen sense honed through countless battles with spirit masters, instinctively sought to evade, a reflex that saved him from falling prey to the mantis's crescent slash. Anticipation. Gazing into the mantis's lattice-like yellow eyes, Su Ming inhaled sharply, realizing he could not linger before the creature. He had narrowly escaped once, but he knew he could not rely on luck indefinitely. A single hit would result in severe injury, a price he could not afford. The vast expanse of knowledge contained in the Spirit Beast Compendium had provided him with insights, yet facing the mantis directly elucidated its terrifying prowess. Its swift close-range assaults, formidable long-range abilities, and the unique predictive capacity of its compound eyes created a trifecta of challenges. Though the mantis moved slowly on the ground, a notable weakness as a spirit beast, it still exhibited remarkable speed compared to humans. To defeat the mantis of the same rank, one needed not only speed to maintain distance but also the capacity to penetrate its armored exterior. Furthermore, one had to evade its predictive attacks, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The convergence of these three conditions rendered the task exceedingly daunting, explaining why even the most seasoned soul masters would prefer to circumvent the mantis altogether. Of course, this did not imply that Su Ming's strength surpassed that of a soul master. It merely indicated that he had prepared for the mantis's characteristics in advance. Those oblivious to the mantis's nature or reliant solely on close combat would surely suffer the consequences. Clang, 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 determining the trajectory of his assault. Su Ming launched a full frontal attack on the mantis's hind limbs. While the mantis's head could rotate, its massive abdomen was far less agile. The hind limbs and abdomen presented Su Ming with his solitary opportunity. With a sharp, resonant impact, one of the mantis's hind limbs buckled under the relentless assault of Su Ming's sword thrusts, unable to support its considerable bulk, and shattered. 6 legs became 4. Though 2 limbs remained, the mantis's speed was drastically impaired, leaving it staggering unsteadily in place, as if it had lost its balance. Su Ming was not one to hold back. He immediately launched an assault on the knife-armed mantis, intent on severing its remaining 2 middle limbs. Once those limbs were cut, without the chance to turn, the knife-armed mantis would be like a lamb awaiting slaughter, incapable even of fleeing. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as his strikes landed upon the middle legs. The mantis's green blood oozed forth, and its already slender limbs were being reduced, inch by inch, to the thinness of bamboo joints visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, just as he was on the verge of severing the mantis's middle legs, it tilted its head back, its mandibles wide open, releasing a hoarse, piercing cry. The sound was sharp and mixed with the energy of soul power. It echoed through the soul-hunting forest like an arrow slicing through the sky. Rustling sounds emerged from a distance, as if something was trampling through the underbrush. Rushing towards him, sensing a significant drop in his own soul power, Su Ming ceased his attack and soared up to a sturdy tree. Boom. Moments later, another knife-armed mantis burst forth from the thicket. This one appeared even larger than the last. Mother. In an instant, Su Ming grasped the situation. It appeared to be a pair. A pair. Suddenly struck by a realization, anxiety surged within him. He immediately summoned all his remaining soul power to execute his most formidable attack, the sword finger technique. Below, the female mantis circled the male several times, seemingly confirming something, before slowly raising her formidable blade-like arm. Upon witnessing this, the male mantis was filled with terror, struggling to flee. With a swift motion, the scythe of death descended, and green blood erupted forth as it struck. Beneath the male mantis's abdomen, a sharp, gleaming silver surface was exposed. The male mantis let out a heart-wrenching roar. Yet the female mantis remained unfazed, delivering another blow that severed the male's arms. The female mantis understood the essence of love. She opened her mandibles, advancing toward the male's head, seemingly intent on bestowing a passionate kiss upon her husband before his demise. In a flash, Su Ming unleashed his attack, his sword finger coalescing into a shard resembling black crystal, piercing through the air. With a resounding impact, the sword finger plunged into the male mantis's eye, its edge as sharp as an axe, swiftly flattening its triangular head. The explosion of its cranium splattered the female mantis's face, startling her into a piercing scream. The blade once more flew toward the female mantis, but Su Ming did not linger to witness the outcome. He plunged into the thicket, leaving only swaying branches as evidence of his presence. The enraged female mantis roared and pursued him, both figures vanishing into the depths of the forest. After a while, a diminutive silhouette emerged from the grass, peering around to ensure no other soul beasts were present. He hoisted the male mantis's corpse and swiftly departed. Upon discovering a secluded spot, enveloped by vines and appearing exceedingly hidden, Su Ming finally set down the male mantis's body. His eyes burned with intensity as he gazed at the purple soul ring adorning it. Despite his heart having grown colder since practicing swordsmanship, he could not quell the excitement bubbling within him. A 1,000-year soul ring, finally within his grasp. Su Ming hastily settled into a cross-legged position, retrieving the snow lotus to restore his soul power. The energy surge from the 1,000-year soul ring was exceedingly fierce. Absorbing it was no simple task and necessitated achieving an optimal state. After a brief moment, Su Ming took a deep breath, and the chopping knife gradually materialized before him. The purple soul ring, as if drawn by an unseen force, slowly descended and settled upon the chopping knife. The originally expansive purple soul ring contracted upon contact with the knife. Paying no heed to these transformations, Su Ming promptly closed his eyes. Boom. As the purple soul ring landed, searing energy surged into Su Ming's meridians, as if an inferno were igniting within him. Within Su Ming's body, the meridians were once again flooded with a terrifying surge of energy. The meridians, previously cleansed by the essence of the fire python and other potent blood energies, now began to quiver, seemingly unable to withstand this overwhelming force. Su Ming's face was taut, and immense pain surged once more, causing cold sweat to beat upon his forehead. Although the energy this time was significantly weaker than during the previous refinement, the absence of the protective 9-rank purple herb resulted in an intensified impact on Su Ming's meridians. However, upon closer inspection, Su Ming did not appear to be in such agony. Though his veins were slightly swollen, he refrained from uttering a sound. The reason was simple. Having endured the process once before, his meridians had undergone a qualitative leap. Moreover, Su Ming had already weathered the storm once. The pain was indeed excruciating, a torment that would be unbearable for the average person. Yet, it now lay within Su Ming's capacity to endure. For a soul master, the resilience of the spirit is far more crucial than the fortitude of the body. Braving the baptism of the overwhelming energy, Su Ming's consciousness gradually delved deeper. In a vague semblance, he perceived a pitch-black shadow bathed in flames. The martial spirit, the firewood cutter. No matter how fiercely the flames raged, seeking to consume it, nor how violently the silver energy struck the firewood cutter, sending sparks flying, it remained steadfast. It resembled a blacksmith forging the cutter. As time passed, the dark parts of the cutter suddenly radiated silver light, and intricate silver patterns began to unfurl. The blade shimmered with golden light, and the body flowed with silver veins. The two colors intertwined beautifully, gradually suppressing the ferocious flames. Chapter 39. The Truth Unveiled by the Condiment Bottle. As the scorching sensation receded, a gentle energy surged forth from Su Ming's abdomen. Like an unexpected burst of underground water flooding over parched dunes, it brought an exhilarating sensation that penetrated the very soul. Su Ming could only feel the exhilaration coursing through every cell in his body, utterly enraptured by this sensation. His pores seemed to greedily absorb the energy from the outside world. After a while, Su Ming opened his eyes. At first glance, his gaze fell upon his martial spirit. The chopping knife. Compared to its former state, the knife now exhibited a remarkable transformation. Silver patterns unfurled from the curved tip of the blade, meandering and undulating, ultimately converging at the hilt. At a cursory glance, they resembled tendrils adorned with leaves, yet upon closer inspection, one would discern an intricate array of unusual features. There were peculiar triangles, and each leaf appeared to be layered. The additional branches extended in various directions, each bifurcating in pairs, reminiscent of bamboo. Su Ming recognized it as a knife-arm mantis, albeit one with its head and tail connected, thus forming this intricate pattern. After all, the knife-arm mantis is inherently more adept at ambush, launching surprise attacks from hidden locales. Its resemblance to foliage, when reduced in size, understandably leads to confusion. Whoosh! Feeling the sharpness of the machete that sent a thrill through his heart, Su Ming's eyes brightened as he cleaved through a vine. It was akin to slicing through tofu. He felt no resistance whatsoever as 3 vines were effortlessly severed. At this moment, the machete could be aptly described by the phrase cutting through hair with ease. Should he engage in battle with the knife-arm mantis again, given the current sharpness of the machete? He was confident that a vigorous swing would indeed inflict damage upon the mantis, rather than being dismissed as if he were a mere balloon. How foolish. The corpse is right here, after all. Su Ming struck his forehead and hefted the machete, bringing it down forcefully onto the forelimb of the mantis. Clang. The blade did not possess the anticipated sharpness, failing to sever the limb entirely. Instead, it merely penetrated a fraction of the way. The forelimb of the mantis was approximately as thick as a bamboo tube, and Su Ming's strike only sank in a quarter of its depth. This blow was delivered with 7 parts of his strength. Naturally, he refrained from employing any soul techniques. Ultimately, it was merely the power of metal, not the pinnacle of gold, and thus the inflicted damage against the exoskeleton was not as formidable as he had envisioned. Su Ming sighed, not burdened by disappointment. Instead, a hint of surprise lingered on his face. The purple soul ring pulsed, emanating an aura of noble dominance. With a swish, the spirit blade radiated a silvery glow, reminiscent of a simple moonbeam, chilling in its intensity. Upon it, slender and fierce beams of light danced around the blade like playful dragons. With a swift motion, the silver brilliance intensified as Su Ming brought the spirit blade down with great force. The sound of a clean cut echoed as the once unbreakable blade of the mantis was severed effortlessly at the thigh, revealing a smooth and polished surface, gleaming like metal. However, before he could revel in his triumph, Su Ming's flushed complexion swiftly turned pale as he felt his soul power nearly drained, leaving him weak and feeble. He forced a wry smile and shook his head, realizing that activating a millennium-level soul skill was indeed a formidable strain, not to be undertaken lightly. Although Su Ming possessed high-quality soul power, invoking the soul ring's abilities seemed to be a matter of magnitude. The actual efficacy of the soul skill, it appeared, was closely tied to the quality of the soul power. Su Ming's first soul ring skill, named Blade Slash, enhances his martial spirit's attack power by 20, with an additional increase of 10 for each soul ring acquired. Given the superior quality of Su Ming's soul power, the base augmentation is estimated to be around 25. An enhancement of 25 in attack power combined with all of Su Ming's strength, allows the purple quality machete to sever the arm of a mantis, which is hardly surprising. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 13. High-quality soul power. Enhances the effects of soul skills and energy clones. Martial Spirit. Machete, Quality Purple, 12, 255, 000. Special Physique. Berserker's Body. Cultivation Soul Skills. Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfect. Golden Crow Blade Technique, Perfect. Primordial Blade / Spirit Gathering Technique. Possessions, Blood of the Illyrish Dragon. Flight Soul Guide, 1000 Sinking Silver. Strength, 93. Defense, 82. Spirit, 80. Acquiring a Millennium Soul Ring has brought Su Ming numerous benefits. Firstly, the quality of his martial spirit has increased by nearly 600 points. Is it truly acceptable that a Millennium Soul Ring only yields such a modest enhancement? It seems rather difficult to comprehend. If obtaining a Soul Ring could result in a significant leap in martial spirit quality, the disparity between martial spirits would be alarmingly trivial. At the same level, with the same Soul Ring and age, top-tier offensive martial spirits generally dominate first-rate offensive martial spirits. The level difference of martial spirits is not easily surmountable. However, the effects of soul skills can bridge the gap between the two. Quality is one aspect, while effect is another. Although they appear interconnected, they are distinctly separate. Moreover, it could be posited that quality is intrinsically linked to innate soul power. Determining the superiority of martial spirit quality based solely on pure innate soul power. Su Ming shook his head, choosing not to ponder further. As long as the martial soul performed well, its quality was merely a symbolic representation of its efficacy. It was only later that Su Ming understood that the quality displayed by the system actually denoted inheritance, reflecting the qualities passed down to future generations. This realization ensured that his descendants would not start with mere crude tools, but instead fostered the illustrious legacy of the Immortal Blade sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting a Millennium Soul Beast, the Blade Arm Mantis. Due to external factors, the overall reward has been adjusted. The host receives 1 Blade of Destruction and an increase in mental capacity by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the rank of Soul Master. The reward is 1 Space Ring. Su Ming's expression darkened as he addressed the system. Just now, I had the Mantis arm firmly under control. This external factor should be negligible, correct? Ding! The host's objections are indeed valid, yet they cannot alter the suspicion of stealing kills. At the time, the Mantis arm was not gravely wounded, and given the host's considerable depletion of soul energy, the Mantis arm still possessed enough strength for a final counterattack. Whether the host can achieve victory remains uncertain. Please understand this, host. Upon hearing his appeal rejected, Su Ming ceased his struggles and retrieved the broken blade awarded by the system. Broken blade, forged from the dual blades of the Mantis arm, fused with rare metals. It boasts formidable attack power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. The host is advised to use it with caution. The blade was a deep black, with only the edge glinting a bright silver. It measured just under 1 meter in length, appearing quite ordinary. Su Ming instinctively waved his hand. The sound of air friction was light and graceful, and the sharpness appeared quite commendable. With a crisp snap, he detached one of the blades from the Mantis arm scythe for the purpose of testing. As the 2 blades clashed, a faint hiss resonated where they met, leaving the victor uncertain. Upon separating the blades, Su Ming noticed a notch had formed on the Mantis arm scythe. As for the breaking blade, it too had not emerged unscathed. The contact edge exhibited a slight curvature. However, overall, the breaking blade proved superior. After stowing the breaking blade away for future use as his primary weapon, Su Ming retrieved the spatial ring to bond with his blood. The spatial ring possessed a modest capacity, merely 1 cubic meter, yet it was sufficient for his current needs. Su Ming unfastened his belt, and as he removed his outer garment, a gleaming silver armor came into view. This was the Silver Scale armor, capable of withstanding attacks from soul masters of level 30 and below. Beneath the armor lay a belt adorned with uniformly styled small vials and miscellaneous items, secured with elastic bands. He carefully stored away the chili salt for future use. The honey had been consumed rather quickly. He decided to seek out bees later for more. The dagger was tucked away, along with the medicine for bruises. After meticulously organizing his possessions necessary for navigating the world of soul masters, Su Ming transferred the essentials into his spatial ring. Having completed these tasks, he extracted the broken blade from the tree and, with a wary glance, retraced his steps, preparing to confront the 1,000-year-old Mother Mantis. At the rear mountain of the academy, A figure sat cross-legged under a large tree, deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Her long, scorpion braid cascaded down her back, and the pink skirt of her attire danced in the breeze, while her youthful, innocent face bore an expression of utmost seriousness. In a short while, her soul power would surely reach level 14. As she sensed the accumulation of soul power within her, Xiaowu felt an exhilarating thrill. Her plump lips curled into an unabashed smile, eager for everyone to know her joy, completely devoid of any pretense. That fellow didn't deceive me. It's truly rare for him to do a good deed. With a playful pat on her backside, Xiaowu noticed the sun dipping low and realized it was time to return home. She leaped onto a branch, which then propelled her swiftly down the mountain. She dashed through the streets of Nodding City, traversed the rugged paths of the outskirts, and tugged at the willow branches at the village entrance before gleefully arriving at the wooden house nestled against the mountain in Dian Village. "Grandpa, I'm back." Has he returned? Spotting her grandfather, Bruin, engaged in conversation with the village chief, Geely, Xiaowu scampered over, playfully climbing onto Bruin's back and cheerfully inquiring. Her considerable weight nearly toppled Bruin, who chuckled and patted her head. "Be a bit gentler. These old bones of mine cannot endure your antics." Xiaowu giggled, sticking out her tongue before stepping down, then peering inside the house. Not seeing Su Ming's figure, she pouted in boredom, returning to the conversation. "Xiaowu, is Su Ming also working hard at the academy?" Geely queried, puffing on his old pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke, radiating an air of contentment, while massaging Bruin's back. Xiaowu absent-mindedly replied, "To some extent, he is the strongest in our academy, even surpassing ordinary teachers." "Is that so?" Geely's smile widened at her words. Just as he was about to take another deep puff, he suddenly paused. "Wait a moment, Xiaowu, he isn't even a soul master. How could he be the strongest?" "Haha, did Su Ming teach you to say that?" As Geely's furrowed brow relaxed into a knowing smile, it seemed he had seen through everything. "What would I gain from deceiving you? Although he lacks a soul ring, his strength? Geely interrupted. Could it be Xiaowu, realizing something, dashed into the room in a flurry, rummaging through Su Ming's belongings. Upon discovering the absence of the seasoning bottle and belt, her face paled in shock. That rascal, could he be sneaking off to hunt soul beasts? Chapter 40, A Duel of Swordsmen, Without Honor, in Dian Village. The charming and innocent girl sat quietly on the steps of the courtyard. The setting sun elongated her silhouette, with arched brows, a cherry-red mouth, and large, expressive eyes. Her rosy complexion painted a picture of youthful beauty. Yet, at that moment, her mood appeared rather gloomy. Her eyes, clear as spring water, reflected a hollow emptiness. Her fists clenched tightly. Such a ridiculous notion of seclusion. That detestable scoundrel. Her pink lips trembled as she seethed with frustration. In this moment, she realized Su Ming's so-called retreat was merely a ruse, and her anger was not solely directed at him. As a soul beast, she understood the immense power contained within a 1,000-year soul ring. Not to mention the fact that even many great soul masters would struggle to withstand the force of a 1,000-year soul ring, let alone hunt a 1,000-year soul beast. While she recognized Su Ming's strength, she knew he was far from being a match for a 1,000-year soul beast. Even a soul venerable would hesitate to claim victory over one. "I warned you not to go." Stubborn as a mule. Frustrated, Xiaowu picked up a stone and hurled it at the black donkey in the yard. "Stupid mule, you want to run off and get yourself killed? Go ahead and die. The sooner the better. Then no one will know I'm a soul beast, and no one will covet my soul ring or bully me. It will be quite peaceful. My grandpa will be mine alone, with no ties to you." Su Ming. Despite her incessant tirade, her mood showed no signs of improvement. Instead, her concern deepened. She paced back and forth near the yard's entrance, resembling the tethered black donkey more than ever. After a moment, Xiaowu raised her foot as if to leave but hesitated, feeling troubled. She knew she couldn't track Su Ming down to find out where he was hunting soul beasts, and the best course of action was to wait at home. Yet, this left her feeling uneasy, as if she had lost something important, filled with restlessness. She couldn't comprehend why, despite Su Ming's unkindness. She still worried for this obstinate donkey. Perhaps it was a desire to spare her grandfather Bruin from sadness. Xiaowu instinctively glanced at her grandfather. Seeing him calmly watering the peach trees, and sighed helplessly. Am I the only one fretting in this household? After a while, once Bruin finished his tasks, he didn't retreat indoors but instead sat at the entrance of the courtyard. With a warm smile, he patted the stone slab, inviting Xiaowu to sit and talk. Startled, Xiaowu nervously asked, "Grandpa, what is the matter?" "Just sit down. Why are you pacing?" Bruin beckoned with a cheerful smile, and Xiao Wu obediently settled beside him. In the glow of the setting sun, a tender scene unfolded as the elderly man held the girl's hand, his aged features radiating kindness and warmth. Xiao Wu, your grandfather wishes to ask you something. Your relationship with Su Ming at the academy isn't particularly good, is it? At this point, Bruin's smile had vanished. His penetrating gaze akin to a clear mirror, seemingly able to see through everything. Just as Xiao Wu felt relief that Bruin hadn't inquired about Su Ming's disappearance. The final question made her heart flutter. She forced a laugh and replied, Grandpa, why do you suddenly ask this? Is it bad? Bad? It's far worse than that. I'm tempted to smash his head in. The shadow of a demon loomed within, yet Xiao Wu maintained a facade of cheerful composure. Unfortunately, seated across from her was a man of considerable experience. The sharp-eyed craftsman, Bulin, had a keener perception than the average person. Noticing Xiao Wu's nervous fidgeting with her skirt, he became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. With a mock frown, he exclaimed, How dare you ask me? I haven't even questioned you yet. What is the matter with you two? You seem peculiar, yet I cannot quite put my finger on it. Initially, I suspected you were secretly in love. But after observing you for several days, I found that not to be the case, leaving me utterly perplexed. Su Ming, being resolute and accustomed to shouldering burdens alone, would never confide in him. Seizing the opportunity while Su Ming was absent, Bulin tightened his grip on Xiao Wu's hand, seemingly fearful she might escape. Xiao Wu blushed deeply, unaware of the reasons behind her discomfort. Moreover, she could not reveal her true identity as a soul beast. I don't know. It just feels like Su Ming dislikes me, though I cannot articulate why. You say he dislikes you? Bulin probed further. It's not complete disdain. Sometimes he can be rather pleasant, but at other times he appears infuriated, as if I had stolen something from him. Upon this revelation, Bulin's understanding dawned, and he stroked his beard, chuckling to himself. He refrained from pressing further, instead retreating to the courtyard with a relaxed demeanor. Xiao Wu stared at him, her mind swirling in confusion. What just transpired? No. Grandfather must know what is happening. A flicker of realization propelled her to chase after Bulin. Circling around him in a frenzy, her previous thoughts of Su Ming's soul beast hunt forgotten. In the soul-hunting forest, the sounds of fierce combat echoed through the air. The force of the clashes made the treetops sway violently, accompanied by the glint of blades. A sudden crash resonated as sparks erupted from the impact. The tremendous force propelled Su Ming backwards several meters before he could regain his footing. Before him stood a nearly 2-meter-tall mantis with formidable scythe-like arms. Its mandibles snapping as if in a roar. Enveloped in a purple aura, it exuded a commanding presence, brandishing its blades with the air of an invincible warrior. Come again. Su Ming spat, charging once more at the mantis. A silver flash ignited in his mind as he bent low, narrowly avoiding the mantis's strike. With a swift motion, he slapped the ground and propelled himself upward, aiming a soaring strike at the mantis's head. However, before his attack could land, a swift counter from the mantis sent him flying again. He felt his insides churn painfully. In the past, a blow like that would have surely broken his bones. Undoubtedly, the enhancement from a millennium-old spirit ring surpassed that of a century-old one. Although he still felt discomfort, Su Ming's body had grown resilient enough to withstand the mantis's onslaught. Yet, he knew that if the blade were to connect, he would have to flee. Without hesitation, Su Ming's gaze ignited with determination as he charged once more. The mantis displayed remarkable agility, proving to be a formidable opponent, and engaging with it sharpened Su Ming's reflexes. Unlike before, he only needed to avoid being severely injured. The battle raged on, with Su Ming being repeatedly pushed back yet continuing to launch his attacks. The mantis's yellow crystalline eyes gleamed as its aura surged. It intended to unleash its innate skill, Crescent Bite, but Su Ming was too close, leaving no room to maneuver. Indeed, without the enhancement of a spirit ring, Su Ming utilized his agility to dance around the mantis, denying it the chance to fight at a distance. The female mantis, being bulkier and less agile than her male counterpart, found it even more difficult to create separation. In the midst of the forest, a breathtaking duel unfolded between man and mantis, each movement a blur of steel and grace. Su Ming did not strike at the abdomen of the scythe mantis, but rather faced it head-on. The battle raged on for an hour before Su Ming retreated in disarray. With a piercing scream that pierced the eardrums, the scythe mantis fixed its gaze on the direction of Su Ming's departure, its blade-like arms glistening ominously. Suddenly, like a crescent moon slicing through the heavens, a 20-meter-long swath was carved through the forest. Trees toppled with a thunderous crash, sending plumes of thick smoke billowing into the air. As the haze dissipated, the tops of the shrubs were sheared off, leaving tree stumps with cuts as smooth as mirrors, while fallen trunks lay scattered haphazardly. The scythe mantis, glancing around in search of Su Ming, transformed into a forsaken bride, consumed by rage as it unleashed a frenzied assault on the forest. Waves of crescent blades shot forth, cleaving through the surrounding trees, causing branches and leaves to rain down from above. It was only when the area within 100 meters was devoid of any obstructions that the scythe mantis ceased its onslaught, staggering away from the scene. Upon close inspection, the mantis bore numerous gashes along its neck and forelimbs, green blood oozing from countless tiny cuts, as if it had endured 1,000 slashes. Though its bamboo-like body remained intact without signs of fracture, the multitude of wounds inflicted upon it caused immense suffering. The vengeance for its slain mate and the agony of its wounds were palpable, especially considering the perpetrator was merely a human child. It was no wonder the scythe mantis found itself in such a frenzied state. Any creature would react similarly under such circumstances. Ding. After a fierce battle with the Millennium Scythe Mantis, the host received the effects of the Berserker's body, granting a bonus of 2 to strength, 2 to defense, and 3 to mental fortitude. After resting for 2 hours atop a great tree, Su Ming's soul power was restored. Ignoring the lingering pain in his body, he grasped the broken killing blade and returned to the site once more. Come forth, Scythe Mantis. With a resounding crash as if summoned, the Scythe Mantis leapt from the underbrush, its massive form thundering down to the ground. With a series of sharp cries, the mantis wasted no time and charged directly at Su Ming. Within the span of less than an hour, the confrontation was set to resume. Su Ming departed once more in a state of disarray. Ding. The host engaged in a fierce battle with the millennia-old blade-arm mantis. The effects of the Berserker's physique activated. And congratulations to the host for acquiring Strength 2, Defense 2, and Mental Power 2. In the forest, darkness descended in the blink of an eye. Beneath the shroud of night, flames cascaded from the heavens. Whoosh. Dozens of torches and a large bonfire illuminated the clearing of 100 meters in radius. Whoosh. Before the blade-arm mantis even made its appearance, a fierce silver light sliced through the underbrush with the ease of cutting vegetables. Clang. Su Ming's figure shot backward like a bullet, colliding violently with a massive tree, nearly embedding himself within it. Crack. The soul power shield, which had been concentrated with utmost effort, shattered like glass. Even the back of the breaking blade bore a new 2-centimeter notch. Such a lack of martial ethics. Resorting to ambush, is it? Chapter 41. While I claim victims, you explode soul bones? Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 13, high quality. Martial soul, chopping blade, quality purple, 12, 255, 000. Special physique, berserker's body. Cultivation techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique, lightness skill, perfected. Golden Crow Blade Technique, perfected. Mixed Yuan Blade / Spirit Gathering Technique. Items owned, Blood Essence of the Subdragon, Flying Soul Guide Device, 1000 Sinking Silver. Strength, 102. Defense, 91. Spirit, 92. Although the chopping blade mantis disregarded martial ethics, Su Ming was no coward who would strike from behind. Upholding the principles of fairness, justice, and openness, he engaged in a 2-day friendly exchange with the chopping blade mantis in the forest. The mantis possessed tremendous strength and even clad in armor. Su Ming felt an excruciating pain. Each time, he managed to escape, dragging his agonized body away. Yet, a true warrior dares to confront the grim realities of life and face the bloodshed head-on. With each escape, Su Ming would return with renewed determination. At noon, wisps of smoke ascended from the forest. From above, despite the blazing sun, the smoke and fire pit were strikingly prominent. The surrounding area was no longer densely wooded but had transformed into a grassy expanse of about 100 meters, with the smoke rising like a flag at an athletic field. Beside the fire pit lay a hefty creature nearly 2 meters in length. With a triangular head and a bamboo-like torso, its pea-sized belly glistened under the sunlight like a mini black sports car. Perched upon its back was a small figure, whose mouth was smeared with grease as he savored barbecued morsels. The sight of this man and the mantis together exuded a sense of harmony. Why are you running? It's merely a sparring match. Is it really necessary to react this way? Now look what has happened. You've been bested. Your beastly life is over. Isn't it? With a mouthful of wolf leg, Su Ming lamented, thoroughly expressing his sympathy for the chopping blade mantis. Although the mantis could not comprehend his words, the tone of his voice caused its plump abdomen to quiver involuntarily, and its triangular head was filled with terror. Nearby, severed limbs lay drenched in blood, a horrifying sight. 2 broken jade-like blades lay discarded in the green viscous liquid. With all 6 limbs severed, the The chopping blade mantis could only lie on the ground, waiting to be slaughtered. It was difficult to fathom what the mantis had endured. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by splattering noises. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. As he observed the mantis fall limply to the ground, its knife-like arm succumbing. A broken forelimb was embedded in its triangular head, giving the impression that in its efforts to clean its eyes, it had exerted such force that it had punctured its own skull. Su Ming, you truly are a perfect match. You want to even spare me a single head, will you? Su Ming let out a helpless sigh. In terms of strength, he truly was no match for the blade arm mantis. Even with the activation of his first soul skill, his weakened state would likely lead to defeat. Indeed, the chopping knife could sever the forelimbs of the deceased blade arm mantis, but that was in a state of death, where the creature's body was devoid of any energy enhancement. At its peak, the defensive capabilities of the blade arm mantis undoubtedly surpassed the offensive power of the chopping knife. The sharpness of the break-kill knife, augmented by soul power, was comparable to that of the first soul skill-enhanced chopping knife, which boasted a 25 increase. While the break-kill knife could create a wound on the forelimb of the blade arm mantis, it would not inflict serious injury unless it struck the head. Thus, even with the expenditure of significant soul power and unleashing his first soul skill, Su Ming found it exceedingly difficult to conquer the blade arm mantis. In comparison, wielding the break-kill knife did enhance his combat effectiveness. How could a martial soul coupled with soul skills be outmatched by a mere weapon? It was an unavoidable reality, as the level 2 chopping knife simply could not compete with the formidable blade of the blade arm mantis, a fact that was indisputable. However, this predicament was only temporary. After 2 days of honing his skills, he had barely succeeded in vanquishing a soul beast that had lived for 1,500 years. This was not a victory. It was a humiliation. Steeling his resolve, Su Ming prepared to depart from the soul-hunting forest. Just as he lifted his foot, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an unusual glimmer. Su Ming turned his head and beheld the severed forelimb of the mantis-like creature, which seemed to emit a mysterious glow. Could it be? Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, a wave of joy washing over him. He hurriedly approached the blade arm mantis and, with his breaking blade, severed its forelimbs. In an instant, a piece of black bone came into view, crystalline and translucent, resembling black crystal. Its deep and mysterious hue elicited awe at the craftsmanship of nature. A soul bone. Without pausing to admire, Su Ming swiftly stored the object in his spatial ring. Casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one had noticed, he finally felt a sense of relief. His cheeks flushed with excitement as his heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had never anticipated such extraordinary fortune. 100,000-year soul beast consistently yields soul bones, while the chances of a 10,000-year soul beast producing one are pitifully low. As for a 1,000-year soul beast, the likelihood of it yielding a soul bone is virtually non-existent due to insufficient energy density. Interestingly, it seems that the higher the animosity at the moment of death, the greater the likelihood of a 10,000 or 1,000-year soul beast producing a soul bone. Animosity. Su Ming's eyes twitched at the corners, his gaze directed at the mantis-like figure with a hint of exasperation. It was merely a friendly sparring match. And the total encounters barely numbered 10, there was no need for such animosity. Ah, it seems I may have claimed your kill, or rather, your husband's. Ahem. Su Ming rubbed his nostrils and chose not to linger. After being out for so long, it was time to return. Boom. The ground trembled around the periphery of the Soul Hunter forest, resonating with a formidable sound. Peering into the distance, the treetops swayed violently, as if some beast were about to emerge. Whoosh! A petite figure burst into the embrace of sunlight. Under the bewildered gazes of the soldiers, Su Ming sprinted away, dragging a large tree behind him. Captain, that was that little rascal from earlier, wasn't it? Damn, now that you mention it, I recall, it truly was him. To venture into the Soul Hunter forest alone and return unscathed, this little one seems quite extraordinary. Extraordinary? How many children do you know who can drag a tree around? The group fell momentarily silent, recalling the scene of Su Ming's arrival. In Dian village, the night was still and pitch black. Splash! Something had plunged into the stream, sending water flying. Ordinarily, the village dogs would bark incessantly at the slightest disturbance, yet now, they remained eerily silent, as if their mouths had been sewn shut. From a small pond, a little head emerged, expelling a spray of water. With large eyes, a plump nose, and a face full of vitality, the child exuded a blend of cuteness tinged with aloofness. After vigorously rubbing away the sweat, Su Ming hastily changed into clean clothes before his eyelids could fully droop. With a few agile leaps, he landed atop his own roof. He opened the skylight and slid down. Clang! The skylight shut. The blanket was pulled back, and utterly exhausted, Su Ming successfully lay down. The entire sequence was executed seamlessly and without hesitation. Previously, in order not to disturb his grandfather, Brin, while needing to train at night, Su Ming had mastered this routine, becoming quite adept at it. Though Su Ming moved with grace, a pair of large eyes suddenly widened in the darkness. Not an enemy. Is that fellow back? With a swift motion, Xiaowu tossed aside the covers and stood up from the bed. In the pitch blackness where one could not see their own hand, her eyes glowed red, her body trembling like boiling water, exuding a huff of indignation. So, you chose to seclude yourself, did you? You think you can deceive me? Leaving grandfather all alone with me. Is that your plan? Regardless of whether it is truly Su Ming, it is prudent to strike first. In a fit of rage, Xiaowu kicked out. Bang, bang, bang. Knowing that Su Ming was beneath the covers and possessed sturdy flesh, she stomped down with fervor, seemingly intent on venting her frustrations from the past days. Hiss. Do you wish for your demise? Where do you think you're kicking? The voice trembled, yet to Xiaowu's ears, it was more melodious than any celestial harmony. This irksome voice would be etched in her memory forever. Ah, I thought a thief had crept into the house, only to find it was you. Giving me quite the scare. It was you I was kicking. Despite her words, Xiaowu's cheeks flushed with delight, her countenance radiating joy as she settled down nonchalantly. Hey, you're not injured, are you? Do you need me to fetch some medicine for you? Su Ming, roll on. Su Ming, with an expression of disdain, adjusted his quilt. His eyelids heavy with sleep, choosing to ignore the commotion and simply rest. How absurd. You weren't even injured, yet you screamed so loudly. Xiaowu pouted, recognizing from the strength of his voice that Su Ming was unharmed. Could it be that this fellow hadn't ventured to hunt soul beasts? With a quick thought, Xiaowu dismissed the notion. If he had indeed gone to hunt, he would not have returned so swiftly, nor would he be unscathed. After all, century-old soul beasts possess formidable power, and even a great soul master might struggle against them. Alas, I worried for nothing. In a fit of exasperation, she kicked Su Ming again before comfortably lying down. The tension in her brow gradually relaxed, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, as if the day had proven quite delightful. Indeed, the night was rather pleasant. However, the daytime had been another matter entirely. After a long absence of restful slumber, Su Ming finally awoke at noon the following day. Knowing Su Ming's hearty appetite, Grandpa Blin had prepared 2 large pots of rice without a hint of regret. Eat slowly, child. There is no one else to compete with you for food. Enjoy this smoked rabbit meat. Xiaowu doesn't care for it, and I can hardly chew it. If you like it, indulge. Su Ming, not needing any encouragement from Grandpa Blin, devoured the meal, while Grandpa, with his modest appetite, had already satisfied himself. As for Xiaowu, she had yet to eat. Noticing the commotion from the main house, Xiaowu poked her head in, wearing an awkward yet polite smile. Observing this, Blin stroked his short beard, chuckling, Xiaowu, what are you doing? You were so eager to ask if Su Ming was back, and now you seem to be hiding. I'm not hiding. Xiaowu retorted defiantly, her lips pursed high, while her long eyelashes trembled above her big eyes. Previously, there was no need to hide, but yesterday, her foot had itched, leaving her uncertain if a certain someone remembered. Could it be? You were sleeping like a log. Do you truly remember? Under Su Ming's teasing gaze, Xiaowu's proud demeanor crumbled, her heart racing with anxiety. Su Ming, I'll go to the kitchen and bring you a bowl of rice. With a forced smile, she made her way to the kitchen. Her heart pounding as if it might burst, crouching in an unseen corner while patting her chest in distress. Oh no. This fellow's sour expression indicates he has no intention of letting me off easily. Chapter 42. Teach me how to be human. Are you not human yourself? Grandpa. Xiaowu and I have something to attend to outside. We shall return by evening. In the courtyard, Su Ming's voice echoed as he lifted Xiaowu into the air. His expression impassive as he strode away. Grandpa, save me. He is going to bully me. Casting a sideways glance toward the door, Xiaowu clung to her last shred of hope, crying out frantically. It seemed Blin didn't hear her. He merely twirled his earthenware tools and fiddled with his bamboo knife and saw, oblivious to the commotion. Only after their figures vanished from sight did Blin finally glance over. A little mischief is good for them, he mused, a knowing smile spreading across his weathered face as he retreated indoors. Children possess their own brand of innocence. He would not assume the role of the villain. In the fields, the villagers observed Su Ming holding Xiaowu aloft, their faces illuminated with amusement. Since Xiaowu arrived in Dian Village, her lively spirit had indeed brought much joy to the community, earning her a fond place in their hearts. Yet, she had also stirred considerable trouble. When she craved fish, while others fished in the streams and rivers, she would wade into someone's fish pond instead. The owners, caught between laughter and exasperation, were unsure whether to intervene. Especially since she was so eager to help, her attempts often led to more chaos than assistance. In a village with only one soul master, the village chief, Geely, dared not reprimand her, and they felt too embarrassed to bring up her antics in front of Blin. Now, at last, someone had returned to manage this troublesome girl. Su Ming, put me down. Everyone is watching, Xiao protested. Struggling fiercely while covering her face with her hands, mortified at the thought of being seen. Su Ming feigned ignorance and continued his forward march. Xiao, increasingly anxious, shrank her neck as if it might disappear into her collar, mumbling, "Is it so wrong for me to admit my fault? Last night, I indeed kicked you on purpose, believing you had gone off to hunt soul beasts. I've been worried for so many days. I merely wanted to vent my frustration, and besides, I didn't truly exert any force." Suddenly, Xiao felt her body grow heavy, the scenery around her rising abruptly, and she found herself tumbling to the ground. Indeed, acknowledging one's mistakes can prove beneficial. A wave of relief washed over Xiao Wu as she realized that Su Ming would likely not retaliate against her, allowing her anxious heart to finally find solace. Su Ming's expression was grave. "Have you been training at the back mountain of the academy daily?" A sudden jolt coursed through her, and she resolutely replied, "Of course I have. That place is indeed much like you described. My spirit power is nearing level 14. I estimate that in just a couple of days, I will achieve a breakthrough. What do you think? Are you envious?" Her voice dwindled, and in the end, only a whisper of discontent lingered in her heart. Envious? Surely she had not forgotten that it was I who relinquished that place for you. Su Ming felt utterly exasperated. Yet he continued to inquire, "Have you diligently practiced for 3 hours each day as I instructed?" Xiao Wu raised her head proudly. "Of course. How could I possibly slack off? I was even planning to report to you." Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself soaring into the air once more. A nightmarish voice echoed in her ears. "Oh, so it turns out you were working so hard, huh?" Su Ming's lips curled into a cold smile, with a mere glance. He discerned that Xiao Wu was lying. Fully aware of her own circumstances, she still persisted in practicing for 3 hours each day. Su Ming felt he had been overly lenient with her. His gaze flickered toward the stream below before returning to Xiao Wu, filled with fear and guilt. She raised 3 fingers, confessing that for the majority of the past half-month, she had indeed trained diligently for 3 hours. Though there were 3 days when she practiced only briefly. As the tension slightly eased, Su Ming shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What about the village? You haven't caused any trouble there, have you?" "Well, I may have picked some peaches from someone else's garden," she replied. "Just peaches? There's more. I accidentally knocked down a wall." "You mean a wall?" "Yes, a wall belonging to someone else's house." "Su Ming, have you apologized and offered compensation?" "Well, the Master S family has mentioned it." Xiao puffed out her cheeks, incessantly fidgeting with her fingers, resembling a child who has erred and fears punishment. After a prolonged silence, Su Ming suddenly sighed and gently set Xiao down, unharmed. Gazing at her, he spoke in the tone of a weary father, expressing his resignation. "I can overlook your laziness and cultivation, and I can also refrain from mentioning the incident from last night. However, the wrongs you have committed in the village must be rectified by you." As he spoke, Su Ming's demeanor shifted, becoming unusually grave. The distinction between beasts and humans lies fundamentally in the concept of morality. One must understand and embody moral principles to restrain their instincts. One must first be human before aspiring to cultivate. Your nature is not inherently flawed. Rather, your thoughts diverge from those of humanity, setting aside the perils of the world. Let us begin with the fundamentals of being an ordinary person. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you saying you will teach me how to be human?" "You can speak a little louder." Her excitement momentarily faltered, and her gaze fell to the ground, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, leading her into the woods. Su Ming spoke in a tone meant only for her ears. Humans exhibit distinct behavioral differences, and there exists a vast array of personalities. Being human is not difficult. With time, one will naturally integrate into society. Yu Xiaojiang can impart some theoretical knowledge to you, but he will not elucidate the concepts of good and evil, beauty and ugliness. Your understanding of these matters is rather superficial, and what I intend to convey to you pertains to the direction of your thoughts. Firstly, there is a distinction between genders, which may seem trivial yet requires careful attention, as humanity places significant emphasis on this aspect. Although most individuals mature early and physical contact is common in battles between soul masters, ordinary life is different. His words trailed off, leaving Xiao Wu, who had been engrossed, feeling rather disappointed. Raising an eyebrow, she urged him on. "What is it? Please continue." After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming suppressed his embarrassment and asked seriously, "At your age, have you yet to experience matters between men and women?" No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Wu realized something was amiss. Looking at Su Ming's dubious expression, she felt as if lightning had struck her. Her face turned hot and dark, as if a volcano were erupting within her. Swish! Her figure darted away. "Su Ming, I will not let you off easily." With a thunderous roar, the sky trembled as she seized a stick, filled with righteous fury, and pursued him. In that moment, Dian village was engulfed in a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. Within the bamboo grove, a delicate face was pressed firmly against the leaves. Her hands were bound behind her, wrists captured, while her legs were pinned down, rendering her completely immobile. "Let me go? I assure you, this matter is far from over. If you do not end me today, I will certainly make you regret it." "Ah, Su Ming, you scoundrel. One day, I will make you. Ouch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I surrender. I surrender." Swish. As Su Ming released his grip, Xiao Wu promptly supported herself with her left hand, her legs executing a spear-like kick. Anticipating her move, Su Ming deftly sidestepped. It was over. Upon catching a glimpse of Su Ming's playful smile, Xiao Wu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Before she could react, she found herself forcefully pressed back to the ground. The earth, the bamboo leaves, the scent remained as potent as ever. Su Ming spoke earnestly, imparting wisdom. "I did not intentionally inquire about this earlier. I merely needed to understand the situation to ascertain whether it was necessary to discuss these matters with you. Now, I can confirm that you are indeed unaware of these issues. Should you act again, do not blame me for being ungracious." Su Ming released his grip and stood up, loosening the leg that had been resting on Xiao Wu's back. Xiao Wu let out an indignant huff, rising to her feet while patting her knees. "I shall remember this and make a note of it when I return home." Su Ming, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued to impart to Xiao Wu the notion of gender distinctions, drawing parallels between the modern world and the realm of Douluo continent. In Douluo continent, boys and girls exhibit a remarkable precocity. Characters such as Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, at a tender age, engage in playful antics. Even within the academy, he receives a plethora of love letters. This signifies that the allure between the sexes in Douluo continent manifests at an earlier stage. Yet it does not imply that the principles of gender distinction should be disregarded. What Su Ming intended to convey naturally emphasizes the distinctions between beasts and the inherent differences between men and women. While residing at the Soul Master Academy, Su Ming could distinctly perceive that, in terms of gender differences, Xiao Wu did not regard these distinctions as highly as human girls typically do. Consequently, he often found himself overhearing various bold proclamations in the dormitory, which made even his adult soul blush with embarrassment. In addition to the disparity between genders, Su Ming also offered some commendable perspectives. Su Ming is certainly not an obstinate individual. He recognizes the importance of adapting to circumstances and addressing specific issues with tailored analyses, rather than imposing rigid solutions. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Xiao Wu appeared contemplative, reflecting on the apparent differences between humanity and soul beasts, which indeed posed a significant dilemma. In the realm of soul masters, strength has always been paramount, and reasoning with those who wield power to oppress the weak is futile. Thus, one must resort to the language of fists. However, one must not indiscriminately unleash their strength. To glorify martial prowess without restraint leads to becoming a slave to it, necessitating a personal understanding of the appropriate limits. After articulating these thoughts, Su Ming paused, allowing Xiao Wu to ponder over them. His intention was not to engage in frivolous discourse. Rather, he felt compelled to share these insights, as the original protagonists were not particularly endearing. After a while, he produced a cloth strip to cover his eyes and inserted 2 plugs into his ears. "What are you doing?" Xiao Wu exclaimed. Startled as she looked up to see Su Ming in this peculiar state, her mind flooded with questions. Su Ming beckoned with his hand, signaling Xiao Wu to attack. The acuity of mental perception surpassed that of the senses, suggesting that honing one's mental fortitude might be an effective means to enhance reaction speed. "Xiao Wu, teach me how to be a person. You seem to have forsaken that role yourself." In Chapter 43, Xiao Wu's explosive eightfold throw, Su Ming gained profound insights from his confrontation with the mantis wielding a blade-like arm. Unlike creatures endowed with compound eyes, humans lack such expansive vision. To elevate reaction speed, one must augment the external sensory perception of the body. Furthermore, Su Ming recognized the necessity of strengthening his mental prowess in order to master another form of swordplay. In battling the mantis, Su Ming was acutely aware of the peril. A moment's inattention could lead to demise. However, during training with Xiao Wu, The disparity in their physical capabilities afforded him the resilience to endure. You cannot be serious. Are you truly going to fight me like this? Observing Su Ming, whose ears and eyes were effectively blocked, Xiao felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation, her voice trembling slightly. The thrill stemmed from the prospect of teaching Su Ming a lesson, while her fear arose from the concern of being relentlessly bullied by him in the future. Su Ming raised his hand, suggesting, "You seek vengeance, do you not? Now is your opportunity. Come forth. It has been 3 months since we last sparred. Allow me to see how much you have progressed during this time." Xiao's gaze was intense, yet she refrained from engaging in combat. "Tell me, how much weight are you currently bearing?" The bamboo leaves rustled, but silence enveloped the surroundings. With a soft slap, Xiao struck her forehead in realization, chastising herself for her foolishness. He had blocked his ears, rendering her words inaudible. Without further ado, she dashed towards Su Ming. Compared to before, her speed had increased, akin to an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the air. Boom! With all her might, she launched a punch towards Su Ming's chest, intending to gauge his defenses, knowing he likely bore some weight. However, upon making contact, the sensation was strikingly clear. Her fist felt taut, and her pupils dilated in disbelief as she beheld the unmoving Su Ming. Bang! The force of her blow echoed, and to her astonishment, Su Ming was sent hurtling backward. Did I actually land a hit? Xiao Wu stood frozen, incredulous as she stared at her own fist. It was rare for her to deliver a direct blow to Su Ming, especially as time passed and such occurrences became increasingly scarce. Recalling the feeling of her earlier strike, akin to hitting a rock, her initial excitement rapidly gave way to a serious demeanor. She could distinctly sense an increase in Su Ming's physical strength. If he were to continue training at this rate, the gap between them would likely widen even further. Perhaps I should give it a try as well? Xiao shuddered, perplexed by the unconventional tactics he employed. Had she truly struck him? Su Ming, momentarily astonished, instinctively touched his chest, seemingly devoid of any opportunity for a response. A bittersweet smile graced Su Ming's lips as he realized he had underestimated the complexity of cultivating his mental prowess. He indeed sensed the impact of Xiao Wu's punch and could discern its direction. However, this faint awareness dissipated almost instantaneously, oscillating between presence and absence. In his mind's eye, several shadows seemed to rush toward him. Had he merely been fortunate enough to evade the mantis's blade at that moment? No, he had been fully aware, both sight and sound intact. Moreover, his mental energy did not radiate outward aimlessly. Rather, it was bang. As Su Ming pondered, he felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, akin to a firework soaring erratically through the air. The immense force bent the bamboo, propelling him back a considerable distance. As he gently descended to the ground, Su Ming braced himself against the earth, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Reflecting on his propensity for self-inflicted hardship, though the injury was minor, being subjected to such passive punishment was undeniably irksome. With a flicker of intent, Su Ming unleashed his mental energy. Whoosh! Su Ming's sudden leap startled Xiao Wu, who initially feared he had discovered her presence and quickly sought refuge. However, in the next moment, she realized her apprehensions were unfounded, for Su Ming had only moved 2 meters before standing still, seemingly engaged in some peculiar endeavor. 2 meters. This measurement resonated clearly within Su Ming's mind. Centered around himself, he exerted his mental energy to expand his perception, yet could only discern a vague, ephemeral 2-meter radius. Failing to even register the small stone beneath his foot, the surrounding area felt constricted, as if a line should extend further. With a swift thought, Su Ming concentrated all his mental power, sweeping it around him like a scanning needle. In an instant, he sensed his mental awareness stretching outward. It was as if a scanner traversed the space, relaying gradually clarifying images back to his mind. Yet, upon detecting no obstacles, he boldly advanced 3 meters forward. In a fleeting moment, a silhouette emerged within his consciousness. Could it be that he had been discovered? As Su Ming approached, Xiao Wu's heart raced with alarm. In a moment of desperation, she lightly kicked a stone aside, hurling it in the opposite direction. The stone shattered with a resounding crash, yet Su Ming remained unfazed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Wu. Witnessing this, her heart fluttered wildly, akin to the shattered stone from moments before. How terrifying! Frustrated and flustered, Xiao Wu promptly turned to flee, delivering a couple of punches for good measure, knowing that further confrontation would only lead to her downfall. Where do you think you're going? A displeased voice echoed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Xiao Wu immediately halted, a mix of laughter and tears coloring her expression. Well, I think it's best we refrain from training today. Striking you like this weighs heavily on my conscience. Let us call it a day. Su Ming remained silent, swiftly drawing closer in accordance with his mental perception. Xiao Wu, my apologies. I forgot once more that you cannot hear me. However, can you still sense my position? Xiao Wu swallowed nervously, bracing herself with a sideways stance, her right foot poised for action, ready to engage in battle. The wind stirred, carrying a faint fragrance. And rather than retreating, Xiao Wu advanced boldly. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and swiftly launched a punch. This fellow's reaction was still sluggish. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she keenly sensed that Su Ming's punching speed was somewhat off. Whoosh! Like gliding on ice, Xiao Wu slipped through beneath Su Ming's outstretched arm, evading the punch that sliced through the air. Su Ming's expression shifted slightly. He pondered that he was still unaccustomed to this form of combat. Whoosh! However, he quickly adapted, sweeping his left leg in a low kick. It resembled a train coming to an abrupt halt, and Xiao Wu grinned, firmly gripping the belt at Su Ming's waist. With just a slight exertion, Su Ming's waist turned, lifting her off the ground. Whoosh! As Su Ming's speed diminished, she found herself lying on her back, adopting a stance that engaged her waist and limbs simultaneously. Like a bending bamboo that suddenly snaps back, she flung Su Ming into the air. Bang! Xiao Wu seized the moment, her figure flickering as she appeared behind Su Ming. Don't blame me. You haven't experienced this move yet. Her eyes narrowed, and with a powerful push from both feet, she aimed a kick at Su Ming's back. Explosive 8-section throw. Upon hearing the explosive sound from below, Su Ming's heart raced as he hastily twisted his body, bracing himself with his arms. The clash of their forces sent Su Ming soaring into the air with a resounding thud. Like a wraith, Xiao Wu suddenly materialized above him. Bang! Another forceful knee strike landed, and Xiao Wu appeared unconcerned about Su Ming's potential injury. Su Ming was struck down, and with a powerful strike reminiscent of the legendary Mount Huashan, Xiao Wu unleashed a thunderous blow, her leg soaring high above her head. The terrifying force instantly sent Su Ming reeling backward. Having accomplished this, Xiao Wu pouted, refraining from further action. Su Ming deftly grasped the bamboo, utilizing its elasticity to dissipate all force before gracefully descending along its shaft, as if nothing had transpired. He brushed off the bamboo leaves from his hands and removed his eye mask and earplugs, surprised by his own lack of resistance. He felt an unexpected thrill and inquired, "Why have you ceased? Surely, that technique has not yet reached its conclusion?" Xiao Wu huffed dismissively, turning her head aside, her petite face displaying a hint of vexation. "If you have seen through my moves, how can I possibly confront you in the future? I refuse to fall for your tricks." Still contemplating strategies against me, Su Ming chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. The sight of Su Ming's smile only fueled Xiao Wu's frustration, and with hands on her hips, she questioned, "How did you anticipate my next move? Surely you cannot claim to have guessed blindly with your eyes closed?" A sense of melancholy threatened to spill from Xiao Wu's countenance, her expression brimming with indignation as she glared at Su Ming, utterly bewildered by the situation. The explosive 8-section throw was her current trump card. The element of surprise had been completely dismantled. This fellow seemed to possess eyes all over his body, rendering each of her kicks devoid of their stunning effect. If she continued, her technique would become utterly ineffective. Having perused the original text, how could she possibly neglect to guard against this move? Yet, this was not something Su Ming could openly confess. He feigned contemplation, stroking his chin thoughtfully before explaining, "Your initial strike is crucial. When you initiate with your waist bow, you instinctively kick with the bow's body. Understanding this, I fortuitously countered your first attack. As for the subsequent strikes, as long as I maintain control over my body and adjust my center of gravity to suit the appropriate offensive positions, you can only kick in accordance with my direction. Therefore, your first attack must incapacitate your opponent's ability to think. Otherwise, your technique becomes nearly insurmountable, barring a significant disparity in strength." In the rare moments when Su Ming's words contained admiration, he could not help but acknowledge the formidable power of the 8-section strike. Any soul master encountering it for the first time would likely be unable to evade its impact. In Chapter 44, titled New Burdens, 100 kilograms. The cultivation of mental strength is a prevalent practice in the fantastical realm, often achieved through various techniques. However, Su Ming currently lacked such a technique. To enhance certain physical abilities, the most fundamental approach involves extensive exertion and the confrontation of stress. This confrontation manifests as clashes of mental strength, which he was unable to engage in at present. Thus, Su Ming resorted to the most straightforward and direct method, consumption. By continuously releasing his mental energy through combat, he aimed to augment his mental strength. Additionally, the effects of the berserker body could also contribute to this enhancement. Regrettably, the disparity between his strength and that of Xiaowu was so vast that engaging her in battle no longer yielded any rewards in terms of mental energy. For the remainder of his time, Su Ming tirelessly expended his mental strength daily, even veiling his eyes during routine activities. Observing Su Ming's peculiar behavior, his grandfather, Blin, was alarmed, mistakenly believing there was an issue with Su Ming's sight. Even after providing an explanation, Su Ming faced reprimand for what was deemed an inauspicious act. Soon after, the village became aware of Su Ming's eccentricity, and curious onlookers began to gather outside his home, amused as if there were no other source of entertainment in the village. Unable to bear the atmosphere at home, and with the holidays nearing their end, Su Ming bid an early farewell to his grandfather Blin and returned to the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Here, at least, his actions would be regarded as normal. In the rear mountains, within a valley filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, the sounds of intense combat echoed. The grass was strewn with scattered petals, as if battered by a tempest. Bees buzzed aimlessly, seemingly perplexed about the whereabouts of the blossoming flowers. Suddenly, a pink figure darted past, petals swirling in a picturesque display. Yet this place was not meant for romantic encounters. Circling behind Su Ming, Xiaowu thrust her right foot down, causing the ground to tremble and imprinting her foot into the earth. With a swift motion, she leapt into the air, executing a ferocious spinning slash aimed at Su Ming's neck. A blurred silhouette flashed through Su Ming's mind, prompting him to evade by sidestepping. His right heel pivoting while his right arm coiled, elbow striking with fierce intent. The sheer force of his attack startled Xiaowu, her eyes wide with fear. Even with Su Ming restraining his strength, a direct hit would undoubtedly be excruciating. With a resounding thud, Xiaowu brought her arms together, elevating them to collide with Su Ming's arm, utilizing the impact to lower her body and evade his strike. Just as she landed, sweat pouring from her, Xiaowu wasted no time, turning sharply, planting her left foot, and launching a rapid right kick aimed directly at the crown of Su Ming's head. Su Ming advanced with his left hand raised in defense, his claw gripping her knee joint, and with a powerful thrust, he struck Xiaowu's abdomen with a dull thud. Like a kite severed from its string, Xiaowu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, she seized the water bottle and took several vigorous swigs before tossing it to Su Ming. No more fighting, no more. I shall never train with you again. I'm merely inviting trouble here. You might as well seek out Tang San. That fellow can endure a beating and seems quite eager for it. With her palms pressed against the ground, Xiaowu lay sprawled, her cherry lips panting heavily, utterly exhausted. The water bottle fell in a graceful arc, perfectly caught by a waiting right hand. This was an agreement between the two. Should one feel overwhelmed, they would toss an object before the other. Removing her blindfold and earplugs, Su Ming observed Xiaowu's limp form and chose not to press further. Very well, we shall continue tomorrow. Xiaowu, are you feigning deafness? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she suspected Su Ming was deliberately blocking his ears to avoid hearing her refusal. School starts tomorrow. You can consult a teacher or Tang San, either will suffice, but I refuse to spar with you any longer. I would much prefer to train for 5 or 6 hours daily than endure an hour of beating. Pouting, Xiaowu began to sulk. Initially, she had been quite enthusiastic about the training, relishing the opportunity to strike Su Ming. Now, however, the odds had shifted unfairly, and she felt overwhelmed. With the joyful moments now concluded, there was no reason to continue seeking out adversity. This scoundrel knew nothing of cherishing the delicate. Xiaowu's speed had begun to falter, prompting Su Ming to nod thoughtfully. Since you're unwilling to spar with me, then I propose you train for 5 hours daily to enhance your soul power, alongside your physical conditioning. Wait, 5 hours? Will I even have time to rest? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and remarked, 5 hours, was it not you who mentioned it? Xiaowu's eyes flared with indignation. If I don't say anything, won't you just continue to exhaust me to death? Such a man. And yet the girls in the academy seem to be enamored with him. They must be blind. I shall make a trip to the blacksmith's. You can manage yourself. Su Ming prepared to depart. Suddenly, Xiaowu, who had been utterly worn out just moments ago, sprang up and positioned herself in front of Su Ming, blocking his path. With a heart full of urgency, she exclaimed, "What business do you have at the blacksmith's?" Su Ming shot a disdainful glance at someone and retorted, "Do you truly think I am that trivial? Given the burdens you carry, I can surmise the extent with just a casual mention. Is there truly a need for inquiry?" With her thoughts laid bare, Xiaowu offered an awkward smile, insisting, "Not at all. I merely inquired about your business at the blacksmith's." She continued, "You aren't planning to forge additional burdens at the blacksmith, are you?" How absurd. This is already heavy, and you wish to add more weight. Seemingly struck by a realization, before Su Ming could respond, Xiaowu lifted his garment, presumably to gauge the extent of his burdens. Su Ming's expression darkened, and with his right hand, he curled his index and middle fingers, delivering a sharp rap to her head. Thud. A muffled sound echoed, and Xiaowu immediately withdrew her hand, her lips curling as she gasped in pain, rubbing her forehead. Ouch! What was that for? You nearly killed me. Su Ming's gaze was profound, as if he had quickly forgotten my admonition regarding the distinction between the sexes. Have you ever witnessed a girl lifting a boy's shirt in broad daylight? Xiaowu pouted slightly, murmuring softly, from your words. It seems that such behavior is permissible at night but not during the day. What did you just say? Su Ming's expression darkened further. Noticing this, Xiaowu quickly pressed down on his clenched fist and said with a flattering smile, No, it's nothing. I completely agree with you. You are absolutely right. You should always remind me. I am particularly eager for your reminders. Come, let me accompany you to the blacksmith shop. Su Ming, with a knowing smirk, left a remark that echoed in the air. You might as well cultivate your soul power. Under the irritated gaze of Xiaowu, he departed the valley alone. With the dawn of a new school year approaching, the academy remained eerily quiet. It seemed even Principal Carter had no desire to arrive early. Navigating through the academy with practiced ease, Su Ming made his way to the blacksmith shop in the city, a place he had frequented before. Upon noticing Su Ming's familiar figure, San felt a thrill of excitement and approached with a jovial demeanor. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked Su Ming, Are you intending to forge another weight? You guessed correctly, but alas, there are no rewards, Su Ming replied with a resigned nod. I indeed wish to craft something heavier. How much heavier? San's smile faltered, as he vividly recalled that just 3 months prior, Su Ming had commissioned a weight of 35 kilograms. With a resounding crash, a massive piece of metal fell to the ground, the earth trembling beneath its weight, causing the stone floor to crack. The metal, nearly the size of a soccer ball, gleamed in bright silver, its surface adorned with numerous square protrusions. The convex facets resembled a silvery mirror, akin to pyrite, though it lacked a three-dimensional form, presenting only one side while countless other faces connected, rendering the metal akin to a spherical object. Is this Thousand Sun silver? San gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening at the sight of such a substantial piece of this rare metal. Thousand Sun silver, known for its exceptional hardness and moderate ductility, while not as precious as deep-sea silver, was still a notably rare material. As if responding to an unseen call, a small head in the blacksmith shop abruptly lifted, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Ming, with a clang, Tang San dropped his hammer and hurriedly emerged. Is he also here? Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. Not expecting Tang San to arrive early, it seemed that Tang Hao had indeed departed. Arriving at the academy sooner was advantageous, allowing for dedicated cultivation. With inadequate strength, many matters felt beyond reach. While formidable power may not resolve every issue, it certainly alleviates a majority of concerns. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed his face as Tang San raised his gaze towards Su Ming, sensing that the latter seemed to harbor some knowledge. Especially with that mature tone reminiscent of an elder, he couldn't help but think of his father, Tang Hao. Father, where are you now? Casting aside all distractions, Tang San's attention shifted to the metallic substance on the ground. Truly, it was Qianqian silver, and a fervent gleam sparkled in Tang San's eyes. Su Ming, what do you intend to forge with this material? You wouldn't be considering creating a weighted vest, would you? As the words escaped his lips, the exclamation erupted from his throat. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling bronze bells. Observing this, Su Ming's expression darkened. It was merely a weighted vest. Who among them didn't utilize weights? Was such an exaggerated reaction necessary? A weighted vest? It suddenly dawned on San, causing him to gasp in urgency. Su Ming, this Qianqian silver is a rare metal. Using it for weights would be a tremendous waste. My shop has plenty of materials that could fulfill your needs. So there is no need for such extravagance. Su Ming shook his head, clarifying, It's not that I wish to squander it, but considering your inability to forge, keeping the Qianqian silver would be futile. I fear that using other metals might not yield a weight of around 100 kilograms, hence my decision to utilize this metal. 100 kilograms? Boom. Both Tang San and San felt as though they had been struck by lightning, momentarily left in a daze. They exchanged glances, their inner thoughts aligning in silent agreement. In the months since then, Su Ming's physical prowess had more than doubled. The previous burden of 35 kilograms had become entirely inadequate for his needs. Based on Su Ming's calculations, A torso weight of 50 kilograms, with each limb carrying 10 kilograms, would be more suitable. He intended to acclimatize to this weight in daily activities before progressing to training and combat. Only through such burdens could he exert pressure upon his berserker physique. Engaging in battle with the Mantis blade arm would grant Su Ming strength and mental rewards, while facing Xiao Wu would lead to a complete system crash of his berserker form. There were no more formidable soul masters within the academy, nor was he familiar with the spirit hall. Thus, the path before Su Ming was clear. If the enemy could not grow strong, he must weaken himself. The flags fluttered vigorously in the breeze, and within the blacksmith's forge, the rhythmic clanging of hammers filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Outside the forge, however, the ambience felt somewhat desolate, not due to a lack of people, but rather an underlying chill that rendered the surrounding bustle imperceptible. As the autumn winds howled through, a biting cold seeped into his bones, chilling him to the core. Once the chill subsided and the goosebumps faded, Tang San asked in alarm, "Su Ming, you're not joking, are you? 100 kilograms of weight. Are you certain your body can withstand it?" Having arrived at the forge early, after a month, he had only managed to adapt from 20 to 25 kilograms. This weight was the maximum he could endure for a day's work. Any heavier, and his body would not recover by the following day. Tang San understood that Su Ming's training was even more extreme than his own. In a month prior, Su Ming had handled 35 kilograms, recovering completely by the next day. This already indicated a disparity in their physical capabilities. Now, to hear that Su Ming had escalated to 100 kilograms was astonishing. 100 kilograms. Such a terrifying weight. Are you confident you can adapt? Tang San's eyebrows shot up, his gaze intense as he inquired, "Su Ming, you've acquired your first spirit ring. Haven Tiyu?" Su Ming did not respond but cast a fleeting glance at Tang San, who felt a sudden chill within, realizing the truth of the matter. If Su Ming were to acquire a soul ring, everything would seem to fall into place. However, a century-old soul ring should not be sufficient to triple one's physical prowess under normal circumstances, should it? Currently, Tang San possessed a strength of around 200 to 300 pounds, and with the use of soul power, he could barely reach 400 to 500 pounds. To adapt to a regular load of 100 kilograms, his physical strength would logically need to attain a level of 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds? With his upper jaw nearly collapsing under the pressure, Tang San clenched his fists, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. He had initially thought that arriving early at the blacksmith shop would help bridge the gap between him and Su Ming. Yet, it seemed that the distance between them had not only remained unchanged but had instead widened. Understanding Su Ming's needs, San promptly accepted the Qianqian silver without hesitation. He wished to forge a relatively lightweight burden of 100 kilograms, but his blacksmith shop lacked any suitable metals to meet the requirements. Compared to the Sun and Moon continent, the rare metals in the Douluo continent were indeed scarce. Su Ming was acutely aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have offered the Qianqian silver. This was the first time San had taken on such a challenging commission, leaving him both anxious and exhilarated. "Su Ming, I can only endeavor to give it a try. I shall provide you with an answer in a week. If I am unable to forge it, you will have to seek assistance elsewhere. Based on my estimation, if I cannot accomplish this, it is likely that no one else in the entire Nanning city can take on this task. You may need to venture into a larger city. If that fails, I shall contemplate other solutions." Su Ming nodded and was about to depart when he suddenly inquired, "The core issue with forging this Qianqian silver, does it pertain to the temperature of the flames or a lack of strength?" Before San could respond, Tang San interjected, his gaze unwavering. "The forging temperature required for Qianqian silver is not particularly high, and the blacksmith shop can barely meet it. When heated to red, Qianqian silver possesses a degree of ductility, making it fairly manageable to work with. The sole challenge lies in its cooling rate, which is swifter than that of other metals, thereby necessitating a higher forging speed." San was taken aback, astonished that Tang San not only excelled in forging but also possessed such profound knowledge of these metals. "Tang San, is your father truly the village blacksmith? I find it hard to believe." Upon mentioning his father again, Tang San offered a wry smile, replying, "Uncle Sure. Would I deceive you? How else could I work here to earn a living?" San nodded in agreement, not pondering further. What an extraordinary dialogue this was. One unaware of his own wealth, the other under the impression that the former was indeed impoverished. Su Ming pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling utterly drained, and decided to leave the matter of Qianqian to them. All he desired was the burden. The specifics of the forging were their concern. With that, he strode away. Had he said something amiss? Tang San scratched his head, perplexed by the strange expression on Su Ming's face. However, recalling Su Ming's current physical prowess, he immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure. If things continued like this, it seemed he would never surpass this individual. It appeared necessary to promptly test the soul power cultivation method he had discovered that day. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he glanced toward the direction in which Su Ming had departed, his thoughts wandering back to the blacksmith shop. Ding! Congratulations on 10 days of arduous mental cultivation. You have received a prescription for the spirit-nourishing pill. The system always provided its assessments after one ceased their training. As he traversed the forest path, Su Ming merely cast a cursory glance at the reward, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. The system seemed to possess an understanding of his needs. Indeed, the spirit-nourishing pill could enhance mental strength. Yet, how could Su Ming possibly grasp the intricacies of alchemy? Moreover, the required materials, such as the 1,000-year-old deer antlers and ice-soul dendrobium, were not easily obtainable. Perhaps they might prove useful in the future, but for now, they seemed rather superfluous. Upon returning to the valley, Su Ming suddenly slowed his pace. It appeared he had witnessed something amusing. Instead of rushing to cultivate, he chose to sit and observe with a sense of curiosity. In the center of the valley, a figure was continuously leaping and falling. Xiaowu, blindfolded, listened intently to the sounds around her. A flapping noise emerged from her right, and the sounds seemed to trace a curved trajectory in her ears. Ecstatic, her figure surged forward in pursuit. In a flash, before Xiaowu could grasp it, a small, brown bird suddenly descended. She missed her target, landing on one foot as she quickly waved her arms to regain her balance. The rear mountain was home to many doves. It was unclear where she had caught one, tying it up to practice her mental focus. Nevertheless, the sight was rather comical. Bang! Just as Su Ming was about to depart, he heard the sound of someone tumbling. Observing a certain individual who had tripped over the rope and was cursing, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Well, with such determination, he could save himself some effort. Leaving the valley, Su Ming relinquished the space to that individual. Time flowed on, and the verdant valley was now carpeted with fallen leaves. The withered yellow leaves danced in the wind, rising and falling, unaware of their destination. Like drifting duckweed upon the vast sea, it stirred a poignant beauty amidst the desolation. By the pond and the cliff, with a sudden flash, a 4-centimeter diameter iron stake pierced the rock face, approximately 4 meters above the ground. Su Ming soared into the air, delivering a series of powerful kicks akin to a meteor traversing the moonlit sky. With a resounding thud, each strike burrowed deeper into the cliff face, sending plumes of dust erupting forth as loose stones tumbled down around him. The once meter-long iron spike was now embedded, with only a few centimeters protruding, and it had been hammered into a circular shape by Su Ming's machete, resembling teeth sinking into the rock. A heavy iron hook clanged down from above, striking the cliff and sparking a shower of embers. Below, a lead weight rested ominously, forged entirely from solid iron. Its pear-shaped form featured a base with a diameter that appeared to measure a staggering 70 to 80 centimeters. Su Ming exerted himself to lift the heavy weight. And despite his formidable physical strength, the task remained arduous, evident from the prominent veins on his forehead. The weight hung securely from the iron hook. And as Su Ming relaxed his grip, the terrifying mass emitted a chilling clank from the iron rod above, threatening to crash down at any moment. Fortunately, the situation remained perilous yet ultimately safe. Su Ming retrieved an ordinary chopping knife, aware that the Millennium Soul Ring was far too conspicuous for him to wield casually. The knife was freshly acquired from the blacksmith's shop, and he was currently adorned with 100-kilogram heavy silver armor. As for his actions against the cliff wall, they were merely an exercise in honing his swordsmanship. For close-range assaults, he possessed the formidable and aggressive Golden Crow blade technique, which was presently adequate. In terms of ranged attacks, Su Ming had only mastered a singular sword point technique. Indeed, this technique had proved remarkably effective in his battle against the Mantis. Yet he was acutely aware of his deficiency in delivering devastating long-range damage. The sword point, forged from the strength of his soul power, was inherently limited by that very strength. At his current stage as a soul master, Su Ming had compressed his soul power to its utmost capacity, rendering any further enhancement of its quality impossible. In other words, unless he ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, the efficacy of his sword point would not escalate with an increase in soul power, it would merely manifest in greater frequency. With the chopping knife hanging at his waist, Su Ming fixed his gaze upon the cumbersome weight. With a swift motion, he pivoted his left leg backward, bracing himself. His right foot angled inward while his right arm steadied in front of his chest, parallel to his body. As he crouched slightly, his eyes traced the line of his right arm to the weight before him. In an instant, Mud and sand flew beneath his feet. He moved with the grace of a dragon and the swiftness of a hare. In a flash, like a streak of black light, the chopping knife was firmly grasped in his hand. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as Su Ming executed a powerful downward strike upon the weight. The 600-kilogram weight trembled violently. The sheer force of his effort was so tremendous that even Su Ming felt a tingling in his arm and took 2 steps back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the first level of the Primordial Blade / Heavenly Strike. Once. Proficiency 1. Su Ming took a deep breath and returned to his original position. Bang! A resounding thud echoed throughout the cliff once more. Su Ming, amidst the sounds of impact, quietly attuned himself to the force coursing through his body. Chapter 46. 2 years later, Su Ming's departure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first layer of the Hunyuan Blade technique, achieving a successful strike of Tianji. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first layer of the Hunyuan Blade technique, achieving a successful strike of Tianji. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations for mastering the second layer of the Hunyuan Blade technique, executing a successful strike of Feiyue. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations for mastering the second layer of the Hunyuan Blade technique, executing a successful strike of Feiyue. Proficiency 1. As the seasons shifted, the landscape transformed with the passage of time. The verdant hills, once lush with grass, were now cloaked in a silvery blanket of snow. Flurries of white descended from the heavens, blanketing the flora beneath. All that remained was an expanse of pristine white, juxtaposed against the damp, dark cliffs that loomed nearby. Swish! The sound of a blade sliced through the air, as if attempting to cleave the atmosphere itself. A shadowy flash crackled with thunderous might, crashing against the battered cliffs. Boom! Like the explosion of a shell, the unleashed energy reverberated through the earth. Fragments of stone erupted, the once frozen pond now riddled with gaping holes. Swish! A deep, elongated gash marred the cliffside, as a massive boulder teetered precariously before plummeting to the ground. Splash! The ice atop the pond shattered instantly, allowing the frigid waters to bubble forth, exuding an icy chill. Beside the pond lay a peculiar mound of snow, half frozen, revealing dark, metallic hues beneath its surface. Clang! A black hatchet soared through the air, landing upon the snowbank, leaving white streaks where the ice had been struck, causing clumps of snow to cascade down. The blade and body of the hatchet were warped and distorted, rendered unusable, as if abandoned after enduring unspeakable hardships. In the distance stood a figure clad in black, tall and proud like a solitary plum blossom amidst the bleak whiteness. The man was lean and elongated, his sharp brows and bright eyes giving him an ethereal quality. His deep black gaze seemed to absorb the very essence of ink. The black fabric fluttered in the wind, imparting a sense of distant detachment. He appeared to be no older than 10, his once round face now sculpted with sharp angles, exuding a coldness akin to the sheer cliffs of a frigid mountain. Intimidating to behold. In the midst of the heavy snowfall, the snowflakes adorned his brow, forming a delicate sort of ice, enhancing his already chilling presence. Particularly striking were his eternally serene eyes, which, though devoid of emotion, instilled a palpable sense of trepidation, even in the depths of winter. His appearance seemed to render the cold even more biting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving perfection in the second layer of the Hunyuan Blade technique, receiving 5 strands of golden power as a reward. He exhaled, releasing a wave of warmth that dispelled the chill from his visage, replaced by an air of tranquility. Neither hot nor cold. Raising his gaze to the sky, the white expanse shimmered as a snowflake drifted down, reflecting in his bright eyes. The journey from mastering Tianji to perfecting Feiyue had spanned nearly 2 years. 2 years, a duration both extensive, surpassing the lifespan of many creatures, and fleeting. Shorter than the ephemeral existence of soul beasts. His gaze fell upon the scarred cliffs, the remnants of a scale, marked by countless cuts, evoking a flicker of emotion on Su Ming's otherwise impassive face. Time, relentless in its passage, inevitably leaves traces of existence. These marks, indeed, were his testament. Regrettably, this would be his final visit. It was as though a tether had been severed, allowing him to release both the place and himself. As he tread upon the snowy path, Su Ming's proud silhouette gradually faded into the swirling snowflakes. Wails echoed from the cliffs, as the biting wind whisked large flurries of snow, enveloping the dark stone slab upon which he had stood. In an instant, the space transformed into a uniform expanse of white, save for the faint footprints that whispered of his presence. Upon reaching the door of the dormitory, Su Ming sensed an unsettling atmosphere, hesitating to enter. Whoosh! A bundle was hurled from the dormitory, landing in Su Ming's arms. Here, I've packed everything for you. If you're leaving, do so promptly. With you gone, I shall reign supreme in the academy. No one will dare to bully me, the girl declared, her arms crossed. A frown etched upon her face. Since 3 years prior, Xiaowu had grown significantly. The baby fat had all but vanished, leaving her face more radiant and vibrant, akin to a blooming lotus. Her once playful, bright eyes now exuded a sense of maturity and reason. Even as she recognized Su Ming's impending departure, her demeanor remained composed. Though it was evident that her spirits were far from jubilant, visibly brimming with indignation, Su Ming understood that the girl was merely speaking out of frustration. Over the course of 3 years, despite their constant bickering, it was impossible to feign the depth of their bond. Even if he was reluctant to accept the presence of such a childish sister, he could not deny the connection they shared at this moment. Although uncertain whether this bond would be a blessing or a curse in the future, it did not appear to be detrimental thus far. I thought you would say something kind. I never expected you to wish for my departure so eagerly, he mused. Well then, I shall not linger here to impede you. It would be best for me to leave sooner rather than later. Feigning disappointment, Su Ming abruptly began to walk away. Observing this, Xiaowu clenched her fists tightly, muttering with a hint of sarcasm, if you wish to leave, then go. No one is stopping you. However, as she watched Su Ming truly distance himself, a wave of panic surged within her, prompting her to chase after him. Grasping his arm, she refrained from uttering any remarks about gender differences this time. Are you truly leaving? She whispered, her voice tinged with reluctance. Her eyes were filled with an unmistakable sense of loss. It is customary to plead for a loved one's stay with heartfelt words whenever they depart, yet Xiaowu did not follow this script. She continued to pose the same question. Deep down, she knew that if Su Ming truly intended to leave, she would be powerless to stop him. Remaining at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, his formidable warrior physique had ceased to serve its purpose. Had it not been for his desire to cultivate his soul power and master the technique of the Hunyuan blade, he would have departed long ago. Now, his soul power had already reached the impressive level of 20. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before finally breaking into a gentle smile, offering words of comfort. In this world, no banquet lasts forever. I am not departing for good, so there is no need to make it seem like a tragic farewell. Besides, there is an elderly grandfather at home and an ever-worrisome younger sister like you. Even if I wished to leave, how far could I truly go? Upon hearing the mention of his sister, Xiaowu felt a surge of warmth in her heart and pouted, saying, Then you must promise me that you will return at least once a year. Otherwise, I shall inform grandfather about your truancy. Inform grandfather? Su Ming smiled helplessly. After teaching you for 2 years, it seems you still haven't matured, my dear girl. Well, I will return once a year. Su Ming gently tousled Xiaowu's hair, and a faint smile finally graced her face. The biting wind and snow lashed against their cheeks as Su Ming slowly made his way towards the academy's gates. Xiaowu lingered beside him, seemingly wishing to accompany him a little longer. Without my supervision, you must not neglect your training. I understand, she replied. You appear quite dependable now, so I need not worry excessively. So, was it because you always found me displeasing that you wanted to hit me? Who told you that? Grandfather. With a madcap girl at home, what father wouldn't he want to give her a good thrashing? When I get home, I'll tell grandfather that you wish to be my father. How childish. Conversations of parting are often so fleeting, their voices gradually swallowed by the storm. Yet their fervor remains undiminished. The wind and snow bid farewell, though it can traverse mountains and rivers. Alas, while the wind may travel far, the person cannot follow. Departures are always a shared experience for two, yet one must return alone. Within the dormitory, Xiaowu, her hair as white as snow, stared blankly at Su Ming's empty bed, a chilling sight that made one hesitate to draw near. She clutched the hem of her garment for a long while, ultimately unable to restrain herself as warm tears coursed down her cheeks. Brother. On the streets, the ground lay blanketed in snow, and shadows moved despondently. As he stepped cautiously upon the slick surface, Su Ming felt a heaviness in his heart. He prided himself on not being overly sentimental, yet he could not escape the profound emotions of the human experience. Su Ming furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something amiss, and in an instant, his mental energy expanded outward. Were his mental prowess visible, one would observe it spreading like a spider's web, its radius extending beyond 20 meters. Over the past 2 years, Su Ming had engaged in but 3 pursuits, one of which was the cultivation of his mental faculties. This layered, web-like exploration proved to be the most efficient use of his mental energy. While it may not provide absolute clarity, the general outline was sufficiently discernible. In Su Ming's mind, an image of a rippling figure emerged. The individual was not particularly tall, standing at approximately 160 centimeters, and appeared to be adorned with something around the waist that rendered his mental probing ineffective. With a swift motion, he slowly raised his hand, as if something was poised to be unleashed from it. Su Ming raised his gaze, as if understanding something profound, and extended his finger forward, delicately pinching a 10-centimeter nail with the crevice of his fingers. Su Ming, instead of expressing anger, smiled faintly. There was no need to hide from the hidden weapons. He chose to confront them head-on. Even if it was merely a greeting, such an approach seemed unnecessary. In the middle of the road, Tang San shrugged nonchalantly and remarked with a smirk, "It's fine to show off to others, but when it comes to you, I certainly do not wish to grant you the opportunity to strike me." Indeed, Su Ming grinned as he twisted his wrist, expressing a desire to deliver a sound thrashing. "If you manage to crawl back later, do not blame me. Whether you can crawl back is still uncertain." Tang San chuckled, a playful hum escaping his lips, as blue luminescence surged from his palm. In an instant, clusters of deep blue, vine-like blue-silver grass sprang forth, adorned with serpentine patterns and protruding barbs. As white soul power coursed through it, the blue-silver grass grew wildly, thickening to the girth of an arm, the serpent markings becoming increasingly distinct, while the vines coiled around Tang San like a great serpent, poised to strike. Simultaneously, two bright yellow, angular rings emerged beneath his feet. A great soul master? Su Ming appeared calm and collected, as if he had anticipated this encounter all along. He chuckled. "You have just become a great soul master and are already so eager to come here to take a beating? Aren't you afraid of having your confidence shattered?" In the streets, the wind and snow swirled around, creating a desolate and chilling atmosphere. Passers-by were few and far between, leaving only two figures standing quietly amidst the flurry. The biting cold enveloped them, turning the ground behind them into an expanse of white. "If I do not come now, who knows when we shall meet again? I do not wish to leave with regrets. If you wish to leave, it will depend on your own abilities." The smile on his face vanished in an instant, and Tang San's expression turned serious, his eyes shimmering with violet energy. Ever since arriving at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, he had been overshadowed by Su Ming. With his greatest adversary about to depart, he felt it imperative to show the utmost respect. The two Soul Masters were about to engage in battle, a duel between the Soul Masters. Having become a great Soul Master, it was time to conclude their rivalry with a fitting finale, ensuring he would not be left with regrets in the future. Sensing Tang San's burgeoning battle intent, Su Ming retrieved a hatchet from his spatial ring. With a swift motion, he discarded the conical hat he wore onto the snow. The cold wind swept by, as if countless white termites were scuttling up. Tang San raised an eyebrow. "Su Ming, you underestimate me far too much. Do you intend to defeat a great soul master with that hatchet?" In response, Su Ming chose action over words. He brandished the hatchet and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. The snow and wind before him were shattered, as if an invisible force enveloped him, propelling him forward with astonishing speed, akin to a bullet tearing through the air. "Su Ming, you are far too arrogant." Tang San's violet eyes flared with intensity, igniting a fire within him. His hands transformed into a lustrous milky white. In a ghostly manner, Tang San left no trace upon the ground, and several phantoms seemed to materialize behind him, with only the foremost figure appearing solid. In a flash, the two figures were on the brink of collision. Su Ming initiated the assault, wielding his blade with a vertical thrust, the formidable spine of the weapon aimed directly at the opponent's chest. Su Ming's grip on the knife was peculiar, with the blade facing his hand and his thumb directed towards the hilt, a starkly contrasting manner of holding it. Known as the in-hand knife. Suddenly, there was a dramatic shift in his aura, his arm muscles swelled, and the stance he assumed while raising the blade seemed to be the result of countless trials, perfectly natural. In that instant, Tang San realized that his purple extreme magic eyes had fallen into a precarious situation. Su Ming's reaction speed was astonishingly swift, surpassing even his own with the violet extreme demon eye. Moreover, he sensed the presence of mental energy surrounding him. A formidable adversary. The fervor of battle surged within him. To engage such an opponent was undoubtedly a profound delight in life. Tang San, equally quick to respond, extended his arms with remarkable speed, channeling all his strength into his palms as they pressed downward. Clang! The collision of two immense forces reverberated, unleashing a terrifying wave that scattered the surrounding snow and wind, revealing a patch of ground 2 meters in diameter. As the swirling snow began to settle, a figure was seen hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. The airborne figure executed a backflip, the tremendous force causing him to stagger upon landing. Tang San's right hand pressed against the ground, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a sense of numbness. He let out a muffled groan, his expression a mix of shock and gravity. How much strength did you use in that strike? 50%. Su Ming's words were as precious as gold. The simplicity of his two syllables caused Tang San's lips to twitch, his heart brimming with a desire to curse. He had been practicing the Xianyu hand while laboring in the smithy, swinging the heavy hammer daily until his arms were forged as if from steel. Initially, he assumed that Su Ming wielded nothing more than an ordinary chopping knife and that he could easily handle it. Yet, to his astonishment, the mere act of raising the blade contained an astonishing force. The sheer raw power, concentrated into a singular burst, instantly reminded Tang San of the chaotic wind hammer technique. It appeared that Su Ming's exertion bore a striking resemblance. With a swift motion, a milky white soul power coiled around his arm like a serpent. Slowly rising, Tang San reformed his fingers into a fist. In normal circumstances, I might indeed be no match for you, yet I still wish to test my strength. Watch closely. This is a technique I learned previously, enveloping the Xianyu hand with exceedingly pure soul power, which should suffice to withstand your strike. Tang San's gaze was intense, and the milky white energy flowing from his palm became increasingly viscous, emanating a potent wave of energy. A familiar sensation washed over Su Ming, who pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for Tang San. The scene before him was one he knew all too well. That rascal Tang Hao had indeed imparted the method of soul power refinement to Tang San. However, judging by the way Tang San invoked it, it seemed he had not compressed his entire soul power, merely honing a portion to complement the Xianyu hand. Point compression, after all, was a valid approach. Sensing that Tang San's thoughts were somewhat misguided, Su Ming shook his head and cautioned, Tang San, even if you manage to block my previous strike, you will still be unable to withstand the subsequent attacks. Defeating an opponent is not simply a matter of parrying a single blow. If this continues, victory will elude you. Tang San, contemplating this, ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. Without employing soul techniques, I am indeed not your equal. However, this does not signify my defeat. Before his words had fully settled, Tang San was already in motion, darting towards Su Ming with the swiftness of lightning. Su Ming merely stood his ground. His blade and arm crossed over his chest, exhibiting no extraneous movements, seemingly disinclined to launch an assault. As Tang San approached, Su Ming swiftly wielded the shadow hand knife, his arm executing a forceful slash aimed directly at Tang San's visage. With a swish, several strands of hair fell away. Su Ming's attack had inexplicably missed, as a strange force erupted from the ground, causing his blade to rise slightly. A resounding thud echoed as Tang San unleashed a powerful palm strike. Channeling the profound energy of his Xiantian skill, the dull sound reverberated as his fierce blow met Su Ming's left fist, which was braced in defense. The collision of their left hands created a palpable contest of strength. However, Su Ming's demeanor remained relaxed while Tang San's expression darkened. The disparity in their power was unmistakable. With a mighty force, Su Ming's fist propelled Tang San backward. He remained poised, his gaze unwavering and fearless, unrestrained by limitations. He was not as feeble as Tang San had presumed, nor would this encounter impede his departure. Realizing he had been seen through, Tang San looked up in surprise, only to find sincerity in Su Ming's eyes, prompting him to take a deep breath. The ghost shadow mystique reemerged. This time, Tang San's speed was even greater, akin to a specter gliding through the snow. As he advanced, his fingers danced with fervor. Each flick produced a sonic boom. Hidden weapons, an array of lethal projectiles, bone-piercing nails, willow blade knives, locust stones, and money darts rained down like a torrential downpour. His mental energy fanned outward in a wide arc, while a robust black energy shield enveloped Su Ming. The incessant clattering of projectiles ricocheted off the shield, reminiscent of raindrops against a window or pearls cascading upon a jade plate. Such a relentless barrage would unnerve anyone who witnessed it. Upon closer inspection, the tiny flying needles struck the black light only to be deflected instantly. Even the bone-piercing nails seemed to be hindered, their speed reduced by a tremendous force. Few of the hidden weapons could penetrate the black energy shield, ultimately being cleaved away by Su Ming's handheld knife. Could this fellow's soul power be so refined? Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving no time for contemplation as the first soul ring beneath his feet flared to life. With remarkable precision, Tang San seized the moment when Su Ming was preoccupied with the projectiles, concluding that his opponent would not be able to sever the blue-silver grass as he had done previously. With a flurry of motions, thick vines surged towards Su Ming, resembling monstrous jaws poised to consume him. As anticipated, Su Ming was instantly ensnared by the blue silver grass, cocooned like a zongzi, empowered by 2 soul rings, the mandala snake and the ghost vine. The resilience of the blue silver grass had dramatically improved. Even an ordinary great soul master would find it nearly impossible to break free. Logically, victory seemed assured. Yet Tang San's expression remained devoid of excitement as he gazed at the enormous bundle before him, slowly raising his right arm. Beneath his sleeve, 3 crossbow bolts lay in wait, glimmering ominously. The martial spirit serves as an extension of the body. Tang San sensed that Su Ming was not truly ensnared by the blue-silver grass. The sound of a rapid heartbeat filled the air as the cage of blue-silver grass, rather than constricting, began to expand outward. Dark energy seeped through the fissures of the blue-silver grass, as if something was striving to break free. Suddenly sensing that the blue-silver grass was being severed, Tang San was struck with alarm and immediately darted aside. An explosion of pure black light erupted, and the blue-silver grass cage shattered, creating a gaping hole. In an instant, the world dimmed, leaving only the resplendent black glow, sharp and piercing. The air crackled as the black light surged forth, scattering the ice and snow on the street, obscuring visibility. Tang San stood agape, unable to react as a metallic crash resounded behind him. On the street, a deep gash, spanning several meters, was a stark sight to behold. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as Tang San instinctively turned to look. A metal statue lay severed on the ground, having fallen from a distance of several meters. Even more shocking was the granite wall behind it, which had also been consumed by the crescent-like force. From afar, it was evident that not only had the granite suffered, but even the more distant structures had been cleaved asunder. Before that black radiance, everything appeared as fragile as tofu. With a whoosh, the blue-silver grass surrounding Tang San vanished. "You have lost," came Su Ming's chilling words as the knife in his hand disappeared. Indeed, he had lost. For the 3rd time, succumbing to another was a bitter pill to swallow. Tang San's gaze fell, a mixture of resignation and relief washing over him, as a bitter smile graced his lips. "That move just now was not a skill from your soul ring. It seems more like a creation of your own. Am I right?" "That is indeed the case," Su Ming replied, picking up his hat and shaking off the snow that had accumulated upon it. "It is not an original creation, merely something that has existed and which I have learned." Su Ming donned his hat once more, treading upon the pristine snow as he prepared to depart. "Learned it?" Tang San was incredulous at this notion. The creation of one's own soul skills is inherently personal, tailored to the individual and not suitable for others. Nevertheless, he chose not to press further. As he observed Su Ming passing by, Tang San's gaze took on a peculiar quality. The fluctuations of your soul power just now felt unlike any ordinary soul power. "I am quite intrigued. From whom did you acquire such knowledge?" Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt as he turned to look at him, a hint of mockery dancing on his face. "Do you think it's possible that I created this myself?" Suddenly, the air grew still. Tang San's expression darkened, and without a backward glance, he stormed away, as if a formidable beast from ancient times were pursuing him. "Congratulations, host, for defeating Tang San at a higher level. Reward: Ice Silkworm Armor." Chapter 48, Stardow Forest. Gold-toothed rat. Located 300 miles northeast of Notting City, the vast wilderness stretched endlessly. The expansive grasslands had been ravaged by the cold winds, revealing an air of desolation. The biting wind was fierce and unrelenting, making it impossible for one to pause. Fortunately, the ground was not covered in ice and snow, seemingly swept away by the gusts. The rhythmic sound of hooves shattered the silence of the cold wind, accompanied by the occasional jingling of bells. The melodious chime rang out like a sweet serenade, dispelling the chill and gloom of the path. In the distance, a chestnut horse appeared on the road. In the vastness of the prairie, it seemed almost pitifully small, especially since it was merely a young colt, carrying only a boy. A small figure and a small horse made an oddly fitting pair. "Wakai, could it be that you were lost? Are you certain this is the right path?" To avoid further missteps, the boy tightened his grip on the reins. He raised his eyes to survey the surroundings, a look of doubt flickering in his deep-set gaze. This place seemed devoid of any village or inn, hardly resembling a main thoroughfare. The horse appeared obstinate, yet its body was honest, as it let out a stream of urine that splashed onto the road, forming a small puddle. The murky liquid bubbled up, releasing an unpleasant odor. The boy's expression hardened, grappling with an urge to abandon the horse. Yet, recognizing the horse as contributions, he decided against such a fate, knowing the roasting spit was hardly a fitting end for it. With a crack of the whip, the powerful front hooves rose high before crashing down. The handsome steed, with a whinny, galloped swiftly into the distance. The clattering of hooves echoed, and a stone the size of a soccer ball tumbled away in the horse's wake. Jade must be carved to become a gem, he sighed, swiftly making his way toward the distant mountains and forests. The soft yellow light flickered, akin to fine wine in a crystal glass, shimmering in and out, ethereal and elusive. Amid the transition of hues, a barely perceptible curve undulated and twisted, indefinable and unpredictable. The exquisite sensation was such that even to describe it felt inadequate. It seemed as though he had never witnessed such a naturally graceful dance. Beside the campfire, the boy fixed his pure, unblemished gaze upon the flames. He was strikingly handsome. With sharp brows and star-like eyes, his fair skin reflected the hues of the fire, while his sun-kissed complexion and brilliant eyes lent him an air of resolute determination. In his eyes, there flickered a passionate light, akin to the glow of aspiration surging within. After a while, several clumps of earth were unearthed from the fire. With caution, the boy gently tapped one, revealing the baked, hardened soil that cracked open to expose perfectly cooked leaves within. In an instant, a rich fragrance, tinged with medicinal undertones, wafted up, enveloped by the heat. The delightful aroma and tempting scent of meat hinted at an unparalleled treasure within. The boy's mouth watered, and he hastily tore off the outer layer. Gazing at the golden, crispy beggar-esque chicken, he felt no trace of melancholy as he took a hearty bite. Indeed, spending time learning such skills had proven worthwhile. His expression was one of sheer delight, bordering on ecstasy. This boy was none other than Su Ming, who had departed from Nodding City. A week had elapsed since he set out on his journey. Su Ming's destination was unequivocal, the largest soul beast gathering area in the Douluo continent. His purpose extended beyond merely hunting soul beasts. More significantly, it was a place where he could enhance his combat prowess. To satiate his hunger, Su Ming constructed a rudimentary shelter using stones, topped with layers of large leaves, creating a tightly sealed refuge. Comfortably nestled in his abode, he curled up beneath a blanket, indulging in sheer contentment. Suddenly, a crystalline blue square materialized before him. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 20. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality Purple, 36, 255, 000. Special Physique, Berserker's Body. Techniques and Soul Skills. Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfection. Golden Crow Blade Technique, Perfection. Primordial Blade Slash, Second Layer Perfection. Spirit Gathering Technique, Major Achievement. Possessions, LV2 Recovery Pill, Blood Essence of the Subdragon. Flesh of the Millennium Titan Giant Snake, Spirit Nourishing Pill Recipe, Ice Silkworm Armor, Millennial Silver Moon Wolf Bone. Strength, 142. Defense, 138. Spirit, 150. With a flick of his fingers, akin to operating a mobile device, Su Ming's gaze was intensely focused. Compared to 2 years prior, both his soul power and the quality of his martial soul had seen tremendous enhancement, and his techniques and soul skills had progressed significantly as well. The only minor shortcoming was that his physical attributes had not seen substantial improvement, merely a few dozen points. It is noteworthy that within just a year initially, he had augmented his physical prowess by over 90 points, yet after 2 years, he had barely achieved half that. This was not due to a lack of desire for improvement on Su Ming's part, but rather the inherent bottlenecks associated with physical training. If one could elevate their physique infinitely through running and weight training alone, they would indeed become akin to a scion. At this moment, Su Ming's physical attributes had reached the pinnacle attainable by a soul master, further augmented by the existence of the berserker's physique. Although the academy was commendable, it ultimately remained a novice's haven. With the screen dimmed, Su Ming's eyelids gradually descended, enveloping him in a profound tranquility. With each breath, a faint stream of white energy flowed into his being, cascading downwards and converging in his abdomen. There, a vortex incessantly swirled, devouring energy yet exhibiting no signs of growth. The Douluo Forest, located in the southeast of the Balik Kingdom, predominantly fell under the dominion of the Douluo Empire, though the Heaven Do Empire staunchly refuted such claims. Unlike the Soul Hunting Forest, a sanctuary for novice soul masters, the Douluo Forest was a paradise for the elite. Here, century-old soul beasts were both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate in that few soul masters came to hunt them, yet unfortunate as they could be extinguished at any moment. Akin to crushing ants beneath one's foot, the soul masters venturing into this realm primarily sought 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings, their prowess evident. After a week's journey, Su Ming arrived at a quaint town, situated less than 100 miles from the Douluo Forest. The town was replete with various shops and stalls. A cursory glance revealed armor, weapons, and herbs, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace from his past life. The town thrived on the bounty of the forest, its livelihood intricately linked to the natural resources therein. However, with winter in full grip and remnants of snow blanketing the ground, the town's commerce lacked its former vibrancy. Having procured the necessary supplies, Su Ming set forth towards the Stardow forest. After another day's travel, he finally reached this colossal gathering place for soul beasts. Immersed in the vast expanse of the towering forest, an ancient and profound atmosphere enveloped him, as if he had been transported back to the distant Jurassic era. The sheer magnificence of the scenery sent shivers down his spine, a mere glimpse of the potential horrors lurking within the depths of the forest. Swish. Su Ming treaded upon the branches, his silhouette gliding deeper into the woods. The accumulation of snow rendered the branches slick, significantly diminishing his speed. It was only upon sensing the presence of a millennia-old soul beast that he realized he had entered its territory. After a day's search in the vicinity, Su Ming chanced upon a 1,000-year-old golden-toothed rat. Despite its name, it resembled a squirrel, adorned with a coat of gray-brown fur, its curves smooth and exceptionally sleek. Standing upon the snow, its fluffy tail arched gracefully upwards, and its deep blue eyes sparkled with curiosity as it surveyed its surroundings. Clutched in its embrace was a nut larger than a basketball, which it cherished as if it were a precious treasure. Most striking of all were its magnificent golden incisors. Sharp and glimmering, undoubtedly formidable tools for cracking shells and shattering armor. Whoosh! Su Ming gently alighted upon the branch, yet the snow at his feet betrayed him. Cascading to the ground, the golden-toothed mouse, taken aback, darted up the tree with the swiftness of lightning, abandoning its nut in the snowy expanse. Its modest stature of 1 meter in no way hindered its ascent, moving with the agility of a startled hare. Su Ming could only catch a fleeting glimpse before it vanished from sight. Su Ming did not pursue further. The golden-toothed rat possessed sturdy and sharp incisors, capable of piercing the resilient armor of shellfish. However, its attributes leaned towards the wind, making it not entirely compatible with the machete. And Su Ming was reluctant to confine his second soul skill solely to speed. The golden-toothed rat was not his target, yet this location served as his hunting ground. He silently hoped for good fortune. A few palm-sized golden peanuts fell from the sky, quietly resting on the snow before him. Donning a conical hat, Su Ming sat quietly on a branch, awaiting the arrival of a fateful beast. He remained in this position for 5 days. The nuts abandoned by the golden-toothed rat had vanished, leaving only the golden peanuts lying there in tranquility. Each time the golden-toothed rat passed by, Su Ming would employ a sword gesture to frighten it away. Within the depths of the forest, the snowfall was light, yet as time elapsed, a layer of snow accumulated upon him. Like a sculpture of ice, only his eyes remained visible, shining brightly with vitality. Holding a piece of meat in his mouth, Su Ming's lips slowly twitched, cautious not to make a sound. Finally, after half a month, the peanuts in the snow had diminished. The peanuts were not pilfered by the golden-toothed rat, for Su Ming's spiritual energy had continuously enveloped the golden peanuts. There was a phantom presence, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, only a faint flow of air shimmering and undulating. Su Ming sensed in an instant that it was a mouse indeed, a large, rotund black rodent. Su Ming had never encountered a mouse with such an extraordinarily swollen belly, reminiscent of the last time he had seen a mantis with knife-like arms. Despite its odd appearance, the mouse exhibited remarkable agility, even surpassing the speed of the golden-toothed mouse. In the fleeting moment of its presence, it vanished mysteriously, leaving Su Ming exhilarated, feeling that the past half-month had not been in vain. Regrettably, the timing was not right, and he refrained from alarming the creature. After a month of vigilant waiting, a small puddle formed from the melting snow appeared to the east of the golden peanut area. It revealed a nearly straight path leading into the dark woods beyond. Chapter 49. The Second Soul Ring, the Sun Mouse. Winter. Why did Su Ming choose to depart from Nodding City in the winter? Surely spring, summer, or even autumn would be more suitable. The reason was quite simple. The soul beast he sought could only be hunted during winter. It was not that the creature had an exceptionally brief lifespan. Rather, the snow made it easier to trace its tracks. As the signs of melting snow became increasingly evident, Su Ming took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. With a crack, the ice on his body shattered, causing a cascade of snow to tumble from his arms, landing softly among the underbrush. The dark soul energy surged, dispelling the stiffness in his joints as he moved like a swift swallow, gliding quickly eastward. His gaze remained fixed on the ground, tracing the path of the melting snow. After a short while, he arrived at a circular clearing. Above, sunlight streamed down, illuminating the area, which measured nearly 50 meters in diameter, surrounded by towering trees. Yet remarkably flat, resembling the bottom of a bowl. Viewed from above, It appeared as though a thicket was blanketed in snow. However, through his mental energy, Su Ming sensed that the space beneath the snow was compact and devoid of any branches supporting it. The area was filled with straw, decaying branches, and leaves, all concealed beneath the snow. At the center, a patch of ground lay exposed, revealing a large expanse of dark yellow leaves, confirming Su Ming's suspicions. It appeared that some creature had traversed the snowy terrain, leaving faint impressions of melting snow leading toward the circular area of dead foliage. Strangely, there was only a single trail on the ground. The dead branches and leaves formed an impenetrable barrier. There was not even a breathing hole, let alone an opening. Gazing at the circular patch of withered grass, Su Ming's resolute eyes glimmered with intensity as he retrieved the broken killing blade from his spatial ring. With a piercing gaze, the sharp blade shimmered, coalescing into a fleeting line. Su Ming turned sideways, his left foot stepping back to gather strength, while his right leg formed a bow stance. Poised and ready, the break-killing blade rested at his waist, and his right arm bent across his chest, his center of gravity sinking downward. His movements flowed like water, exuding a refined and harmonious aura, as if he were one with the surrounding world. His demeanor resembled that of a hunting cheetah, prepared to unleash the latent energy within, ready to strike with the swiftness of a meteor chasing the moon. Sensing Su Ming's emotions, the break-killing blade quivered incessantly, producing a joyful resonance. Su Ming had not wielded the broken kill blade for 2 years. He refrained from using it against the Grand Soul Master from the Academy. And he also did not employ it against Tang San. However, this time, he was determined to ensure a decisive strike. Should he falter, there would be no second chance. With a swift motion, the accumulated snow atop the tree slid down, unable to withstand the tension. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming moved. No one could discern the precise nature of his movement. All that could be heard was the melodious sound of the blade. As the machete at his waist fell into his grasp, his left leg advanced, his body leaned forward, and the tip of the blade pointed downward, embodying the posture of a downward slash. In an instant, his once rosy complexion faded to a pallid hue, his spirit waning. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the air, its brilliance unparalleled, creating a striking arc. In the sky, it appeared as though a pitch-black crescent moon had manifested. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to rend, revealing swirling black currents. No words could adequately describe the radiance and splendor of this strike. It was an overwhelming force, so sharp that merely gazing upon it sent chills down one's spine. The dark crescent plunged into the withered branches, and contrary to expectations, it did not produce a resounding roar but rather a swift, slicing sound. With a thunderous boom, the earth trembled, and countless dead branches and leaves, accompanied by flurries of snow, shot skyward in a cacophony of sound. Such was the terror of this assault. Even underground, the explosion carved a gaping pit 3 to 4 meters deep, surrounded by decayed leaves. Observing the explosion, Su Ming's expression remained as calm as a placid mirror, devoid of any turbulence. The Hunyuan blade technique relied on concentrating power to deliver a devastating strike, a lethal art. The first layer, the sky cleave, represented an unparalleled and domineering attack capable of unleashing double or even greater physical limits in an instant. The second layer, the flying moon, was the brilliant energy attack Su Ming had just executed. Even in overcoming Tang San, Su Ming had utilized merely 50% of his strength. Yet, that previous strike had nearly exhausted all his energy, depleting his soul power to the brink. Drip, drip. A vivid crimson began to spread upon the snow-laden ground. Drops of blood emerged, blooming like plum blossoms, seemingly drawn forward by an unseen force, leaving a 2-meter-long trail of blood on the pristine white surface. Thud. A heavy thud resonated as a shadow appeared on the ground. Before anyone could comprehend, the earth collapsed with the weight of a final straw upon a camel's back. As the dust settled, a circular pit, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, emerged. Its interior appeared hollowed out, the walls smooth like a water tank. Su Ming's face lit up with joy, and he shot forth like an arrow, diving into the pit. Moments later, his figure soared into the sky, swiftly darting into the forest. In his grasp was an enormous rat, larger than himself, its body riddled with numerous wounds seeping blood. This creature measured 1.5 meters, its fur fine and dense, clinging to its flesh like a leather hide, exceptionally slippery. Its belly was round like a water tank, its body proportions grotesquely unbalanced, adorned with 3 rings of white patterns upon its belly. As before, Su Ming found a tranquil little cave. At last, he had succeeded. Su Ming's bright gaze was fixated on the enormous mouse before him, his eyes trembling slightly. Any other spirit master would likely be oblivious to the identity of this creature, for it is exceedingly rare. akin to the unique mirror shadow beast that Oscar had once hunted. This mouse is known as the Sun Mouse, with sun also signifying wind. Its speed is astonishingly rapid, to the point of being nearly impossible to capture. The Spirit Master community generally classifies the Sun Mouse as a wind attribute spirit beast. However, Su Ming understood that it was not of the wind attribute, but rather an extraordinary beast devoid of any elemental affiliation. What renders it peculiar is that the Sun Mouse inherits its mother's energy, which is that of a century-old spirit beast, and it remains underground throughout its life, embodying the essence of a homebody. Its fur possesses the uncanny ability to deceive the probing of spiritual consciousness, making it exceedingly difficult for spirit masters to detect its presence, resulting in scant documentation regarding it. Like all spirit beasts, the Sun Mouse requires sustenance, and each time it ventures out, it manifests itself as an energy body. This energy form is nearly transparent, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, yet it can be sensed with spiritual awareness to a slight degree. When the energy body is attacked, the Sun Mouse will unhesitatingly abandon it, vanishing like a gust of wind, which is how it earned its name. To hunt it, one must rely on the energy body to cause snow to melt, which can only occur during winter. As for why it chooses to fish in the territory of the golden-toothed mouse, it is due to the Sun Mouse's need to store a substantial amount of energy to create its energy body. However, the Sun Mouse is inherently lazy, making it ideal to reside next to the food-storing golden-toothed mouse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the millennium-old Sun Mouse. You are rewarded with a spirit-shielding mask, an energy body that allows one to completely unlock combat constraints. Unperturbed by the system's interruption, Su Ming inhaled deeply, an intense joy flashing across his face, tinged with a hint of madness. A 1,000-year purple spirit ring rose beneath him. Before him, the dark blade shimmered with silver patterns, its edge flowing with a rich golden aura. At that moment, the machete's blade glowed almost entirely gold, radiating a fierce sharpness. It seemed that a mere glance could cause one's eyes to sting from the blade's brilliance. The purple spirit ring of the Sun Mouse slowly encircled Su Ming's machete. As the absorption of the spirit ring commenced, Su Ming's countenance remained surprisingly calm, as if he felt nothing at all. With his eyes closed in meditation, he appeared almost as if he were asleep. As the spirit ring was absorbed, subtle changes began to occur in his martial spirit, the machete. The once smooth surface of the black blade, adorned with silver patterns, transformed into a rough texture, with tiny ridges rising, reminiscent of fur. The energy of the Sun Mouse spirit ring, much like its disposition, was gentle and languid. It leisurely traversed through Su Ming's meridians, further strengthening his physique, eventually settling in his abdomen, where it was consumed by a swirling black vortex. Although not as ferocious as the energy of the blade arm mantis, the energy of the Sun Mouse was immense, even exceeding that of the blade arm mantis by 3 or 4 times. Even as the internal cyclone continued to compress, Su Ming felt his spirit power steadily filling, nearing the brink of breaking through to level 22. Chapter 50, Training Partner, Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. With a swift motion, like a delicate swallow darting through the air, Su Ming leapt from the treetops. In the blink of an eye, his once distinct silhouette became but a mere ink blot against the backdrop of the snow-laden landscape. The biting cold seeped into his bones, the frigid wind brushing against his face. As he exhaled, a white plume of warmth was swiftly dissipated by the chilling breeze. With a crunch, a footprint was imprinted into the white snow atop the tree, and Su Ming sped onward, his gaze constantly scanning below, seemingly in search of something elusive. Yet, regrettably, he had not encountered the figure he sought. After several days of searching, fortune smiled upon him, leading Su Ming to discover a cave. Through the perception of his spiritual power, he could discern a form within that resembled undulating hills. It lounged lazily against the rocky interior of the cave, its massive jaws resembling hooves, occasionally rubbing against the stone wall behind it, leaving a thick layer of powder on the ground. There lay a colossal bear, approximately 3 meters tall, in a deep slumber. Its robust, bulging physique emanated an invisible pressure that was palpable. The dark gold terror claw bear. Su Ming's pupils widened in astonishment, nearly gasping in awe. The bear's arms were thick, its shoulder muscles resembling small hills, leaving no doubt of its terrifying strength. To make matters worse, the razor-sharp claws at the ends of its arms were nearly a meter in length, as inferred from his perception. Su Ming's heart was heavy with gravity. Having found this opportunity with great difficulty, he naturally could not retreat. Suddenly, 2 soul rings emerged beneath his feet, a majestic and chilling purple that inspired a reverent awe. Let me witness the true nature of this second soul skill in combat. Aware of the terrifying power of the dark golden terraclaw bear, Su Ming activated his soul defensive soul skill. As the second soul ring illuminated, a gentle breeze swept through the surroundings in an instant. Su Ming's body exhibited no alterations whatsoever. The axe in his hand remained unchanged as well. Could it be that this second soul skill has become ineffective? Su Ming's expression visibly softened. With a swift motion of his machete, a jet of black blade light erupted forth, surging into the enormous opening of the cave, resonating with a thunderous roar within. The furious growl echoed like thunderclaps, reverberating through the cave and spreading outward like a tidal wave. Seemingly intent on shattering the very organs of those nearby, the ground trembled beneath him, and he felt the towering trees sway. From the cave's entrance emerged a pair of eyes, the size of bronze bells, glowing with a menacing red light. The dark golden belly basked in the sunlight, its terrifying claws slicing through the air with a hissing sound. With a fearsome growl, the dark golden terror claw bear stepped out of the cave, its cold gaze surveying the surroundings without pause. Terrifying, formidable, invulnerable, these words flashed through Su Ming's mind in an instant. The creature stood 3 meters tall, its body a fortress of muscle, and its razor-sharp claws exuded an overwhelming sense of suffocation and invincibility. Without a second soul skill, he knew that even the thought of confronting the dark golden terror claw bear would send him fleeing in panic. The flicker of spirit light in his eyes solidified as Su Ming gripped his machete tightly. Upon noticing him, the dark golden terror claw bear let out a furious roar. A fierce wave of energy, laced with soul power, shredded the leaves around it, sending them flying like blades. Even the treetops bowed under the pressure of the shockwave, teetering on the brink of snapping. As the sound subsided, countless leaves fell from the sky. Despite the protective shield of soul power, Su Ming still felt a heaviness in his chest. The dark golden terror claw bear certainly lived up to its fearsome reputation. With a proud smile, Su Ming, feeling exhilarated by the hunt, leaped down from the tree. Infuriated by the provocation, the dark golden terror claw bear glared with a fierce eye, its powerful legs exploding with force, causing the earth to crack as its immense body launched into the air. A monstrous sight indeed. Su Ming moved with remarkable swiftness. He shifted into a side lunge, lowering his center of gravity, his potential energy contained, poised for action. The machete at his waist sang with a sharp resonance. His gaze, electrifying and intense, was fixed upon the dark golden claw bear, ready to unleash a counterstrike. With a thunderous roar, the dark golden claw bear, seeing Su Ming stand his ground, swung its shoulder down mercilessly. The claws, impossibly sharp and unstoppable, sent a shiver of trepidation through Su Ming's heart. Yet, his eyes remained steadfast, illuminating with unwavering determination. The ultimate golden strike was imminent. Clang! The crisp sound of collision echoed like the shattering of the heavens, instilling a profound sense of awe. With every ounce of his strength, Su Ming unleashed a powerful strike, pouring forth all the energy within him. The clash of blade against claw ignited a dazzling shower of sparks. In an instant, the man and the bear were separated. Su Ming's complexion turned pale as he swiftly retreated, his lower body sinking into the earth. On the ground, 2 deep gashes, each measuring 5 or 6 meters, were left in the wake of the dark golden terror claw bear's descent. The bear's figure halted abruptly, propelled backward with a powerful thrust. With a swift motion, both the man and the bear came to a standstill, exhibiting an extraordinary synchrony. They simultaneously cast their gazes upon their own arms, each possessing a strength of at least 7 or 8,000 pounds, and that was merely a fraction of their full power. Su Ming exhaled a breath of cold air, his gaze towards the dark golden clawed bear filled with both astonishment and envy. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his arm had collided with an immense iron wall, on the verge of shattering. It is important to note that he had trained with a heavy weight for 2 years, the heavenly strike, capable of launching weights of 1,000 pounds into the air. His most determined blow possessed a force exceeding 4,000 pounds. Yet, despite this, he was still ruthlessly overpowered by the dark golden clawed bear. Within Su Ming's heart surged a wave of terror, while the dark golden terror claw bear found itself momentarily bewildered. Had I just taken flight? Its fierce gaze held a hint of perplexity as it hesitated to strike, instead scrutinizing the diminutive human before it. It could not fathom how this seemingly fragile cub possessed such formidable strength. The icy gazes of man and beast intertwined once more. In terms of power, Su Ming acknowledged his utter defeat, one that was profoundly complete. Yet, he harbored no expectations of victory. Nevertheless, this battle was far from over. With a resounding roar, the first soul ring of a millennium pulsated vigorously. A silver luminescence surged along the blade of the axe, illuminating the night like moonlight upon frost and snow. Exuding a chilling sharpness, fallen leaves were cleaved asunder, and through the gap, a figure could be discerned charging towards the dark golden terror claw bear. With a swift motion, the bear's golden claws slashed through the air, producing a sound as fragile as parchment. Su Ming's heart raced with anxiety as he swiftly bent down to evade and position the hatchet across his chest, prepared for further assaults from the dark golden claw bear. In a flash, he successfully darted beneath the creature's armpit. At that moment, a chilling glint emanated from his gaze, fixated unwaveringly on the dark golden claw bear. The beast momentarily froze, its fierce eyes revealing a fleeting emptiness. With a resounding thud, Su Ming propelled himself forward, executing a move known as the Silver Moon Hang. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the hatchet sliced through the bear's shoulder, sending sparks flying like silver flowers blooming from an iron tree. The dark golden claw bear yelped in pain, baring its teeth as its robust body twisted with astonishing swiftness, its claws striking with impeccable precision. It was unfathomable. Such a massive creature moved with such agility. No wonder it could slay 1,000-year soul beasts in a century, rivaling even ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. Its bloodline was indeed terrifying. Recognizing the formidable nature of the dark golden claw bear, Su Ming had already withdrawn, utilizing the force of the collision to distance himself as the bear's attack missed. The ground trembled as the bear unleashed a furious roar, its neck nearly brushing the earth in its rage. The earth quaked, and the heavens shuddered, emanating an aura of cold cruelty. The dark golden claw bear appeared to have succumbed entirely to its fury, its claws emanating an indestructible, sharp golden light. In an instant, the bear lunged towards Su Ming, its claws slicing through the air, the dark golden glow piercing his pupils. A wave of icy dread washed over him, igniting a profound sense of peril, causing his entire soul energy to surge. In response, a black crescent moon erupted from the silver light, radiating a chilling aura of death. The clash of black and dark golden forces intertwined in the sky, the former collapsing upon contact, shattering his protective shield. With a tearing sound, Su Ming was engulfed by the dark golden claw bear. Chapter 51. The body of frenzied battle against the claw bear. In the pitch-black cave, the flickering campfire danced. Flames licked and rolled within his pupils. The boy's shirt lay tattered across his chest, 3 claw marks etched into his silver-scaled armor. He stared vacantly at the fire, seemingly lost in thought. Since beginning his training, he had experienced his first overwhelming defeat. Yet, Su Ming felt little disappointment within. His purpose in the Stardow Forest was to engage in battle, to stimulate the effects of his frenzied battle body. Faced with the dark golden claw bear, failure was hardly surprising. Failure in itself was not to be feared. What was truly daunting was failing without reflection. This initial probe had granted Su Ming a clearer understanding of the dark golden claw bear. Having broken through to the Great Soul Master level, his first soul skill, Blade Edge, had seen its attack power increase from 20 to 30. Coupled with an enhancement in the quality of his soul power, it surged an additional 5 points. The attack power of his hatchet now stood at 40. Moreover, the hatchet had absorbed the power of gold, leading to a qualitative transformation after the soul ring. Yet, despite these enhancements, he still could not penetrate the bear's defenses. Nevertheless, he vowed that one day, he would utilize the hatchet to breach the defenses of the dark golden claw bear. Su Ming clenched his fists, silently vowing to himself. As for how he managed to escape from the grasp of the dark gold terror claw bear's innate skill, it was entirely thanks to his second soul skill. Su Ming's second soul skill is named Void Body, akin to Xiao Wu's soul skill, Void. The Void Body allows the creation of an almost ethereal energy doppelganger, with the following effects. 1. The doppelganger possesses approximately 70 of the original's attributes, initially 65, enhanced by high-quality soul power to 70. And its speed is increased by 200. 2. The doppelganger can become immune to 80 of physical damage and 50 of energy damage, operating independently of the host. 3. The doppelganger and the host can swap positions a maximum of 3 times, dependent on the doppelganger's energy. Aware of the futility in confronting the dark golden terror bear, Su Ming preemptively positioned the energy doppelganger as a teleportation coordinate. When the dark golden terror bear's attack struck, Su Ming decisively chose to swap places with the doppelganger, allowing it to absorb the blow while he narrowly escaped unscathed. However, this skill is not omnipotent. The void body can be detected by mental energy and cannot stray more than 100 meters from the host. Should it be destroyed, the host's situation would become dire. Ding. Congratulations, host, for challenging the century-old dark golden terror bear. Although you did not achieve victory, your courage is commendable. You are rewarded with a strand of golden power. Ding. The Berserker physique is activated, granting 1 to strength, 1 to defense, and 1 to mental power. System. Why are the values for the Berserker physique so minimal? The surge of fighting spirit was abruptly diminished, and Su Ming's expression turned sour. Only one. In the academy and against high-ranking Soul Masters, he received 2. Ding. The host's battles at the Soul Master Academy were aimed at physical training, with strikes landing consistently. While the encounter with the Dark Golden Terror Bear was merely a demonstration of basic techniques, failing to fully unleash the Berserker effect. Su Ming pondered. Is the Berserker's physique truly more inclined towards close combat? Am I to confront the Dark Gold Claw Bear head-on? The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Yet, it seemed not entirely implausible. A frenzied thought flashed through his mind, and Su Ming clenched his teeth resolutely. Why not? As long as I don't perish. I'll give it a shot. Sitting cross-legged, Su Ming immediately began to cultivate his inner energy, to engage in direct combat with the Dark Gold Claw Bear. He needed to be in optimal condition. Any misstep could lead to his demise, leaving no room for carelessness. 2 hours later, shadows flitted through the forest. Su Ming once again arrived at the cave of the Dark Golden Claw Bear. This time, he was not empty-handed. In his grasp, he held a colossal honeycomb, resembling the size of a water tank, with a diameter of approximately 1 meter. With a swift motion, he released the honeycomb in a parabolic arc at the entrance of the cave. Upon impact, the honeycomb exploded, showering the ground with golden honey. Even from his perch atop a tree, Su Ming could detect the sweet aroma wafting through the air. It turned out he was indulging in honey himself. Boom, boom. The massive form of the Dark Golden Claw Bear erupted from the cave entrance. Honeycomb. The fierce glint in the bear's eyes transformed instantaneously, replaced by an expression of delight, as if it had stumbled upon a treasure, and it dashed toward the treat, retracting its golden claws. The bear eagerly began to gnaw at the honeycomb. Honey flowed forth, coating its mouth and snout in the sticky substance. Yet the Dark Golden Claw Bear paid it no mind. With a swift motion, it tore off large chunks of honeycomb, chewing them as one would a biscuit. In the span of a single tea session, the water tank-sized honeycomb vanished entirely, patting its belly contentedly. The bear swayed its ample backside and prepared to re-enter the cave with a swagger. Suddenly, a stone the size of a fist exploded against its shoulder, causing the Dark Golden Claw to halt in its tracks. Its fierce gaze swept coldly around, scanning the surroundings. In an instant, the bear's piercing eyes locked onto Su Ming. A sense of familiarity washing over it, as the Dark Golden Claw Bear bared its teeth and scratched its head in confusion. Su Ming smiled faintly and pointed to the honey on the ground. Roar. Upon recognizing Su Ming, the Dark Golden Claw Bear was instantly consumed by rage, its dark golden claws extending menacingly from its fingertips. Su Ming hurriedly waved his hand, then pointed to himself. I won tea fight. I'll deliver it. Boom. The Dark Golden Claw Bear had no comprehension of his intent. It leaped high into the air, its claws raised above its head, 10 gleaming dark golden talons shining brilliantly. Su Ming's expression darkened, realizing that a mere handshake was not what awaited him. He craved a fierce melee, one that demanded true engagement. The friendly demeanor instantly morphed into a chilling aura as he drew his machete, slicing through the air with a swift motion, with a decisive stance. He did not remain stationary, awaiting the advance of the Dark Golden Claw Bear. Instead, his left foot propelled forward, igniting a spark of electricity. As if arcs of energy coursed through him. In an instant, the wind howled and lightning flickered. Su Ming vanished from sight, only to reappear, a spectral figure before the formidable bear. The towering beast, its claws raised in menace, revealed a flicker of terror in its eyes, a glint of silver flashing within its pupils. A resounding clang echoed, drowning the world in darkness for a heartbeat. Su Ming soared into the air, his machete raised high, reminiscent of an eagle taking flight. The bear, with its 2-ton bulk, was struck with such force that it was sent reeling backward, its belly concaving under the impact. Channeling the black soul energy beneath his feet, Su Ming propelled himself forward, landing deftly behind the Dark Golden Claw Bear. With the same fierce strike, he unleashed another devastating blow upon the creature's rear. The momentum of the bear's descent faltered momentarily, only to be sent flying once more. The clash of steel resonated like pearls cascading upon a jade plate, illuminating the surroundings with sparks. It was as if Su Ming were performing a solo tennis exhibition, a display of skill and power, only when he could no longer control the trajectory of his strikes, and his arms could no longer muster the force to lift the bear, did he withdraw, creating distance between them. The ground trembled with a thunderous crash as the Dark Golden Claw Bear hit the earth, fissures cracking the ground and dust swirling into the air, the resonance echoing in Su Ming's ears. Roaring in fury, feeling mocked by human audacity, the bear's eyes blazed with crimson fury, veins pulsing with rage. In the depths of the forest, man and beast engaged in a fierce and intimate struggle, the clang of metal ringing out like a relentless drumbeat. Su Ming was utterly focused, evading the relentless assaults of the dark gold terror claw bear with utmost speed. However, in close quarters, it seemed improbable to perpetually avoid its attacks, especially with its 2 pairs of claws. Boom. Just as Su Ming managed to maneuver behind it, he suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness as the massive limb struck him. Whoosh. Like being hit by a heavy hammer, Su Ming was flung through the air, feeling as though his very innards were in disarray. Spurt. The tree swayed as blood erupted from his body. As he landed, Su Ming's figure instantly vanished into the thicket, leaving no trace. The dark gold terror claw bear, having exhausted itself, let out a hoarse roar and then, after rubbing its swollen rear, retreated into the cave. Su Ming returned to the cave to recuperate and regain his strength, although he had not been directly struck. The forceful blow from the dark golden claw bear had taken a toll on him, and no amount of defense could alleviate the impact. It was not that he was incapable of utilizing his second soul skill for substitution. Rather, Su Ming had chosen to endure the pain deliberately. How could he provoke the berserker's body without sustaining any injuries? Ding. The host engaged in fierce combat with the dark golden claw bear, activating the berserker's body, resulting in an increase of power by 2 and defense by 2. Was that all? The crimson flower bloomed, with his body in such a state. A little bloodshed could be seen as a celebration, Su Ming reassured himself. Chapter 52. Su Ming's Beastmaster Journey. As dawn broke, a gentle light illuminated the misty forest. Suddenly, the golden honeycomb delivery arrived punctually, exploding at the entrance of the dark golden claw bear's cave. The familiar scent wafted through the air. Inside the cave, the dark golden claw bear shivered with excitement and stepped out on its stout legs. Su Ming, in its presence, clattered the ordinary hatchet to the ground. In the realm of Su's beast mastery, the first principle dictates that to tame a beast, one must first establish a bond of harmlessness with it, demonstrating friendliness to dispel the creature's wariness. Setting aside his axe, Su Ming gestured towards the claws of the dark golden terror claw bear. You do not threaten. I do not attack. With a resounding roar, the dark golden terror claw bear seemed to comprehend the message, charging over without hesitation. With several centuries of life behind it, the bear harbored no ill intentions. It simply wished to use its meter-long dark golden claws to scratch Su Ming's back. Su Ming's expression darkened, and the first spirit ring beneath his feet glowed as he charged towards the dark gold terror claw bear. Boom, boom. Trees fell in succession, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder. After a brief moment, silence descended, leaving behind only a blood-stained piece of fabric clinging to a tree. The second day of beast taming ended in failure once more. A day later, with a squelch, the same honey, the same spot. Like a routine feeding, Su Ming arrived at this location punctually. The dark gold terror claw bear remained ferocious, having gorged itself, and immediately Su Ming launched his assault. His cold gaze betrayed no flicker of emotion. The third day of beast taming concluded in failure. A month later, whoosh, a pristine white arm burst forth from the earth, sending soil flying. It resembled a plump seed, nourished by the earth, beginning to bloom with the hopes of spring. Whoosh. Another hand emerged. With both hands braced against the ground, Su Ming wriggled out of the soil like an eel, spitting out a mouthful of mud in frustration. He brushed off the dirt and departed from the site. The wind whistled through the cave entrance, producing a sound akin to music from a sun. Nearby, 8 or 9 suns played merrily together. The 32nd day of beast taming resulted in yet another failure. The cold winter quietly passed. The sun in the sky gradually grew warmer, shining brightly. In the forest, the snow slowly melted, and clear springs flowed, resonating like melodious wind chimes. The vegetation revived, bursting forth in vibrant greens, full of life and vigor. At the cave's summit, Su Ming sat cross-legged. Black streams of energy swirled around him, intricately woven like the patterns of a cauldron. The airflow condensed into substance, each line precise and orderly, with even the thickness of the lines infused with a mysterious charm that seemed to alter with the slightest change. The black patterns held profound mysteries, reflecting the laws governing the universe, capable of influencing the grand forces of nature. A cyclone formed around Su Ming, drawing in the surrounding white mist with tremendous force. His body resembled an endless abyss, continuously inhaling and exhaling energy within a radius of several hundred meters. Were it a perfected level of spirit-gathering technique, it could potentially draw upon energy spanning 1,000 meters. As his cultivation advanced, it would become even more formidable. Black murky energy expelled from his mouth. Su Ming opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy evident between his brows. Host, Su Ming. Spirit power, Level 23. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality Purple, for 0255000. Special Physique, Berserker's Body. Techniques and Soul Skills. Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfection. Golden Crow Blade Technique, Perfection. Mixed Yuan Blade Slash, Second Layer, Perfection. Spirit Gathering Technique, Great Accomplishment. Items owned. LV2 Recovery Pill, Mental Immunity Mask, Blood of the Sub-Dragon, Flesh of the Millennium Titan Giant Snake, Spirit Nourishing Pill Recipe, Ice Silkworm Armor, 10,000 Year Silver Moon Wolf Bone. Strength, 200. Defense, 188. Spirit, 169. Su Ming's soul power successfully ascended to level 23. This rapid advancement was largely attributed to the formidable energy residing within the Sun Mouse, which propelled his soul power directly to level 22. This energy, it must be noted, was the result of concentrated, pure soul power. Were it not for the compression, a millennium-old Sun Mouse could potentially elevate his soul power to level 24. Of course, the achievement of level 23 was also significantly aided by the Gathering Spirit technique. This technique was a reward from the system after 2 years of arduous soul power cultivation, enabling a remarkable acceleration in the cultivation process. With a confident smile gracing his lips, Su Ming rose to his feet, the warm sunlight cascading down upon him, complementing the charming smile that softened his otherwise stern visage, likely captivating many a maiden's heart. He set forth towards the lair of the dark golden terror claw bear, determined to claim this beast as his own. With an air of self-assuredness, Su Ming lightly tapped his toes against the underbrush, leaping forth from the thicket. Before him lay a desolate landscape, a grim sight of devastation as if ravaged by lumberjacks and gophers alike. At the entrance of the cave lounged a colossal dark golden bear, resembling an iron tower. Its limbs were curled, and its robust arms cradled its head, exuding an aura of languor. To ensure his safety, Su Ming decided to employ his second skill. Should it fail, he could swiftly retreat to the depths below. A radiant purple light flickered, and a translucent figure, akin to a gust of air, emerged from Su Ming's body. Only faint wisps of black energy were discernible, the contours barely visible, as the dark essence delved into the earth. The purple glow also caught the attention of the dark golden terror claw bear. Upon recognizing Su Ming, the bear's eyes sparkled with delight, and it swiftly bounded over, its expression radiating joy akin to that of a long-lost friend reunited after many years apart. Su Ming stood his ground, motionless. As he approached, the dark golden claw bear showed no inclination to attack. It crouched down, its formidable eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. A roar erupted from the bear, filled with disappointment, as it expressed its dissatisfaction. Yet, Su Ming appeared oblivious, casually walking past the dark golden claw bear. The bear's gaze turned fierce, perceiving the human before it as utterly ungrateful. In an instant, it swiped with its powerful paw, sending Su Ming gliding across the ground, his shoes carving a small groove in the earth before he returned to face the bear once more. The roar that followed was noticeably softer than before, as if the bear were wary of frightening Su Ming. Its demeanor betrayed a certain clumsiness, aware that the dark golden claw bear could not comprehend human speech. Su Ming refrained from speaking, opting instead to convey his sentiments through action. "I am merely passing through, not in the mood to engage with you," he seemed to declare. "Once, you disregarded me. Now, you find yourself unworthy of my attention. After a month of feeding you, you falter after just 5 days. Where is the dignity of a beast?" With a disdainful snort, Su Ming continued on his path. Suddenly, a claw over a meter long obstructed his way. The dark golden claw bear huffed, its nostrils flaring, and pointed with its left arm towards a location, the honey, letting out a series of proud calls, as if to remind Su Ming of something. Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at the dark golden claw bear, his eyes revealing his contempt. He then gestured towards the dark golden claw before him. With a swift motion, the dark golden claw was retracted by the claw bear. Subsequently, it raised its paw in a placating manner, seemingly conveying to Su Ming that it posed no threat to him. Su Ming's expression remained impassive as he slowly raised his fist. The dark golden claw bear, perplexed, gently patted his arm. Fortunately, he managed to endure. Otherwise, his arm would have been rendered useless. Emitting a cold grunt from his throat, Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at the dark golden claw bear, his demeanor imbued with a noble sort of disdain. The bear, seemingly dazed, wore a look of confusion on its face. After a few moments, it appeared to grasp the situation, raising its fist to tap against Su Ming's. Su Ming retreated with a subtle shift of his feet, exerting just enough force to avoid being pushed aside by the shadowy golden terror bear. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. and then began to communicate with the dark gold terror claw bear using his own gestures. Swish, swish, indicating honey. Mimicking punches and kicks. I shall provide you with honey daily, and in return, you will spar with me. Roar, the bear's sound, internal monologue for now. Let's assume he understands. Swish, bang, pointing to his claws, colliding fists. You are not permitted to use the dark gold terror claw. It must be a fair contest. Roar, the bear's sound. Internal monologue. Perhaps he comprehends. Let us assume he does. Swish, swish, pointing to the sun, gesturing upwards, from the moment the sun rises until noon. We shall train. Roar, the bear's sound. Su Ming made an okay gesture, and the other person mimicked him. Seeing this, Su Ming felt completely at ease. A true man should confront challenges head-on. I am not here to practice swordsmanship. You need not resort to claws, nor shall I wield a blade. Bang! Su Ming's arm bulged with veins as he delivered a powerful punch towards the dark golden terror claw bear. The bear's belly rippled slightly, unfazed by the assault. How I admire your resilience. Su Ming, no longer concealing his strength, felt his soul power surging violently, enveloping him like flames, just as he prepared to launch another assault. A sudden flash of dark golden light swept by. A sense of impending danger washed over him, and as he looked up, his expression darkened instantly. Damn it. So you intend to deny your promise, do you? With a whoosh, the dark golden claws sliced through the air effortlessly, like cutting through vegetables, as a stream of black energy surged upward. Clone, Demise 16. 30 meters underground, a figure sat despondently, resting his face in his hands. Above, the dark golden clawed bear roared to the heavens, reminiscent of the furious words of the fire cloud, evil god. Why have you struck me? Su Ming. The dark golden claw bear, you clearly promised not to strike me, yet you deliver honey to me twice daily, every morning and afternoon, and even assist in massaging my legs. Why then, do you choose to hit me? Su Ming, on the 40th day of beast mastery, has made a modest yet noteworthy progress. Chapter 53, A Blunt Force, Intense Training. Conditioned reflexes, formed postnatally, are typically cultivated through learning. Organisms, exposed to various environmental stimuli, when combined with unconditioned stimuli, can elicit certain unconditioned responses. Such is the case with an animal's conditioned reflex to food. Once accustomed to being fed and assured of no harm, an animal's aggressiveness significantly diminishes, leading to involuntary digestive behaviors. As the system avers, diligence yields rewards. After nearly 2 months of relentless feeding efforts directed at the dark golden claw bear, its wildness has notably receded. On this particular day, the weather was splendid. The sunlight, akin to liquid gold, streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting a spectrum of hues reminiscent of circular rainbows suspended among the branches. Bang, 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 bang. Within the forest, the sound of thunderous collisions echoed relentlessly. Fists fell like raindrops, relentlessly pummeling the dark golden claw bear. With each strike, a terrifying sonic wave reverberated in the air. Bang, bang, bang. A dark golden claw bear was staggering backward, desperately trying to evade the onslaught. The youth, barely half its height, launched a series of fervent punches in a magnificent display of aggression. Like a tempest, the rapidity of his blows obscured the very essence of his movements. Swish. The boxing coach, the dark golden claw bear, was unwilling to be dominated. With a swift motion of its shoulder, it unleashed a tremendous slap aimed at Su Ming. Even before the attack arrived, the formidable force of its aura sent Su Ming's hair flying. Su Ming felt as if a colossal giant had emerged before him, wielding an iron wall of immense weight, drawing it towards himself with an unstoppable force. It was fierce and overwhelming, as if in the next moment, he would be reduced to mere pulp. Su Ming's heart raced abruptly as he swiftly stepped onto the belly of the dark golden terror claw bear, employing his lightness skill to evade. The crescent moon hung upside down. Su Ming's waist arched gracefully, tracing a beautiful curve in the air before landing before the dark golden clawed bear. In an instant, as he touched the ground, his figure vanished once more. How perilous! Su Ming braced his palm against the oncoming thigh of the dark golden terror claw. His figure inverted as he nimbly evaded the attack. With a surge of strength from his hand, he soared into the air, reaching a height of nearly 10 meters. Have you ever heard of a fist technique that descends from the heavens? The black crystal beneath his feet shattered explosively, and Su Ming's figure plummeted at an astonishing speed. Like a shooting star, a terrifying barrage of assaults followed in quick succession. Boom! The shockwave obliterated everything in its path, sending a torrent of dust swirling into the air. Su Ming delivered a powerful strike to the forehead of the dark golden claw bear. Even this behemoth, weighing 2 tons, found itself unable to maintain its footing, sliding backward uncontrollably. With a roar akin to a cataclysmic tide, the bear's entire visage swelled visibly, and it opened its mouth wide to unleash a thunderous bellow. Crack! Su Ming raised his hand defensively, yet the terrifying roar of the dark golden claw bear was simply overwhelming, shattering his protective barrier with brutal force. You promised not to unleash your skills. How could you deceive me like this? Su Ming was in a state of acute distress. With no choice but to shield himself with his hands, his complexion was visibly pallid. The battle was not merely a test of soul power. It was equally a drain on physical stamina and mental fortitude. In his confrontation with the dark golden claw bear, Su Ming had exerted every ounce of his strength. Leaving no room for deceit or evasion, he continuously employed his mental acuity to monitor the muscular fluctuations of the beast, delivering each punch with utmost vigor. Otherwise, he would have been unable to evade the relentless strikes of the dark golden claw, nor could he hope to repel the formidable creature. Boom! Boom! The dark golden claw bear offered no respite, rapidly closing the distance between them. Whoosh! Su Ming swiftly leapt into the air, evading the terrifying embrace of the dark golden terror claw bear. In an instant, his mental strength was torn asunder. Su Ming's face contorted in agony as he hurriedly withdrew all his spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, he barely managed to land, and just as he regained his senses, the surroundings appeared somewhat dim. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized the dark golden hide of the bear was alarmingly close. An icy dread enveloped his heart. He looked up to find the formidable bear's massive paw waiting for him. Almost instinctively, he summoned his entire soul force to form a robust protective shield above his head, gritting his teeth as he raised his hands to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, the colossal paw descended like a mountain, pressing down with such force that it rendered him breathless. The black crystal shield shattered instantaneously. In a swift motion, Su Ming found himself embedded in the ground. The dark golden claw bear let out a fierce roar. Just as it was about to leave, it seemed to realize something and quickly turned back. The ferocity on its face faded in an instant as it squatted, arching its body, and began to frantically dig into the earth with its forepaws. Through their combined efforts, Su Ming finally emerged from the ground. Lying on the ground, he gasped for air, fatigue overwhelming his limbs, leaving him in a state of utter despondency. Like fragile parchment, he could no longer withstand any more tribulations. The dark golden claw bear scratched its head in a dazed manner before trotting to the side. With a swift motion, a large tree was uprooted and raised high. The bear, with its immense arms, shook the tree as it approached. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled, sending Su Ming flying. What a foolish creature! With a tree casting shade overhead, Su Ming opened one eye, feeling a mix of amusement and despair at the absurdity of his situation. Indeed, the sheer audacity of seeking shade in such a manner was terrifying. Su Ming gestured subtly, and the dark golden terror claw bear instantly comprehended, plunging headlong into the forest. Crash! Bang! Rumble! The cacophony echoed, diminishing in intensity like bandits infiltrating a village, accompanied by tremors that gradually faded away. As was customary, the dark golden terror claw bear embarked on its hunting expedition. Su Ming clenched his teeth, breaking the recovery pill bound within his mouth, and swallowed it down. After a brief moment, his body began to rejuvenate. Su Ming did not depart. Instead, he rekindled the fire pit he had previously utilized. With a machete, he skewered the flesh of a millennia-old Titan boa and set it upon the flames to roast. After a brief while, a dark golden terror claw bear burst through the dense trees and returned. Dangling from its fearsome claws was a century-old mottled tiger, its blood pouring forth from a grievous gash. The creature had only just drawn its last breath, and its soul ring still flickered with ethereal energy. A colossal shadow loomed overhead as the dark golden bear plopped down beside Su Ming with a resounding thud. Su Ming once again experienced the sensation of soaring through the air. His expression remained remarkably calm, as if he had grown accustomed to such extraordinary encounters. With a roar, the dark golden terror claw bear nudged Su Ming, subsequently placing the patterned tiger before him. In an instant, a flash of dark light erupted, and the tiger's fur was torn asunder. The motion was fluid and seamless, and Su Ming's gaze remained unwavering. The dark golden terror claw bear let out a roar, skillfully preparing to roast the entire meat of the patterned tiger. The synergy between man and bear was impeccable as they embarked on their culinary adventure. However, the distinction lay in Su Ming wielded a machete, while the dark golden terror claw bear brandished its formidable claws. Should this scene ever escape into the world, it would undoubtedly shatter the hearts of countless soul masters. Do not steal my flesh, relinquish it. Roar. Curse it. This is the meat of a millennium-old Titan giant snake. You beast. Roar. Chapter 54, The Savage of the Stardew Forest. Engaging in battle to enhance one's abilities is a trivial matter. Fight. Day and night. Relentless combat. As long as his body recuperates, Su Ming shall seek out the dark golden terror claw bear for battle once more. Of course, he did not neglect his soul power cultivation. His relationship with the dark golden terror claw bear grew stronger, while the level 2 recovery pill diminished with each passing day. Beep. The host engages in fierce combat with the dark golden terror claw bear. The berserker's physique activates, granting a reward of 3 to strength and 3 to defense. Beep. The host engages in fierce combat with the dark golden terror claw bear. The berserker's physique activates, granting a reward of 3 to strength and 3 to defense. Beep. The host engages in fierce combat with the dark golden terror claw bear. The berserker's physique activates, granting a reward of 2 to strength and 2 to defense. Beep. The host engages in fierce combat with the dark golden terror claw bear. The berserker's physique activates, granting a reward of 2 to strength and 1 to defense. Note, the values are decreasing, constantly being blasted away, rising again and again, transitioning from healing to injury repeatedly, enduring excruciating pain and the stinging warmth of blood. Enraptured by battle, reveling in the enhancement of his physical prowess, Su Ming appeared to have become mechanical and numb, completely oblivious to the fact that 2 years had quietly elapsed. During this time, he had not ventured once into the starry forest. The vow to return home annually had long been cast aside. It was all about combat now. In the forest, a man and a bear engaged in an intense battle. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the air, while the shockwaves created by their fist resembled a tornado. Boom. A dark golden light flickered from the claws of the dark golden terror bear, striking heavily towards the figure opposite. That figure, clad in a tiger's skin, exuded an aura akin to willows, with bare legs and bronze arms reminiscent of a wild man. The man stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, with tousled hair cascading from his forehead, revealing only his piercing, icy eyes devoid of any emotion. Faced with the century-old dark golden terror bear, a formidable spirit beast even for a soul king, the man showed no signs of fear. His body leaned back as if to touch the ground, his long arms and torso resembling a bow drawn taut, ready to unleash a powerful strike. His right fist surged with dark energy, a terrifying force stirring like lightning. In an instant, their fists collided with a thunderous roar. The ground beneath them could not withstand the sheer force of their clash, splitting apart in an instant. Both man and bear were simultaneously pushed back by each other's tremendous strength. Debris flew from beneath their feet, and earth churned as they carved a straight line in opposite directions. As if in tacit agreement, they both stomped their feet against the ground to dissipate the other's force. Observing their standoff, one might think they had reached a stalemate. To match a century-old dark golden terror bear in physical prowess? The man was indeed a monster. The bear let out 2 deep roars, seemingly signaling the man to cease his assault. Cease? The man paid no heed, the dark energy around him surging even more violently, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, unleashing a breathtaking power that made the earth tremble. The dark golden terror bear's eyes widened in frustration as it gestured more frantically, almost resembling a human. Ignoring it entirely, the man prepared to strike. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his ear. Ding! Host engaged in fierce battle with the dark golden terror bear. Berserker S body activated. Reward power 0, defense 0. In that moment, as if sunlight had pierced the depths of a 1,000-foot deep pool, the man's icy gaze revealed astonishment, and his overwhelming momentum dissipated abruptly. 0? How could it possibly be 0? His gaze burned with fury as he looked towards the system interface. Even upon seeing the notification, he remained incredulous. His fists clenched audibly, eyes flickering with madness, as if he wished to shatter this flawed system. Ding! The potential for enhancement of the basic Berserker S body has been entirely exhausted. Please upgrade to intermediate level promptly. As the system cannot bear responsibility for any delays in the host progression, the thought of unlimited enhancement was tantalizing. Fast track to advancement? Fast track to ascendance? Fast track to deny? This wretched system? Barking orders? Begone! His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he coldly glared at the terrified dark golden terror bear. The look in his eyes was far from human. It resembled that of a ferocious beast. A voice echoed incessantly in his mind, urging him to kill the dark golden terror bear, to slay every spirit beast encountered, to eliminate all who stood in his path. As his gaze gradually turned hollow, Su Ming felt a door materialize before him. The conflict between the black and white angels in his mind, reason and slaughter, weighed heavily upon his soul. Observing the sinister aura emanating from Su Ming after a month of dormancy, the dark golden terror bear fled in terror back to its cave. The autumn wind blew, lifting scattered strands of hair, revealing a pale visage akin to jade and a pair of eyes swirling with purple energy. Time passed, and gradually, Su Ming's eyes regained clarity. Though his expression was far from warm, it was no longer cold. He exhaled heavily, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In the blink of an eye, he noticed his ghastly appearance and could not help but smile bitterly. With a sense of urgency, he moved towards the distance. Moments later, he arrived at a tranquil lake. The water was crystal clear, dotted with floating duckweed. Much like the surrounding desolate scenery, the lake reflected a chilling hue, seemingly succumbing to the autumn's embrace. Without hesitation, Su Ming plunged into the lake, disregarding the cold, though he had emerged from that state. He was acutely aware that his previous condition could not merely be described as dreadful. Even now, the recollection sent chills down his spine. Pondering if he had entered the realm of the Rakshasa, drifting upon the lake's surface, Su Ming allowed the icy water to seep into his pores. The blue sky, white clouds, gentle breeze, and soaring birds painted a vivid contrast against the black and white world within him, gradually infusing it with vibrant colors and lively emotions. Time slipped by as he floated on the lake, enveloped in its cold embrace. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, seemingly returning to his original state. System. How can I elevate the berserker's physique to an intermediate level? Ding. The host is advised to conduct independent research, as the system is not obligated to disclose such information. Su Ming inquired tentatively, to withstand half an hour under the might of a tidal Douluo? Ding. The system is unable to disclose further information. Please engage in combat with 3 tidal Douluos. Ding. The system is unable to reveal additional details. Please, host. Su Ming, feeling helpless, pressed his forehead, as if a light of understanding had dawned upon him. System, I now have reason to suspect that I do not possess the body of a berserker at all. Intense training and the consumption of high-energy meat can also enhance one's physique. In summary, the attributes you have rewarded me with are, in fact, quite limited. Ding. Host. Do not mislead yourself. Trust in the system. Then why is the increase in mental strength so minimal? Ding. Chapter 55. Departing from the Star Do Great Forest. Congratulations to the host for successfully concluding this round of soul power cultivation. Effort duration, 785 days, totaling 4,084 hours. Effort evaluation. Your time significantly surpasses that of the top 100 core disciples from the previous 3 sects. The total amount of soul power exhibits a remarkable level. Though it has not exceeded that of the top 90 disciples, yet you have still achieved commendable results. Effort rating, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 celestial herb and 3 soul pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the training against the dark golden terror claw bear. Duration, 779 days, during which you fought the bear 304 times in the Star Do Great Forest. Effort evaluation. The host engaged in battles against the dark golden terror claw bear without exceeding the rank of soul master, experiencing repeated defeats and victories. With an astonishing number of escapes and confrontations, this can be deemed unprecedented. Effort rating, 8 stars. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a strand of ultimate gold. Boom. The lake erupted in a cascade of water as a figure heavily landed upon the large rock at the shore. Water dripped incessantly from his damp hair, resembling seaweed atop his head. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming promptly accessed the system. Ultimate gold. Born from areas where the elemental gold is exceptionally dense. It embodies the purest form of gold attributes, impervious and immensely hard, capable of even tearing through space, resulting in extraordinarily terrifying destructive power. Indeed, it is ultimate gold. A look of joy illuminated Su Ming's face, his heart racing with excitement. After 3 years of cultivation, he had only acquired 37 portions of gold power, a significant distance from the 100 required for ultimate gold. I was not mistaken. Battling the dark golden terror claw bear truly yields ultimate gold. Su Ming's heart surged with exhilaration. 2 years, an entire 2 years. Was he merely pursuing the attributes of a berserker? No. Every step he had taken in his cultivation thus far had adhered to the permissible deviations of his plan. One must never underestimate someone who has traversed 6 years and resigned themselves to mediocrity. Once given the opportunity, their fervor can be utterly astounding. Whoosh. A resplendent golden light surged forth, and in that instant, Su Ming felt an unparalleled sharpness. With a crackle, his emanating spiritual energy was shredded. The golden light seemed akin to a regal emperor, forbidding any intrusion upon its majesty. Su Ming was drenched in cold sweat, promptly withdrawing his mental energy. The golden light, like a swimming dragon, spiraled around the machete, illuminating it with a dazzling brilliance. After a few minutes, like a dragon plunging into the sea, The golden light abruptly merged into the machete. With a resounding thud, the golden light radiated from the blade, as if water flowed over it, cleansing the machete. Approximately half an hour later, Su Ming sensed the sharp aura dissipate. Suddenly, a black light surged from within him, and a resplendent blade materialized in his grasp. Su Ming slowly raised the blade, its dazzling golden light gleaming in a manner that seemed to eclipse even the radiance of the sun. A mere chopping knife? No. This was a sword capable of slaying dragons. His fingers caressed the blade with the tenderness reserved for a cherished treasure, and the joy surging within him was akin to a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Suddenly, a towering column of water erupted from the lake, soaring 10 meters into the air. Su Ming did not evade the downpour and became drenched. His gaze remained fixated, captivated by the blade in his hand. The originally humble weapon spirit, a wooden cleaver, had transformed dramatically. The inward curve had become a sharp, outward arc. The blade now stood straight and gleaming, both sharp and robust. The round hilt was now entwined with simple golden patterns, featuring a flattened, oval guard. The colors had shifted from the original black and silver to now include a touch of gold. The blade's edge glimmered in gold, while the body shimmered with a black-gold hue, and silver markings sparkled like flecks of gold. Overall, the cleaver's form was simple yet resplendent. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 31. Weapon spirit, cleaver quality, black. For 01-055-0000, considering heredity, a strand of ultimate gold is undoubtedly red. Special physique, berserker's body, beginner. Techniques and skills, breath control technique, lightness skill, perfect. Golden crow blade technique, perfect. Primordial blade slash, second layer, perfect. Spirit gathering technique, major achievement. Items in possession, random celestial herb, soul elevation pill, mental immunity mask, dragon blood essence, spirit nourishing recipe, ice silkworm armor, millennial silver moon wolf bone. Strength, 661. Defense, 603. Spirit, 269. With just a little more, he could reach red quality, potentially surpassing even the 7-kill sword of the same level. From now on, you shall be known as the God Layer. His gaze intensified with fervor, and Su Ming found himself at a loss for words to express his current emotions. Had he finally attained a peak weapon spirit? After 5 years of cultivation, was he finally reaping the rewards? Did he truly possess the power to overshadow his contemporaries? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming steadied his mind. This was merely the beginning. A long road lay ahead, and he needed to remain humble and cautious. However, it was indeed time to depart from the Douluo forest. With a glimmer in his eyes, Su Ming retracted his weapon spirit and swiftly made his way towards Xiaojin's lair. His 2+ years in the Douluo forest had nearly transformed him into a savage, and he had no desire to linger there any longer. As for his intermediate berserker's body, under the overwhelming joy, he had come to regard it with indifference. With his current physique, merely acquiring soul rings normally would suffice. Even without them, he would continue to cultivate, seeking ways to enhance his body. Upon reaching Xiaojin's lair, he found the creature leisurely roasting a wind spirit horse over a fire, seemingly having caught it from who knows where. Yet, the surrounding scene made Su Ming's pupils dilate in shock, causing him to halt abruptly. All around him, within a radius of a mile, lay an expanse of stark white bones, resembling a purgatory. The corpses of soul beasts totaled 200 or 300. A chilling sensation enveloped his heart, and Su Ming swallowed hard in fear. In a frenzy, he subconsciously prepared for battle and instinctively sought sustenance, having failed to notice the multitude of corpses surrounding him. No wonder he had previously found himself in a frenzied state. Just as the sight before him suggested, the bloodshed profoundly affected one's mindset. Especially for someone who had traversed from modern society, it was even more challenging to accept such a drastic change. Though he reminded himself time and again that it mattered not, the accumulation of such experiences could indeed alter one's character. A blade meant for killing could ultimately turn upon its wielder? He muttered to himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If he remained here any longer, he too might become a beast of slaughter. Indeed, everything has its pros and cons. Greed often leads to ruin. Shaking his head, Su Ming felt a heaviness in his heart as he approached Xiaojin. Since he was leaving, he would share this final meal with him as a farewell. Additionally, he intended to borrow a few items. Half an hour later, Su Ming wielded a golden blade, pursuing the dark golden claw bear through the forest like a relentless hunter. Xiaojin, do you not possess even a shred of conscience? I am on the verge of departing, and yet you refuse to part with these meager offerings? He bellowed. Roar, roar. Your roars are futile. Stand still. I merely wish to extract a bit of your essence, and you dare to glare at me? The creature growled in response. If you continue to roar, I shall treat you as a swine and pierce your soft neck. I am well aware of your vulnerability. In a spirit of mutual benefit, Xiaojin ultimately decided to grant Su Ming 3,000 cc of blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triumphing over the century-old dark golden claw bear for the first time in 2 years. Reward: a black satin robe. With a sigh of relief, Su Ming finally released the pent-up fury he had harbored for 2 years and slowly rose from Xiaojin's side, adopting a serious demeanor. Chapter 56. Is this your best argument? In the bustling streets of Notting City, vendors peddled their wares amidst a throng of passers-by, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. The bustling scene stood in stark contrast to Su Ming's memories of the city blanketed in snow. A young man, donned in a mask and equipped with a blade at his waist, surveyed the surroundings with an aloof gaze, his expression hinting at a touch of warmth. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, he exuded an air of elegance. His tall stature and commanding presence caught the attention of a few blushing young girls who stole glances at him. However, his countenance remained somewhat cold, and his piercing gaze was too intense to meet directly. As he strolled through the street, he suddenly retraced his steps. The vendor's eyes lit up, and he eagerly called out, "Young sir, my candied hawthorn is exceptionally sweet. I assure you it is a delight for all ages. Do indulge in a few more. Even the elderly and children will relish them." The young man did not respond verbally. Instead, he tossed a gold coin and departed with an entire skewer of candied hawthorn. The vendor, not wishing to overstay his welcome, swiftly pocketed the coin and joyfully returned home, pondering the stroke of good luck he had encountered that day. The vendor had not lied. The candied hawthorn was indeed delectable. The young man had tasted a couple beforehand to ensure he would not encounter any unpleasant surprises later. At last, he had returned to the Soul Master Academy. Su Ming's gaze was deeply moved. He did not enter through the main gate, but instead scaled the fence. Subsequently, he leaped onto the rooftop, making his way towards the inner sanctum of the academy. Tang San, Xiaowu, you are the most exceptional students I have ever taught. In just a few months, you are likely to break through to the Soul Master level. At the tender age of 11, such potential is indeed rare across the entire continent. In the future, you will encounter numerous prodigies and face many threats. To conquer your adversaries, one must first understand them. Hence, I wish to discuss with you the continent's premier martial spirits. On a balcony, the stoic Yu Xiaojiang, clad in black, was delivering a lecture, his eyes glinting with pride and satisfaction. The previous despondency had vanished, and Yu Xiaojiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone vibrant and confident. Before him sat two figures, a boy and a girl. The boy appeared ordinary yet possessed an upright posture, his countenance resolute, and his gaze reflected a sense of calm. The girl, adorned in a green outfit, was strikingly beautiful, her figure still blossoming, exuding a subtle grace. In response to Yu Xiaojiang's explanation, she listened intently, her delicate face showing no hint of impatience. Instead, she diligently took notes, leaving the boy beside her feeling somewhat inadequate. These two were none other than Tang San and Xiaowu. Suddenly, unbeknownst to the three, a figure clad in black had arrived atop the roof. He bore a skewer of candied hawthorn on his shoulder and wore a white mask, his cold gaze fixed upon them. Upon meeting Xiaowu's eyes, the masked man's expression flickered ever so slightly, especially when he noticed her taking notes, which left him momentarily dazed. Xiaowu, taking notes? It felt as though this realm of Douluo was even more fantastical than before. This girl has truly transformed. Su Ming felt a sense of inner satisfaction and did not disturb the moment, indulging himself in the sweet delight of candied hawthorn. After 2 years of consuming meat, he was somewhat nauseated, and the candied hawthorn perfectly suited his palate. However, as he listened, he found it increasingly difficult to continue. He spat out the hawthorn seeds, which clinked as they rolled down the tiles. Who is it? The three individuals were startled, their gazes turning icy, especially Yu Xiaojiang, whose expression darkened like a stormy sea. Following the sound, the trio's cold faces revealed an unusual expression. Candied hawthorn, clad in black and wearing masks. They were evidently nefarious characters. Yet, how could they remain so composed after being discovered? Moreover, who would carry candied hawthorn in such a manner? With veins throbbing on his forehead, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward with a frigid demeanor, declaring, "This is the domain of my disciples, and you, sir, dare to lurk in the shadows and eavesdrop? How shameless." Shameless? Do you have any idea how you pilfered the knowledge of the spirit hall? Su Ming pointed to his own position and retorted with a cold smile, "I am not in hiding. If you discover me, then I am not eavesdropping. However, if you fail to notice me, even if I stand before you, it would still be considered eavesdropping, would it not? Moreover, your theory is fundamentally flawed, and much of what you say is of no consequence. Do you think I hold it in high regard? Your stark mockery settles in my stomach like a fly, causing Yu Xiaojing to tremble violently with discomfort. Very well. Since you insist that my theory is lacking, I would like to inquire where exactly the shortcomings lie. If you cannot articulate your issues, do not blame us for being impolite. This is the Soul Master Academy. Should a conflict arise, you would find it impossible to escape. Yu Xiaojing's gaze was sharp, akin to a blade. If a glance could kill, Su Ming would have long since been silenced. Tang San observed Su Ming in silence, feeling an unsettling dissonance within. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow, remaining silent as well, sensing an uncanny familiarity and a distinct aroma reminiscent of the Star Doe forest emanating from him. A group assault, is it? Su Ming found the situation somewhat amusing. One might question how many individuals within the entire Soul Master Academy would dare to stand by your side. They would likely choose to avoid me entirely. The quality of the top-tier martial souls is indeed high, and according to your claims, innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. However, even among the same type of martial soul, there exists a disparity in innate soul power, not to mention that soul masters with inferior martial souls can surpass their predecessors. What you refer to as proportionality is merely a rudimentary vertical comparison. I wish to inquire, why, in the case of the same martial soul and identical parents, do differences in innate soul power still occur? If you could provide an answer to this question, it would be far more profound than your simplistic assertion of proportionality. Yu Xiaojing felt a pang of discomfort, caught off guard by the inquiry. He truly did not know the underlying reason, otherwise he would not have merely stated it as proportional. Tang San furrowed his brow, curiously observing Yu Xiaojing. Noticing the latter's anxious demeanor, he instinctively asked, "Teacher, do you not know the answer to this question either?" A flush of embarrassment washed over Yu Xiaojing's face as he forced himself to maintain composure. "I would indeed like to hear your insights." "So, you admit you do not know?" "Indeed, I do not." It felt like a thorn piercing his heart, igniting Yu Xiaojing's ire, leaving him with an overwhelming desire to extract it. Su Ming shook his head in disappointment, lamenting that the theoretical master seemed to be undeserving of his title. Yu Xiaojing felt as if a thorn was lodged in his throat, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Su Ming's voice continued to resonate, intent on delivering a heavy blow to someone. The notion of innate soul power is not entirely accurate. The genesis of soul power is intricately linked to one's martial spirit. A high-quality martial spirit actively absorbs nourishment from the body, forming the embryonic essence of soul power. The disparity in soul power arises not only from the differences in martial spirits but also from the varied energy derived from the food consumed during one's formative years. Furthermore, the environment one is exposed to in their childhood can significantly influence the energy absorbed from the external world before the age of 6. Thus, what is often labeled as innate soul power is, in reality, a synthesis of both innate and acquired elements. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's pupils dilated in astonishment. He recognized the truth in them. Xiao Wu was equally taken aback, having not anticipated such revelations. Staggering back, Yu Xiaojing's face turned pale, his trembling hand clutching the wall for support. The two stared incredulously at Yu Xiaojing. Wasn't it said that theory was paramount? Did he truly lack understanding? Chapter 57. Xiao Wu, your child has been taken away. As for Yu Xiaojing, even with Su Ming possessing the soul of an adult, he could not muster much affection for him. While one might argue Tang San's double standards, Su Ming could somewhat tolerate the toxicity. For it is indeed easy for those with power to become arrogant. Regarding Dai Mubai's abandonment of responsibility, Su Ming could barely justify it, acknowledging the youth's inability to withstand the treachery of royal intrigue. Though some understanding exists from a rational perspective, it does not diminish Su Ming's moral disdain. However, Yu Xiaojing, as a mentor, setting aside theory, his teaching methods alone invite criticism. They say great teachers produce exceptional students. Yet he seems to be the case of a gifted student elevating a mediocre teacher. As a boyfriend, he has abandoned 2 women in succession. His delusional arrogance, akin to that of a useless individual, ensures that someone like Yu Xiaojing is unlikely to experience a fulfilling romance. Bibi Dong presents genuine obstacles. However, to love someone, one must at least strive to be worthy of that love. Mutual trust is essential in a relationship. Though the specifics of Yu Xiaojing's departure from the spirit hall remain unclear, his haughty decision to leave without seeking clarity reflects a profound lack of responsibility. He even harbors disbelief towards someone who genuinely cares for him, particularly with regard to Liu Erlong. A youthful breakup and subsequent blocking can be understood. Yet to exhibit such a complete absence of accountability at his age is incomprehensible. Can one truly believe that avoiding the issue will allow it to simply fade away? It feels reminiscent of a child's playtime. Alternatively, his ineptitude has rendered him reluctant to shoulder any burdens. At this very moment, Yu Xiaojing, humiliated and enraged by Su Ming's words, chose to leave in silence. It seemed prudent to discuss this matter with Xiao Wu. Resolute in his thoughts, Su Ming rose slowly. With a swift motion of his arm, two candied hawthorns flew through the air. Tang San and Xiao Wu caught them simultaneously, gazing at Su Ming with confusion. What was he up to? Was he delivering a slap followed by a sweet treat? Su Ming remarked, having just purchased it on the street, seeing you all here. I shall share a bit with you. Fate? Retorted Xiao Wu. I think you are simply asking for a beating. With a cold huff, she stepped onto the tiles and furiously charged towards Su Ming. Be careful, Tang San urgently warned, his hidden weapon already clenched in hand, poised for action. Step, step, step. Xiao Wu darted forward like a flying swallow, drawing ever closer to Su Ming. Yet, he remained rooted in place, utterly unmoving. Boom. Just as her palm strike was about to descend, Xiao Wu suddenly twisted her waist, performing a flip, and slipped past Su Ming like an elusive loach. Gazing down from Su Ming's shoulder, one could see Xiao Wu halt less than 2 meters away from him. She slowly rose, holding a mask in her hand. Su Ming. It is you. Tang San's expression turned to one of horror, his face visibly brightening with surprise as he hurried over. Hearing these words, Xiao Wu's delicate form trembled violently, her eyes suddenly reddening. Ah, how typical of you to come back and provoke others right away. With a playful jab at Su Ming's chest, Tang San spread his hands, saying, see? Thankfully, I didn't unleash my hidden weapons. Otherwise, well, a smile adorned Tang San's face. Yet internally he felt a sense of unease. This fellow's physique was surprisingly resilient. His hand throbbed from the impact. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang San wisely took his leave, allowing the siblings to share their moment. Turning to Xiao Wu, Su Ming's expression was complex, culminating in a deep sigh. Compared to the past, she had indeed matured considerably. Mature, my foot. Tears streamed down her cheeks in an instant. Xiao Wu, exasperated, pivoted and delivered a swift kick. Boom. The weighty strike landed on his arm, yet Su Ming remained unfazed. Gazing at Xiao Wu's tear-streaked visage, Su Ming's gaze softened. Her strength had evidently increased significantly, indicating she had trained hard. Her body trembling slightly, Xiao Wu lowered her leg, overwhelmed with feelings of indignation, anger, nostalgia, and suppressed emotions that burst forth like a torrential flood. With tear-filled eyes, she glared at him, exclaiming, even a pig would grow fat after 2 years. What is so remarkable about that? You're allowed to grow stronger, but I'm not permitted to strive for improvement. Is that it? Let me tell you. Today no one will save you. Unless I beat you into a pig, you shall never find peace in your life. With a swift motion, her figure transformed into a blur as Xiao Wu charged towards Su Ming. Thus, an extraordinary duel unfolded upon the rooftop. Su Ming strolled leisurely, skillfully evading the relentless attacks. Although Xiao Wu's speed was considerable, Su Ming surpassed her, as if he had anticipated her every move. Her punches and kicks all missed their mark. After a while, Xiao Wu hunched over, breathless and seemingly exhausted. Just as she lifted her head, her mouth opened in a gasp, and a candied hawthorn was swiftly thrust into her mouth. If you can't continue, perhaps it's best to take a moment to savor a snack. What do you think? Su Ming smiled gently and sincerely suggested. Do you think a single candied hawthorn is sufficient? His voice abruptly halted as Xiao Wu bit her trembling pink lips tightly. A wave of emotion washed over her, and her nose suddenly felt a pang, causing her recently wind-dried pink eyes to well up with tears once more. Feeling a surge of compassion, Su Ming reached out to brush away the tears, reflecting on how, despite their age, she still had a penchant for tears, unbothered by the possibility of mockery. Xiao Wu's tears flowed uncontrollably, her tear-filled eyes glaring at him with a fierce intensity, wishing nothing less than to see him suffer. If you deceive me, that's one thing. But to return and not even try to hide. Don't think for a moment that you can escape unscathed today, not even with the appearance of my grandfather. And by the way, unscathed refers to the length of life, not merely a day. It should be resolved. Su Ming, with a sense of helplessness, pressed his forehead in exasperation, feeling a mix of laughter and tears within. Xiao Wu, with her hands wrapped around her knees, appeared pitiful as she succumbed to her own sobs. You deceived me for 2 years, returning with not even an apology. Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also mock me. When I return home, I shall tell grandfather that you eloped with someone else. Yes, the child has been taken away by another. Let us see if grandfather does not punish you. I must remind him to wield a knife, for your tough exterior will only yield to pain when met with steel. Observing Xiao Wu's heart-wrenching tears, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt and took a seat beside her. He chose not to explain himself, for no reasoning could amend the fact that he had broken his promise. Leaving Xiao Wu alone, she would still have to return home for her grandfather during the holiday. Though it remained uncertain who would care for whom, it was undoubtedly a burden for her. Su Ming gently caressed the little dancer's head, feeling a pang of sorrow within. If she wished to cry, let her tears flow. There were no others around, and releasing her emotions might bring some solace. After all, it was her own doing. How could she have the audacity to speak? The little dancer glared fiercely, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. So, I am the one comforting you. Am I not? Is this truly what you call comfort? Su Ming gently wiped away Xiao Wu's tears and raised an eyebrow, saying, What else would you have me do? Should I leap from a cliff or a building to atone for my sins, and then you would be pleased? Certainly not. Her voice was laced with a hint of ire. See, this is why. Su Ming was about to continue speaking when his voice abruptly faltered. A hand had already grasped the soft flesh at his waist. Xiao Wu let out a chilling laugh. You believe that jumping off a building or a cliff would leave you unscathed. Do you think I'm a fool? With that, she spun around wildly, completing a full 270-degree turn. Su Ming, this girl has truly transformed. Chapter 58, Practice Tests Truth. On the rooftop, a man and a woman lie quietly, as if resting on a bed of grass. The sky is a deep blue, clouds drift lazily, and the ancient buildings create a picturesque scene. Su Ming felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility within, his gaze imbued with a gentle smile. After spending 2 years in the starry forest, his heart had never experienced such soothing relief. It was as gentle as a soft breeze, as serene as the still water, as delicate as the birds gliding through the woods, and as peaceful as the quiet blue sky adorned with white clouds. All inner turmoil had vanished completely. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes and softly murmured, Do you hear any sound? Sound? Xiao Wu turned her head, continuing to move her mouth. Are you implying that my eating the candied hawthorn disturbs you? Indeed, I relish the disturbance. It would delight me to vex you. She chewed even louder, secretly reveling in her mischief. With a gentle shake of his head, Su Ming's voice flowed like a babbling brook. I refer to a tranquil sound. Even your eating feels remarkably serene. Xiao Wu paused, the corners of her mouth twitching, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Su Ming with a bemused expression. Not only has your demeanor changed significantly, but you have also become quite the silver-tongued charmer. Conceal your little thoughts. Do not presume that flattery will absolve you from my reckoning. Crack. The beautiful illusion shattered in an instant. Su Ming sighed helplessly, casting a sharp glare at the person who was spoiling the mood. Which of your ears heard me praising you? The tranquility I speak of arises from within. It is a reflection of my inner state. When my heart feels at peace, even if you were to shout beside me, I would still perceive serenity. Do you grasp the essence of this? With a swift motion, Xiao Wu tilted her head, feigning understanding as she leaned closer to Su Ming's ear. Get away, get away. Su Ming's expression darkened significantly as he hastily turned his head aside. Tang Hulu puffed out her cheeks and, with a cold snort, remarked, Still claiming that the state of mind creates the environment? Do you truly feel at peace right now? Even if I yell at you a couple of times, you won't lose an ounce. Did you not assert that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth? Allow me to conduct this test for you. Why are you in such a rush? A test? What you are doing hardly qualifies as one. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu had already waved her hand dismissively, as if anticipating his thoughts. She muttered in response, all right, I was merely jesting. I'm not in the mood for games. So there's no need for you to elaborate. Your strength is formidable, and your rules are indeed the law. Is that satisfactory? Su Ming, what a calamity. Su Mingshen, feeling disenchanted, closed his eyes. I am weary, let it all be destroyed. Xiao Wu, with a playful tongue, displayed a victorious smile upon her face. After 2 long years of contemplation, I have finally managed to irk you. Haven Ti? Hee, giddily swinging her legs. Xiao Wu reached out to tug at the golden locks of Su Ming's hair. Pray tell, what is the story behind this hair of yours? It's dyed. Su Ming could hardly muster the energy to open his eyes, casually uttering a couple of words. Do you take me for a blind fool? Do not tarnish the reputation of the blind, you scoundrel. The silver teeth clashed together, and Xiao Wu clenched her fists, indignantly snorting, I forgot to mention. I haven't been managing your blankets and quilts. If you wish to stay here, you may as well reside in a pile of mildew. After all, you won't be here for long. so you might as well make do. It would be a waste to buy new bedding. Every bit saved counts. Don't you think? Xiaowu fixed her gaze intently on Su Ming, her expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. Su Ming is not a fool. How could he possibly fail to comprehend the meaning behind those words? Well, in the coming months, I shall likely remain within the confines of the academy. Even if I am not at the academy, I shall be in the village. There is no reason for me to depart without cause. Why are you telling me this? I certainly will not assist you in purchasing those things. You must procure them yourself. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she reclined once more, her delicate eyes gazing at the sky, feeling that today was simply exquisite. Time flowed gently, and for a long while, neither of them spoke. Su Ming was nearly lost in slumber when, unable to withstand the silence, Xiao Wu's voice broke the stillness once more. Hey, what are your intentions for staying at the academy? If it's cultivation, I have already attained the rank of Great Soul Master, and perhaps I could assist you. The familiar term cultivation caused Su Ming's fingers to twitch slightly. He opened his hazy eyes, his expression gravely serious. Take a good look into my eyes. Do you notice anything amiss? Xiao Wu leaned in closer, her delicate gaze scrutinizing Su Ming's eyes. His pupils were as dark as obsidian, reminiscent of crystal. The whites of his eyes bore traces of blood, suggesting a lack of rest. To her, these details seemed rather ordinary. Furrowing her brows, Xiao Wu understood that Su Ming would not jest about such matters, and she continued her careful examination. It seemed doubtful that this girl would discern the truth. Feeling the atmosphere between them grow somewhat intimate, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, deciding that if she could not see it, then perhaps he was overthinking the situation. Not so fast. A cold voice interrupted as Xiao Wu pried Su Ming's hand away, inching closer once more, as if this would allow her to observe more intently. Su Ming's gaze remained unwavering, while internally he was also eager to discern the effects of his adjustments along the journey. After a brief moment, Xiao Wu seemed to notice something amiss. Furrowing her brow, she articulated with a measured tone, "How should I put this? Although your eyes appear calm and gentle, they exude a sense of danger, reminiscent of the ferocious beasts in the Douluo forest. In particular, I sense a chilling intent to kill emanating from your gaze. Have you ever desired to take my life?" A pang of apprehension gripped Su Ming, prompting him to quickly interject, not wishing for her to continue down that path. Silently acknowledging the dire state of affairs, evident even to this naive girl, Xiao Wu maintained her distance, yet her grip remained firm, her expression serious as she inquired. "What exactly has transpired with you? You ventured into the Douluo forest and hunted soul beasts, did you not?" Her determination to uncover the truth was palpable, as her complexion visibly reflected her growing anxiety. Experience had taught her that something was amiss with Su Ming, especially with that sinister and malevolent intent she had encountered before. Those who possessed such a demeanor were invariably ruthless and devoid of humanity. Su Ming wore a smile at the corner of his lips, feigning nonchalance. "It is not as grave as you perceive. I suspect that my prolonged stay in the starry great forest has led to an inadvertent absorption of some malevolent aura from the spirit beasts. It is merely a trifling matter, and I have already devised a method to rectify it. In due time, all will be well. Are you certain there are no issues?" Xiao Wu's expression remained solemn. Su Ming did not nod but earnestly remarked, "There is no need to be so anxious. You tend to be overly dependent, which causes you to become excessively tense. In fact, given your current circumstances, you could very well cultivate a sense of independence. However, when you are anxious, you easily lose your composure. Moreover, if you are still preoccupied with admonishing me, it likely indicates that you have no significant issues." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted. "What do you mean by being overly dependent? You are merely flattering yourself. I have been thriving perfectly well in your absence. Surprise, surprise. I am now the leader of the academy. Your earlier remarks were undoubtedly intentional, weren't they? Not only did you belittle me, but you also elevated your own stature." Su Ming, narcissistic as ever. Chapter 59, Xiao Wu's choice to withdraw from the teacher. "I tell you, the great Su has returned. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Fatty, do not spread such ridiculous jokes. Su has been away from school for 2 years. How could he possibly come back all of a sudden? It is true. I saw him reading in the small grove to the east." "Reading? Get lost. Right now? Stay far away. Damn it. Are you just spouting nonsense without any thought? This is the greatest insult to my idol. Utterly tedious if you wish to amuse us. At least come up with something better. Su would never be so dull." What a laugh. The biggest joke of the year, Su is not cultivating. He is reading. Within the campus, the news of Su Ming's return is spreading like wildfire. Xiao Wu and Tang San are already in 6th grade. And those like Wang Sheng who should have graduated long ago have indeed graduated, There are not many familiar faces left in the academy. Nevertheless, the name Su Ming still shines brightly in the Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, he is the first man to make the academy yield, prompting the addition of numerous regulations. Preoccupied with his cultivation, his relationships with classmates have not been particularly strong. Su Ming merely gathered with them briefly before refraining from returning to the classroom. As for the teachers, they seldom approached him unless he sought them out. After all, no one desires to hear that haunting phrase echoing in their ears. Teacher, you are a Grand Soul Master, are you not? Thus, upon returning to the academy, Su Ming felt at ease, just as he had when he departed, with no teacher to impede his way. The leaves danced in disarray, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled patches of light upon the grass. A gentle breeze stirred, accompanied by the occasional melodious chirp of a bird reminiscent of a flowing spring, striking a chord in his heart. Sitting on the grass, Su Ming quietly perused the books before him, encircled by a modest pile of volumes that seemed to envelop him. He could not compare to Tang San, who had the advantage of an ant serving as the master of the Moon Pavilion. Su Ming could only mediate his state in his own way. He held little interest in melodies and music, while he was familiar with a few songs from later generations. He was no fool. To escape the nightmarish cycles of slaughter and madness, he required a diversion of attention, a cultivation of his inner self. Reading books seemed a commendable option. Fortunately, he was not as severely affected as Tang San had been upon leaving the city of slaughter. His entanglement was superficial, and he still managed to maintain control over his temperament. This ordeal served as a wake-up call for Su Ming, especially considering that Tang Chen stood as a bloody example. In the past, even if faced with death, he would have found it hard to believe that one could sit and read here. The air was thick with incredulity as Tang San approached Su Ming. Suddenly, a book flew through the air, accompanied by Su Ming's casual voice. You might want to take a look. It could prove beneficial to you. Oh? Tang San's expression shifted to one of skepticism. Recalling the soul power cultivation method from their last encounter and understanding that Su Ming had no intention of causing him harm. However, upon seeing the book's cover, his lips twitched in disbelief. Are you certain this is of any use to me? Tang San's face contorted oddly as he turned the cover towards Su Ming. The Guide to Exquisite Cuisine. Indeed, it was this very book. Su Ming raised his head, his gaze calm and indifferent. It was merely a pastime to alleviate his boredom. Tang San casually opened a book and glanced at it, unable to fathom Su Ming's intentions. He sighed deeply, speaking from the heart. I can't shake the feeling that your return has transformed you entirely. It's not just your appearance. Even your demeanor has shifted, rendering you somewhat inscrutable. After a brief pause, Tang San's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, what on earth have you experienced to bring about such a change? Su Ming did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted to the side as he flicked the stone from his hand, which whizzed through the air and embedded itself into the large tree with a soft thud. Swiftly, a leg emerged. Xiao Wu, with a sheepish smile, appeared rather uneasy. I wasn't eavesdropping, she stammered. I just happened to pass by here. You can continue your conversation without concerning yourselves with me. As she spoke, she pulled out a book and settled herself beside Su Ming, feigning an air of engrossed interest. Su Ming did not respond to Tang San's inquiry, choosing instead to shift the topic. I intend to have Xiao withdraw from her apprenticeship. What are your thoughts on this? Withdraw from her apprenticeship? Tang San's heart jolted in surprise, while the book in Xiao Wu's hands fell to the ground with a thud, leaving her in a state of stunned disbelief as she gazed at Su Ming. Noticing the astonished look in Xiao Wu's eyes, Tang San instantly comprehended the situation and chuckled. Surely, this statement was not directed at me, but rather intended for Xiao Wu. Am I correct? Su Ming refrained from rebuttal, his gaze directed towards the bewildered Xiao Wu. If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. However, should you choose to accept, I will guide you in your cultivation. Though it may be arduous, the rewards will far surpass the trials. Tang San also turned his attention to Xiao Wu, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He held a genuine fondness for this junior sister. Neither spoke, allowing Xiao Wu the space to ponder. After a moment of inner turmoil, she smiled with newfound resolve, her luminous eyes shining with determination as she looked towards Tang San. Tang San, please convey to the master that I will repay the kindness he has shown me over these years, given the opportunity. Tang San appeared momentarily struck, a hint of melancholy clouding his expression. Are you truly resolved? Will you not reconsider? Xiao Wu shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. You must have sensed it. The master's thoughts have been primarily on you. Especially after learning of my relationship with Su Ming, his demeanor towards me has shifted significantly. If I am not mistaken, he has likely favored you in private, has he not? Xiaowu's bright and penetrating gaze pierced through Tang San, causing him to instinctively avert his eyes, feeling a warmth radiate from the 24 bridges of the moonlit night at his waist. He offered no defense, his expression a mixture of longing and a bittersweet smile. For you, departing may indeed be a blessing. After all, with Su Ming's discernment, he can offer you far more than the master can, but you will always remain my junior sister. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Though I may not possess his prowess, I believe I can assist with minor matters. Thank you, Xiaowu replied, a look of relief washing over her face as a sweet smile illuminated her features. She seemed to carry a lighter spirit. Observing this, Tang San smiled softly and chose not to elaborate further. He recognized Xiao Wu's firm decision, and even he felt that her departure could be beneficial. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, prompting Tang San to instinctively reach out. A pill, exuding a rich herbal aroma, had landed in his hand. The fragrance was so potent that even while held, Tang San could feel his soul power surging within him, seemingly drawn to the essence of the pill. What is this? Su Ming elucidated that this is the soul-nurturing pill, capable of enhancing one's soul power by 1 rank. It was an unexpected acquisition on my part. Present it to you, Xiaojiang, indicating that it may help him break through the 30-level barrier, considering it a recompense for the years he has imparted knowledge. The soul-nurturing pill? Enhancing soul power by 1 rank? A sudden jolt coursed through Tang San's body, and his gaze ignited with fervor. He understood all too well the arduous nature of cultivation. Such a potent elixir was indeed a treasure of immense value. Even Xiaowu could not restrain herself from tugging at Su Ming, her delicate lips pressed together, as if to convey that this gift was exceedingly extravagant. Yet Su Ming waved his hand, signaling her to remain calm. The three of them fell silent, enveloping the forest in an atmosphere of contemplation. After a moment, unable to suppress his inner turmoil, Tang San voiced his confusion. You clearly harbor disdain for the master. Why then bestow such a precious gift? Gazing intently at Su Ming, he was not only perplexed but also somewhat lost. Chapter 60. A melodious voice, please do not call again. As he traversed the plaza and classrooms, Tang San's brow furrowed, his mind preoccupied. Even when greeted by fellow work-study students, he remained unresponsive, inciting their bewilderment. Tang San. Every individual possesses a sacred realm within their heart, one that remains untouched by personal likes or dislikes. While indulging in one's preferences indeed grants a sense of freedom, I cannot dispute that. I must admit, I do not hold you Xiaojiang in high regard. In the realm of soul masters, strength is paramount, and I am undeniably superior. However, should my steadfast principles be forsaken for the sake of power, would that not be a lamentable fate? He has granted Xiaowu considerable knowledge about the soul master domain. I cannot disregard this truth. The boy who once slayed dragons has now become a malevolent dragon himself. Those who seek to trample upon righteousness through brute strength will inevitably find themselves crushed beneath it. Cultivation transcends merely enhancing soul power. It is equally, if not more, essential to cultivate the heart. Recalling Su Ming's words, a sense of enlightenment dawned upon Tang San, prompting him to exhale slowly. When he lifted his gaze once more, it seemed a change had taken root within his eyes. Ah, have I arrived so soon? Upon realizing he had reached Yu Xiaojiang's office, Tang San could not help but smile wryly. Let me handle this. Spare me the lectures. You two siblings ought to feel some shame. After lingering at the door for a moment, he resolutely stepped inside. Teacher, even if you do not grant me the elixir, I shall harbor no resentment towards you. In the woods, Xiaowu rested her chin on her hands, her face radiant like a blooming lotus, captivating and lovely. Yet this lotus seemed to be in deep contemplation. Indeed, Xiaowu was also reflecting on Su Ming's earlier remarks, for they starkly contrasted with the principles she had grasped in the Stardow forest. There, strength dictated reason. Without power, one would readily become prey for the carnivorous soul beasts. This was the first time she had encountered such rhetoric. Imbued with a sense of unconventionality, yet it resonated with a peculiar logic that eluded her understanding. With your intellect, I wager you could ponder this all day and still find no clarity, perhaps even losing sleep over it. A teasing voice chimed in. Su Ming closed the cookbook on barbecue techniques, intending to experiment later. Xiaowu pouted and settled beside Su Ming, stating, since I currently have no teacher, do enlighten me. I genuinely cannot fathom it. Su Ming raised his brows slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, since you are aware that there will be no teacher, why did you agree so readily? Xiaowu's complexion flushed a delicate shade of crimson. She tilted her head against her knees, her rosy gaze shimmering with a tender delight. I am not foolish. I know who truly cares for me. Although the master is my teacher, his sincerity towards me is lacking. In comparison, while you were once a rogue, you have shown me far more authenticity. And I believe you will not treat me poorly in the future. Xiaowu lifted her head, a playful smile dancing on her lips. You must admit, I speak the truth, brother. The soft, melodious call sent shivers down Su Ming's spine, causing him to tremble ever so slightly. I could easily be your father, he retorted. No, wait. Even at 100,000 years old, she could be my ancestor. Su Ming rubbed his brow vigorously and suggested she express her inner doubts. He inquired, what do you believe your diligent cultivation is truly for? Before Xiao Wu could respond, Su Ming continued, his expression serious. Generally speaking, cultivation stems from two primary motivations. First, the desire not to be inferior to others. Second, the wish to avoid being bullied. The notion of not wanting to be inferior carries an idealistic dimension, pursuing strength, power, and wealth with the intention of surpassing those around us. As for the desire to avoid being bullied, it can either stem from not wanting to be oppressed or from having already been oppressed and seeking strength to reclaim justice. At this point, Su Ming's tone softened considerably. Stealing a glance at Xiao Wu, who had her head down, her eyes cold and filled with a mix of hatred and anger, he affectionately patted her head. Although these two motivations may seem distinct, they are intricately intertwined throughout one's life. The unwillingness to be bullied and the desire to protect one's own achievements are fundamentally similar. What you do not wish for yourself, do not impose on others. I have told you before. To possess strength yet refrain from abusing it, is that not right? With a sense of warmth from her family, Xiao Wu's resentment gradually dissipated. Rubbing her eyes, she lifted her head and said defiantly, while your words may be true, there is no need to give him a soul-enhancing pill. That is a precious elixir that can amplify one's soul power. Wouldn't it be better kept for yourself? Her eyes widened in disbelief, chastising Su Ming for his extravagance. She had initially intended to gift him some rare medicinal herbs. Yet he had chosen to part with a soul-enhancing pill instead. You might as well have given it to me. The more I think about it, the more I feel I've lost out. The soul-enhancing pill can only be consumed once, and since I am already a soul master, it serves little purpose for me now. Stretching leisurely, Su Ming reclined slowly, gazing at the dappled light filtering through the trees, murmuring to himself, what I truly anticipate is whether the soul-enhancing pill ultimately falls into Tang San's hands, or if it will be consumed by Yu Xiaojiang. You are a soul master? How self-important. Have you forgotten that you have an elder sister who is a grand soul master at home? Xiao Wu pouted, feeling utterly disheartened, muttering that anyone could have it now, as the elixir was no longer his concern. Indeed, Su Ming chuckled, choosing not to disclose that he had conveyed additional messages to Tang San, a useless teacher stepping into the limelight on the backs of his students. If the latter were truly inept, it would at least affirm the teacher's excellence, deserving of such recognition. Yet, how could one overlook the fact that his disciple possesses dual spirit abilities, the transmigrator Tang San? Even without Yu Xiaojiang, he could still rise as a top-tier powerhouse. This circumstance significantly explains why the medicine elder maintains a firm upper hand over Yu Xiaojiang. The emotional ties have been severed. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Humph. Not knowing why she was upset, Xiao Wu shot Su Ming an annoyed glance, abandoning her book as she prepared to leave. Amused, Su Ming chuckled softly and tossed a box in her direction. Xiao Wu turned back, gripping the box tightly, her lips curling into a radiant smile. Just this one. If you lose it, do not come looking for me, Su Ming warned coolly. Fine. Xiao Wu beamed, ready to depart. Wait, what now? She queried, perplexed as she turned around. With a slight grimace, Su Ming replied, the way you called me brother just now was quite pleasant. Perhaps refrain from doing so in the future, as it feels somewhat unsettling. If absolutely necessary, you may call me Su Ming instead. Brother, she raised an eyebrow teasingly. Brother, she grinned mischievously. Brother, she tilted her head playfully. Seeing Su Ming's teeth clenched in frustration, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and skipped away, full of life. Su Ming, indeed, harbored no guilt from the childhood torment. Chapter 61. Does Su Ming possess a 10,000-year soul ring? In the mountains, the valley has transformed remarkably after 2 years. Free from Su Ming's devastation, lush green grass blankets the ground, emanating a delightful fragrance. Exotic flowers and rare herbs bloom in unison. The once elusive birds now frolic freely in flocks across the meadow, exuberant and unrestrained. Leaning against the stone wall, Su Ming appeared languid and relaxed. A small knife gliding through his hands as wood shavings cascaded from his fingers. The wooden figure took on a humanoid shape, arms outstretched, shoulders aligned. legs positioned in a relaxed stance, toes touching heels, reminiscent of an exercise routine. This silhouette bore a striking resemblance to another nearby figure. Is time nearly up? Has the hourglass not yet emptied? The voice trembled as Xiaowu, arms wide open, balanced precariously on a slender bamboo stalk, defying gravity on the water's surface. Her delicate eyes flickered with anxiety, her face taut with tension, while her swaying legs stirred ripples in the water, though it appeared she might plunge at any moment. She exerted every ounce of strength to maintain her balance. It's almost done. Perhaps just 1/5 remains. Without raising his gaze, Su Ming deftly flicked his leg, instantly flipping the hourglass. His carving movements remained fluid and unwavering. The sincerity of his tone instilled confidence even in Xiaowu, who gasped and continued to persevere. As time drifted by, the features of the wooden sculpture gradually became distinct. A gentle breath from Su Ming sent the shavings scattering like snowflakes. Assessing his creation, Su Ming smiled in satisfaction and continued refining it. His grandfather, Blin, a skilled bamboo craftsman, had left tools scattered throughout their home, and in his leisure, Su Ming enjoyed experimenting with them. This practice, he found, cultivated his spirit far more effectively than reading. It was neither monotonous nor devoid of fulfillment. It allowed for the exquisite appreciation of the blade's edge. I can't hold on any longer. A defeated voice broke the tranquility, and Xiao Wu's strength waned, her feet feeling as if burdened by immense weight. In a desperate attempt to avoid getting wet, she sprang up like a dragonfly dancing on water, hastily making her way to the shore. Nearly collapsing, she supported herself on her knees, hunching over as she approached Su Ming, casting a glance at the emptied hourglass. A flicker of a smile broke through her weary expression, confirming that she had indeed managed to endure. How infuriating. You're just using me for amusement. Noticing Su Ming's depiction of her, Xiaowu gritted her teeth in frustration. You let me toil while you slack off. What sort of artistry is this? It's utterly grotesque. With a thud, she plopped down, defeated, on the ground. No more practice. Not even for ordinary carrots, let alone a century-old one. Will I rise again? Success comes from perseverance. The fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. If she couldn't endure this minor hardship, how could she aspire to master lightness skills? So be it, it is what it is. Regardless, my legs have gone numb, and I cannot rise. Say what you will. Resting her arms against her forehead, Xiaowu remained indifferent, taking deep breaths. It was evident that she was genuinely exhausted, and Su Ming refrained from further provoking her. Lightness skills were comparatively easier to practice, and Xiaowu was making commendable progress. While he trained through proficiency, she diligently honed her skills, facing a greater challenge. Now, Xiaowu relied solely on him as her half-mentor. Given their relationship, it was only natural for Su Ming to look out for her. The matter of her withdrawal from training had caused barely a ripple. Yu Xiaojiang seemed to have forgotten about his disciple Xiaowu. As for the soul-raising elixir, Su Ming did not inquire about who had consumed the soul-raising elixir, only noting that Tang San had refrained from hunting soul beasts in the following days. The effect of the soul-raising elixir is to elevate a soul master's soul power by 1 level. If one does not reach level 30, there will undoubtedly be an overflow of soul power, much like Xiaowu, whose soul power has ascended from level 29 to over 31. Thus, it is likely that the elixir was consumed by Yu Xiaojiang. Such an outcome, while unexpected, was also quite reasonable, as Yu Xiaojiang would hardly forego such a splendid opportunity. Recently, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, Su Ming had engaged in discussions with Tang San regarding Yu Xiaojiang's role as a teacher. However, Tang San's resolve remained largely unshaken. Coming from a world steeped in martial arts, he held firmly to the belief that once a teacher, always a father. A notion deeply ingrained in him. Xiaowu, unlike Tang San, possesses her own soul rings and soul skills. Being a 100,000-year soul beast with a broader acquaintance of soul beasts than he. What Xiaowu lacks most is experience in human society and an understanding of the combat tactics employed by soul masters, where guidance is essential. Therefore, her reliance on Yu Xiaojiang as a mentor is not particularly high, especially given his indifferent demeanor, due to familial ties. Su Ming's decision for Xiaowu to withdraw from her apprenticeship does not carry a significant psychological burden. If she truly were to resign, Tang San would cease to be the Tang San we know. Su Ming chuckled softly to himself, choosing not to pursue the matter any further. As he had previously stated, everyone has their own principles, which cannot be forced upon others. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him, and he cast a peculiar glance around before rising to his feet. I shall return here tonight to teach you the art of cultivating soul power. Without waiting for Xiaowu's response, he soared into the depths of the forest. This fellow always shrouded in mystery. Xiaowu, with her eyes slightly narrowed, murmured something under her breath, indifferent to his departure. Her gaze fell upon the wooden carving on the ground, her features contorting in distaste. Ah, given that your martial spirit is a blade, it's quite hideous. Perhaps it's not the blade's fault, but rather a reflection of poor aesthetic sense. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Su Ming slowed his pace and came to a halt. Since you, my senior, have taken the initiative to seek me out, why the need for such stealth? This hardly reflects your usual demeanor. An eerie stillness enveloped the forest, suddenly disrupted by a gust of wind. Indeed, you have grown stronger since our last encounter. The resonant voice echoed from all directions, gravelly yet powerful. With a whoosh, a tattered cloak billowed in the wind, and a figure leaped down from the trees. The man was unkempt, with a scruffy beard and a weathered complexion, reminiscent of a laborer worn by the elements. Yet, within the contours of his face and the set of his brows, one could sense that he must have been a strikingly handsome youth in his prime. Though his appearance was unrefined, his robust physique, draped in a flowing robe, exuded a breathtaking power, akin to a mighty river surging forth, crashing against the shores. In Su Ming's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance surged forth, his arm trembling instinctively, muscles igniting with a fervent desire for battle. Despite the enhancement of his own strength, Tang Hao's unified and formidable aura still rendered him acutely aware of his own insignificance, as if standing before an imposing mountain, towering and insurmountable. Su Ming clenched his fist and then loosened it, greeting with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. It appears that Senior Tang has already returned. Judging by Tang San's reaction, he likely remains unaware of this matter. Tang Hao's expression shifted slightly, realizing that he could not conceal this from Su Ming. The method of refining soul power, coupled with his surname Tang, rendered his connection to Tang San unmistakable. Tang Hao raised his hand, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. His presence alone sufficed, as he believed Tang San must forge his own path. As a father, he wished for his son to thrive without being overshadowed by his legacy. After a brief pause, an invisible pressure emanated from Tang Hao. His gaze turned icy, as if charged with electric energy, he thundered. Yet you. Your acceleration and cultivation is indeed fearsome, even to me. If I am not mistaken, you must possess a 10,000-year soul ring. Am I right? Chapter 62. Tang Hao's dark humor and sarcasm. Within the forest, a chilling wind swept through, causing the underbrush to rustle ominously. The air seemed to shimmer with the flicker of blades, exuding an atmosphere of deathly silence and foreboding. The mention of a 10,000-year soul ring, a mere 4 words, instantly solidified the tension in the air. Su Ming let out a surprised smile, piercing through the eerie atmosphere. I am curious. What leads you to conclude that I possess a 10,000-year soul ring? There was no denial, which implied the truth of the matter. Internally stunned into silence, Tang Hao's deep gaze flickered. A soul master with a 10,000-year soul ring? The emergence of such a being in the realm of soul masters could pose a formidable challenge should they mature. Perhaps only the awakening of the blue-silver emperor bloodline in Xiao San, coupled with the Haotian hammer, could rival such power. Xiao San. It is difficult to ascertain whether your fate is one of misfortune or fortune. Nevertheless, having such an individual by your side indeed propels your cultivation far beyond your father's expectations. Tang Hao's previously indifferent expression softened considerably. High-ranking soul masters, even those who have attained the title of Douluo, typically cannot perceive the age of an opponent's soul ring. With a slight pause in his tone, Tang Hao's expression turned grave. There is something amiss with your body. The aura you unconsciously emit contains the unique malevolence of a 10,000-year soul beast. Although this aura is nearly dissipated, it is unlikely that even a titled Douluo could discern it. However, I possess a unique sensitivity that allows me to perceive it. The domain of the god of death, indeed. Su Ming pondered and nodded, realizing that reshaping one's mindset is indeed not an overnight endeavor. It's been said that we have come this far, yet you still fail to grasp the situation. I have seldom shown such interest in a few individuals. Tang Hao remained silent, only able to gently remind him, it is evident that you are already addressing the issues plaguing you, and recognizing this is no small feat however. What piques my curiosity more is the current manifestation of your martial soul. Could it still be a firewood cutter? Martial soul? Su Ming raised his head and, upon meeting Tang Hao's curious gaze, suddenly came to a realization. How truly remarkable. Su Ming wore an enigmatic smile, realizing that Tang Hao would remain vigilant over Tang San, rendering his soul rings impossible to conceal. A radiant black light enveloped his body, and golden luminescence coalesced in his grasp, manifesting as a resplendent golden blade. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, 2 violet and 1 black. The final ring astonishingly aligned with Tang Hao's conjecture. Upon witnessing the 10,000-year soul ring, Tang Hao's gaze jolted, imbued with a profound sense of witnessing history unfold. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly raised his eyes. This blade. Tang Hao's pupils constricted as he swiftly appeared before Su Ming. His gaze fixated intently on the blade of divine slaying in Su Ming's hand. The shock within him rivaling that of encountering the third 10,000-year soul ring. What an exquisitely sharp blade! After scrutinizing it intently for a considerable time, and feeling its astonishing sharpness that even stirred a hint of trepidation within him, Tang Hao could not help but exclaim. Indeed, it was an unparalleled weapon of lethality. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he gently waved the god-slaying blade, its edge emitting a sharp, whistling sound. This blade, known as the god-slaying blade, had evolved from the martial spirit of a chopping knife. Its sharpness was indeed remarkable, though it could have benefited from a length of 1 meter to significantly enhance its striking power. Nevertheless, the smile on Su Ming's face remained unabated, indicating his satisfaction. Short? Tang Hao's lips twitched as he returned Su Ming a disdainful glance. Such a razor-sharp weapon, even if it were a dagger, could inspire a sense of pride. Admittedly, the blade was somewhat short. It would serve quite well for slaughtering pigs and sheep, Tang Hao added with a touch of dark humor. Su Ming, are you courteous? Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. Jealousy could lead to a disintegration of one's essence. Jealousy? Humph, as a distinguished titled Douluo. Would I ever feel jealousy towards a mere soul respect? Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Su Ming, leaving the interpretation of his gaze to the latter. The atmosphere grew suddenly heavy with silence. Tang Hao was not one to engage in idle chatter, and Su Ming was even less inclined to speak, offering more words only to those with whom he was intimately acquainted. After a brief pause, it was Tang Hao who broke the silence, broaching a delicate subject. What do you plan to do about that girl? Su Ming's expression darkened, his gaze instantly turning frigid. In the next moment, he quickly regained his composure, silently chiding himself for overthinking. Xiao Wu had encountered Tang Hao before and claimed that he had not acted against her. Given Tang Hao's past, it was highly unlikely that he would suddenly change his mind and target Xiao Wu now. Observing the shift in Su Ming's demeanor, Tang Hao felt a mix of amusement and irritation within. If I were to take action, would I not have done so by now? Even if that were the case. With your current strength, do you truly believe you can thwart me? Su Ming fell silent, his expression unusually grave. Although Tang Hao was not, he would inevitably encounter another. A reality he must confront. Given your current strength, dwelling on it is futile, Tang Hao remarked, waving his hand dismissively, refraining from further intimidating Su Ming. In a few months, you should be graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy. With your current abilities, Notting City can no longer accommodate you. Where do you intend to go? Tang Hao's demeanor was solemn and sincere, akin to an elder conversing with a younger relative. Such familiarity from an elder surely indicated a degree of admiration for the latter. Tang Hao had indeed held Su Ming in high regard since the latter's early training years, and his impression had only deepened since. Although they had not engaged in combat, he could sense the explosive power within Su Ming. Even in his prime, he could not boast such a formidable physique. Faced with such a prodigious talent, even he could not help but entertain thoughts of competing across generations, though he lamented the limitations of his own body. Where to? Su Ming pondered, taken aback that Tang Hao would inquire about this. He sighed and pointed to the soul ring beneath his feet, asking pointedly, Elder, where do you think I could go without drawing attention? Tang Hao, visibly perturbed, retorted, And do you know of any place that is blind to yellow, purple, and black? The sort of color blindness that confuses purple and black for yellow? Tang Hao's face darkened further, a flicker of irritation igniting in his eyes as he felt an urge to reprimand Su Ming. I came to ask you, not the other way around. 1,000-year first ring, a 10,000-year third ring. How can that go unnoticed? Unless you refrain from using your martial spirit. Or unless everyone else happens to be blind. Su Ming spread his hands, bitterness lacing his words. Not only am I aware, but the elder is also cognizant deep within. If I were to openly reveal myself, I would undoubtedly attract widespread attention. I abhor tedious troubles, and even more so, being unable to act freely. As for Xiao Wu, there is no need to mention her. She absolutely cannot be exposed. Given such circumstances, where can I possibly go? With a helpless sigh, Su Ming lamented. It is all due to the two words, greed, causing turmoil. While perusing the first volume of the Soul Beast Illustrated Guide, he had already devised a plan for his soul rings based on the lifespan of soul beasts around 1,000 years. Naturally, he was unwilling to hunt 100-year soul beasts when he could attain a millennium soul ring. Furthermore, at that time, Xiao Wu had already become his nominal sister. To guard against any potential crises, he needed to bolster his strength. Otherwise, the age of his first soul ring could be even higher, likely matching that of his third soul ring, which was a millennium ring. Observing the look of melancholy and helplessness on Su Ming's face, Tang Hao's eyes glimmered with a cunning smile, as if a scheme had borne fruit. Chapter 63. The hunter appears in the form of the prey. If only Xiao Wu were absent, the berserker's body would still be effective. Su Ming mused that he would most likely proceed as originally planned to the Soul Arena in Heaven-Do City. 1. Although the conversion rate of prestige soul points is low, having some is certainly better than having none. 2. Striving to defeat soul masters will yield additional rewards. 3. The body of the berserker also offers supplementary benefits. It can be said that the existence of the Soul Arena is practically tailor-made for Su Ming. If he were to become a coveted asset, he would not hesitate to align himself with a certain faction. The Spirit Hall is also a viable option, as it tends to place significant value on talent. However, at present, should his soul rings be exposed in Heaven-Do City, it is likely that his information would appear on Bibi Dong's desk by the following day. Su Ming, possessing the martial soul of a chopping knife, is endowed with innate full soul power and possesses 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. He hails from Dian Village in Notting City, Ficino Province. Within his household, he has a grandfather and a younger sister. Bibi Dong remarked, "Just bring them directly." "Ah, a buy-one-get-one-free offer. How delightful." Su Ming rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling distressed even at the mere recollection of the matter. Observing Su Ming's troubled expression, Tang Hao recognized that the moment had arrived. With an impassive countenance, he solemnly stated, "A man must bear his burdens. Only by enduring the weight can he navigate the tempest of life. If one cannot even protect their own kin, then regardless of their formidable strength, it amounts to nothing more than a fleeting dream. Such a man is unworthy of being called a true hero." The melancholic tone in his voice gradually diminished, revealing a profound sorrow and guilt etched upon Tang Hao's face as he became ensnared in bittersweet memories. He was well aware of the circumstances between Tang Hao and A-in, and he could empathize with Tang Hao's current sentiments. The greatest tragedy in life is to lose a father in youth, a spouse in middle age, and a child in old age. Moved by the heartfelt reprimand, Su Ming refrained from chastising Tang Hao. Instead, he spoke with a gentle resolve. When the wind rises, one must set sail and brave the waves. The journey is long and arduous, necessitating relentless effort. Only through hardship can a man comprehend the essence of standing tall in the world. Yet it is lamentable that human strength is finite, and some desires are unattainable. In an instant, Tang Hao was jolted back to reality, instinctively uttering a word of agreement. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he felt a rush of embarrassment wash over him. Gazing at Su Ming's mature and rational demeanor, Tang Hao felt as though he had been struck across the face, his cheeks burning with shame. Su Ming Yue's understanding only deepened his feelings of guilt and self-reproach. "Ah-in. If I had possessed his composure back then, perhaps," sigh. Tang Hao, feeling a sense of helplessness, sighed deeply, his previous emotions evaporating in an instant. He stated succinctly, after graduation, the girl will attend an academy known as Shrek to further her studies. That place lacks spirit Douluos and title Douluos, making it easier for her to remain concealed. If there are no better options available, it would be wise for her to first go to that academy, should danger arise. Perhaps I might have the chance to rescue her once more. With that, Tang Hao's figure vanished in an instant, unwilling to linger there for even a moment longer. Su Ming shook his head, but as he turned away, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Indeed, his heart raced slightly. His step seemed considerably lighter as he departed. It was perplexing that Xiao Wu had unexpectedly become like a younger sister to him. How could he not contemplate the current situation and ponder the next course of action? Without a means to conceal her identity, he found it impossible to escort her to locations where Soul Douluos resided. The safest option was either to remain in her formidable village of Daya or to ensure she had protection. The former was unattainable, leaving only the latter. Shrek Academy, without doubt, was the most suitable place for Xiao Wu, a strategy that Su Ming had previously devised. With Tang Hao present, she would also have the opportunity to meet new friends, while he could guide her in her cultivation. As for his own training, the third level of Hunyuan blade technique belonged to the mental realm of attacks, and his spiritual power was currently inadequate for such practice. Soto City boasted a spirit arena, while Shrek Academy was home to both talented protagonists and supporting characters, as well as respectable Soul Emperor and Soul Sage instructors. Arranging tasks for protagonists and supporting characters within the system was remarkably straightforward. Su Ming was fully aware that Tang Hao wished to stimulate himself and even assist Tang San. he too needed to harness such support. Life is akin to a play where skillful acting is paramount. Hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. In the valley, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. With a sound reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, Xiao moved gracefully through the underbrush as if traversing solid ground. Her face, radiant as a peach blossom, beamed with joy, exuding happiness. With a swift motion, she covered a few hundred meters in mere moments, landing effortlessly before Su Ming. "What do you think? Have I mastered this lightness technique?" she exclaimed, her face aglow with pride and delight as she flaunted her accomplishment. If she had practiced step by step, her speed might have surpassed his. Indeed, being a semi-attack type soul master appeared to be somewhat easier. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. "You have indeed mastered it. But you must also engage in diligent practice moving forward. This lightness technique is meant for your escape. In practical combat, while it accelerates quickly in a straight line, it may prove somewhat lacking in close quarters. Of course, how you utilize it must be discovered through your own exploration. The master leads you to the door. But cultivation is a personal journey." Xiao Wu nodded earnestly, fully aware that she needed to adapt it to her own fighting style. "Brother, may I see your martial soul and soul rings?" she inquired, seemingly struck by a thought as she tugged at Su Ming's arm. Her curiosity akin to that of an inquisitive little rabbit. "Su Ming, it seems that Tang Hao mentioned this matter previously." Su Ming, rendered speechless, remarked, "What need is there to inspect my martial spirit and soul rings? If you harbor an inclination for soul rings, you may release your martial spirit and indulge in your own leisurely admiration." With a sigh, he appeared somewhat anxious, while Xiao Wu tugged at Su Ming's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, look at you. After all these years of knowing each other, it seems you have never once utilized a soul skill. As for Tang-san, you may keep your secrets, but I am still your sister. Allow me to see what you are capable of." "Indeed." Stroking his chin, Su Ming nodded earnestly. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instinctively glanced beneath their feet. Alas, the scene she envisioned did not materialize, yet a sound resonated in their ears. "Indeed. We are not particularly close. We have only known each other for a few years." Su Ming uttered his final words, swiftly withdrawing his hand and departing with quickened steps. The sound of his heart shattering echoed in the air, leaving Xiao Wu with a darkened expression, lost in a daze. After years of acquaintance, how could he speak such frigid words? "If we are not familiar, I shall undoubtedly bring you to a state of familiarity." Xiao Wu stamped her foot and pursued him. "The more you conceal, the more my excitement grows. One day, I will unearth you from your hiding place." Aware that he must once again distance himself from Nodding City, Su Ming returned to his village for a month. For 2 years, his grandfather, Brin, had eagerly awaited his return, and at last, the day arrived. That night, filled with paternal affection, he grasped Su Ming's hand and spoke at length by the fire. With age comes wisdom, and Su Ming gleaned much from their conversation. Upon returning to the village, he refrained from training and instead assisted at home, secretly acquiring some skills from the basket weaver. Though the baskets may not have turned out perfectly, Brin was nonetheless delighted and tirelessly guided Su Ming. The legacy of a family is not solely defined by blood but also by craftsmanship. Chapter 64, 500 grams per gene, we shall not buy. An empire, 10 provinces. This phrase was often repeated by the cultural studies teacher at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Although the Heavendo Empire nominally possessed 10 provinces, 5 of them had already been established as kingdoms and principalities. These countries within a country held military strength, almost resembling independent powers. Nodding City, located in the Fastna province, bordered the Douluo Empire and was adjacent to the Balak Kingdom. It can be said that both sides serve as buffers between the Heavendo Empire and the Douluo Empire. Under the blazing sun, the air shimmered with intense heat. Lush green grass blanketed the vast plains, which stretched endlessly. In the heart of this expansive plain stood a magnificent city, its walls thick and gleaming with a dark luster. From a distance, it resembled a colossal steel beast resting upon the wilderness, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Soto City, the granary of the Balak Kingdom. Clang, clang. At the city gate, something seemed to have fallen with a resounding thud, attracting the attention of the crowd. On the ground lay a basket, its opening revealing numerous metallic strips, seemingly heavy. Passers-by expressed their astonishment, not expecting the young boy and girl before them to carry such a burdensome load. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the weight-bearing trek. The host has traversed 435 miles, carrying a weight of 1,000 pounds over the course of 23 days. Evaluation of effort. Considering the host's current physique, Bearing 1,000 pounds is not overly challenging. However, given the considerable distance, the host's perseverance without utilizing soul power is commendable. Effort level rating: 3 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining Strength 7, Defense 5, and Spirit 3. At least the rewards are somewhat useful. Su Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart, but was immediately met with the disgruntled complaints of someone nearby. Finally, they had arrived at Soto City. Otherwise, he would have surely been exhausted. Xiaowu wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face flushed and glistening. The wooden basket hanging from her back was also a source of attention. Traveling under a heavy load was indeed far more arduous than their usual burdens. Covering such a vast distance while carrying 100 pounds, stopping and starting, was tiring even for a spirit master. It was Tang San who spoke, struggling for breath as he did so. Unlike Xiao Wu's discontented grumbling, a faint smile of satisfaction lingered on his face, suggesting he felt quite well. He had initially thought he would be coming to Shrek Academy alone, but to his surprise, Su Ming and Xiao Wu also intended to come and take a look. With dear friends by his side, it was worth the effort, whether it was 400 miles or even 4,000. Su Ming playfully scratched the corner of his eye. Laughing in exasperation, I merely suggested that you both come over to experience the hardships of a long trek. I never intended for you to carry any burdens. It is one thing for you two to bear the weight yourselves, but to expect me to do so as well is utterly unreasonable. With that, Su Ming removed the thick, snow-blue weighted armor from his body. Even just holding it, the weight of 1,000 pounds felt substantial. A burden of such magnitude could never be forged by the blacksmiths of Notting City. This set of weighted armor was a reward from the system, comprising multifunctional shoes, sturdy gauntlets, and ultrafine garments, all assembled from his runs to and from the Starry Forest and the Soul-Hunting Forest. The armor allowed for weight adjustment, ranging from 500 to 5,000 pounds, though it made him feel somewhat portly. This was only his first time wearing it. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue and teased, "Brother, if you're not carrying any weight, we're quite unaccustomed to it. What do you think, Tang San?" Unaccustomed is an understatement. Gazing at Su Ming, Tang San added with a hint of sarcasm, "I used to think it was quite favorable when you weren't burdened. It seemed I had a chance to surpass you. Now that I realize I cannot win against you, seeing you suddenly unencumbered feels like a dagger to my heart." Xiao Wu nodded in earnest agreement, their banter forming a delightful duet. "Su Ming, Tang San, you have indeed changed. You now seem to embrace foolishness." With a hint of admiration, Su Ming suppressed his inner contempt and proceeded toward the city of Suatua. The current Tang San appeared to live with greater ease, no longer concealing his thoughts as he once did. Foolishness? Tang San was at a loss for words, scratching his head, unsure of how to counter the claim. And it seemed there was some truth to it. Nevertheless, one must always gaze toward their goals. With such aspirations in sight, the coming years promised to be thrilling. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and whispered, "Tang San, my brother actually insulted you. I cannot tolerate this. It is utterly embarrassing." Truly, they were siblings, sharing a similarly dark sense of humor. Tang San coughed, "Xiao Wu, do not treat me as a fool. You have been bullied for quite some time now. If you have the ability, go seek revenge." "That is different." Xiao Wu immediately shook her head, adopting a tone of authority. "As the saying goes, to hit is to show affection, to scold is to care. I am his sister. When he hits and scolds me, it is actually for my own good. But you are different. A man should not remain beneath others for long. To become a soul master, you have yet to challenge my brother one-on-one. Have you forgotten? One-on-one." Tang San's expression darkened as he walked toward the city gate. 2 years ago, he had not even utilized his soul skills and had lost. A duel would merely result in him being beaten. To his surprise, Tang San did not fall for her teasing, leaving Xiao Wu astonished as she scratched her head. Could it be that I revealed something? It seems I did not. Unable to comprehend, Xiao Wu hurried to catch up. "Humph. I refuse to believe you can go on without using your martial soul." Suatua City, vast in its expanse, served as the granary of the Baloch Kingdom and thrived commercially. Even if one did not reach the city center, the streets were lined with bustling shops, offering a dazzling array of goods. For Xiao Wu, it was akin to a treasure trove unfolding before her. "Brother, let us buy some snow pears. They smell particularly sweet." "Hey, wait for me. I can pay, right? Brother, look at this. These cherries appear delicious." Always thinking about food, Su Ming shook his head. "The cherries in Suatua City are exorbitantly priced, 500 grams per pound. Let us not buy any." 500? Xiao Wu's hand trembled as she quickly withdrew it. With only a handful of gold coins, she realized she could hardly afford anything. Too expensive. It's practically robbery. Xiao Wu instinctively distanced herself, I have never seen cherries like these. The shopkeeper's face darkened. Was it a mistake? It seemed not. Yet how had he become a swindler? Tang San was also taken aback, believing the prices in Sanoa City to be outrageous, but upon realizing, he burst into laughter. 500 grams per pound? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Shall we narrowed her eyes? Tang San, what are you laughing at? Do you have that kind of money? Ahem. I cannot afford these cherries. Tang San waved dismissively. After a moment's thought, he generously declared, after such a long journey, we are all weary. Let us find a place to rest, and later, I shall treat everyone to a good meal. How does that sound? Someone is treating us. Xiaowu's face lit up with joy, and she clapped her hands in delight. Wonderful. I will not hold back. I must make you pay. Tang San. How about we try a pound of these cherries first? Tang San replied, you are pushing me to my limits. Well, I shall treat you. If I run out of money, you will have to fend for yourselves. Su Ming, sensing something amiss, paused in his speech. The two noticed Su Ming's unusual demeanor and followed his gaze. With a hush, Tang San's face turned awkward, and Xiaowu's expression shifted as well. Elder brother. So you prefer those with curves. Chapter 65, Shrek Academy, a small classroom in the village? Following Su Ming's gaze, a woman approached with purposeful strides. She had black hair and donned a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. It was hard to believe that this girl, appearing no older than 12, possessed such a stunning and mature physique, one that would evoke envy even among adult women. Beyond her remarkable figure, her beauty was striking, with delicate features reminiscent of a blooming daffodil, radiating an otherworldly grace. Unfortunately, her expression was frigid, her dark eyes devoid of warmth, giving an impression of a soulless gaze. Ahem. Tang San's eyes glimmered with amusement. No wonder Su Ming showed no interest in other women. He seemed to fancy this type. Xiao felt her cheeks flush, completely taken aback by her elder brother's taste. It seems all men are the same. Noticing the peculiar gaze of the two, Su Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. What are you two focusing on? Your thoughts are impure and wandering. Bang, bang. Two resounding knocks echoed on their heads. Ouch. Xiao covered her head, jumping in surprise. Tang San grinned, rubbing his own head. Being a man, he bore the pain in silence. The woman also noticed the commotion but merely cast a cold glance their way before dismissing them with indifference. Her aloof demeanor and expressionless face suggested she found them dull. Even upon hearing the conversation, she remained uninterested in confronting them, exuding an air of solitary pride. True to the original narrative, her character was indeed cold. Watching her pass by, Su Ming's eyes reflected no emotion. He was merely intrigued to encounter a character from the original story. Brother, who is she? Do you know her? Xiaowu, now fully awake from her prior embarrassment, inquired, her cheeks tinged with a light blush. Tang San too directed his keen gaze at Su Ming, curiosity brewing within him. Based on the earlier reaction, Su Ming should be familiar with her, yet it appeared the woman did not recognize him. Su Ming waved her hand nonchalantly, stating that she did not recognize the person, merely observing that she bore a resemblance to someone. In the vast sea of people, it was likely just a similar flower, neither here nor there. So that was it. Xiaowu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Tang San glanced backward, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. She must be a soul master. Judging by her gait, she was likely an agile attack-type soul master, undoubtedly possessing remarkable speed. Su Ming nodded. Indeed, longer legs tend to allow for swifter movement, though it varies from person to person. It is true that she possesses long legs. And Tang San instinctively nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Turning his head, he caught sight of the disdainful gazes from the two individuals, causing Tang San's complexion to darken. No, it's not what you think. I truly wasn't looking at her legs. Not looking. Xiaowu, hands on her hips, expressed her contempt with a commanding tone, scolding, who would believe you? Tang San, you are truly shameless. No, I really didn't. Tang San's face turned pale. Such words should not be carelessly uttered, as they pertain to one's reputation. Swiftly opting to deflect blame, Tang San hurriedly pointed at Su Ming, exclaiming, it was him. He saw too. Logically speaking, we are both merely analyzing the facts. Can I be compared to you? Su Ming cast a sidelong glance and inquired, if not, why the urgency? Indeed, Xiaowu chimed in with wide eyes, if you aren't, what's the rush? Look at my brother. His gaze remains unwavering, unlike yours. Tang San nearly choked on his words, exclaiming, when it comes to reputation, how could I possibly remain indifferent? And if my reaction is pronounced, can I be blamed for it? Tang San lamented, covering his face in despair, my illustrious name will inevitably be tarnished by you two siblings. Illustrious name? Su Ming shot him a skeptical glance. Inevitably? You currently possess one, but I simply do not believe it. The day progressed, they set out. Encountering the brother and sister at a fruit stall, where they marveled at the legs of the displayed wares. With Tang San treating. Neither Su Ming nor Xiao Wu felt inclined to decline. Clearly, Tang San had underestimated someone's current appetite, leaving him in an awkward position during the bill settlement. With such an expense, Su Ming would never allow Tang San to bear the cost alone. The following day, as dawn broke with a gentle illumination, 3 figures stretched long under the sun, their faces aglow with flecks of golden light, radiating youthful exuberance. Brother, why isn't Shrek Academy located in the city? Xiao asked, her big eyes brimming with curiosity and eagerness as she bounced around Su Ming, unable to contain her anticipation. Tang San interjected, you see. It is precisely because of its formidable nature that the academy prioritizes a focused training environment. Were it situated within the city, the distractions of a vibrant nightlife would surely divert the students' attention. Xiao Wu gasped in realization, her eyes sparkling. I never considered that. It seems Shrek Academy must be quite exceptional. Indeed, Tang San replied confidently. The instructor had turned down many intermediate Soul Master academies. And although Shrek Academy was not officially registered, the teacher's endorsement spoke volumes about its uniqueness. Hearing their conversation, Su Ming felt a knot in his throat. Unable to resist a retort. Yes, Shrek Academy certainly cannot be lacking in quality. The primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City is arguably superior. After all, it is already situated in a village. How much worse could the environment possibly be? Only the faculty can truly attract me here. Tang San and Xiao Wu mistakenly assumed Su Ming was in agreement, their anticipation growing further. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the village entrance, only to find a line forming unexpectedly early. Oh, the plight of parents everywhere. Su Ming cast his gaze forward. At a table, an elderly man sat. Above the wooden arch, a plaque inscribed with the 5 characters of Shrek Academy loomed. In front of the name, there lingered a grotesque green creature. Boom. The crude artistic style struck like a thunderclap, leaving Xiao Wu and Tang San momentarily stunned. Is this truly Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu, expressionless, turned stiffly to Tang San. Are you certain this is the Shrek Academy that Master spoke of? Not some rudimentary elementary school constructed by the village? Tang San's face darkened, and he craned his neck to take a look, muttering in disbelief, it can't be. If this place were wrong, there shouldn't be anyone in line. If it's not wrong, could this really be Shrek Academy? How could a teacher possibly allow themselves to study here? His brow furrowed, a sense of confusion gnawing at him. There was no doubt. This was indeed Shrek Academy. It was Su Ming who spoke up. He produced a round green badge, identical to the one worn by the elder at the village entrance. Is this truly Shrek Academy? The expressions of the two grew even more vivid. Noticing the badge in Su Ming's hand, Xiao Wu's eyebrows twitched in surprise. Brother, where did you get this badge? Tang San turned at the sound, his pupils narrowing in shock. This badge is... No, it can't be. As realization dawned upon them, both stared at Su Ming with expressions of horror. With a slight tilt of his eyes, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, I never claimed I was here to be a student alongside you, did I? Xiao Wu exclaimed, what? Tang San echoed, what? Is this what you meant by guiding me in the coming years? You meant to teach? Chapter 66. There is always a greater monster. Indeed. There wasn't much to learn at Shrek Academy. Having arrived, Su Ming naturally had no intention of assuming the role of a student. Tang Hao was the first to speak, expressing his desire to take on the role of a guest teacher. On one hand, he could specifically instruct Xiao Wu in her training, and on the other, he could freely arrange his own schedule. Given Tang Hao's strength, securing a guest teaching position at Shrek was not a daunting task. After the initial shock, Xiao Wu felt a surge of joy. After all, Su Ming had been teaching her throughout her training. Tang San, however, bore a troubled expression, contemplating the prospect of addressing his peer, Su Ming, as Teacher Su, which only heightened his dismay. The 3 stood in quiet anticipation, waiting in line. Su Ming did not cut in line. He patiently accompanied Xiao Wu as they waited together. The teacher in charge of the registration was named Li Yusong, a Soul Emperor wielding the dragon-patterned staff. With his presence, the registration process proceeded without any turbulence. However, around Su Ming and his companions, numerous parents departed in a huff, their complaints echoing in the air. Xiao Wu's ears perked up, and she exclaimed in astonishment, the rules of Shrek Academy are quite stringent. One must be under 12 years of age and possess a soul power of at least level 21. Aside from the 3 of us, no one from our Junior Soul Master Academy meets these requirements. Indeed, Tang San nodded, finally finding some psychological comfort. It was no wonder the teacher had instructed him to come here. It appeared that Shrek Academy possessed unique attributes. Even the registration personnel were Soul Emperors. The phrase Shrek Academy only accepts monsters was nothing short of imposing. A smile of anticipation graced Tang San's face. Accepting monsters, you say? The three of them fit that description perfectly. As for the other one, he was simply extraordinary. Noticing Tang San's gaze drifting toward him, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint, prompting Tang San to quickly avert his eyes with an awkward smile. Su Ming remarked that capturing monsters indeed sounded appealing, as the students at the academy were of a high caliber, reflecting an overall elevated standard. However, conversely, this does not truly demonstrate the academy's genuine teaching prowess. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Wu scratched her head, seemingly perplexed, and queried, if the students are exceptional, doesn't that signify the academy's teaching capability? Isn't there a connection between the two? Certainly, there is a distinction. Su Ming organized his thoughts and elucidated, on a macro level, as you mentioned. The students' abilities do reflect the academy's teaching strength. However, if we compare two academies, one that can cultivate a soul power of innate level 3 into a Soul Emperor, and another that can achieve the same, the former produces the weakest Soul Emperor, while the latter produces one of the elite among Soul Emperors. Which academy do you believe possesses superior teaching abilities? Xiao pondered, scratching her head. After a moment, her eyes gleamed with determination as she stated, it seems the former. As transforming a soul power of innate level 3 into a soul master is no easy feat, let alone a soul emperor. If such an academy truly existed, I reckon every household would be eager to gain admission. You are not as foolish as you appear, he remarked. Su Ming smiled as he gently patted Xiao Wu's head. The superiority of an academy is determined by its students. For an institution to flourish, it must impose stringent conditions to attract the most exceptional talents. However, possessing the most promising students does not inherently signify that an academy excels in its teaching capabilities. For instance, if I were to study here, I could quite well continue my self-learning. Does that suggest that Shrek Academy's instructional quality is commendable? Indeed, it seems that regardless of the academy one attends, the essence of genius largely rests upon the individual, with the institution often serving merely as an embellishment. Xiao Wu chuckled knowingly, her sparkling eyes filled with envy, exclaiming, no wonder I can never catch up to you no matter how hard I try. If only my mind were as sharp as yours. Even with your sharp intellect, you still cling to carrots all day. It would be of no use to you, he retorted playfully. Humph, I've made up my mind. For lunch, I shall have carrots. And neither of you is allowed to escape. Observing the playful banter between Su Ming and Xiao Wu, Tang San felt a pang of envy. Reflecting on Xiao Wu's words, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Ming's brilliance extends beyond mere diligence. It is the boundless creativity of his thoughts that is truly formidable. Just as the method of compressing soul power elevated his Xian Yu hand to a new level. It seemed he caught a sound, and Tang San's ears perked up. It's her. A glance at the woman in black made Tang San's expression falter. His previous pristine reputation had been thoroughly compromised. He quickly clenched his fist and cleared his throat to assert his innocence. Xiao Wu also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's presence, surprised to find her here. Raising an eyebrow, she teased Tang San, look at you, so excited. Are you particularly pleased inside right now? Indeed, she had not been mistaken. He was quite the lecherous one. Am I wrong not to remind you, or am I still wrong to remind you? With a stern face, Tang San stepped back, choosing to stand behind Su Ming, opting for the path of ignorance to avoid annoyance. Zhu Zhuqing had arrived. He wondered if Ning Rongrong was also here. Su Ming's cold gaze swept over Zhu Zhuqing, yet he did not catch sight of Ning Rongrong. Time slipped by swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, the three of them reached the front. As the first challenge merely required observing bone age and soul rings, thus demanding little time. The sound of coins clinking against the wooden box resonated. Su Ming gestured, suggesting that if the two of them wished to enter the academy, they should undergo an assessment. Tang San cast a grateful glance, refraining from any pretense, simply noting that he would return to extend an invitation next time. Little girl, extend your hand, he instructed. Li Yusong gently pinched Xiao Wu's hand with his right, nodding in approval. Indeed, your bone age is appropriate, and it appears your physical strength and soul power are commendable. Xiao Wu felt a surge of joy within her. Tilting her head as she declared, brother, just watch, I will undoubtedly pass the academy's evaluation. Su Ming cast a cold glance, remarking that if one were to fail, they might as well return home to till the fields, sparing him the effort of aiding their cultivation. A heart of stone. Meanwhile, As Li Yusong was conducting a test for Tang San, it was evident that Tang San's skeletal age posed no issues. However, his mastery of the Xian Yuhan left Li Yusong somewhat astonished. The true shock, however, lay ahead, as Xiao Wu and Tang San unleashed their martial souls. The purple thousand-year soul rings burst forth, akin to thunder reverberating across the heavens. The others were instantly overshadowed. Soul Ancestor. 2 Soul Ancestors. Li Yusong sprang up from his seat, his face alight with joy, his eyes gleaming. What a delightful surprise. It had been ages since he had been so astounded. A 12-year-old Soul Ancestor. Remarkable. They had shattered the Academy's record for speed. You two truly are prodigies. His gaze glimmered with fervor, as if victory was already within his grasp. Prodigies indeed, Tang San and Xiao Wu muttered, their expressions lacking elation, their eyes instinctively drifting towards Su Ming, with lips that slowly closed in amazement. Li Yusong called out to Mu Bai in the distance. Upon hearing his name, the young man dashed toward the village entrance. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the thousand-year soul rings, halting in his tracks as if startled by a frightful apparition. Soul Ancestor? The shockwaves surged through him, and Dai Mu Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Yusong chuckled, exclaiming, "It appears the Academy will soon welcome 2 remarkable talents. How do you feel now, young man? You won't be so boastful anymore, will you? Dai Mu Bai, is my record shattered? In an unfortunate turn of events, I must convey some disheartening news. Tomorrow at noon, I will be releasing my work. It is not due to a failed competition or a lack of recommendations, but rather the necessity to publish. My family has encountered difficulties, with my father currently recuperating in the hospital. I simply wish to earn some extra income. It may seem like a tale of woe, but if you could extend your support with a first subscription, I would be most grateful. I need not say more. Thank you for reading this far." Chapter 69. In Flanders' absence, I am the Dean. What a sight to behold. In the village, Dai Mu Bai led Su Ming and the others ahead, shaking his head in disbelief. Having broken through to Soul Ancestor at 13, he considered himself a prodigy. Yet today, he encountered a 12-year-old prodigy. Even more astonishing was the presence of an individual bearing the teacher's insignia. Either the dean had accepted a bribe, or the individual possessed extraordinary strength. Dai Mu Bai was more inclined to believe the former, as the person appeared to be merely 12 years old. As they walked, Dai Mu Bai's golden hair shone brightly, his broad shoulders and muscular physique radiating an aura of power. Just as he projected an air of unrestrained bravado, his character was equally audacious. He did not keep his thoughts to himself, openly voicing them so that Su Ming and his companions could hear. Tang San stepped forward slightly, greeting him warmly. "Senior, may I inquire how many students are enrolled at Shrek Academy?" Dai Mu Bai turned, his gaze fleetingly brushing over Xiao Wu before responding with a smile. "There's no need to call me senior. Although I am 2 years ahead of you, the Academy has few students, and classes have not commenced. Given your circumstances, gaining admission to the Academy should not be difficult. My name is Dai Mu Bai. You may simply call me Mu Bai. As for the Academy," his expression shifted, revealing a blend of pride and confidence. "Our philosophy at Shrek Academy is better to have none than to have a poor quality. We only recruit prodigies, including myself. We have only 3 students." 3? This figure left Tang San and Xiao Wu momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such strict admission standards at Shrek Academy. Dai Mu Bai furrowed his brows slightly, finding it peculiar that he had not sensed a strong interest from the newcomers. The Academy's ethos filled him with pride. Yet Tang San and Xiao Wu, while surprised, did not exhibit any reverence. As the group traversed the village, Su Ming took in the surroundings. The village was half the size of Dine Village and considerably more rudimentary, evidently lacking the benefits bestowed by Soto City. Su Ming pondered whether Shrek Academy had faced some form of discrimination from the latter. Aware that the two would surely pass the assessment, Dai Mu Bai enthusiastically began to elaborate on the examination process in Shrek Academy. Since they had already attained the rank of Soul Ancestor, they could bypass the preliminary trials and directly approach the 4th challenge. Passing this would officially admit them as students. With their status as Soul Ancestors, Tang San and Xiao Wu brimmed with confidence. The quartet arrived at the village's rear, closer to the woods, where the outline of a plaza could be faintly discerned amidst the sparse surrounding structures. In the plaza's foreground, a stocky figure reclined in the sunlight, his bronze skin and powerful build exuding strength. A hint of a smile danced at the corners of his mouth, as if savoring the moment. "Teacher Zhao." Dai Mu Bai called out, admiration evident on his face as he approached to converse. 3 people? The man glanced over, his brow furrowing in irritation. "Mu Bai, what are you playing at? Don't tell me you've brought girls?" Daimubai quickly interjected, chuckling nervously, I wouldn't dare, Teacher Zhao. Both of them are soul ancestors, and the other claims to be a teacher at the academy. Soul ancestors? A teacher? Zhao Wujie scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. With a swift motion, he leapt from his chair, landing with a thunderous crash. Standing at a height of 1.60 meters, his physique resembled that of a fortress. As if he had been squashed. With a mocking gaze sweeping over the assembly, Zhao Wujie sneered, little brat, if anyone claims to be a teacher at the academy, let them step forward. I want to kill you. Do you even know what Shrek Academy is? What kind of riffraff thinks they can come here to teach? Humph. The force of his words reverberated like thunder in their minds. Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions turned grave, realizing the formidable presence before them. Though he had not summoned his martial soul, they could still sense the explosive power emanating from him. The registration was overseen by soul emperors, and those conducting the assessments were likely at least of equal rank. Zhao Wujie was clearly furious, his gaze icy and his anger palpable. Given that Shrek Academy's pay was already meager, the thought of sharing it was akin to courting disaster. Su Ming offered no explanation as he swiftly tossed the badge in his hand. The badge flew with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Even Daimubai could only perceive a fleeting shadow before the sound of the badge slicing through the air could dissipate. It was caught with a resounding thud by a large hand. The cold smirk on Zhao Wujie's face vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment as he uttered a soft exclamation. His piercing gaze fixed upon Su Ming, emanating an imposing aura without a hint of anger, he remarked, well, young lad, you possess considerable strength. So, you wish to become a teacher at the academy, do you? Before Su Ming could respond, Zhao Wujie waved his hand with authority, declaring, if you aspire to be a teacher, you must first endure several rounds under my guidance. If you can withstand it, then we can discuss further. The prospect of battling the Soul Emperor sent a chill through Tang San and Xiao Wu's eyes. Xiao Wu, filled with concern, tugged at Su Ming, hoping to dissuade him from accepting, but he gently stopped her. Teacher Zhao, the badge is known to be significant, Dai Mubai interjected, glancing at Su Ming with unspoken words lingering in the air. Zhao Wujie instantly bristled, declaring, what does the title of director matter? With Dean Flender absent, I am the de facto authority here. Do you truly wish for a mere child to assume the role of teacher? Following this, Zhao Wujie added a remark that caused Dai Mubai to instantly relent. He cast a look of resignation towards Su Ming, crossing his arms and adopting a demeanor of aloof indifference, seemingly reluctant to accept Su Ming as a teacher. At just 12 years old, to be a teacher at Shrek Academy? It was absurd. Perhaps Dean Flender was engaged in some monetary dealings. It was no wonder he was absent from the academy, leaving the enrollment affairs to Zhao Wujie, clearly reluctant to part with funds. Was this a deliberate ploy by Flender, or did Zhao Wujie intuitively understand? Or perhaps, was it a calculated scheme of revenge by Yu Xiaojiang? These thoughts flitted through Su Ming's mind, but he dismissed them. He was prepared to confront any challenge that came his way. Su Ming's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Wujie. When it comes to soul power, I am indeed no match for you, considering I am merely 12 years old. However, in a purely physical battle, the outcome remains uncertain. Such audacity. Daimobai's expression shifted dramatically as these two words surged in his mind. Zhao Wujie, a level 76 strength-type soul saint with the martial spirit of the mighty golden bear, possessed 7 soul ranks, amplifying his physical prowess far beyond that of other soul masters. Observing Su Ming, Daimubai couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had not heard such words in a long time, and he couldn't suppress a hearty laugh. Very well. Let it be a contest of physical strength then, to avoid accusations of bullying the young. Youngster, rest assured, for your courage, I shall treat you well. A sinister grin spread across Zhao Wujie's lips as his right fist struck his left palm, the thudding echo resonating ominously, a palpable threat hanging in the air. Su Ming waved goodbye to Xiao Wu and her companion. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu bit her pink lip and stepped back, her eyes filled with concern. System. Strive for improvement and confront Zhao Wujie. The time and frequency remain uncertain. Beep. The system is gathering data. Host, commence your efforts. Chapter 70, Zhao Wujie. You are also a power-type soul master. Branches swayed, and the grass undulated with the breeze. 2 figures stood facing each other, motionless. Yet, their exchanged gazes sparked an intense collision. It was midsummer, with the sun blazing down, yet Tang San and Xiao Wu both felt a sudden chill enveloping them. The clash of experts, even without physical engagement, revealed its intensity through their penetrating stares and the palpable tension in the air. Daimubai's eyes were serious. Sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from Su Ming, which instilled a sense of unease within him. Particularly, Su Ming's cold, sharp gaze seemed to carry an elusive brilliance, imparting an impression of an unassailable force. Realizing his opponent was no ordinary foe, Daimubai restrained his lightheartedness. Swish, swish. Both figures suddenly appeared beside Xiao Wu and her companions. The elder on the left, with white hair and a well-groomed beard, donned elegant attire that exuded an air of dignity. His eyes sparkled with brilliant wisdom, emanating an aura of astuteness. The individual on the right appeared somewhat rounder and younger, yet dressed in a chef's uniform, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu momentarily bewildered. Curiously, both were teachers from the academy, suggesting the emergence of promising talents. Lu Qibin's keen gaze swept over Tang San and Xiao Wu, his heart secretly delighted, though he maintained a composed exterior. Gradually, he turned his attention to Su Ming and Zhao Wujie, his demeanor reflecting a noble bearing. Old Xiao, what do you think? Do you reckon Zhao Wujie might stumble? Xiao Xian's expression remained inscrutable. Perhaps due to his physique, his voice sounded soft yet resonant. That young man's strength should not be underestimated. If his soul rings are comparable, there might still be a chance. After all, Zhao Wujie is nearly a soul sage, and given the age difference, the disparity in their soul rings is bound to be significant. Observing the two opponents, Lu Qibin's discerning eyes flickered with insight. He refrained from hastily drawing conclusions, instead highlighting the gap between the two. Yet, his words seemed to favor Zhao Wujie, which was not surprising. Indeed, Xiao Xian nodded, yet for reasons unknown. He felt that Su Ming might deliver an unexpected surprise. Let us just watch and see. Their dialogue was light and airy, yet to Tang San and Xiao Wu, it stirred tumultuous waves of anxiety. A soul sage. That individual is indeed a soul sage. Just as Xiao Wu was about to act, Tang San swiftly restrained her. He gazed sternly at Xiao Wu. Your brother remains calmer than anyone else. He will not engage in a battle without confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed a physical confrontation. What you need to do now is to trust him. Swish. Xiao Wu stood rooted in place, echoes of Su Ming's past words resonating in her mind. You are prone to nervousness. Taking a deep breath, she retreated and nodded at Tang San. Yes, I should trust my brother instead of becoming a burden. Clenching her fists, Xiao Wu fixed her unwavering gaze on Su Ming, silently cheering him on. Su Ming fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Wujie, his expression grave. Even without the manifestation of his martial soul, Zhao Wujie could effortlessly send a Soul King flying with a single slap. Although that Soul King was not particularly formidable and had merely utilized his first soul skill, the sheer might of Zhao Wujie, possessing the formidable martial soul of the giant golden bear, was already becoming apparent. There exists a fundamental correlation between soul masters and soul beasts. At level 76, Zhao Wujie, at full power, corresponds to a giant golden bear of approximately 50 to 60,000 years of age. When he unleashes his full strength, his power undoubtedly exceeds tens of thousands of pounds, and his defensive capabilities are extraordinary, far beyond what Su Ming could withstand. Even in a purely physical confrontation, Su Ming found himself lacking in advantages. The renowned Soul Master Tang San from the original narrative could only endure for the duration of an incense stick by employing a kite-flying strategy to buy time. And a single hit would leave him gravely injured. Whoosh! Su Ming stepped back with his left foot, adopting a poised stance with his right leg bent, resembling a leopard ready to pounce. A sudden gust of wind erupted, resonating with a distinct sound. With the technique of Heaven Strike, his agile form sprang into action. Zhao Wujie felt a shadow loom before him, rapidly expanding as if teleporting, and in an instant, a figure stood directly before him. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, his astonishment mirrored by the two onlooking instructors, who were equally dumbfounded by the astonishing speed. Bang! Before Zhao Wujie could react, Su Ming's arm transformed into a blade, crashing against Zhao Wujie's shoulder. The force was akin to a tidal wave, overwhelming and relentless. In that brief collision, a chill coursed through Zhao Wujie's back. The sheer might was something he could not withstand. With a thunderous impact, Zhao Wujie's massive form collapsed to the ground, half kneeling. One strike. And could the unyielding king not remain standing? Xiao Xian swallowed hard, his voice grave. Old Lu, I retract my earlier statement. Zhao Wujie has truly met his match this time. He speculated that if this young man were to lose, Zhao Wujie would surely emerge bruised and battered. Lu Qibin's eyes widened in astonishment, offering no rebuttal. So powerful! Tang San's eyes were wide, while Xiao Wu, invigorated, waved her fist in excitement. Daimubai, too, was unsettled. His deep blue eyes glimmered with golden light as he exclaimed, "A freak of nature!" Roar! Provoked, Zhao Wuji bellowed fiercely, launching his iron fist towards Su Ming's abdomen. Bang! Su Ming propelled himself forward, utilizing Zhao Wuji's strength to create distance. What a clever lad! No wonder you wish to compete with me in physical prowess. It appears you are a power-type soul master. It seems your soul ring configuration is quite impeccable. Pray tell, what is your martial soul? Zhao Wuji grinned widely. Rising with a mixture of embarrassment and delight, his gaze not filled with anger but rather astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. That last strike had even caused his heart to race. It had been ages since he had encountered such formidable power in a soul master. Once more, he bellowed. As he charged forward, his feet pounding against the ground. Unfortunately, his speed seemed to lag significantly behind Su Ming's. Power-type soul masters are inherently slower, especially without the aid of a martial soul, and with Zhao Wuji's heavier build and shorter legs. It was a rather unfortunate sight that left Xiao Xin and his companion unable to bear witness, almost echoing the sentiments of Li Yunlong. Old Zhao, your intentions are commendable, truly praiseworthy. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiaolu exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with confusion. Since when did Su Ming become a power-type soul master? Bang! Su Ming sidestepped gracefully, evading Zhao Wuji's earth-shattering strike. With his left arm, he deftly redirected the force. In an instant, he adopted a wide stance, channeling energy into his right fist for another powerful assault. A resounding impact echoed as Zhao Wuji slowly lifted his head. Got you now, kid, he sneered, veins bulging on his forearm as he clamped down fiercely on Su Ming's right fist. You are still far from mastering the art of improvisational combat. A sense of foreboding washed over Tang San and Xiaowu. Zhao Wuji was intentionally compensating for his speed deficiency. Yet before their alarm could fully resonate in their minds, they witnessed Su Ming lean back, one foot pressing firmly against Zhao Wuji's knee. The scene was hauntingly familiar. Damn it! In an instant, Zhao Wuji realized the predicament. But the slippery eel was already in his grasp, prompting him to exert even greater force. Although Su Ming's waist flexibility does not compare to that of Xiao Wu, he excels in physical strength. With a powerful arch of his back, Zhao Wuji's feet abruptly left the ground. With a resounding crash, the two figures were simultaneously hurled away. Su Ming did not anticipate that Zhao Wuji would opt for the self-destructive strategy of sacrificing 1,000 to defeat 800. He landed heavily, seemingly unaffected, and swiftly turned to deliver a kick towards Zhao Wuji's arm. Having sustained a significant fall, Zhao Wuji was just regaining consciousness when Su Ming's powerful kick struck him, causing excruciating pain, and he instinctively released his grip. He rolled and rose to his feet, his expression akin to one who has just swallowed a fly, his face a portrait of distress. After several minutes of combat, Zhao Wuji could no longer tolerate it and exclaimed in fury, "Kid, if you have the capability, let's confront each other head-on." Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin could only cover their faces in exasperation, feeling the sting of embarrassment. Chapter 71. An unrestrained concession from Zhao Wuji. In the realm of Douluo continent, a hierarchy of restraint exists among soul masters. The agility-type soul masters counteract control-type masters, while control-type masters suppress the might-type. In turn, the might-type masters dominate the agility-type. Agility-type soul masters excel in surprise attacks, often wielding agile beast spirits such as cats, leopards, snakes, and falcons. However, in terms of overall physical prowess, they cannot compare to those with lion or tiger beast spirits. Might-type masters possess formidable defenses, making it challenging for an agility-type master to inflict direct damage with a single strike. Conversely, a single blow from a might-type master is often too much for an agility-type to withstand. Su Ming's speed surpassed that of Zhao Wuji, but let us not forget that his strength was equally formidable. After several exchanges, Zhao Wuji had already begun to find himself at a disadvantage. He detested this kind of combat, where his soul skills were rendered useless, leaving him to strike empty blows. Both were power-type soul masters, and a true man would face his opponent head-on. In a bold display, Su Ming retracted his stance and began to walk slowly towards Zhao Wuji. "Come at me." Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming as he welcomed the challenge. Could it be that they were truly going to engage in a visceral duel? Dai Mubai felt a jolt of anxiety. The ominous specter of Zhao Wuji's practical combat lessons loomed in his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Who would have thought that one day, the mighty unmoved king would be bested by a mere 12-year-old? A deep sigh echoed, seemingly lamenting the relentless passage of time, compelling one to yield to the inevitability of age. Xiao Xian cast an amused glance at Lu Qibin. Though taken aback, he felt no inner turmoil. As a food-type soul master, much younger than the rest, he nonchalantly munched on a sweet treat and remarked, "Old Lu, the battle isn't over yet. The outcome is still uncertain." "Not over?" Lu Qibin shot him an incredulous look. "Has Zhao Wujie done so much for you that you would speak in his favor?" Xiao Xian chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, hesitant to retort. Observing the earlier skirmish, it was evident that Zhao Wujie had already lost. The difference in their strength was negligible. But Zhao Wujie's sluggish speed would undoubtedly lead him to a severe disadvantage. In truth, from the moment he accepted the challenge, he had already conceded defeat. Xiao Xian's gaze fell upon Su Ming, his plump cheeks radiating a sense of curiosity. It was his first encounter with such a formidable youth, and he wondered how Su Ming had honed his abilities. Meanwhile, in the arena, Su Ming and Zhao Wujie were drawn together like magnets, standing face to face. Mere inches apart, Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a smirk, a blend of arrogance and genuine admiration evident in his demeanor. "Kid, to have cultivated your physique to such a level at your age, I must confess, I was far inferior in my youth. No wonder you proposed a pure physical contest. I underestimated you." Su Ming's fingers moved in succession before clenching into a fist, his voice cold as he said, "If you cannot prevail, you may unleash your martial soul. I too wish to see how many of your soul skills I can withstand without defeat." "Bah." Zhao Wujie immediately scoffed, spitting with disdain, his anger flaring as he shouted, "How dare you mock me? Go ask around in the spirit master community. Do you think I, the unyielding King Zhao Wujie, am a fickle coward?" "Humph." Zhao Wujie wiped his mouth, his large eyes radiating a fierce light. "You should be able to sense that my strength exceeds yours by a margin. Should we confront each other head-on, the outcome remains uncertain. Then let it be." Zhao Wujie declared defiantly, and with the final word echoing in the air. He unleashed a powerful punch. Su Ming's gaze was fierce and unwavering. He did not flinch, instead opting to block with a bent arm. Bang! A dull thud echoed as his forearm was jolted aside, and he felt the blood and energy coursing through his arm, rendering it slightly numb and momentarily ineffective, causing his stance to shift slightly. Yet, in the next instant, Su Ming retaliated with a powerful right punch aimed at Zhao Wujie. After all, he had once fought his way out against a dozen bishops from the Spirit Hall. What could he possibly fear? Zhao Wujie showed no sign of trepidation. Bending his arm to counter with an upward hook, the impact reverberated, sending a violent force through his bones, even causing him to grit his teeth slightly. Both men's eyes ignited with fierce determination. In the blink of an eye, the speed of their strikes accelerated dramatically. Boom. One punch. Boom. Two punches. Boom. Three punches. The two engaged in a contest of true warriors, profoundly embodying the essence of a head-on clash. There were no extraneous flourishes or unnecessary movements, merely blocking and evading, followed by counterattacks. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch fell in rapid succession, the sounds merging into a relentless rhythm. Their fists unleashed terrifying waves of energy, shaking the very surroundings, toppling nearby barriers. Zhao Wujie's blows were heavy, and Su Ming felt his insides churning. Yet, it was evident that Zhao Wujie was not faring much better. They fought with a fervor that seemed to only intensify, their bright gazes silently communicating an unwavering resolve to be the last man standing. No man relishes anything more than a visceral, bone-crunching battle. Fists loomed larger before their eyes, skimming past skin, striking flesh with a visceral thud. Such exhilaration, such primal ferocity. There was no combat style that could rival this. If one were to set it to music, only the clash between Goku and Jiren in Dragon Ball Super could evoke such intense sparks. Gulping, onlookers were left speechless at the sight before them. Even Oscar, the sausage uncle who had just arrived, found his scruffy beard nearly stripped away. It was simply too brutal. Oscar nudged Dai by, stuttering, Dai boss. Don't power-type soul masters prefer to fight like this? Dai Bai's expression darkened, his lips twitching in irritation. It's impressive to exchange a few blows. But power-type soul masters are still soul masters. We measure our prowess through soul skills. In mere minutes, the two had exchanged countless blows. It was evident, however, that while Zhao Wujie landed fewer heavy hits on Su Ming, each of Su Ming's blocks and dodges was met with a formidable counterstrike. Bang! As Su Ming lunged forward once more, Zhao Wujie prepared to block with both arms. Suddenly, Su Ming withdrew, opting for a left hook that slipped beneath Zhao Wujie's elbow. Crack! Zhao Wujie heard the sound of his teeth shattering. The tremendous force contorted his face, sending his lips trembling and revealing his gums. He was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. What a clear day it was. Zhao Wujie squinted at the pristine blue sky and fluffy white clouds, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Boom. The world before him blurred, and as he crashed to the ground, reality snapped back into focus. He spat out 2 broken teeth and, leaning on his knee, slowly rose to his feet. His rugged face bore bruises of blue and purple, and his exposed arms were swollen and battered, presenting a pitiful sight. Damn, when did the younger generation become so formidable? How are we supposed to hold our own in the future? Old Xiao, why are you still standing there? Hand me some candies. This is killing me. Xiao Xian chuckled. Devoid of any malice, he merely wished to savor Zhao Wujie's disheveled state a moment longer. Seemingly prepared, he tossed 2 blue candies, one aimed at Zhao Wujie and the other at Su Ming. As Su Ming had just received the candy and was about to express his gratitude, a sudden turmoil surged within him. In an instant, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Like a blood plum blossoming, he knelt on the ground, his arm trembling involuntarily against the earth. Brother! Xiaoyi's heart sank, her visible anxiety palpable. Tang Sen hurriedly followed, rushing over. Chapter 72, Zhao Wujie, my mental state is crumbling. Xiao Xian, a soul saint of the food system, had crafted the candy, which was remarkably effective for lower-ranked soul masters. Observing Zhao Wujie consume the candy without hesitation, Su Ming followed suit. As a greenish aura enveloped him, he felt himself wrapped in a warm energy. The pain from muscle dislocation and spasms dissipated rapidly, and even his swollen arm began to recover slowly. In just a few breaths, Su Ming sensed that he had completely regained his strength, experiencing a refreshing sensation that transcended his mortal form. If only the berserker's body were still present. Taking him to the Star Doe forest would likely yield explosive results within a day or 2. His gaze fixed intently on Xiao Xian. Su Ming's eyes shone with a predatory light, causing the latter's face to twitch slightly. I just saved you, Xiao Xian thought to himself, feeling a chill. He subtly shifted his feet, discreetly moving behind Lu Qibing. Against Su Ming, this auxiliary soul saint knew he stood no chance. It's all right now, don't worry. Su Ming silently averted his gaze, observing Xiao Wu's worried expression, and gently ruffled her hair with a soft chuckle. Xiao Wu maintained her serious demeanor, cautiously supporting Su Ming. As he rose to his feet, Tang Sen felt as though a colossal mountain had suddenly ascended, an insurmountable force that left him somewhat breathless. Without witnessing this battle firsthand, one could hardly fathom your extraordinary prowess. It is truly baffling how you have honed your physique. You seem almost otherworldly. A genuine smile graced Tang San's face, as if he were sharing in Su Ming's joy. After all these years, he could not possibly remain oblivious to the disparity between them. He had long since come to terms with it, embracing Su Ming as a true friend. Su Ming wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, and he said, Believe me, you would not wish to experience that feeling. A chill swept through the air, as biting as the winter wind. Noticing Su Ming's serious demeanor, Tang San's smile faded. He understood all too well that rewards and efforts are often directly proportional. Yet, if given the opportunity, he would still desire to confront that sensation. With a steadfast spirit and an unyielding resilience, Tang San's gaze mirrored the clarity of a still lake, his serious expression tinged with anticipation. Very well. After a brief silence, Su Ming slowly nodded. I want in. Like a child eager to claim a treasure, Xiao Wu lifted her chin, determined not to be left behind. Su Ming playfully pushed her forehead with a finger, laughing. Did you really think I would let you off the hook? You aren't specifically targeting me. Are you? Xiao Wu's face froze for an instant, realizing that she had been careless and failed to dodge in time. The sound of footsteps echoed as Zhao Wujin approached with an imposing and stern countenance. His domineering presence made Tang San and Xiao Wu's hearts tighten, fearing that he might be angered and ready to strike. Zhao Wujin cast a glance at the two before focusing solely on Su Ming. Zhao Wujin, a level 76 soul sage with the martial soul of the mighty golden bear, was somewhat renowned within the realm of soul masters, often referred to as the unmovable king. His bright gaze shone within his dark pupils, akin to a radiant moon illuminating the night sky, as he scrutinized Su Ming with unwavering attention. Observing this, Daimu Bai and Oscar felt a surge of excitement, their eyes brimming with envy. To command such respect from Zhao Wujin was a testament to Su Ming's status as an equal among formidable warriors. Su Ming's heart trembled as he recognized the customary etiquette of the Soul Master realm. He responded in a clear voice, I am Su Ming, a 33rd level soul ancestor, wielding the blade martial spirit, God Slayer. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to nod in acknowledgement, his previously serious expression shattered in an instant. Why you? Your martial spirit is not a beast martial spirit? Zhao Wujia's lips twitched uncontrollably, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible, impossible. A weapon martial spirit soul ancestor could never possess such a physique. Young man, do not jest with me. If you truly anger me, I shall take action. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, ultimately shouting in indignation, feeling deeply insulted. Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin also found it hard to believe. Drawing closer in astonishment. Never before had a soul ancestor displayed such abnormal prowess, especially not one with a weapon martial spirit. Even if the soul rings were optimally configured. Zhao Wujia had 3 10,000-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring, creating a chasm of difference. The enhancement effects of weapon martial spirits and beast martial spirits differ. The former excels in martial spirit enhancement, while the latter demonstrates superior physical augmentation. Thus, in the early stages, beast martial spirits hold the advantage in physical quality, whereas in the later stages, the supremacy lies with weapon martial spirits. Su Ming did not unleash his martial soul. Instead, he borrowed a soul power testing ball. The peculiar soul power testing ball reappeared, leaving Zhao Wujia and the others somewhat bewildered. Although strange, they could ascertain from its brilliance that the opponent was not yet a soul king. Not a soul king? A soul sect? Or perhaps a soul master? The trio remained incredulous. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in astonishment, cursing profusely as if he had encountered a ghost. Damn it, I'm done. These youngsters are like monsters, he declared. Mu Bai, it's up to you. Accompany them in the testing. Without a desire to linger for another moment, Zhao Wujia dashed back to the teacher's dormitory. Feeling his composure shatter, the esteemed immovable king was, after all, as irate as a child. Xiao Xian and the others could only smile wryly, yet they understood his feelings. Unable to take charge of the academy's affairs, they explained the situation to Su Ming before departing. Left behind were the 7 young individuals, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Daimu Bai, Oscar, the strikingly beautiful Zhu Shiqing clad in black, and of course, another young lady. She wore a pristine white dress, immaculate and untouched by dust. Her every gesture exuded the nobility and elegance of aristocracy, hinting at an extraordinary lineage. With her short hair grazing her ears and her delicate features complemented by skin as smooth as mutton-fat jade, she radiated refinement. Noticing Ning Rongrong's peculiar gaze fixed upon him, Su Ming offered a slight nod in greeting, to which she responded with a smile before diverting her attention elsewhere. Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar, a food-type soul master. You are likely to engage in battle with Douluo shortly. And I have exquisite sausages for sale that are sure to delight. Oscar exclaimed enthusiastically, his face beaming with joy. However, before he could finish his sales pitch, he was abruptly kicked away by Daimu Bai, landing in a heap. Douluo, you. Oscar's grievances were met with indifference as Daimu Bai coldly retorted. Little Ao, after witnessing Teacher Zhao, are you still waiting to see me falter? He gestured toward Tang San and Xiao Wu, his expression serious. Those two are under 12 and already soul masters. If you wish to avoid a beating, you might want to keep hawking your sausages. Little Ao? Tang San and the others stared in bewilderment at the bearded man before them, pondering the chaotic hierarchy of Shrek Academy. In contrast, Oscar was even more horrified. Feeling his mind whirl. A soul master? What sort of joke was this? Realizing that Daimu Bai was not jesting, Oscar was left astounded. Yet he promptly extended a helping hand. Douluo, how about you take one? Just a copper coin to support my business? With that. As soon as the words left his mouth, Oscar discarded his sausages and fled, as if a tiger were on his heels. Chapter 73, Madness, are you still fighting without a test? The strange academy, the peculiar Shrek at that moment, Tang San and the others simultaneously entertained this thought. The assessment, the academy's rules, and the interactions between teachers and students all exuded an air of peculiarity. Even now, the final evaluation was to be conducted by the students themselves. Zhao Wujia and the others seemed utterly unconcerned about any potential mishaps. Thus, only one explanation remained. Tang San's gaze intensified as he fixated on Daimu Bai. Su Ming had fought a battle, and he could not fall behind. Since the final challenge was a duel with you, let it commence. Mu Bai. I too wish to ascertain the true prowess of the students from Shrek Academy. Tang San spoke slowly, his eyes flickering with electric energy. The surging battle intent causing his soul power to tremble. I disagree. Before Daimu Bai could respond, Xiaohui sprang forth. With 4 participants, Daimu Bai only grew weaker. She was not about to let that happen. Pouting her delicate lips, she began to argue with Tang San. Why should you go first? If anyone should, it ought to be me. Have you forgotten? My soul power exceeds yours. Tang San's expression grew awkward. Indeed. His soul power was merely at level 31, while Xiao Wu had already reached level 33. Yet, in terms of actual strength, he did not fear Xiao Wu. Stroking his chin, Tang San calmly reasoned, if I am not mistaken, his martial soul should be a beast martial soul, which I happen to counter effectively. Strategically speaking, it would be more suitable for me to take the lead. And what of it? With her hands on her hips, Xiao Wu remained obstinate. His countering me is precisely the point. It would make for a more thrilling battle. I refuse to take a backseat. How about we have a match first to determine the order? Tang San sighed in exasperation, realizing that internal discord had begun even before the battle had commenced. Knowing Xiao Wu was not easily swayed, he shifted his gaze to Su Ming. Originally, they had intended to engage in a fair fight, yet this competitive atmosphere was palpable. In Dai Mubai's eyes, he felt as if he were a soft persimmon, easily manipulated. Are you insulting me? His voice rumbled like thunder, his expression dark as ink. Evidently quite irate. Xiao Wu and Tang San were momentarily taken aback. They had no intention of conveying such a sentiment. At that moment, Su Ming spoke up, all right. Let Tang San take the lead. His calm voice carried an air of authority, prompting Xiao Wu to stamp her foot in frustration. Brother, you want me to go over there, don't you? Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Xiao Wu shrank back in fear. Being lifted high in this manner would be utterly embarrassing. Pouting her cheeks, she returned to Su Ming's side, looking quite aggrieved. Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at her and said, if you enjoy combat, how about I accompany you for some practice one day? Accompany me for practice? A realization seemed to dawn on her, causing Xiao Wu's delicate form to shudder. And her previously cheerful demeanor was instantly replaced with a look of dismay. Brother, please don't tease me. With my slender arms and legs, I can hardly withstand your roughhousing. I only have one sister. If you were to accidentally hurt me, wouldn't it break your heart? To preserve our sibling bond, let us unite against the outside world. Shall we? Her cherubic face was adorned with a sycophantic smile as she playfully pounded Su Ming's back with her small fists. The sight of her crescent moon eyes, exuding obedience and charm, was almost too delightful to behold. All right then. Su Ming waved his hand, his expression grave, and settled down to quietly observe. This battle could be deemed the pinnacle confrontation among our generation. Dai Mubai's soul power level surpasses that of both of you. You might first observe how Tang San engages him in combat. Indeed, matters possess varying degrees of significance. The radiant smile on Xiao Wu's face faded as she sat obediently beside Su Ming, with his golden hair flowing and an air of pride surrounding him. Dai Mubai addressed Tang San, stating that with your soul master cultivation, this assessment is unnecessary for you. He then turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, particularly focusing on Zhu Shiqing, whose eyes exhibited a peculiar tremor. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a top-tier auxiliary soul master. You pass. As for you, you may also be exempted from the examination. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this final match? Absolutely. Tang San's words were resolute, almost instinctively uttered without a moment's hesitation. Su Ming had overheard the words exchanged moments ago, realizing that his counterpart was indeed a standout among his peers. He yearned to ascertain whether he truly possessed the capability, as his teacher had suggested, to contend with the geniuses of the outside world. Observing Tang San's demeanor, the usually frosty Zhu Shiqing was poised to speak, yet felt a gentle tug at her wrist. Ning Rongrong smiled faintly, as if basking in a gentle spring breeze, reassuring him, I am a soul master. I will assist you. Together, we can undoubtedly triumph over him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhu Shiqing nodded in agreement. Her heart swayed by those final words. Dai Mubai, however, was taken aback, questioning, are we all unwell? No exemption, and we still have to fight. Taking a deep breath, when Dai Mubai opened his eyes again, a fierce crimson light glimmered in his sinister gaze. Possessing a top-tier beast martial soul, he feared no one. Dai Mubai, with the white tiger martial soul, was a level 37 soul master. Tang San, with the blue silvergrass martial soul, stood at level 31. Blue silvergrass? Dai Mubai paused momentarily, yet he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Su Ming's martial soul, alongside his physical prowess, could contend with Zhao Wuji. Who could possibly fathom the nature of these 3 individuals? With a roar reminiscent of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, a brilliant white light erupted from Dai Mubai. His bones and muscles crackled audibly as his chest swelled prominently, and sturdy claws extended from his fingertips, causing him to appear more formidable. As the white tiger martial soul enveloped him, an aura of raw power and ferocity radiated from Dai Mubai, causing a noticeable shift in the expressions of those present. Yet Tang San remained composed, his gaze as frigid as a glacier, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. A shimmering blue aura danced around him. As the blue-violet blue-silver grass slithered like venomous serpents, encircling Tang San. There is no need to employ your third soul skill just yet, Su Ming suggested, aware that using it would guarantee Tang San's victory over Dai Mubai. Tang San nodded, aligning with Su Ming's sentiment. In a flash, Dai Mubai charged forth like a tiger descending a mountain. Noticing that Tang San refrained from using his soul skill, he opted to hold back as well, deeming it dishonorable to win otherwise. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their fists colliding with a resounding thud. The Xian Yu hand met the white tiger's claws. Following a dull explosion, the disparity in their strengths became evident. Dai Mubai staggered back several steps, while Tang San stood resolute, unmoved. How is this possible? Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. The confrontation between their top-tier beast martial souls had resulted in an unexpected defeat for Dai Mubai. A notion that was utterly unfathomable. Dai Mubai, seemingly transported to another realm, stared incredulously at his arm, astonished that his beast martial soul had succumbed to a weapon martial soul. In an instant, his dazed expression transformed as Tang San exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ming. Their understanding unspoken. Under normal training conditions, using the Xian Yu hand would likely result in a stalemate, given Dai Mubai's overwhelming force. However, years of rigorous weighted training had significantly enhanced Tang San's physical strength. Even now, with an additional 40 kilograms of weight, his speed remained unaffected. The decision to train with weights had undoubtedly proven wise. A wave of triumph surged through Tang San, a smile gracing his lips as he eagerly anticipated further physical conditioning. Chapter 74, Dai Mubai's Unique Preferences? Though he did not acquire the 8 spider lances as in the original tale, Tang San's physical capabilities had undeniably improved. The sound of a heavy thud echoed as Dai Mubai collapsed, his face contorted in spasms, struggling like a worm ensnared on the ground. A searing sensation emanated from the webbing that bound him, the sticky web infused with paralyzing toxins infiltrating his body through the wounds. What filled Dai Mubai with terror was the realization that, even with the significant boost to his attack and defense from his third soul skill, his claws could not sever the slender strands of the web. The disparity in their abilities became increasingly apparent, leaving one to ponder if all participants in this generation were indeed monsters. All right, you win, Dai Mubai shouted in frustration, feeling the web constrict tighter with every desperate struggle. Acknowledging his inability to escape, he conceded, I yield. Tang San retracted the webbing and alleviated the toxins from Dai Mubai's body. The nerve and corrosive toxins from the face-devouring spider posed a threat to their health, and since they would be classmates henceforth, there was no need for excessive hostility. Dai Mubai rose, expressing his gratitude. His expression somewhat improved, yet his heart remained heavy with discontent. The sensation of helplessness against a control-type soul master was akin to being ensnared in a quagmire of despair, even with the alterations in the narrative. Tang San still defeated the face-devouring spider. Was it fate's design or merely the optimal choice? Pondering this, Su Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ultimately, he concluded that it was the latter, for the absence of the 8 spider lances indicated that destiny could not deviate in such a manner. Su Ming turned to Xiaowu. Observing her steadfast demeanor, calm and unhurried, he couldn't help but remark, weren't you just quite anxious? Now it's your turn. Why haven't you stepped up yet? You still have the audacity to say it was I who initiated first. Xiaowu pouted, expressing her thoughts. Given my current depleting soul power and physical injuries, even if I were to win, it would lack honor. Whether I can enter the academy is one matter, but I would never take advantage of another's misfortune. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai gazed intently at her, his eyes reflecting 3 distinct emotions. Su Ming's gaze was sharp and icy, while Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and Tang San's expression exuded calmness. These 3 distinct gazes conveyed a singular sentiment, the dignity of a soul master. What they sought was a battle steeped in fairness. It was as if an invisible thread pulled the trio together, maintaining an air of neither humility nor arrogance. At the center stood Su Ming, the realization dawning upon Dai Mubai like a flash of enlightenment. The initial conflict between the two was not born of disdain but rather a recognition of Su Ming as a worthy opponent. Fairness in combat among soul masters was paramount. Oscar. Dai Mubai's voice resonated powerfully, amplified by his soul energy, reaching every corner. His eyes sparkled as he regarded Su Ming and his companions, seemingly resolved. In an instant, a figure rushed forward, halting abruptly. Oscar, presuming Dai Mubai was seeking retribution, appeared anxious and hesitant, but was interrupted before he could express his concerns. Enough with the chatter. Bring me 2 detoxifying and restorative sausages, Dai Mubai commanded impatiently. Oscar's expression shifted, as if he had seen a ghost. Daimubai, are you all right? Are you sure about the sausages? Have you perhaps indulged too much with the ladies? He thought to himself, his mind racing. Daimubai's eyes narrowed. A sinister glint flashing within, causing Oscar's heart to race as he dared not utter another word. I possess a grand sausage. I possess a small sausage. The absurdity of his words echoed through the air, and golden light coalesced in Oscar's palms as he conjured the sausages for Daimubai. He cast a disappointed glance at the three enchanting girls present, lamenting his misfortune. Indeed, as the soul incantation was spoken, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Ning Rongrong seethed internally, her eyes ablaze with embarrassment, mortified at the spectacle that sullied the reputation of supportive soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned frigid, as if warning someone to keep their distance. Cough, cough. Even having read the original text, Su Ming could not suppress a couple of coughs. This was an excruciatingly embarrassing moment. How utterly distasteful. Xiao Wu's complexion flushed crimson, her fists clenched, eager to deliver a thrashing to Oscar. Tang San's expression reflected a similar peculiarity. Noticing the disdainful looks directed at him, Oscar hastily clarified, "Everyone, please do not misunderstand. This is merely a soul incantation. I must vocalize my soul skills. I assure you, I am a man of integrity, a paragon of purity." His explanations rang hollow, met with expressions of disdain and a desire to distance themselves from him. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, then at Xiao Wu, Oscar resembled a defeated rooster, silently retreating behind Daimubai. With a swift motion, Daimubai gestured toward Xiao Wu, signaling for her to proceed. "You seek a fair battle, do you not? My soul energy and injuries have been restored, so let us engage." His eyes glimmered with renewed determination, casting aside any previous despondency. In a flash, Xiao Wu sprang into action, her remarkable agility carrying her to a position 10 meters before Daimubai. A gentle smile graced her lips as she introduced herself. "Xiao Wu. Martial spirit, soft bone rabbit, level 33 assault type battle soul." In an explosion of pink light, her figure elongated, her rabbit ears standing tall, exuding an aura of explosive potential. Her soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, confirmed her prowess. Assault type? Daimubai mused, momentarily taken aback, recalling that she had previously been classified as an agile attacker. "Be careful." Before Daimubai could fully comprehend, Xiao Wu called out a warning, darting toward him. Alarmed, Daimubai sensed the formidable strength she possessed, akin to Tang San's. He quickly summoned his martial spirit and unleashed his most powerful third soul skill, the White Tiger King transformation. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, his physique amplifying and revealing striking black markings. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash his claws, a horrifying realization struck him. Xiao Wu, who had been 6 or 7 meters away, suddenly appeared before him. 1,000-year soul skill. The purple soul ring shimmered, sending a chill of dread through Daimubai, who instinctively swiped at her, attempting to push her back. Strangely, his movements became sluggish, the golden light surrounding him began to fade, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Upon closer inspection, Daimubai's gaze became vacant, emanating a pink glow as if he were under some enchantment. Xiao Wu's smile grew more radiant as the pink energy swirled around her. With deftness, she grasped Daimubai's arm and gracefully fell backward, executing an elegant maneuver. Lightness technique. Instantaneous movement. Allure. Her explosiveness surpassed even a direct assault. Tang San felt a chill run down his spine, astonished by Xiao Wu's ruthlessness, devoid of any mercy. "Did you teach her this?" He instinctively glanced at the imposing figure beside him. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, stating that he merely informed her that the agility-based attacks emphasize surprise and swift resolution of combat. He never implied that she should interrupt other skills. "Do you truly believe that?" Tang San: "I do. What a ghost you are." Chapter 75. Has Su Ming abducted Tang San? Bang, bang, bang. The pink figure flitted about ceaselessly, akin to a stream of light. In the midst of it all, Dai Mubai's body was uncontrollably maneuvering. Above, it appeared as though a pink pentagram was blossoming in the sky. With a soaring spin, the lethal throw was unleashed. Xiao Wu's slender legs erupted with astounding power, augmented by her rotation, striking Dai Mubai's abdomen with a thud. Like a heavy bell crashing to the ground, Dai Mubai plummeted, creating a resounding impact that shattered the solid earth beneath him. Rather than bouncing back, he was surprisingly embedded into the ground. Swish! Xiao Wu landed gracefully, a slight sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. The battle concluded. She excitedly clapped her hands, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Oscar. Boom! Oscar's heart trembled in fear, his face contorting into a grimace more distressing than tears. Thankfully, the sausage hadn't been sold just moments ago. Otherwise, humph, with a cold snort. Xiaowu raised her chin and approached Su Ming. Her previously fierce demeanor instantly transformed into a smile. So, what do you think? Did my sister embarrass you? Xiaowu, radiating joy, bent slightly, looking up at Su Ming as if trying to capture every nuance of his expression. Praise me. Come on, praise me. Noticing this, Su Ming sighed. What is the matter with you? Xiaowu's expression stiffened, her arched brows drooping. I went even faster than Tang San, giving him no chance to resist at all. Isn't that what you taught me? Su Ming did not respond, instead directing his gaze towards Tang San. Do you find this battle tedious? Tang San immediately understood. While he stifled a laugh internally, he maintained a serious demeanor and nodded. Indeed, it lacks excitement. I had anticipated a fierce confrontation between powerful soul masters. Yet it concluded so abruptly. Yes, it ended far too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, I missed the entire spectacle. As he spoke, Su Ming theatrically rubbed his eyes, remarking on the strong winds and sand of the day. Ah, so you dare to deny it, do you? Observing this scene, Xiaowu could no longer feign ignorance. Her lips trembled in indignation as she bared her teeth and lunged towards Su Ming. Ahem. Su Ming quickly supported her forehead, adopting the tone of a concerned father. All right. There are so many people watching. Ultimately, a girl must marry. Just look at her refined demeanor. Can't you learn from that? Refined? Xiaowu instinctively turned to glance at Ning Rongrong, who managed a strained smile. In an instant, Xiaowu's expression darkened even further. Fine, refined, is it? Let me show you what true refinement looks like. Her voice was laced with indignation as she abruptly turned her back, seizing Su Ming's arm in preparation for a shoulder throw. Bang! Su Ming's knee met Xiaowu's waist, and he turned to Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, saying, My apologies for the spectacle. It's your turn to fight now. Don't mind us. Witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai, who had just risen, nearly spat blood in disbelief. Refined? Have you ever encountered such a brutal lady? Give up. She is the antithesis of refinement. Particularly recalling their first meeting when he found her innocent and charming sent a chill down his spine. Truly, one is subdued by what one encounters. Observing Xiaowu, who appeared harmless yet was filled with mischief and unrestrained anger, Dai Mubai shook his head with a wry smile. Such a woman is beyond the control of ordinary men. He withdrew his gaze, turning it toward the poised Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, his once spirited battle intent now dulled, his eyes drifting elsewhere. Let it be. If we lose,